knows what I mean, and I know he knows I don't mean bad harm, and he knows that
That's fine, dude. But
I
you're
have
not
the
gonna walk
same.
up. You're not gonna walk up to a group of kids in say the Bronx and say that to them, are you? You're gonna
Yes,
get
I
your
will
ass whooped if you
actually.
do.
I will. I can say it to
Yeah,
anybody, and
you try that shit.
and
You get your ass
from
fucking
personal
kicked.
experience, I know that everybody I come across,
Listen,
I
man.
always say
I'm
nigga, and
Oh,
nobody cares because
look,
I'll tell you what.
they don't
I
think
kind of
twice
feel where
Branch,
because
you
you're
don't
I
coming
am
know
from.
his
Muslim.
ethnicity. You don't know how he looks in real life to say that he
I
can.
know, but you know
I
what?
can.
Honestly, I'm not white either, right? So I do understand. I could probably get away with that sometimes too. And even if there's a bunch of kids in the Bronx, I'd probably get away with it too by saying it in the right way. But that doesn't mean you should just go around saying it for no fucking reason in a fucking room like this. That wasn't even called
No,
for. How
I
can
did
you
not
talk
say. I
about it?
didn't say it for no reason.
You
I don't just
literally
say.
bring
I
this
don't
shit
just
up for
say
no
nee,
fucking
nee, nee,
reason.
nee, 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 nee. I don't just say that all the time. I
This
just
wasn't
say.
just general fucking
I just
conversation
say it
flow.
in. I
You
just say it in a
literally,
good
I don't know if you're
context,
a
and
troll or not.
I'm just
I don't
trying
know if
to
you're a
like
troll
make.
or not, but I
Dude,
think
can
you was
you
trying
stop
to get a
interrupting me,
rise out of
man?
people.
Can you
come
stop
on.
talking over me, man? I'm telling
Look,
you.
You was
You're
trying to
trying
get
to
a rise
accuse
out of
me.
people.
You're accusing me of using it all the time. I don't use it all the time, man.
Okay, what
percent.
made you think
Yeah.
it was
All right.
But when
reasonable to use it in the context of the discussion in the room at hand?
because
Now,
that is in my vocab, okay? I tell you. I already
Yeah,
tell
but
you.
it was not like
I
anybody.
I refrain from using it, and I know anybody in this VC who's seen me in VC in here before. I have not used it that much ever, right?
okay. Percent. I think what White just said. There you consider your audience. Yeah, with how you conduct yourself. Agree with that.
Yes and no. So
What do you
let's
mean?
say
Yes and no.
because these terms are used, for your kind of age group, your generation type thing, your friends, what's up, my homie? What's up, my nigga? It's like that, right?
Yes.
When old people are there, you're not going to say it to them. But if they're in the presence of you and your friend, there's no reason to like be ashamed of the way you speak.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes, there is. You
No,
still
there.
don't
yeah,
fucking
No,
talk.
bro,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
That is a lie.
And
I do it
well,
in front of my parents
Just
all the
because
time.
they're old and out of touch, you don't have to walk on eggshells
It's
because
Alright,
they have
respect,
a
mate.
different.
It's
we
just
have slang.
respect.
Yeah,
How
what
is
up,
it
JJ?
disrespect, man? Listen. I go to my
We're
African
just brought up
American
different,
friend's
that's all.
house all the time. I go inside his house, and his parents they always greet me and welcome me. And when we're in the living room and we talk to each other, me and my friend, his parents are they're elderly and they used to be their grandparents and their ancestors used to be slaves, and we will always joke around, and well, we would never talk, we never say it to them, but they would always, they can hear us, okay? I'm
well,
just saying they
Yeah,
can hear us, and when
Bansal.
we,
Let me give you an
yeah,
example. You have
okay,
you have a
it's
son,
yeah,
the
right?
slang, it's the
yeah,
new generation, they know
Ha,
that we are a new generation and
yeah.
we have slang, okay? So it's
All
yeah,
I'm
not,
sort yeah.
Bansal. How old's your son?
Oh, which one?
Okay, do you have an adult son or like
I've
20
got
something?
several. I've got several adult sons.
Okay, so let's say one or two of them are at home or like they're visiting you, right? And they're
Mm-hmm.
talking amongst themselves. They're talking about a friend of theirs, and like
Mm-hmm.
one of them mentions, "Yeah, he's a good cunt. I haven't seen him in a while," or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Would you be offended if you heard him say that?
Look, me myself, right? I wouldn't be offended,
Why?
right? But because I don't take offense to it, right? But if he was to say it in the presence of his mother, who doesn't like it, right? That's when I would pull him up,
So your wife would take
right?
offense to it?
And yes, 100%. 100%, because she doesn't like the word. And that is fair enough. That is fair enough. It is about respect, percent. And if someone doesn't like something, right, you should be, as an adult, be able to refrain from certain things in the
Okay, so
why,
what
presence
if
yes,
of
but
someone?
other
why
people
should
that
you
you know.
change yourself
Or
for
no, hold up,
somebody
plus
else?
one. What if
It's about
the
respect.
audience are like you and they don't mind it?
Hmm? But
What if the
see,
audience are like you and they don't mind it?
percent. This is the thing, right? That you and I have the responsibility of. Right? We don't know who the audience is. Okay, we've got no idea who is listening. We've got the people in the room, right? And maybe a majority of the people in the room don't care one way or the other. But there is a broader audience, and that's what we have to take into consideration. That's
Okay.
all.
Do you
That's all.
consider your wife a little bit uptight when
No,
she
not
minds
at
it?
all.
She is a
No.
Karen. I get it.
Dude,
She's a
Banso
kid.
doesn't even say. Banso says the C word when he's
Enough
trying to
of
say
that.
that word. You know what I mean? He's not even saying a word that's racially got connotations, nothing like that. But he still says
What
the
is
C
the
word
C
out of
word?
respect for the people in the room.
Can't even go there.
Exactly.
Right?
What is the C word?
It's the perfect
Enough.
counterpart to what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, the big difference.
like Graham. Okay.
Hey, the
No,
N word.
no. Sorry, I didn't mean that. It's what they use in Australia. You know,
Yeah.
Crikey.
Exactly. Crikey.
something like that.
You
The N word.
crikey.
The N word's very dehumanizing. That's the problem.
That's all. That's all percent. I just think we have a responsibility. Great
No, I
audience.
feel
That's
like
all.
anybody can say the N word.
So, and we've got to
That's it.
take that into consideration. Percent. You and I both know that, right?
Yeah,
Regardless
I
whether
mean,
or
you
not
could
you and
say
I.
that, but
But
you have
it
to
Yeah,
also
we
depends
consider
do.
on
what kind of
We do.
audience are you trying to attract as well. What are you trying to
All
appeal to?
sorts.
You know.
All sorts. All audience has been trying to be attracted. All audiences.
exactly, and all
Okay.
audiences include the people that use nigga.
You could
All
say,
right. I've asked you, and I've asked you
yeah,
enough.
+1. You actually said that you wouldn't do it anymore.
Too,
So
too late.
please kind of keep your word.
No. I've taken care of that.
Hey Banso, is it still really bad to say the C word in front of elderly? Because I think in England it's kind of acceptable now, just to say whatever.
Really?
Yeah, like
I wouldn't know that.
like
No, it's definitely more acceptable in Australia. In England, it's not as acceptable.
I mean, I guess it depends on your situation and how well you know that person. But it's almost like swearing is just part of language nowadays.
Yeah, but in England, you know, that word isn't as much of like everyday parlance as it is in
Yeah.
Australia. Like not even close.
That is true.
It's like the word is super bad because it means people are not people. It means people are property. If it's been liberated to a certain extent,
No, we
it
moved on
doesn't
to
change
the
That's
C
anything.
not
word.
what it means.
We
Okay.
moved on to the C word.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But what about the P word percentage? Do you get mad at the P word?
What P word?
Packy.
I don't. Well, I mean, I would. You know, like I know that Pakistanis don't appreciate it. So if someone were to say it, I wouldn't. You know, I wouldn't like it in my presence. And they don't use it positive. Like the Pakistani community doesn't use it positively themselves. So
Yeah. I mean, they have started to though, right? The young uns, at least in England, when I was there, kids will
I
say to
don't.
each other, just like jokingly.
My friends don't at all. Maybe like mine are. You know.
It's interesting to think of a word as like its own entity, and it has like its own like life cycle and its own like collective meaning and individual meanings, and it's like its own being.
But the thing is, like nowadays, so many people are saying, you know, the first word we're talking about, right? And you could even argue that if you're trying to appeal to the younger demographic, then don't get me wrong, it being used negatively is, you know, absolutely the worst. But like using it positively, you would set a good example and you'd be attracting the younger demographic. So there is an argument to be made.
Why can't you use another word, percent? Why do you have to get hung up on using that word in a positive way?
So why would you discriminate against that word?
I'm not
But
discriminating. I'm asking why.
You can
Why?
easily use other
Yeah.
words. There are
Okay.
synonyms for it,
Okay then.
but it doesn't make sense to purposely exclude it. It's a little reverse racist almost.
Racist.
It is, yeah, because you're discriminating. It's racist again, right? Because you're discriminating against this word that, you know, this demographic, this population uses, right?
I don't know if you can be racist towards a word, but anyway.
Yeah, no. If you're saying to Australians, you can no longer say the C word. You know, that's part of their culture now, and it's kind of, you know, discrimination against Australians.
Unfortunately, it is part of our culture at all. Myself.
You cut out in the middle of that. it is or
I
it
said-
isn't.
No, I said it is part of our culture, but I do not think it is a good part of our culture.
But let's
it's
say it's
bad.
only being used positively. You know,
Mhm.
that's a like a cool idiosyncrasy for Australia.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps you can see it that way. I don't necessarily see it that way myself. And maybe I'm just an old fuddy-duddy percent.
Yeah, maybe not as much as your wife though. But yeah, no, like people that I know, if I hear them saying it negatively, I'll admonish them. I'll be like, yo, I'm taking away your end pass. Like, I'm not having it. You know, you got to say it positively, or don't say it at all.
Yeah.
And you know, I've had more than a few people like, you know, kind of improve, and when it's being used negatively, it makes like all, you know, it makes black people like look hood and ratchet, and you know, it does a detriment, a disservice to the community. So I think it's good to promote its positive usage, and to promote its censorship. I think will just continue to make it like a problem in the future.
Yeah.
Couldn't you
But I
say the
don't
same
think-
thing about the P word though? You can say the
I don't-
exact same thing about the P word.
If the P word was being used like, you know, widely positively, then I don't see why not. Yeah, you can take this racial slur and, you know, make it a term of endearment.
Well, I think that with a lot of these words, there's just context that different people have for these words, and they use them perhaps in their own different, you know, circles or kind of, you know, friendships and different things. But it is interesting to think about when you're on more of like a public type environment, you know, whether it's like a live stream or a show or something like that, to where now you have this like wide net of people that might be listening. And yeah, it's certainly like the idea of demographics and age groups and, you know, different things appeal to different groups. But when you're kind of reaching out in that way, then it's like the potential to cause, you know, strife, as it were, is higher because you don't quite know where everyone else is coming from. So that's what I'd say for myself. I would always just go for erring on the side of kind of not doing it. Just, you know, and I'm not talking about any one particular word right now, but I'm just kind of saying in general, I think I would probably err on the side of kind of not trying to kind of push buttons when it gets to larger groups where there could be different contexts and different people may have different, you know.
Like fair enough, but are you imposing?
I was trying to make, Jared. That's the point I was trying to make. You know, where, you know, it's not just this room; it's a broader audience, and we've got to be mindful of the audience. That's the only point that I was making with it.
Fair enough. And Gio, like I completely respect your personal preference, but are you making it a blanket rule that is like for the server? Because then, you know, we get into the like what words are banned basically, and we're gonna have to enforce that, and we're just gonna leave people to like, you know, kind of to exercise their own kind of judgment and you know, leave it with them.
Yeah, no, those are all good questions. I mean, there is like the little ban list for the text chat, like some of the, you know, words, but those are just so the text chat is not just completely full of all these, you know, just some of those things. But I wouldn't really say there's any like outwardly banned kind of words. I mean, I guess we talk about like the jab or whatever and kind of that, but at least at the moment, I mean, there's not really anything.
No, Bansol let him say it like about 10 times. Like he got his fair chance to stop saying it.
Well, I guess it's something we could think about. You know, what the best. I mean, yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about. Like, you know, the F word, like meaning for like FAG kind of deal, and like, and then, you know, words that go along with that. I mean, I don't even mind. It's not the worst one to say or whatever, but I'm just saying that's another word where, you know, yeah,
we can't say fag. Go on.
No,
you're killing me, man.
See, that's the thing where, like, you know, a lot of teenage kids say that, you know, oh, you fag, you know, this and that, but then it's like it also can be pretty offensive to some people as well.
Yeah, that's not a term of endearment. I reserve that for like, you know, actual, you know, the LGBTQ, the lose, you know, the kind of people that I completely disagree with in life. What were you saying, Branch?
I'm just saying it doesn't. It can be said in a very jokingly way too, like you know, if Bansor does something weird, oh, you fucking fag. That's so.
Yeah,
gay.
of course.
But it doesn't mean he's actually being gay. It just means, it means something completely different to actually being gay.
Of course, but I personally don't use it like that because I don't want to, distort its meaning. I don't want to water it down.
But isn't like also like just fag different than like faggot? Like isn't that another layer? Like when people use with that,
It
like,
is in the UK and Australia, but in North America, not really.
The only reason I pulled him up in the first place, first time, was in a negative connotation. Right, that's why I pulled him up the first time. Right, so I think a bit of judgment has to be taken, and I asked him not to use it again. Right?
I agree, and
then what he did was he just continually used it. Right, not even in context. He just continually used it. So, it is what it is at the end of the day, and you got to have some judgment.
absolutely, and I agree. The first time he did use it negatively, and if you didn't say anything, I would have.
Yeah.
well, so percentage. That's the thing. Like, I mean, where's the fine line between that? In terms of
Context, it's clear.
Yeah.
Oh, it's clear in terms of the context. When someone says "you bitch ass," it's very clear. Or when he a good nigga. There's a difference, and it's very clear in terms of the context.
Like I do it in Jem's room. I use that word in Jem's room.
You do.
Well, let me ask you this. Like, okay, where does all this fit into the idea of like, let's say having a stream that's like, quote unquote family friendly? Now I don't know what family. I mean, I don't know if that means a 5-year-old would listen to, but in general, like, how does that fit into, like, let's say that there's like a 13-year-old watching or something like that.
Yeah, I mean that's
why you
question.
have good moderators.
I'd leave that for your discretion because it's whether you want to appeal to like the modern youthful crowd or because it's used very much nowadays. White guys are saying it in their groups of friends and stuff like that, and they're singing songs constantly and stuff like that. It's very common. If you go to other servers, you'll see that it's very commonly used. If you're trying to appeal to that kind of modern young crowd, then I don't think there's any issue with it. Not even like you don't even have to worry. But if you're trying to appeal to like the older generation, the generation. What was before the millennials?
Or just a broader spectrum in general, yeah.
Generation X or whatever.
Yeah, but most of us are millennials in here, aren't we? Like millennials aren't that young.
I mean the N word in that way. Like I'm just kind of thinking. I mean that word is used like in so much of like trolling when people especially kind of doing more with the hard R or whatever coming in and like back. Yeah, just on other servers.
Oh, yeah. It's night and day between the hard R and the other one, and it's night and day between negative context and positive context. So if we're
I don't even think there is a big thing about the hard R. I think it's more about whether you say it with hate or not. That's all.
No, come on, man. It's hard. Like the community doesn't use it with the hard R, straight up. So.
I mean, I'm trying to think on this server. I feel like it hasn't been used much at all.
It's like that cringe gamer culture where they say it just to be shocking.
Maybe the white people that use it.
I kind of wish Indian people had like an I word that we could get all mad about.
Maybe like Redskin or Engine.
How about Flurf?
Those are pretty bad.
There's nothing that we can really get mad about.
We're talking about like
You guys are
Packy's probably the one that we get mad about most.
All those words that dehumanize. All those words that dehumanize other people, they're all bad. They offer nothing.
Words don't dehumanize. Context does.
But then again, like being called the N-word, I've been called the N-word multiple times by white people. It's not like black people are the only people that were ever called the N-word.
It's how you take that baggage on board, 2%. People can call me just about anything, and I don't take offense to it. Really,
absolutely.
Right.
But if it's said with a kind intonation, it's a world of difference.
Oh, definitely whatsoever. But if it's not, and vice versa, if it's not, it can evoke different sort of feelings and
True.
passions and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's the old sticks and stones. That's how I look at it. For myself
Is
personally.
Ansel, is the N-word bad in Australia? Like with the
You know what, Branch? It's not something that is commonly used now. Now the A word was used quite
we'll
frequently.
say
ABO.
oh okay.
Sorry. Yeah. That was used quite frequently when I was a kid, but that now seems to have just disappeared. And
I didn't even
and
That's just an
and
abbreviation.
exactly
dude, you know
right.
what, man? I didn't even know that was a bad thing
Unlike
to say, bro.
yeah,
I never even heard of
I
that.
know. Yeah, but unlike what's happened in America, embraced the word and tried to use it as more as empowerment. That hasn't happened with our Aboriginal people here. The same thing hasn't been done. They haven't taken that on board and used it as a word of empowerment, so to speak.
Wait.
Um,
I
yeah,
thought that the A word was Aboriginal. I guess there's
yeah,
another A.
No,
yeah.
the shortened form
What's
apparently
the
is
Shortened
a slur.
version. I spelt it for you.
Just 3
ABO.
letters.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I never heard of that. Not
Yeah,
even
I've
once.
seen it. I
Uh,
actually didn't know that it was seen as like negative in in context. So that's interesting to hear
it's
that.
like Aussie. We don't take offense to Aussie, which is
No,
short for Australian.
exactly.
But I never heard of
But it's
ABO.
never used as a derogatory term. Oh, you fucking
No.
stinking Aussies. Like
Whereas
it's
the
just
other
not
one
used
was.
like that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a few Aussie legends.
It was. Yeah. But see, WOG was used as a word for
Oh,
our Italian and Greek brethren here, and that word
greasy
too.
wogs.
Yes, that word itself too has out of vernacular. So yeah,
Oh,
Crazy, man. Never even heard of these words.
what about slope? Ooh,
It's not the type of shit you
Slow?
hear on Neighbours now, is it?
yeah.
The only one I heard of in Australia was bogan.
Mhm.
Like
bogan.
stab. Well, did you see the girl that she posted? She's like, "Look, I just parked my car on anti-vaxxer." I watched the video and she called the girl a bogan slut, and she's like, "Get the hell out of Canberra." But
Oh, that lady's feral.
somebody in Jim that he looked into it. He was looking through her. He found a link to her social media accounts, and she's not even from Australia. She's from Canada. So she
No,
was there
no,
saying, "Get the hell out of here!" and you
that's crazy.
bogan, and she's not even from there.
You should probably live there for a while.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, I think for myself, I would just try to. I would always err on the side of not using a word. Like for example, if I went and visited like a nursing home or something where there's a lot of elderly, like I'm not going to be in there dropping some of these words, like even
No,
if it is in a funny kind of way or positive or whatever, but I just
Yeah.
wouldn't do that.
It's just respect, right?
exactly.
So then it kind of brings up, okay, well then a word that we wouldn't say around like like respected elderly, like should it be used elsewhere? I guess.
I say it around my parents, not to them obviously, but I say it around my parents all the time.
What the more like camaraderie use of then?
Yeah. With my siblings or with friends or something like that. If
Do you ever run into any issues with it ever? Or
no, because it's precedence has been set years and years and years back, right? So
It's not used as much as in England either. It really is an American thing to use it this way.
Well, you guys got to have these talks with the New York mayor, saying that he beat up a bunch of crackers at the police force.
good for him. Okay.
It's about that time, Bendy.
Time for what?
For Ron. Time for Ron. One for Ron. Can't forget Ron.
Alright, what the fuck is this Ron shit, man? Who the fuck is Ron?
Later Ron?
Yeah,
Who's
it's
Ron?
another. It's another thing that yeah, don't. It's hard to even say it. It's like a meme. It's like that. Here, I'll DM you.
Okay.
It's like you can't just have one beer. You have to have two beers. And then you have to have a beer for later on. Right? So in effect, when you have a beer, you're not just having one or two, you're having three.
Nah, dude.
Right.
If it's me,
You have to
I can't have
include
3. I
one
gotta
for
have
Ron.
18.
Yeah, okay. A minimum of 3.
Is that what you get up to, Branch? 18, 20?
Like minimum.
It's like John Daly used to drink a whole case or two of beer himself.
Like, do you think I get that drunk off of fucking 6 beers?
I probably would be.
Nah, man.
We should drink some Aussie beer.
Oh man, in England they used to be fucking like super tenants, super skull. Oh my god. It used to taste like shit, but fuck you right the fuck up. They got some of that shit in America, but I just never got into it in America.
I have a question. This is kind of a totally change of topics, but it's back a bit to the spiritual stuff. But this goes to like anyone. But in terms of the idea of like, you know, like that your soul like leaves your body when you die, like that kind of idea. On a globe earth kind of idea, where does your soul go? Like, does it go up into outer space, you know, after you die? Does it go into the earth, into the center? Like, how does that work?
Oh, on a globe earth.
Yeah. Because on a flat type earth, you would just go up
It's like
to the heavens.
I don't know.
Like you would ascend, you know, up through the light and all that stuff. But what happens on a globe? Like, how does that work on a globe?
I mean, it depends on what you consider the fabric of fucking shit to be like, right? Like you know how when you consider um sometimes when you communicate or somewhat have a feeling of the that world that souls live in, does it feel like it's a place that has direction and place like that? Like, you know, when you feel that you're communicating, if you want, with that spiritual realm, do you have to look upwards to feel it, or do you just feel it all around you?
I would say both in a way. Yeah, I would say both because it's sort of overlaid over the physical.
So you have to look up into the heavens?
I think, yeah. Well, like when you die, yeah, I think so.
No, I mean like right now, when because you say that you do a lot of meditation and um, other forms of spiritual communications, right? When you do it, do you actually have to look up to the heavens, or you just feel it all around you?
Right. Yeah, it's more kind of inside in a sense, or kind of on
So
a
that's
trans.
probably most likely that's where the soul goes then too, right? To that same place.
Just yeah, kind of like an interdimensional.
Yeah, something like that. I don't think it's up. Like, I don't think heavens are up. I think it's that place that what you're considering. That's where heaven is.
It's all in the moon. Come on, guys.
Well, if you die in the northern hemisphere, you go up in a counter clockwise fashion. If you die in the southern hemisphere, you go counterclockwise or clockwise. And if you die on the equator, you don't spin at all.
Nice one. And does your soul weigh more or less depending on your latitude?
Yeah.
So Jerry, do you think that when we die that some part of ourself remains, and if so, is it an expansion or is it a contraction from our current human state?
Say that again.
Well, I guess it's two part. Number one, when we die, do you think that some part remains, that some part carries on, and if so, is it an expansion of your current mind state, like as being a human, or is it a contraction?
It's an expansion, I think, depending on your level of spiritual awareness. If you're not aware, then you're just kind of stuck here, and you'll have to go through it again, over and over again, until you pass through the rings of Saturn, as it were.
So then, from that perspective, then we only have that to look forward to. Not saying bringing death early in any way, but I'm just saying when it comes, like it's going to be an upgrade.
Yeah, it's always an upgrade.
That's
There's
what I
no
figured.
hell. There's only up.
I don't believe that, dude. I think that you could be downgraded.
Where are you gonna go?
Just come back right here.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is if you're not spiritually aware enough, then you will stay here. You'll stay here for as long as it takes for you to get it, and then you ascend.
Well, there might be planets that are worse than this shit, man. Imagine living on a planet where it rains fucking diamonds. Imagine getting hit on the head with that. But jokes aside, it's an interesting concept, yeah. When you start talking about what would happen if we had proof of there actually being an afterlife, how would society handle that? Like, do you think people would start committing suicide just because they know there's an afterlife and there's an easy way out?
So Jerry, this notion of being spiritually aware, I suppose in some aspect comes with some sort of perhaps reincarnation. Like if you're not spiritually aware and you don't get to move on to a better place, so then you're back here. So that spirit, that soul, perhaps that is reborn into someone else. So that's just another opportunity again to start again from scratch. So everything is wiped clean, and you start again from scratch. You don't bring
Yep.
anything. You don't bring anything with you. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Interesting thought.
So is your in that idea, Jerry? Are you saying that like that each life is completely a complete fresh start, or do you think that they're all linked together through like various patterns, like that there's like a continuation of the different like processes that are being had? Are they connected or all always like a blank fresh slate?
I don't know. I think with each one, you gain more and more awareness. Like there's more kind of like there's more of a inclination for you to seek it out. Like all of us here, I think, are stuck in this flat Earth thing as a way to coming to that truth. Because, like Nito said yesterday, this is like we all have our paths, and some take the flat Earth path, but there's something greater than that. I mean, who cares? Okay, Earth's flat. I mean, people say it all the time. It's like, all right, Earth's flat. Now what? And you know what? They're right. Now what? I think that's the point.
It calls a lot more into question.
Right. And it's not really, it's not like about, oh, I've been lied to. It's like, maybe you have, maybe you haven't. It's like, doesn't matter.
Yeah. But for most people living their life without even an alternative other than being in the universe and being on a planet, I think for some of us, when Flat Earth came along, it was like, shit.
I mean, wouldn't it be nice to be one of those people that don't even think about this type of stuff?
I've heard Upside Down Head Ed say that, like ignorance is bliss, and he'd do anything to, in a way, take the blue pill now that he's had the red pill and all this kind of thing. But yeah, it's been difficult at different parts of this, but the process itself, for those on the journey, I think it's a private thing. Not everyone's going to get it, right? But we all somehow sense and know that there is more to this human story and the earth itself than we've been told. And I think we're fortunate to know. I think we are. But it's a bit strange and scary at the same time. And exciting, see? And people say, oh, we won't see big change in our lifetimes, but maybe we will. Maybe we already are.
Well, most of us still got another 50 years left, dude, and that's a long time.
That's what I'm saying. Just getting started.
It's longer than we've been here, right?
Changes where,
I think
changes in the world or changes within yourself?
in our heads, I think,
Mm-hmm.
because Jerry was sort of saying like being stuck in the flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
I think flat earth shook people on a really deep level. Like they're in shock, literally. When it really sets in, you know? When you have that moment where you're like, fuck, and it's like watching your whole world fall apart.
I think people have those realization of flat Earth. Well, like, you know, this is just another avenue,
Thing
I
to do.
suppose. Yeah, it's another avenue to think of things different. You know, people come to that realization through many ways, and generally through tragedy. They come to these realizations of their purpose in life and who they are, who they want to be, and where they want to be. That generally comes through tragedy. Unfortunately, you know, it can come through, you know, joy and love and these things too. But I think the tragedy is the thing that really bitch slaps you, you know, to a wake up call with a lot of people. And you know, I'm not saying that, you know, flat Earth is a bitch slap at all, but it's just another format, I suppose, people get themselves involved in. And yes, you know, you have the usual arguments as we know, Mel. You know, they go, you know, round and round in circles like a dog chasing its tail. But there are greater things, you know, discussed in these forums too that make you think about yourself, your purpose, and your being. Yeah, without necessarily having to have that tragedy. You know, maybe it is a tragedy. You know, oh my God, the globe has died. You know?
Yeah.
But in a roundabout. But yeah, you know, it is definitely an avenue to reassess things and yourself, how you see things. You know, like I said, you know, where you are, where you want to be, and where you've come from.
It sort of made me reassess my grandparents, my parents, my friends, all that, you know.
In what way did you reassess them?
I think a lot of people lived and died not knowing where they were, and that's sad. That's sad to me. I feel like they got ripped off.
Is it,
you know?
realizing not who they are or not where they are?
Where I think a lot of people know who they are, or they think they do anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And like you say,
I think people think they know who they are. Exactly. Yeah.
But do you think, Merle, that they remember upon death? Like that the moment you die, you're like, okay, I was not on a globe. Okay,
I'd like to think so. Yeah.
It just instantly you're like, all right, that was not a spinning globe in outer space. Okay.
Yeah, it's just that would be really strange to find that all out upon death or dying. That there was all kinds of things you just had no idea about. You know?
Yeah, sometimes I think about like my grandfather, for example, who, went through his whole life probably never even thinking about the Earth not being a globe, as far as I know. Just his generation and when he lived. Although I guess I wonder back in his early days. I mean, he was born in I forget exactly what year. I think 1915 or something. So, but it's like, what was it really like back then? In terms of. So I guess I wonder how much he confronted the idea of the Earth just being a planar, plane of existence, planar surface, as it were, rather than a globe. But
Well, say if we got to another, like we could explore. Say if we went up through Russia or something, and there was a portal or a gate, and some of us went through, and then we were in some other civilization potentially, right? If there was no one there, and it was like a ghost city, and all their technology, everything they have, but none of them, I'd be disappointed, because part of this for me is finding potentially who we're here with. And I wonder sometimes if there is something else, do they or does it want to know us?
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like we've been segregated. Whatever's created the Earth and the beings potentially that are more intelligent and powerful than us might have moved out of the spotlight to give us Earth so we could feel like the top of the food chain or something and delude ourselves. And it's like a game of hide and seek or something. Like, it's almost like we've been put here. And I think part of the test is we're meant to ask questions. Those who don't, and there's nothing wrong with this, but it's like you kind of die oblivious because you didn't kind of, ask the real questions.
Like I've heard you speak about these beings, Mel,
Yeah.
and what are these beings? I've heard you talk about giants and elves and stuff. Is this what
Mm-hmm.
you're meaning by beings, or are you meaning
No,
some sort
no.
of spiritual being, some sort of alien being? Like what are you
Well,
meaning when you say being?
well, when you have all these fairy tales, dragons,
Mm-hmm.
giants, fucking elves, fairies, goblins, monsters,
Mm-hmm.
the stuff of dreams, like Freddy Krueger.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who are these fucking things, right? It's like they're all in another dimension.
Yeah.
And all this stuff seems to come from somewhere. But I'm actually saying physical, living like us, totally different body, and potentially a very advanced form of consciousness that maybe they weren't lied to and they were allowed to evolve and their species were allowed to reach their full potential.
So are these beings still here, or did they get wiped
That's
out?
yeah, that's what I've sensed and feel that really that's what, because clues have, like Peach, clues have been left. Like,
Okay.
I think they've intentionally left the pyramids there for us to ask questions.
Yeah.
What
Okay.
was all that really?
So there's clues that there's potential clues that these beings were here. Okay. Right.
Right,
I'll give you.
right,
I'll give you that. Okay. Let's just say that's a fait
yeah.
accompli. There are clues that beings were here. Well, my question
Hmm.
was like, are they still here? Did they get wiped out?
Well, we get told that they were wiped out, but I've heard the Mayans seem to have just disappeared,
Mm-hmm.
like they went somewhere else. And if there is more, like potentially say the Earth's an infinite plane or something,
Yeah, yep.
there'd have to be other civilizations, you know. And a lot of the people I was with early on through Poncho Pete, the Americans,
Mhm.
they were kind of tuned into that idea of an outer pond,
Yes. Yep.
like we're in a certain pond.
Yep.
But
So
but-
these beings were in our, so to speak, Merle. They were in our pond at one particular
Yep.
stage, but
Mhm.
they then, for whatever reason, they moved on to the outer ponds and left this pond for us.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
And then
Yep.
now we're in. If it's like a dartboard, we could potentially be in a small section of the whole dartboard.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's potentially the case.
Yeah.
And a lot of our technology, the way it's progressing, could be being drip fed potentially outside of our civilization as well. Like deals could be made.
Mm.
Or what would you exchange? You know, if there were other beings, what would you exchange? You'd exchange tech, wouldn't you? Especially if they were more advanced than us.
Well, ideas. You exchange ideas, and that would, obviously include, tech and all that sort of stuff. But look, I'm definitely on board with the other lands. Whether that's other ponds, however you want to deem it.
Mhm.
I don't think, say the typical model of the flat Earth, over the AE map, and then the dome over that mill, and kind of that's it. I don't subscribe to that whatsoever. That's
No.
not how I don't see things like that at all. So having some sort of barrier between us and other ponds and other lands, whether that you want to call it, I'm definitely on board with that sort of process. And a couple of channels that I follow, like New Earth and stuff, where she has discovered also signs of other technologies and far more advanced ways of doing things that we ascribe to how um, um, things were done. People have got pictures in their mind of how the pyramids were built. With these great big rocks, and they were put on some logs and dragged up hills by elephants and stuff like that. She doesn't subscribe to that at all. She thinks there was way more advanced technology, and there's definitely signs in rock faces and stuff like that of tooling marks that were way past what we attribute to the technology that they had back then. And yeah, thinking that, it's like, okay, whatever reason, they did pack up their bat and ball and move on, and we were kind of left behind here to start again. Yeah, I'm on board with that sort of thing. Yeah, not necessarily aliens, you know. Don't necessarily think that, but perhaps people just like us that did have more advanced technology. I don't see giants, I don't see pixies or goblins or elves or dragons or anything like that. I don't heard the theories about them, but I can't really go there myself. But definitely people like us that lived a long time ago that were far more advanced than we give them credit for. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Because it'd be bizarre to go north and just be met with like future Viking sort of people, right? like
Mhm.
covered in body armor and big ships, beards, and it's like 2022, but they're still rocking the Viking thing.
Mm.
I mean, I just don't. I don't know what they think of us. Like, do they? Because we don't seem to really know anything about them, you know, or who they really are, and what's really afoot here. And
Yeah.
that's how I've always seen flat Earth. Like, it's almost like having, you know, in is it Pulp Fiction when they look in the boot and you never see what it is, but all this light
Oh yeah,
shines out.
yeah, like this golden light. Yeah.
Right, and
Yeah.
so it's like we've had just like the veil or whatever's been lifted up just a little bit, and the light's coming in, but it
Mm.
hasn't fully come in yet. We're still kind of in the dark, and I can appreciate that it's kind of got to a. I think why some people feel stuck is because flat Earth's been revealed, but the full disclosure that seems to be happening gradually within us. Like you say, we are remembering, and
Yeah.
it's triggering a deep connection. And maybe in the future, gradually, we're unlocking it as well. I think the more people who will want to know what we're really part of, that kind of invites it.
Mm-hmm. So if you do subscribe to the idea, Merle, of outer ponds and other beings, well, maybe just like that, like us, or however you picture them in your own mind. Do you think that perhaps possibly that we do and they do know who we are, but the powers to be, right, are keeping us separated?
Mm-hmm. It'll change everything. Once humans know there's something else for real.
Hmm.
I think even if people said they don't care or they don't want to know, they're lying.
Mm. If something else was out there, why wouldn't you want? God, everyone would want to
Right,
know. Everyone would
right,
want to know if there was something there, and just want to if there was, and if they knew that there was something, of course they would want to know. God,
right,
yeah, that's
right.
just it's a downright lie, I think, to say that you wouldn't want to know. And if anyone does say that they wouldn't know, I'd call them out on it personally.
Because I've heard a lot of people say like the aliens or the UFO, not necessarily aliens.
Yeah, it's
Could
technology
could
here on Earth.
right, right,
Yeah, definitely, Merle. I'm all on board with that sort of stuff, 100%. I think it's our technology that we're seeing ourselves, or how you put it, other beings that we haven't yet met. Um, it's their technology, but yeah, I definitely think the technology is here and not coming from other planets. Definitely.
I think that's why people sometimes get scared because it's like, you know, you'll hear rumors of 5G, directed energy weapons. Well, that guy was talking about before, White's word, with
Yeah,
the police using sonic fucking
yeah.
sound.
Sonic waves and stuff, frequencies. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's all a bit sci-fi.
Mm.
So uh,
I don't find it sci-fi, Merle, because I think there's a lot of that is out there that we know nothing about. So I don't find it, sci-fi. The word sci-fi straight away puts you in outer space, doesn't it? That's where that word takes you to outer space. And I don't think it's outer space technology. It's definitely technology here on Earth. that's been developed here on Earth.
Hmm.
It's like we've discovered a new computer system, but we don't fully know what the operating system is yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we have to decode what the actual next operating system is going to be, and what actually is like the nature of. I was thinking this earlier, just like the simple idea of just in terms of the shape of the Earth, but it's so deeply connected to like the nature of reality in terms of what it actually is, what the Earth is, but then also what is the nature of the reality that's created the globe lie as well. You know, it's sort of like
Yeah,
they go
yeah.
hand in hand.
On that level, the only thing that makes sense to me is that at some stage, the Earth would have been seen as the resource, the crown in the jewel, like almost like a plan to take the Earth itself, and the levels that were gone, that people went to, you know, with wars and secret meetings and espionage, all that cloak and dagger stuff. It's a very wicked plot to take the Earth and be willing to go to any lengths to ensure that you finish the deal. You know, that gives me a bit of a shiver. What the lengths some humans would go to, because I don't think we're all like that. I think a lot of people would actually find that hard to relate to. That you'd stop at nothing. And I think whatever happened, and then the globe came after that initial potentially horrible war. You know, and then when people are a bit broken, they implement a new system to basically hide where we are, and then introduce things like religion, the idea of God, and then most people would have lived in a village with a church somewhere and a king and a queen. And yeah, you to get to God, you've got to go through the priest or the church.
Mm.
And they had people in that kind of feudal system for however long, and then again, what I've heard is a system gets implemented, and then it has its lifespan, and then people start getting restless and asking questions, because apparently after religion they come in with science, and then science takes over, and they kind of all change costume. I think at the moment what we're seeing at the moment too in the modern era, if you look at all the world leaders now, like, who are these people?
Wow. Clones. Well, according to Dave.
Skinwalkers.
All they are, it's just a figurehead of it. That's all they are, these leaders. They're a puppet put in place to be these leaders are a puppet that are put in place to be a spruiker, right? That's all they are. They're just spruiking a message, trying to get people to buy their product. That's all they're doing.
I said that to Veach. I said he's a bad used car salesman trying to sell me a dodgy car.
My car's a lemon. Shout out Meatloaf.
Well, like Elon Musk, right? He's like a car salesman.
Hmm.
Yeah, look, they just they sell an idea. You know, that's the
Yeah,
that is
that's
that's
it.
the skill. That's the skill of being a good salesman, right? You're not selling the product, right? You're selling the idea. You're selling an emotion, and that's what you're doing, and that's what makes a successful salesman.
I think it's fascinating that he stepped forward. Like I could just imagine him discovering flat Earth as well, and then being like, I have to get involved in this conversation. I had Queen showing me M. Scott Veach's dad's pictures from his dad in space.
Oh yeah,
And then she was going, so you're saying his dad's a liar and all this? Like, oh.
Doesn't he have a picture that his dad's holding up a rock or something in front of a portal window?
Yeah, he's basically got a picture of it's inside a space capsule.
Mm.
And you basically see the Earth outside the capsule.
Yeah.
And it does kind of look like the horizon's curve.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they reckon it's not a fisheye lens. It's a 35mm wide angle lens or something, and it hasn't been doctored and blah blah blah.
Uh-huh. Well, look, I suppose it'd be hard to get on board in Beach's defence. His dad was an astronaut. Well, at the end of the day, you know,
That's
it would.
it. That's it.
His world would come crumbling down around him. But that's not to say, right? You know, that his dad wasn't in some sort of craft that didn't go really high up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, right? It just went
You
a
know?
couple hundred miles up in the air.
Yeah.
He didn't go high enough.
So to say that he wasn't an astronaut, you know, I think it's a little bit unfair, you know, to him at least, you know.
Would I
because
kind of
Veach
for
is, you know, because Veach has never claimed Dad went to the moon or anything like that. And he just says his dad was in a rocket ship and went up and then came down again. So, you know, that probably is the case. That's probably fact. I'm not going to dispute that. You know, many of people have actually said that, you know, he didn't, and he's just lying and all. But yeah, no, I don't get on board with that at all. You know, I think Veach's dad was an astronaut. I think he did go in some sort of craft, and you know, he did go up really, really high, and maybe went round a few times, and then came back down. That's quite possible, right? Quite possible. I'm not going to take that from him, or you know, call him out as a liar or anything like that. Are you trying to speak, Kosho?
No, I think it
Oh
was
no,
Crit.
I'm using my computer. Sorry.
You're all
Yeah,
right.
I was saying that the thing is more telling is that his dad was also a high grade military officer. And this sort of leadership potential or is demonstrated in these field grade officers. And the best Veach can say is that he runs a Discord server with just a bunch of snowflakes that spiral all day long. And
I
he's
think Veach has a lot more accreditation just being a part of a Discord server. I think that's a little bit unfair, Crit.
No, if you Google his name, one of the top results is Scotch Veach senior mod Gem Panda server.
Okay then, yeah, but I'm just saying that
Yeah,
that is a little bit unfair to say that that's his only thing that he does. You know,
yeah.
he has a life outside of Discord. He is a
He's a
writer.
showrunner. Yeah, he's a showrunner for League of Legends.
There we
Got picked
go.
up by Netflix. He's
There
got
we go.
a PhD in computer science.
Computer science.
There you go. See, so
I think he's just he's not. He barely mods and in the server. He barely
Yeah.
comes in there.
He goes to Illuminati parties.
good on him too. I'd like to go to a couple. Put on my goat's head and run around naked.
He can't talk
You
about
just
it.
don't know what people do on these servers.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, but you know, I think to make allegations without any evidence, I think is a little bit fair myself.
No, the allegation would be that it's a son of a high grade military officer who was an astronaut who reached the top levels of professional excellence is just
Yeah, but
virtually his son is just virtually a Discord mod
no,
on a triggered game server.
Craig. You're trying to, you know, the way you're doing very nice thing that at the end of the day.
I'm saying inside the framework of a Google it. That's what I'm going with here. If
Yeah.
all you had
Funny.
was a Google it,
Funny.
and say you just landed here and you got all the actors, all the players on you know, and you want to say, hey, what does Google say about these people?
People.
The anti-flat earthers, the ones who are only here to basically disrupt the conversation as best they can.
Oh. Not really anti-flat earth.
What's that?
I'm not really anti-flat earth.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, was I? Is your name like? Are you a Discord mod also? Like, how many data points did you not fulfill when I talked about the Google it?
You know, I was having a conversation with him once, Crit, and this was a turning point for me and rocket scientist as well. Veach said to me that he'd never been camping, and rocket scientist said that he didn't know how to swim. And once I knew that about them, I was like, I imagine them like classic textbook kind of nerds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it kind of it helped. It kind of was like, wow.
Like for me, it was like the biggest thing was I used to have just one-on-one conversations with Veach, you know, like a couple years ago, and it would be like you'd hear him talk about this stuff to other people, and I would have not known he was talking about our conversation had he not said it. It'd be like just say we just start talking about flowers and different types of flowers and everything, and all of a sudden you said, "Oh yeah," and I was talking to Crit yesterday about fast food restaurants. I'm like, what? I thought I could have sworn we were talking about flowers and Valentine's Day and whatnot. And how did you even get to fast food restaurants from that? Like, he's like, oh yeah, because of different tiles. There's different tiles on the wall in artwork. And you're like, okay, wait a minute here. And you're like, well, how did that come up? Oh, cashiers. And you're like, are you okay right now? Because like it sounds like maybe you just got into a car accident, and instead of dialing 911, you connected to the Discord app. You know, like, and I was just stumped. I was just completely stumped as to like how it wasn't even close. It wasn't even the same galaxy of the things we had talked about. And this wasn't just a one-off thing. It was like every time I talked to him. And I asked for advice. I'm like, hey, some other people know, have you talked to Veach before, right? Like, and you had sort of these one-on-one sort of deprogramming sessions or whatever he calls them. They're like, yeah, it's completely pointless. He doesn't it's like he's not even reading anything you say and comes back with something that's like a complete gaslight. This one guy said one time all he would talk about was like how to peel a banana. And he had no idea that a banana was even a fruit or something. It was like the most bizarre thing ever. It's like playing Mad Libs, is what the guy said. It's like an actual Mad Libs. Like you take the conversation, chop out the nouns, the verbs, adjectives, and just replace them with Mad Libs.
Sounds like hip hop. Jay Dilla and
Yeah,
Mad Lib himself.
Later on, he
Sampling.
told me it was about some lesson about like if you don't have a subject in your preposition, then you can say anything you want or something like that. And I'm like, I'm still not tracking, dude. I'm really not. Like he says he's got these master's degrees and doctorate degrees and writing and everything, but cannot figure out what anyone's telling him if it comes from a flat earther. Like he adds that context. Like what you just typed is completely unintelligible. So he'll act unintelligible to prove the point that unintelligible is flat Earth.
He talks to flat earthers all the time, man.
I'm like,
What are
at
you
that
talking about?
point, you've just become a bigger flat earther than flat earthers.
So you just make up stories. He talks with people all the time, just fine. Flat earthers, globers, whatever. I'm not sure what you. Like you're making up stories about bananas.
Yeah, you can
I've
go
had a
back and
couple of
listen to
cool
it again.
combos with him. I've had a couple of combos with him.
Has he ever seemed unintelligible, or that he just says nonsense words and puts them together?
To me, never.
How did it go? Did you reach any sort of understanding at the end, or was it like a complete sort of?
What do you mean to be
Just
reaching an
great.
understanding?
What was the big takeaway at the end of the day?
Oh, we were just having a conversation. So, I think actually one day we were at woodwork and stuff. He was asking me about that, and he was listening to what I was saying. What did I take away from it? It was just a conversation, Crit. Really, didn't go in there with any expectations of anything.
See, I'd be curious to see what his
good or
side
bad.
of that. Be like, hey, one time you talked to Bandsaw. What was it about? It'd be interesting if you even say the word woodworking.
Well, he may not even remember. He speaks to thousands of people probably every single day. He probably doesn't even remember me. To be honest with you, I very rarely go in that server anymore. I used to a few years ago in there. I was a regular, but it's been a while since I've spent any time in there of any note. So, I doubt whether or not he'd even remember it. And what would it mean if he couldn't remember the conversation? That wouldn't mean anything.
No, I would say because it kind of fits the narrative. I said that place is like TMZ for flat earthers.
Right. Don't know. Don't know. Look, you got your opinion on the server. I've got mine, and it is what it is. Everyone's got different opinions about many a thing. I try not to carry around too much negative baggage anymore.
No, I wouldn't say it's negative or positive. It's just a fact. It's just what they've done with the space they control. They're like, hey, this is a space for them, and they made out groups and in groups. They made themselves, they've made others, and what they did with their space is just what they did with it. It's not good,
Okay.
bad, or otherwise.
Their space has certain boundaries that they do with that space, just like this space has certain boundaries, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So what's the difference?
That I would say inside their framework, to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Okay, then.
But inside a
yeah.
flat Earth framework, it does. I would just classify it as sort of like a TMZ BuzzFeed top 10 flat earthers. Number 1 will surprise you. And it's the same episode every day.
Flat
See,
Earther talks to normal people.
Yeah, my conceptual idea is on a globe or on a heliocentric model that there is enough content to not do that. They would have, like yesterday, they dropped an article I had posted that the new claim is that the Earth's core is not liquid. It's not iron. It's none of this stuff. It's some sort of ionic fluid or like some sort of thing that they're not sure what it is, but they know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, wouldn't they be reading all this stuff? I mean, there would be.
It's a testicle.
Yeah, I mean, every day, like thousands of pages of content that they could absorb and digest for just to stay up to date.
Yeah, well, they're staying up to date, but their information too is it's always changing, and that's what science does too. To some degree, it changes and evolves with discovery, and there has to be room within that for it to be able to evolve and change. And I don't see anything wrong with that whatsoever.
Yeah, but their claim is settled science, no debate.
That's what they say.
Yeah,
right? But when they're using that though, Crit, right? It is settled science. World, Earth is a globe, right? They're not saying, right, settled science. The core is a molten core. They're still, from what I can gather, still discovering and still evolving these thought processes with new technology, new ways of discovering things. So this is all evolving, but the whole settled science, there is no debate. That comes with a caveat of it's a globe. We're not debating it anymore because we know what it is, but exactly what it is, that's the unknown. And I think someone like probably Kosho would probably run with that as well, seeing as he's here in the room, and I'm going to call him out.
Okay, here, this is the article yesterday. It said
I like how you say today, though, Craig. It's going back and forth from like individuals to the greater science community, and we know the truth ethos of science is never going to say itself is settled. So you're just talking about individuals. So it's weird to see them as a they.
Well, this is the scientists discover the Earth's inner core isn't solid or a liquid. It's a super ionic.
Wait, but what individual says it says it's everything settled? Like, no one's even saying this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You gotta pick individuals. Some people be cocky, Coach. Individuals, they want to be little shitheads.
The main commonality all the ballers have in gems is that they all believe it's a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's what I was saying. That's the no debate aspect of it, Merle. Right? It's a globe. We're not debating it. It's a globe. Now, what the globe is actually is, and that's where the debate is, and that's where the discovery is. On their side.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's what the really powerful thing is that you get some of these scientific communicators on YouTube and whatnot. They're curious about flat earthers. They want to hear what they have to say. They don't care what some of these Discord mods have to say. They're just boring, sad people on a very boring and sad platform on a very boring and sad server.
Yeah, those people on YouTube are less curious or interested in flat Earth than whatever people you're talking about on Discord.
No,
They're not
Sabine.
interested. They're not
Sabine
interested in
Holzfeather. Yeah,
in
Sabine
changing
Holzfeather. She said.
their paradigm. They're usually just interested in showcasing the people and asking them questions. Like
See,
they're
this is
not
where
at
you have
all
to look.
interested
I'll
in
give you citation.
ensuring the Earth
I'll
is
just
flat.
direct
That's
quote.
a good point. Think about the Gem and them. He's there every day, at least. I mean, the YouTube guy's doing it for a temporary time period.
Yeah, this is when the Sabine Holzfeather, she said that, you know, people in scientific communication find flat earthers fascinating. She's not out there talking about they should shut up or die.
Well, it
But
probably
what
would.
did she say after
Probably.
that though? Because that sounds like
Yeah, I'll
that
find
doesn't
it.
sound like it's a full quote.
Yeah. But if she was to say "shut up and die," it probably wouldn't be too good for her YouTube channel. It probably would get shut down.
What she said was flat earthers were wrong, but not stupid.
There you go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that she's interested in the flat Earth idea.
And it does.
That's my point.
No, right here, right the introduction. I'll show you.
Okay. Hey, Nate.
It's the first second of the video. That's amazing too, like how someone can just brain fart. I could see if the video's like really long, you know, like an hour, 2 hours, maybe brain fart something in the middle. But her opening statement. Right here, posting it now.
Bro, I mean, but what if she was like, monkeys are fascinating?
Yeah, it's cool.
You know
right?
what
Want to interact with monkeys, right?
You know what the Illuminati card says, right? About flat earthers.
No, what's it say?
Oh, they know something. Yeah.
Oh, this Sabrina, what's her face? Do you have the actual? Could you post the link to the video? Because I'm sure she must have said something after that. I doubt
Yeah,
she
she
meant
talked for
fascinating in a
15 minutes.
positive like.
Well, I told you. She says that they're wrong, but not stupid, and that they're questioning science, but then she later says that they're she says something about it. She says it's not dangerous, but then she says something about how they have to settle. They don't settle on answers or something like that. I haven't seen it in a while. So.
Yeah, they get the wrong answer for the right reasons.
The Illuminati card says we know something. I want to know what do we know? Because they even say we know something.
What's the Illuminati card? Is that like a deck of tarot cards, Smurl? Like, what is the Illuminati card?
It's like a game, a card game.
Okay.
Yeah, her ending thesis is that it requires a lot of trust to prove the globe, and if you can't prove the globe, don't feel embarrassed. Just let the experts talk, because if you start spouting nonsense, you're going to damage science by eroding trust. And she talks about, you know,
Wait, did
Einstein.
she say trust all them times? Did she really say that?
Yeah, or the last bit of the video, like why you want to talk to flat earthers or how to talk to flat earthers. She starts by build trust. Make sure you're always on the foundation where there's no lies. There's no bullshitting.
Smart woman.
There's science.com did an article too. They said, hey, a lot of people are debating flat earthers online. They go, is it worth it? And they said it's only worth it if you're coming from a place of honesty. If you're there to troll and harass them, you're just going to damage science even further than it's already been damaged. It's not just flat earthers. The whole world is turning to this anti-science mind thinking. They just say flat earth is a symptom of that. So if you keep damaging science, it's not flat earthers' fault. It's your fault. Because you presented lies when all you had to do was just present truth, honesty.
Wait, what's
And
your evidence
completely-
that the whole world is going against science?
Well,
Sabrina Hossenfeld or whatever.
Offenfielder.
What's she like from?
She's German. She's
People are
a
asking
she's a
questions.
physicist.
Okay.
See, this is what the experts are telling you. That flat earthers are wrong, not stupid, and the globalist completely denies all the science and said, nope, they're stupid, they're dangerous, they're subhuman mongrels who need to shut up or die. They're
Who's
holding
saying?
humanity back.
Not many people say that, man.
Yeah.
Not anymore,
yeah.
huh?
Well, who was? Some random people.
Yeah,
Discord channel.
yeah, yeah. I got threatened
Nah,
early on.
friends and family.
By who? By who? Like on a
Mm.
a Zoom call or a Discord channel?
Yeah, some dudes in England. Some dudes in
Oh, like
England.
in the what on a Discord channel?
YouTube.
Okay, then, yeah. So these aren't the regular Joe Blows down and walking down the street type of thing. It's
No.
some keyboard warrior.
Guy,
Internet troll.
a guy made a video, right, saying I was paranoid, and it looked like he was standing in front of a grave.
Oh,
like
really?
where he buried a body.
guy
Yeah, I
put a
was
picture of a
shaking
gun
off.
to me, bro. A guy changed his profile picture to him holding a gun up to his face, like, come get it. Over fucking gravity discussion, bro. Friends and family got ill over this shit.
Internet warriors, man.
That's crazy. That's it. It's just
And that's the breathtaking part of it. The experts are telling them to do anything other than that. See, they deny their experts, not flat Earth. They deny their own experts. Their experts said only present facts. Don't make it about people. Don't make it about bullshit. Just present the facts and let the facts speak for themselves. And they do exact opposite.
Dude, those spare couple of people who do that, they do that no matter what the topic is, and they do it. They're not only vitriolic in this subject alone. They're going to be discussing people on the internet, regardless of what the subject is.
Oh yeah,
So,
that's what I'm saying. I've
so
seen
and that's
some of
not
them.
that's not even the majority of people. This is the people that you guys remember because they stand out. They're not. This is not people you come in contact with every day.
Yeah, I've seen some of them on other servers, on vegan servers, one on a poetry server. Just wanted to come there. I'm like, I know you from Gem Pandas. So you just found a poetry server and just want to squawk anytime someone reads a poem and about how bad their poetry is. I go, is this what you do the whole day? You just find servers to go to and just make noise and just say stupid shit? And they're like,
it's a hobby for some people.
Yeah.
It's like an attention-seeking behavior. It's like their parents just kind of sat them next to a computer and said, "Enough! I'm sick of you. Just this is your life now, right?"
I would say that is the exception.
It kind of reminds me of that meme where it shows, people start worrying about what type of world the kids are going to inherit. It's like, how about what type of kids the world is going to inherit? I mean, some people's kids affect. Like you see these people like doing these really cringe things on like Instagram or TikTok, just doing like bizarre stuff, and you're like, didn't they follow the 10 Commandments? Like, honor thy mother than father. Don't they see that presenting this is a very disrespectful to at least their family name? I mean, come on already. Think about the persona that you're presenting to the world.
I'm sure they're not considering the 10 Commandments when they post a TikTok.
Yeah, right there. Honor thy mother than father. Think about that. Your family name. I mean, even if someone says, "Well, I disagree with the Bible. It's not accurate," if they're coming from that framework, they should at least understand that it's probably a good idea to honor your mother and father. But they try to debunk it. Just like when Jesus said, the 10 Commandments just basically round up into, love your neighbor like you love yourself. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Let he without sin cast the first stone. And the atheist is like, picks a rock up just to debunk it because they're that triggered that someone would say, other people aren't here for your entertainment. That's a recurring theme they get too, that a lot of these globalists or anti-flat earthers, they'll tell you like, hey, so why are you here? If you don't want to learn anything about flat earth and you don't care to, you've got all these claims about flat earth piled on top that you got from nowhere. He's like, oh, I'm just here to laugh at monkeys at the zoo. And I'm like, well, oh, go ahead, Ben.
That's a few of them, but there are others that also are here for the discussion as well. Now they don't necessarily agree with our side, Crit, right? And they will defend their side, with a lot of vigor and the understanding that they know. But there are lots of people, here that are here just for the conversation and the people that they've met along the way and decide to hang out with.
It's kind of like Esau's litmus test. Just ask them, what is flat earth? And see if they can, or like, can men get pregnant? Just ask them a epistemological question and just see if they're even able to present a case. Because a lot of them just say, They're not even listening. They're not like, you could tell them that flat earth is a description of the surface. And they say, what did I just tell you flat earth was? They'll be like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory, it's anti-science, it's people who have brain damage, all kinds of stuff. I go, all you have to do to make sure I know that you're tracking doesn't mean you have to agree. Just can you remember what I told you flat earth is? What I'm presenting is flat earth. It's a description of the surface of earth. And they can't do it. A lot of them, they won't even say that this is what you just said. Because they want to add so much context to a topic and then debunk that, and they've never even talked to you. They've never heard anything you said or even what you're thinking.
I've never asked that question per se, Chris.
Yeah, test it out.
Is flat earth, but I don't know, my conversations go down whatever path my conversations go down. I know, just for argument's sake, over the last month or so, at least, conversations, we disagree on things, and I know by the responses that he gives me that he's listening to what I'm saying. He might not necessarily agree, and what I say to him makes him think, makes me think. We challenge each other. He comes at things with a more regular scientific view, I suppose. I don't want to put words in his mouth. Me, I'm just a practical person. I just see things practically, right? And that's the way I attack things, with my limited understanding of the sciences, because I don't really understand them, Crit, and I don't. If I'm being honest, I probably don't really care to understand them. If I'm being honest, now that may make me ignorant, but I can get a general grasp of some of the things that are thrown around. But a lot of things. I'll just finish off just quickly, Mel. Just quickly, I'll let you jump in. A lot of the scientific things to me, Crit, go in one ear and out one and out the other. And if you would ask me to repeat something, I probably couldn't do the same thing myself, if I'm being honest. That's just me.
Well, I'd argue that.
Oh, sorry, that's right. Merle was next. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say I'd argue that you both employ science and scientific methods, even though they might be practical. You already do. So,
Mm.
because again, you've got to ask the question: what is flat Earth? What is science? Right?
Yeah, don't disagree with that. You were going to say, Crit?
Yeah, I would say is a big difference in just saying like not repeat back the whole science that they just said to you, like take some sort of quiz, but just the gist of it. Be like,
Yeah.
hey, this experiment proved X causes Y, and just say, what is the cause and effect of this experiment? You could repeat that. See,
Oh, yeah.
they will go
Yeah,
in
sure.
there and they won't even tell you the hypothesis or the cause and effect. They'll just ramble on and never even give you a statement that is even understandable to repeat back to them. It'll just be like one ad hoc. Michio Kaku said it best. He said large leaps of logic. He goes, no one in my field of study in cosmology does a so-called scientific method. It's large leaps of logic, ad hoc assumptions, no experimentation. That's why it's hard to follow them, because they do these such large leaps of logic that they're 10 steps ahead of you, and you're like, well, how did you even why do you jump in that direction in the first place? And they can't explain that either. It's just because they're working in a flawed paradigm and they can't get out of it. They're stuck. It's like stuck in the mud, just spinning their wheels, and they can't. You just try to tell them, dude, flip on your 4-wheel drive.
Yeah. Jerry, he's always on it.
Oh yeah, good
Yeah,
job, that's right, Jerry. This is the quote I'm talking about. It's like
he's always on it.
you'll play this for them, right? You'll say, look at this is one of your experts. They're telling you what you just presented at best is a large leap of logic. At worst, it's just pseudoscience.
Is this the one where he says we're off to the power of 10 to the positive 20 trillion or whatever it is? Or
No,
is this a different quote?
this is the one where he talks about the scientific method in cosmology.
Oh, okay. He's got a few out there.
Yeah, this is the one he says in science you make observations, you make a model, you test a model. He says no one in cosmology does that.
Yeah.
None of my peers, right? It's large leaps of logic. It's like, and that's why I want to follow along with them. And you hear them talk and you're like, okay, slow down, right?
Yeah.
How did you get Earth to curve and rotate? And they won't even go back to pick you up, right? Like they're like saying like, here's a 100-meter dash, and they start running backwards, and you're like, wait a minute here, why is it a backwards race? And they're like, oh, it's all relative.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying here, that maybe you can run backwards or forwards, there's directionality, but how did you get the reverse direction in this case? What data point grew you into thinking this was a race where you run backwards? I don't know, I'm just trying to like a parable here, right? It's like, at what point are they going to, instead of do the large leap of logic, just start explaining flat Earth inside their paradigm? Because it should work. Because the flat Earth came first, geocentric came first. These ideas worked into the model, the heliocentric model. It started off with flat Earth. So by them doubling back now, running backwards, and telling you not flat, not geocentric, they're cutting their own feet out. They're not even
Are they though? Wouldn't you see it as like a baby learning to walk and then crawl and then walk? Like flat Earth would be the base, then geocentric, then you would have other observations, which as you start exploring more of the world and seeing more things, you come to different conclusions.
Wait, when was flat Earth? When was flat Earth the original model? What are you talking about?
I don't think it was ever a model, quite honest with you, Coach.
I don't think
I don't
so
really.
either.
I don't think it was a model. What I think, and what we're being told, all right, when the globe notion was first put out there, right? I think those two things then may have been kind of come at the same time. The notion of a flat Earth, but yeah, then but then who knows? Because you've seen the depictions, Kosho, of what the Mayans and Norse and whatnot, how they see the Earth, whether it's on back of a turtle or elephants, or with domes over the top. This notion of flat Earth may have even been around before the the globe notion itself. But so perhaps there was a model of
Yeah, aren't those?
Earth. Yeah, they're kind of models, Lise. Yeah, 100%, mate. Yeah, they're kind of models. Yeah.
That's the best part. Like
you
you'll
compare
see a
people-
YouTuber make a video say flat earthers are dumb, they've got no flat earth model. And underneath YouTube adds a link to the flat earth model on Wikipedia. Like they're that debunked that even though you bring back the experts will say, well, yeah, here's their model, here's what they think. They're wrong, but they did it the right way.
Mm.
And it's like, how many times can you be debunked? Like
you're comparing ancient people's idea or lack thereof of what the world might be, or basically their base assumption. It's kind of the same idea as water above, water below, because it rains in the sky. It's not really a thought out explanation of something. It's kind of just like an assumed idea. I mean, the base idea, but the model of the world, the way we think of it, isn't built off that idea. It's not. It wasn't built from the flat Earth, and they built these things, and so the flat Earth has to work within it because it came first. But no, it could be the people who came up with all the base ideas for the model we have now may never have thought it was a flat Earth for all we know, and that was kind of like an assumption without really thinking about it. And even flat earthers claim that, because they say it's flat if you don't think about it. You just look out.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would say the base model for heliocentrism was geocentrism. I think once you think the Earth is a sphere, it's a very far departure from the Earth being flat. There's no connection there. The only things those two models have in common is the sky. But the ground you on, there's nothing related to it. And yeah, I mean, I get what Kosho was saying. It was a base assumption, but I do think they put thought into it. To the best of their abilities with the equipment and the amount of traveling they did at that time. If you, for example, were a Mayan living in the Amazonian rainforest and you weren't traveling that far from your tribe or whatever, I mean, how are you going to have ideas of the Earth being a sphere or stars in the sky changing if you're not moving that far from your current location? You would come to the conclusion that where you live and what you live on and what you see is all there is. I mean, it doesn't matter how much thought you put into it. If you're not traveling that far away, you would have no reason to think otherwise.
That's my point, though, is the people who did think about it didn't base their ideas off of what the people who didn't know better thought of the world. But
the people who thought
those observations.
Yeah, but the people who started thinking it was a sphere did it based on different types of observations. They started traveling long distances, seeing things further away. They lived in a different area of the world, so maybe because of that, they were able to travel further than people living in the jungle. Maybe if you live in a place where, from Cairo to Rome, going northwards, it's people that are civilized and they're not going to kill you. You would feel safe to travel those distances. And as you travel those differences, things you see in the sky or on the ground start changing. And now you have observations that need explaining,
Yeah,
so you forced
the people who came up with models and had ideas about the world, the ones we use now. I'm saying that they didn't start from the base framework of the Mayans' idea of the way the world worked. You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
those are just separate.
Yeah.
Those are just separate ideas. Those are people who didn't come up with a model, or people who didn't come up with or didn't progress a model, and people who did. And I don't think that one is based off of the other.
No, there I totally agree with you. But I think even the people that still thought the Earth was flat put a lot of thought into that model, because even though the Mayans thought the Earth was flat, they were still able to do amazing things like predict eclipses. I don't know how to predict an eclipse. You know, like it's not an easy thing to do. You know, to come up with. Yeah. Sorry, Banso.
No, I was just gonna say that things only need explaining when you want to know how they work. Prior to you wanting to know how they work, or you wanting to put a model together, right? Then you need the how. Then you need the explanation. But until then, you don't actually need the explanation of how stars move, or how the planet rotates, or how the apple fell out of the tree. Like, these things just happen, don't they? But when you want to put an explanation to it, that's a reason behind it. That's when you need the explanation.
It's true.
You know what I want an explanation to, Kosha?
Photons.
Oh yes. But all the GPS satellites, bro. I want an explanation. I want to see them all talking to each other. Explain me the WGS-84. Show me the data, bro. Explain the map. You know what I mean? Like, there's this whole discussion about this map. We got this satellite network, all this, and we talk about, we got, what is it? 10,000 mile, however many thousands of miles of big the Earth is. And we talk about 10 miles, 100 miles. We talk about these little areas. We got the whole satellites, bro. Explain that to me.
Well, I don't know what there is. What do you want to explain to you? They tell you, they give you your location.
Okay, take 100 satellites and scatter them over the flat Earth map, any whatever. Okay, where Antarctica doesn't wrap around on itself. Right. Satellites on the edge aren't going to have the same signal towards each other that they would if they was on a globe wrapped around. You know what I mean? Scatter the same 100 satellites on a globe. You're going to see the Antarctic ones talking to each other in a different way, right? They're going to have a signal or not signal, you know?
They're going to have less connections, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, they would tell you. Yeah, they would tell you that they're further apart. You know, like if you had a satellite below South America and a satellite below Australia on the flat Earth, they would tell you or like a GPS satellite, they would tell you we're really far apart. But on the globe, they would tell you something different, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So there's all this, and I mean this for like Crit right here, like Crit. This why they talk about this? See what I mean? They could be talking about this shit. You know,
or even going back to like the first heliocentric model, Copernicus. He said it was the sun was stationary in the center of all creation. It'd be like, and he would defend it probably to this day, even if you showed him all the evidence, all this bullshit. He'd be like, nope, my observation stands. He was dead set that he was right.
I think if he saw new evidence that tells him the sun is moving through the Milky Way, he might accept it, because for him to go against the geocentric model at the time, which had stood unchallenged for like more than 1,000 years, you know, and he was a very religious man, and he was going against the Catholic Church, you know, like, and other astronomers of well, he was part of the Catholic Church, but he was kind of going against what the Catholic Church and other astronomers of the time was saying. You know, he was basically, yeah, they were all Catholics, but he was going against their doctrine. Imagine a flat earther today saying the Earth is flat, like a scientist, a well-renowned scientist saying the Earth is flat. That is what Copernicus was during his time. You know. Yeah, he was going against what everyone else was saying.
They told him not to say this stuff because they didn't want to erode Catholic power. They said, if you come out and all these Catholic priests start saying the Earth is not the center, people are going to be like, well, Catholic, that's a bunch of crap, because I can see the Earth is flat and stationary. Yeah, I'm not going to let some church tell me otherwise. That's why the
his
Pope
book didn't
said
come out.
cease and desist. Do not spread this information, even if true. No one's going to believe you. You're just going to damage the church.
His book didn't come out until after he was dead. He died. Somebody else published it for him.
It's like all these discoveries from in the heliocentric model, they're all Catholics.
No, they're
Like
not.
all of them.
No, not like all of them.
That's
But
yeah, but he was going against other astronomers of the time as well that firmly believed the Earth was geocentric, and they had their own weird type of geocentric models.
yeah,
It wasn't
but
just the church he was going against.
just like the rest of the quotes from Jeranism, because I was looking at that video earlier. Right, yeah, this is all before relativity, and there's a lot of people that Jainism quoted as saying that you could think of the Earth as being in the center, or the sun as being in the center, or the sun as being stationary and the Earth going around it, the Earth being stationary. Relativity says all those things are valid. So, and that's what a lot of the people that Jainism have quoted were saying, that either of those reference points would be valid if you're strictly just describing a coordinate system. And when you're talking about the heliocentric or heliocentrism, the sun is stationary because the sun is the center of the solar system. The heliocentrism doesn't define or doesn't describe the rest of the universe. So, and yeah, so in geocentrism, you could think of the Earth as being stationary and it'd still be valid. It just you'd have to make the rest of the sky move weird.
Yeah, I mean, when they were coming up with heliocentrism, they weren't even thinking about things beyond our solar system. Like,
yeah, that's the best part, because when you try to apply the rules that they built, these Copernicus and Kepler, it breaks a model spectacularly. They have to fill the whole universe with 96% unobservable material. If a flat earther said, hey, the model's even just 1% unobservable, globe people would be like, holy crap, you got like a big hole there. Your model's 96% unobservable.
Energy is not material, by the way. So when people say that,
matter.
What do you mean by 96% unobservable though?
You talk about dark
Tyson
energy
said
and
dumb,
dark matter.
stupid. It's not
Dark
really
matter. Yeah, dark matter.
And dark energy, like I said, is not material. So, it
this
is
how.
it is part of the information of the universe, and you can describe energy, matter, whatever. But it's not. We're not saying that 75% of the matter of the universe is not invisible, because it's energy.
What preacher told you that?
That dark energy is energy. I think it's in the name.
The main preacher? Like
I mean, is there anybody in here who doesn't think that dark energy is not energy and is actually matter?
Like the Pope.
But if like only 3% of our universe is visible baryonic matter, how is that a hole in the model?
Well, even in their words, it's beyond current physics, right? Unknown physics, even in their own words.
Yeah, we don't have an explanation for it, but that doesn't tell us there's a hole in the model. It tells us what we do know is right, but we don't know.
It starts adding up though when you don't know the cause of your magical force of everything, your big G. You don't know the cause of that, and then you don't know what makes up 90-something% of what you need to have gravity work. That all starts to add up to some big questions, even in their minds, right? They're even doubting what will be known in the future now because of what they're discovering, how much they don't know. I mean, you have to agree with that, right? Because that's their statement.
I totally agree with that, but I don't see how that's a problem. I don't see how people admitting we don't have the answers for everything is a problem.
No, I'm not. I didn't say that, and they say that also.
Okay.
You're right, but they're saying huge percentages of things are unknown now, and it's physics that we've never seen before and can't really get our heads and hands wrapped around it, right? So that I think that's trouble.
Doesn't that excite you though? Like, don't you see that as a good thing?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
I've never been so excited in my life to
Yeah,
know
'cause we
that.
could find out things tomorrow that change everything.
Yeah, hang on 1 second. Yeah, like I found out a couple of years ago that changed a lot of the way I think and who I trust, right? So I've done that throughout my life on other things, but it was a huge step in the right direction for me. Now I'm more excited than I've ever been because it's not all figured out. That 5% that they tell us they know 100% of, I know that's kind of not that much, so there's a lot to figure out. So I'm going out and trying to measure and try and do tests and try and research. That's what's been exciting in my life the last 3 or 4 years. It's unbelievable, actually.
I don't think that they know 100% about that small 3 or 5%. I think that's a bit.
It's just an expression they use to tell people that, it's a lot unknown. It's just a way of saying it.
When you say, Rucky, that in the last couple of years you found out who you talk specifically in these realms or in your own personal life?
Well, personally, I was told that there were people out there that thought the world was flat, even though there was the Flat Earth Society all my life. I never heard of it.
Yep.
And then when I went and started looking into it, the first thing I saw was a power line that I live 30 minutes from. So the first thing I did was take the person who told me. We went out there and did our own shot of that same power line that, I'm very familiar with. Mm-hmm. And found out that it wasn't measured. It was just optically captured with a video camera and how those optics can happen in the atmosphere. And that's one of the things that I really enjoy. I mean, it doesn't prove anything, but it does prove that you can't use that as proof of a shape. It's just you can use it as a proof of how the atmosphere distorts parallel lines in the distance.
Yeah.
Especially over the marine layer, which is where all this happened.
I would agree, man. Yeah, long distance observations ain't gonna tell you much about the shape of the Earth. It's too much going on.
So then I took my knowledge, right, of what I've made a living doing, which is creating horizontal lines every day of my life, using the same tools that planar surveyors use, which is also what geodetic surveyors use. I went out and did it over a stretch of water to the best of my ability and found that it doesn't curve. Now before that point, right, I didn't know for myself. I'm still not 100% because I could have, I'm human, right? I could have made a mistake or the method could be flawed or whatever. But it sure as hell showed me that using the same tools that create horizontal lines that work in my everyday work doesn't show that water curving. So that's an issue for me. And I'm here almost every day, and when I meet someone new, the first thing I ask them is, have you measured curved water? Of course, they say no. And then if they say no, but I've seen other people use it, I ask, well, which tools and which method were used? Because I want to duplicate it if it's something I know will work. And usually they'll give me some long distance optical thing over the marine layer, which we all just agreed that it won't work that way. So I'm still looking for a different method.
Yeah. Would you say that the methods that you use daily are also optical over marine layers?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's moisture in there always, so you can call that a marine layer, but we're very careful to use them more locally, right? And I understand on a sphere that would be an issue, but if you're going to tell me that there's no way to create a horizontal line for a mile in 2022, I'm going to say, well, I don't believe you. right?
I mean, sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, I agree. You can take 2 points and imagine a line between those two, but not. I mean, a
Right.
physical line. You don't make a physical line.
I understand, but you can, right? You can set what we call benchmarks and pull a physical line or build a physical line in between those benchmarks, create a straight line segment, connect those, create a plane, if you will, and then measure down or up or whatever you want to do vertically, and find out if what's under you or above you is deviating from that horizontal line. If you do that over water, then the water should be deviating from that horizontal line. If it's not, if it's parallel, then that water is horizontal, right? Pretty simple stuff, actually.
Yeah, it is. It is simple. Yeah.
So in my mind, I've created that horizontal line, right? Up to standard, right? Up to a plus and minus error margin of human and tool of current technology. And when I measured down to the water, right, I set a benchmark of 1.5 feet above the water. And at any distance, I measured down from that horizontal plane and got 1.5 feet within 3/4. Hang on. Within 3/4 plus or minus. You see what I'm saying? So I did have an error margin over 2.7 miles, but it was no more than 3/4 of an inch plus or minus, which is actually pretty damn good when you're doing it how we did. I mean, we're on water. It was not easy. It was actually one of the hardest days of work I've had in a long time. But it was with my family and friends, and we had a good time doing it. But it wasn't easy. I mean, these tests are. I don't think you have to go that far, though, right? I mean, we've been given numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just go to the. I would say just go to the equator and see what the sun does there. That's the best.
Yeah, that's totally different than what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so because I'm just talking about the shape of the Earth. We can.
Yeah, I'm talking about measuring the shape of the water by using horizontal planes, and you're talking about taking shots to an apparent position to a light in the sky using an angle calculation. It's a little bit different.
Yeah. I mean, we both use something optical, not physical. So.
Yeah, but you're doing. What's your closest angle that you're taking? Like, are you shooting to the sun? You said. So you're shooting in your mind 93 million miles away to an apparent. Even in your model, it's an apparent position of that sun.
Oh, I'm just saying that it travels on a straight line. So
Yeah. I'm not the guy to talk to about the lights in the sky. I mean, I would never use that for my worldview, but other than what I see. And I can talk about that. Like the moon this morning was full in my area. So beautiful, but not a cloud in the sky. It looked like we were talking, and the math on a flat plane comes out to 3,000 or 4,000 miles, whatever it is. It looks 3,000 or 4,000 miles away, right?
But the math doesn't come to that, though.
Well, that's what I've been told. Maybe it doesn't. But it doesn't look 250,000 miles away in my perception.
Well, what is that far away for you to say that the moon doesn't appear to be that far?
Exactly. I don't really have nothing to compare to, but what I do have something to compare to, like thinking what I've seen, that's 50 miles away or 100 miles away, right? And then I look up at the moon and go, holy crap, there's no way. I mean, it looks much, much closer. Its apparent position is really close.
I don't know how you'd figure that.
Yeah, it's just using discernment and my experience, of seeing objects, seeing light. I can see a light on like an oil rig down at the marine surface, 70, 100, sometimes 130 miles away. I can also pick up that object on my radar.
Sure. So.
Yeah, well, that's pretty tough to do on a curved surface. Unless you say the light is bending perfectly around that surface.
What was the claim? 100 and how many miles?
Yeah, at night on a clear night, you can see the lights of an oil rig for more than 100 miles. Now, I have a radar system that's it's actually 22 feet above the water. And I know this because I moved the boat Saturday and I had clearance underneath the bridge of 24 feet and we made it under. So we think it's 22 feet above the water. And my radar will pick up an oil rig, physical bounce off that oil rig and receive back at 70 miles. Now, I've been on boats that have radar systems that are more powerful than mine that pick up further. But 70 miles is still a long way.
And think about galactic movement when thinking about the propagation of this this light signal that that only conserves momentum in the forward direction with changing wavelength, and it doesn't conserve lateral momentum. So what the fuck is going on? Okay, think about it.
It's a tough thing, right? So the more logical thing is that the water isn't curving and that the signal being sent out and received is just going out, hitting a physical object and coming back. It's not doing anything that special. That would be the more logical statement in my mind. That's what I see.
What radar do you have in your boat?
Simrad.
Simrad what?
I couldn't tell you the model. I've known it. I've said it on here before, but it's a Simrad system. I've looked up. I've had the manual and looked up the was it megahertz or whatever. Y'all know all that, but y'all have told me that it's a over the horizon radar, which means it's curving around the sphere. That, like I said, I understand that point, right? I understand that side of the argument, but what makes more logical sense is that it's just shooting out frequency, hitting a solid object like an oil rig, that I can actually physically see with my eyeballs, and then receiving that frequency signal back, because it's a self-contained unit. Like, it's not using any other satellites or, you know, it's sending out a pulse and receiving back.
Do you have the Halo 24?
I would be lying if I said, because I looked at my manual, but I've looked at so many other systems also at the same time, like doing the research. I cannot. It's jumping like I'm lost.
Yes.
But I do know that I have one of the minimums. Like 70 miles is one of the smaller units. Like some of these bigger boats have more powerful. I think it has to do with, you know, how much energy. So how much frequency you send out and the pulse rate, and then it comes back. So the receiver's bigger, you know, the transponder's bigger and the receiver's bigger. So they'll have a big, like I have a 4-foot, what do you call it, a halo? The 4-foot thing that turns. It's just a bar that turns.
Yeah, this is like a dual range. Is stock of these, the Halo 20 Plus and the Halo 24.
Some of the other boats have like a 6 foot long, you know, bar. Anyway, I'll be back in a little while. I'm having to do a little work here.
I don't know if you'd have like an over the horizon radar on both. So I think that needs pumps.
Giuliani reveals he has a secret stash of evidence. Yeah.
Evidence for what?
To implicate Hillary Clinton against crimes against the state.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, he declared Tuesday night on, let's see what show was it?
I don't think anyone gives a fuck about Hillary Clinton no more.
I know. Or Rudy Giuliani, right?
Dude, when fucking Ali G fucking... The way Ali G just fucked him over, man, that was classic.
Yeah, this is the funny thing. Okay, so pretend you have a secret stash of evidence against somebody who you think has killed people to keep evidence secret. Do you A, broadcast on nationally syndicated television that you possess this evidence and where you have it? Here's this quote. I've had it in my bedroom for years, in my den. You just told the people you're scared of. Where
Isn't
are the
that a
other
crime
people?
within itself, though? Like restricting justice or some shit like that?
Yeah, I suppose, right? Like if you've got information and you like, if the government's looking for it, right, and you hide it.
I think like you can not incriminate yourself, but if you have evidence for others killing someone, then I think you have to give the evidence because you know it.
I don't know, man. I think maybe if you're subpoenaed, then you have to, but I don't
Yeah.
think you have to volunteer illegal acts if you don't have knowledge of them.
The government has to ask for it, and you have to pretend like you don't have it, hide it, or destroy it.
So if I knew that Percentage has 20 dead bodies in his basement, I'm totally fine just not telling anyone.
Yeah, I mean, like if if you're an accessory or an accomplice or something like that, that's something else. But I don't think there's necessarily a legal onus to snitch.
Oh, I thought that snitching was, but snitching is the right thing to do, right?
You're gonna be my 21st body. You guys know what's crazy? So, I've had a few best friends in my life. You know, you have a best friend, you grow apart, life takes you, different directions.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I had a best friend from years back message me out of the blue. All right, from like my home city, my hometown, and like I haven't seen him in years, right? Today, I had a different best friend from a different country, different continent, message me out of the blue after years. The two the two circles of friends have nothing to do with each other. They don't even know each other exist. I've never mentioned one to the other, and just yesterday and today.
Were they telling you about the same pyramid scheme, or did they have different ones?
What's that?
Did they have the same pyramid scheme, or did they have different ones?
No, they just want to catch up. They just want to.
Maybe
My first friend was wondering if I was in my hometown to see if he could link up because he was visiting back home, and the other friend just messaged me, and he's in the other place, and he just was wondering how I was doing. But it's just weird that it happened yesterday and today.
How are you doing? Usually it's like, how are you doing? When I go for a coffee, I have a good investment idea for you.
Nah, he just wanted to tell me about his baby.
Oh yeah, it's gonna sell you his baby.
I think it's an age thing, dude. Like when you get to a certain age, you start thinking about shit, and then you're like, "Fuck, maybe I should, talk to this person again." Guessing you're probably like just about to hit 30.
Close.
Are there any sci-fi heads here?
Yes.
Yeah, what's up?
I just read Philip K. Dick. His first novel. Philip K. Dick.
Gay Dick. Come on, man.
I'm sure he didn't get bullied. Fucking gay dick. I don't even care which language he's which country he's from. That's gay as fuck.
Gay in any language.
He actually, I watched a interview of him. He had a lot of gay friends, but the friends that he had that were gay, they were angry at him because he wasn't, and they wanted him to be.
His last name is actually Gay Dick.
No, it's K. Dick.
Ah.
His middle initials are NS. Philip NS Gay Dick.
What does the NS stand for?
Anus.
So wait, what does this have to do with sci-fi?
Fill up the anus with gay dick. It's a stretch. It's a goatee.
So talking about sci-fi, man, like there's this Netflix new fucking movie called Big Bug. It was so fucking well made, dude. Like if you guys are into sci-fi, you gotta watch Big Bug. It's just fucking great. I mean, I love French cinematography, dude. That's probably why I like it so much, but it's fucking awesome.
Is there any sci-fi that you might recommend?
I just told you, Big Bug.
Oh, I'm asking for a text, not a movie.
Who's the other guy? There's the other guy that writes just like Philip K. Dick.
I'm actually looking for a text to translate. I was thinking of translating Dick's Beyond Lies to Whoop, his first written work, but the language there is sort of basic, so I'm not yet sure if I'll do that or something else.
The classic is that 64?
1984.
1984. It's just
By
20 years old.
Philip K. Dick.
I know a sci-fi. It's written by Mark Zuckerberg, and it's a good book.
You're crazy. That's the other guy, Arthur C. Clarke.
The problem is, if you keep doing sci-fi, you're gonna be
written
really
by
good at a
Mark
certain type of language. You should get into like erotica, and that way you can learn like the language of love.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Isaac Asimov. That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, sci-fi is
Asimov is
how we
cool.
developed the whole space idea. People like Isaac Asimov and all those other sci-fi writers told us about stars and planets and stuff going there, and we want to believe that.
Science and science
This
fiction.
is before NASA.
Science fiction have a positive feedback loop. And they grow from one another and influence the other.
Yeah, but you're gonna be translating like geeky ass shit all the time, bro. You gotta get into some of that erotica, bro.
Do you mean Isaac
Yeah,
Asimov?
yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, just Isaac Asimov, the equidistant. Full name.
You know what you should do, right? Is hook up with Scott Veach and translate some of his scripts to German, and that way maybe you can sell them to some German production companies.
I'm not sure if my German is at the level where I could translate anything to it.
Or Dutch. You're Dutch, right?
Well, and Dutch, yeah, that would work even better.
So we're finished.
Finish.
Dutch is still closer. Like some people have guessed me as Indian or Chinese. So if you say Dutch, that's relatively speaking quite close.
No, I should have known Finnish. We had this conversation before. I just forgot. But are there any good, like really good Finnish sci-fi shows?
Doctor Who?
Doctor Who's not Finnish.
I think it's British.
What was it? The fucking movie, Iron Sky. Those are finished.
Iron Sky.
Yep.
Lex.
Iron Sky is Finnish.
Yep.
I think Lex is probably like the most underrated best sci-fi show there is.
What'd you say for blacks?
Lex, Lexx.
Oh yeah, that show was great. And the whole concept of ships being genetically engineered bugs.
Yeah, from like at one point in the multiverse, humans fought against insects, and humans won. But this isn't any spoilers. This all is revealed like in the first episode. But they didn't really win because insects can transfer their consciousness to other life forms, but bioelectrically. So then it kind of like turns out that humans are being ruled by dark forces. The insect wars aren't over yet, but at the same time, humans then use these like biomechanical creatures as spaceships because the insects are able to travel through space much quicker than humans were ever able to develop with machines. The metal spaceships are actually quite bad at space travel.
Man, I kind of want to watch it now that you said it. Like, I think I may have got to like I think there was like 8 seasons, right? I think I may have got to season 4.
Yeah, there's a bunch of movies and then like a mini series and then like a couple seasons and then it's really good. It really kind of touches on a lot of different aspects of things. And
I mean, the best part is there's some hard ass chicks in there, and they usually
they
very
call them love
clothes the whole
slaves.
time.
Yeah,
that reminds me of Starship Troopers. You guys see Starship Troopers?
Yeah, that's a good one too because that really talks about federal service in like kind of like a sci-fi sort of thing and citizenship. It adds those two things into this conversation.
I mean, it does it in a very sarcastic way, though.
I like Expanse. That's a good show.
Which one?
But it's barely sci-fi. Expanse.
It's like Game of Thrones, but just with like a lot of weird backdrops.
Game of Thrones is just a given to be awesome.
I've never watched a single episode of Game of Thrones.
It's fucking great, but it takes a second to get into. If you're like, takes a second to get into, man. But it's one of those things that once you get into it, you're hooked.
Dude, it's just the first episode is just like the first part of the book. I was hooked from the first page of the book, but the way the first episode ends is like exactly. I mean, if you're reading the book, that's exactly when you are like completely hooked. Like you have to keep going.
So did the book fuck up the show for you, or was the show still pretty awesome?
No, I read the book. Well, actually, the show fucked up the book. Yeah, because the first season.
Oh wait, you watched the show first?
No, I read the book first, but I was up to the first like the end of the first season. I caught up in the show before I got to the part in the book.
Oh fuck!
I didn't know there was about to be like a huge spoiler or like a huge twist or whatever. I'm gonna spoil it, but
Do you read real books or do you read digital books?
no, I read the real books, and I've read them several times. So I listened to the audiobooks, more recently. But I think on the 5th book, I was like reading the book, and then when I was driving, I would like go to the part in the audiobook, and then I'd get to work and start reading the book again. So I was like switching back and forth. He stopped writing them, man. At the shows, once the shows got past where he was in the books, it sucked so bad. The show got so
writers
shitty.
had free fucking, I guess, free game on what the fuck happens, right?
Well, yeah, they could just make up whatever they want, and so because they suck at writing, they just wrote, what they probably thought. You know how shows do, like they do like fan service. Like I bet you the fans would want to see this, but that's exactly the opposite of how That's the opposite of how the books are written.
Do you ever get that where you watch a show and then you can't wait till the next season comes out, but when it does come out, it just feels completely off because they got new writers?
Yeah, all the time, dude.
Yeah, I hate that shit. It's like you can so tell, like, because the characters are kind of being forced to say stuff now. They're not the same characters anymore.
I was like that for the Punisher. I thought the first season of Punisher, like his character was pretty cool. And Scott Scott Veach, he said his friend, he has a friend who writes on that show, and I was talking so much shit, dude, because the second season it just takes a completely different. The character's he's wearing gel in his hair, and he's doing all this weird, goofy shit now. It's not even the same character.
I hate it when the fucking script's forced. You know what I mean? It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, but that comes down to the writing team. That's what Scott was saying. Like like him on his shows. It's so funny that he wrote 2 episodes for that one show, and one of the episodes is with the gay sex scene.
That's why he wrote that shit. No, I'm just saying.
I mean, that's cool though. But yeah, you have to have a cohesion with the rest of the writers, and so you can't really do your own thing.
I used to love Leverage, dude. I've got to go back and see which shows he wrote and then watch those again.
It's pretty cool that he's the showrunner for League of Legends.
I don't think I'll ever be able to get into that. Like, have you ever played League of Legends?
Yeah, I did. It was kind of boring, so I stopped playing it. But I know
never
people
even
are really
tried.
into it.
But like, talking about sci-fi and shit. Have you been watching what was it, Raised by Wolves?
Oh, is that good?
It is good, dude. The concept is fucking awesome.
Is it based off of Blade Runner?
No, not at all. Why would
There's
you even
Ridley
say that?
Scott, that's why.
Is it supposed to be like a continuation of it or something?
No, that's what I'm asking. I probably not. But
I've never gone into Blade Runner, so I don't really know the Blade Runner storyline.
Ridley Scott did a lot of movies. So he did Blade Runner. He did Gladiator.
He wrote Raised by Wolves.
I think he's the showrunner. I don't know if he's the. I know his name is attached with it. Like it says from Ridley Scott. So. Let me look. Hey, Branch, I might need your help with a few things. I'm making this fucking game for this dude, Scott Veach's friend. This might need.
Yeah, what's up?
You ever worked with animations? Probably not.
Branch is an animation.
I'm sorry, dude. I take a lot of offense to that.
You do?
Yeah. I know where you was going at. But do you ever see me break out and dance like the animated Branch does?
Do a little hip hop, bust a move.
I played this one song, yeah. That the cartoon Branch sings to this bitch on Discord made her fucking cry, dude.
You always play, dude. You always play that fucking song, dude.
The Colors song?
Yeah, you play that in jams all the time. Like, you guys have to listen to this. And people listen to it.
Hey, I wanted to ask about bad words, yeah? Like, hey, Branch, yeah? Like, you know when you say, oh, you was being a knob, is that insulting or was just telling the person they were being a bit of a dickhead? What do you reckon?
Both.
I think it's fine, dude. It's just...
We're not bringing up words again, are we?
Yeah.
No, because I haven't spoken.
Wait. Are you saying the N word?
You what? No, knob with a K. Knob with a K, yeah?
Okay.
Like a doorknob?
Yeah, so if someone's being a dick, then you just say, "Why are you being such a knob?" So you're not insulting them. You're kind of giving them an indication. No, I'm telling the other fella, man.
We call him a Richard Cranium here.
I think it's totally fine to call someone a dickhead, Ram. If you think someone's a dickhead, just go ahead and say it.
No. You know what I'm saying. When you say to someone you're being a knob, you're kind of in a way saying to them, "Look, mate, you kind of can come back a bit, but you're not insulting them. You're kind of giving them a heads up." You know? Would you agree?
Can't that go both ways?
Yeah, but I mean, there's no difference between you saying, "Hey, stop being a knob" or "stop being a dick." It's the same shit.
Yeah, no, but it depends on the context, right? Because you could be saying it to a dude you don't like.
Well, you wouldn't ever
say
say to a
friend.
girl. Could you say to a girl, "Stop being a knob"? I don't know. I've
Yeah,
never done it.
I tell my wife that all the time because she's been a knob.
Stop being a knobhead. I don't know. I've never said that to a girl. I don't.
No,
This doesn't seem
never
right.
right, actually. Very interesting that that video you sent me, Realm, about light and magnetism. Very interesting.
Wait, was it about? Was it about what do you call that?
Birkeland currents, double helix to Aura Bora. But there's a fella called Scientific Lee, and he reckons that.
Ram, real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, bro, but Kosha was asking me something about animation.
No, I'll get back to you with that, and that's private. Man. I'll talk to you about that.
You crack on, mate. You crack on. I'll be back later. Yeah.
Oh, you're good. You're good, Ram. You're good. We'll
I just wanted to be a knobhead.
Yeah, I know. Let's go ahead and carry on. How you were doing that, man. But,
you're much better when you're sober, mate. Because when you're pissed, you're a bit of a knob.
No, but there's another name.
Bellend?
No, I'm talking about with the magnet and the light.
Oh yeah.
God damn, I can't remember what it was.
But this guy was talking about Faraday rotation.
That's what it was. Yeah.
And basically, whenever we flip, which could be every 13,333 years, to half a celestial cycle, whatever precession, it just makes sense that everything is just going to go in the opposite. So at the moment, we might be the currents might be going eastward and facing down. So at one point in our past, they were going westwards and facing up, and we're still thinking north is our center, where in fact south is our center, or our attraction. Sorry, that's where I think it's going.
You think we're gonna flip poles? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but it's not flipping poles. It's like the polarity. Faraday rotation is polarity. And
we flip poles, like it happens on Earth. We flip poles back and forth a while. I mean,
I know, but we haven't recorded that change, so it's only a theory. If that makes sense.
Well, it's recorded in the ice, in the rocks.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
No, you're right. We haven't recorded it in our lifetime. Yeah.
You know what I mean, but I'm not saying
true,
nothing.
All the ice could be faked.
Well, it's the rocks as well, though. The rocks are nice, but yeah, no, I know what you're saying though. Like we haven't recorded, live in our lifetime.
But the actual notion of what it does to light is interesting. You just have to, and that's just magnetism on its own. But the interaction that it has with light itself and how it can, change its rotation and stuff.
Can you imagine the fucking pigeons? They wouldn't know where the fuck to go.
Is interesting.
I like to see
because I saw something. I saw something a while ago where they did a test where they bent light. They changed the speed of light with magnetism. Now, granted that light was in a medium of nitrogen, so whether or not the magnetism itself was having effect on the nitrogen and the medium it was in, or the light itself, I think is a little bit ambiguous. But yeah, what you were showing me, Realm, how it shows how it can reverse the rotation of light.
Banso, they did not change the speed of light.
Yes, they did. Yeah, they did.
Didn't. They may have changed time, but they didn't change the speed of light.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
They did.
All right, okay, we can do this for a bit, but Again, this is one experiment because we talked about this a while ago. This is one experiment done by one group of people that still hasn't been verified, and still, I mean, you're going on this one little shit and one little finding to say that they have been able to slow down light.
Yeah, they did.
Thanks, brother.
This group of people,
Light
they
simply
did.
can never be slowed down
Well,
unless
they
you
did
change
it.
time.
They did it. They did it.
They changed time, maybe they didn't change light.
He says it was in a medium, man.
Of course, you can change time. You change the value of time. You definitely do. It's easy, so easy. I'm just going to jump off now. The other day, I mentioned that I'd done some maps, and Branch laughed at me. But the interesting thing is the new demarcation lines, which haven't changed, but they just basically made up area on Earth. The funny thing is, I've shown my maps, and then I've showed an old demarcation image of 1694 something, when the Pope split the world between Portuguese and Spanish, and their lines fits exactly the same place. They come down at Australia and cut off the last fifth of the right hand side of Australia. And funny enough, my maps exactly match exactly how life was 500 years ago.
Hey, bro, I guess.
There you go.
You said I laughed at you.
No. I mean, in a gesture way. Like I get you, and you get me. There's no problems, bruv.
I mean, what I was gonna say is, I love how you got, you drew those circles really well.
Yeah, I know, but you fuck.
Looks like lemon earth. Looks like you drew boobs and then you drew the earth over it. So like cover up
Those drawings. Those drawings started off at circles, and then naturally I had to use more hand-drawn things because it's very hard to get those angles. But using a compass, and also I've got 2 kids, 2 bunnies, and a fucking family, so and a job. Sorry, man.
Lucky you, dude. I wish I had kids myself, man. But what was I gonna say to you, Ram? Oh no, I was gonna say to Branch. Branch, I was gonna make a prediction. Well, never mind. I'll make it later, Branch.
No, now you gotta fucking make the prediction, bro.
Well, it's not a prediction. It's a guess. I'm guessing that you didn't order beer in time last night. You were too late to purchase beer.
No,
And you bought some this morning.
last night I didn't want to drink, and I still had like 6 beers left.
You didn't order beer this morning?
I did, but I had 6 beers left last night, so I didn't want to drink last night. But then midway through the fucking night, I felt like drinking, so I had those 6 beers, and once I get done with the 6 beers, I'm gonna want more in the morning. So I waited till time to buy, and then I bought more.
That's what's up, man. All right, but yeah, Mr. Rum. So what's up with this Portuguese map? Mr. Brown?
Kosho, that was a weird fucking prediction to throw out in the middle. Fucking.
Oh, I couldn't help. I had to. I just had the thought, and I just wanted to see if I was.
I will say this though, Kosho, you've considerably stopped drinking since you got your girl, though.
No.
No.
No, she drinks crazy. She orders beer just like you do, but every night I drink the same amount I've always drank.
See, I never leave it till too late to order beer. Usually what happens to me is like, once I don't order beer, then I feel like drinking. I'll be like, I ain't gonna drink tonight, not gonna drink tonight. Passes 12 o'clock. Now that I can't buy it no more, it's like, fuck, I should order beer tonight.
Do you know what an earthquake is? It's a 24-ounce, 10% beer, malt liquor. I drink like 4 of those a day.
10%? Sounds disgusting, dude.
I like it. I can't drink Bud Light or Coors Light or any of that stuff. I think that tastes disgusting now.
I'm gonna have to go find me an earthquake.
$2 for a 24-ounce.
But I'm thinking about just starting to smoke weed again. Like, maybe I should just do that. Save some
No, do not
calories.
smoke weed, man.
But like, the calories wise, it's a lot better. And price wise, shit ain't fucking cheap.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You're
Earthquakes.
just
Yeah, she
wasting your
delivered.
money, dude. You're wasting your money.
Then again, what the?
You're spending unnecessary money on things that are not indefinite. They will not last you.
Listen, bro. I like to
forever.
have a buzz. Life is way too
Yes,
boring without a
you're
buzz.
going to spend all that money for a 5 hour, 10 hour, 3 hour bus.
On 24/7, this guy talked about that alcohol, like overuse of alcohol, should be classified as a solvent abuse.
Why?
Well, he went into it like deeply, but it had to do with the alcohol as a fuel.
Oh yeah.
So
I mean, he is, yeah.
Yeah, so that would work. He says some more things too, but that was his biggest point.
Alcohol is a disgusting fucking drug, dude. Like, if
Yeah,
people
but
are more
the
aware
peop-
about the benefits of weed before alcohol, then probably
weed
alcohol
can
would
be worse for you than alcohol, depending on how you take it in, dude. Because you know, there's actually good health effects from drinking certain beers compared to other things. If you do it in moderation, and just put red wine, it has good health effects. But smoking anything is actually bad. It damages your lungs. So
You don't have to smoke it. You can
It is good to consume cannabis when you.
Hey, are there any cannabis suppositories? That's
Yes,
what
but
I want.
you should not get edibles from dispensary. No.
No,
You
I'm
have
talking about
to-
suppositories. I want a cannabis suppository.
you can buy a
You should
cannabis
grow
tampon.
cannabis yourself in your backyard, and then
Yeah, but I want to take it anally.
okay, you're in. Okay.
Yeah, it's not hard to make the. We were talking about that yesterday about making weed butter, and make it. I used to put it on my baked potatoes, and like.
Oh, dude,
I
when
got
we were at
baking powder.
university,
I
yeah,
got baking powder.
dude, how many? Okay, in university, butter always went missing. Always. It was the
What you say?
most commonly fucking stolen fucking shit ever because people are always frying up fucking weed in it.
It's funny. Hey, Mr. Number One, where do you come from, sir?
He was from Bangladesh.
Well,
Yeah,
now he's pretending to be Hebrew.
he sounded very Muslim sort of Bangladeshi. He fucking hated everything to do about Indians and Hindu. Very surprising.
Who's this? Who's this? He's
The
talking about?
guy you've been talking to, the guy with the
Yeah,
weird
plus
accent.
one.
Oh, +1. He hates Hindus. Dude, I hate fucking Hindus too, man. Fuck those
Hey,
assholes.
hello. What you say?
Yeah. Fucking niggas, right?
No, I don't.
Branch.
Hey.
Branch. Come on.
Yo, Ben.
Don't do
Ben. So how are you going to let him sit? Okay, this is
Vance,
great.
you
Didn't
should read
just
it.
let him say it. Didn't you just hear me say, bro?
Like,
Yeah,
are you
but
kidding me, nigga?
if you read what Number One says on his about me.
His yeah. My bad, Coach.
Wait,
Oh yeah,
you
dude.
can read what it says? You understand Hebrew?
Here's the
speak
point,
Hebrew.
man. When I said
I had a
when I
translate some of
said
it, but
when I
Wait,
said
what
that,
does
did I
it
say
say?
it with
What does
hate?
my about me say?
you should know. Go ahead, Branch.
I don't know what it
Just
is.
right, when I said the N word, did I say it with hate?
It didn't sound like it.
Yes, you said I hate N-words.
I still didn't say it with hate though.
Yes, you did. You said you
Doesn't
hate.
matter, Branch. Save it for gems, please.
The thing is,
Yeah.
Ben, so he said it negatively. I say it like my friend. You get it?
+1. I've already called him out on it, so stop going on about it. It's past. It's done. It's dusted.
Hey,
Thank you.
+1. How would you feel if I called you a packy?
I'm not a packy, so I don't care.
You smell like one though.
Oh, Branch.
Wow. Branch, come on, man. Why don't you make like your name and leave? Get it? Branch?
Yo,
Like
I just
a
want to make
tree.
you mad, dude. I want to piss you off so bad that your wife
Make like a library and book.
He does
I
different
want your
answers.
wife to walk in the room and be like, "What the fuck's going on?"
I don't have a wife.
Your
Because
husband.
you're a stinky ass fucking packy, isn't you?
Yo, chill, man.
All right, come on.
How many chances is this man going to get, Ben?
I'm just look. Don't tell me how many chances he's going to.
This man is really a bandit.
I'm not being racist, bro. I'm literally trying to piss you off.
Dude, you literally
Yeah.
said like 2
Stop it now,
racial
Branch.
jokes.
Please
I will
stop
stop.
it.
I'll stop
Branch.
it. I'll stop. I'll stop.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. One
Thank
Plus.
you, my
You said
friend.
like 2 racial jokes
Thank you, my
against
friend.
2 different people. But
One plus,
anyways,
one
let's
plus. Wait,
carry
hold
on.
on, man. Do you say let me see if I remember this. Atmabarif Atmabarif Ivrit. That's right.
What language are you speaking, Kosha?
Supposedly this guy's language.
Which is?
Supposedly Hebrew, right?
I don't know. I don't know. That's why.
No, I don't speak Hebrew.
But why'd you write that in your about me?
Because I saw it somewhere, so I copied and pasted in my about me.
Wait,
I don't know what it means.
you believe in Allah, don't you?
No.
What do you believe in?
Your mom.
Hey, I got a topic.
Come on, go, Crit, please,
Okay.
go.
So,
Please, Crit.
so there's been a legal battle like the last couple of weeks about Biden trying to get Trump to lose executive privilege on what happened January 6th.
So, just quickly, what is executive privilege for the people that don't live in America?
Okay, it means kind of like anything discussed inside the Oval Office is supposed to be like meant to be kind of like people are able to speak like off the cuff, just spitball. They're able to go beyond the bounds of law just to make sure all the cards are on the table.
Okay.
So it's
all
not meant to be taken out of context and then later used for any sort of criminal procedures. They say they're able to talk about illegal activity as sort of as part
As an option.
Yeah,
for something. Yep. Cool.
Okay.
What about the Nixon tapes?
Well, those were leaked, right? I don't think they ever were admissible, but they were leaked by Deep Throat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They weren't used. They
What
weren't
was
used
leaked?
in court
What was
against.
leaked? Crit, what was leaked?
No, it wasn't leaked, but Trump just won the court case or a motion here that nothing said inside the Oval Office will basically shut the Biden investigation down.
Well,
Dude, Trump needs
you know
to.
that the next election that Trump is going to win, right?
Trump's not even gonna fucking. His party is not even gonna let him take fucking office.
No,
That's
he's going
what's
to
gonna
win.
happen.
I promise you. I bet
Not
like
take
$1 million
office, but even
on
be the
I
prime
bet
candidate.
you $1 million Trump is going to win the next
Fuck
election.
no. Like I
You know-
said, his fucking party is not gonna let him even be the forefront.
You know that this
How
happened
do you know
before
this though? You're just speculating.
because
The
they didn't
thing
want
is,
him to
I
be
know
in the
it
first
because
time.
it's a prophesized. Okay, I promise
Listen,
you.
man, I'll tell you this.
I'm not rooting for Trump.
Nothing
I'm
I
not.
say
I'm not
ever doesn't
rooting.
go the way it
Listen,
goes. If I say that's gonna happen, that's gonna
I'm not
happen.
rooting for Trump to
It
be
doesn't matter.
president.
It doesn't
I'm
matter.
just
I'm
saying
never
that he's
fucking wrong.
going to be president.
I'm
That's
never
what is
wrong.
going to happen.
I'm never wrong. If he wants to be elected again, he's gonna have to start his own party.
I know that there's
No, he
precedence
doesn't.
for that.
No,
That's
he
what
does not. It doesn't matter.
that's what Ted Roosevelt did.
Yeah, he's going to
Yeah,
do whatever he can
Bull
to
Moose
become a
Party.
president, and he will be
Right, yeah, and
president because no one likes Joe Biden right now.
all right, man, and he fucked it up. He caused Woodrow Wilson to win because he did that.
Dude, you're talking to two Texans right now that live in the state that would probably never ever be changed. And
What you're not going to be changed.
Hey, Branch, does Trump still get major headlines over there, or is he kind
No.
of being phased out?
he's done, dude. Like,
Yeah.
show.
Hey, Branch, where are
I
you
only
from?
hear about
Branch, where are you
Trump
from?
in this fucking scenario, in this little scenario.
Yeah. True that.
Branch, where are you from?
South Africa.
Oh, you're black. Or white.
I'm a packy.
You're going to pack me.
Bro, stop with the racial questions, man.
You want to come bring some substance to things. +1. You're not bringing any substance.
Yeah, he done this to me last night. I told him I was South African, and he done the same thing to me. And then he told me I was getting racial with him, and I thought, like, fuck.
Let's move it along. Let's
He
move it
works
along.
at
Just don't. Just,
This guy Branch said he's from South
who cares,
Africa,
man?
so
We're just
I'm
gonna
going to take your
we're gonna
advice.
move forward, dude.
Ask him if he is black or white.
Who
See?
cares, man?
No, well, just because I'm from South Africa, you can say, okay, then you're black. Even though the majority population in South Africa is what?
I said, are you black or white?
Let's move forward, man. Come on.
Here, I got another. I got another topic.
It's just a question, my man.
Okay.
It's just a question.
So I was just reading some stuff here on Facebook and whatnot, and the one person says that today, don't worry about today. Russia and Ukraine, America, the war won't start today because there's never been a European war that starts on a Wednesday.
What are you talking about, my friend? That made no sense. And it's not even
That's
Wednesday.
probably true. When do they
Probably
start?
is
What
true, man.
days of the week do they
It's
start?
not even Wednesday, it's Thursday.
Hump day.
Hump day.
Hump
Yeah,
day.
it's
Yeah.
hump day.
Thursday. It's Thursday.
I don't
Yeah, I
think
was
there's
wondering if there's actual
anywhere at
You guys
all
are
where
all
it
from
is.
Australia, so you guys are slow a little bit.
All right, man. That's probably
Hey,
true though.
plus one. I'm gonna say this
Dude,
right
just
now. Yeah,
don't.
plus one. Do you know who Branch is from cartoon shows?
Branch,
like seriously, Kosho had something insightful to say. I mean,
No. This guy
Please
needs to
be quiet,
understand that
Branch. I know you're going
trolling.
to make a corny joke, so please be
I don't
quiet.
think we
No,
should
it's not corny at all.
Kosho, I want to hear what you're going to say, Kosho. Go ahead,
boring.
Kosho. Go ahead, Kosho.
Trolling isn't fucking funny. Plus one. Just stop it.
Okay, I found the article here. It says almost 99% of the wars started on Monday.
Yeah.
A couple started on Sunday, and one started on Saturday.
That makes
There
sense.
we go.
So it all starts on the weekend.
What about Tuesday? There's no
Yeah,
Tuesdays?
I guess. Well, there maybe Tuesday, depending on time zone or something. So it could have bled in.
Yeah, if you're in Australia, like most of the people here, you're going to be slow.
Hey, Kosho, you know what though? I had a question for you, bro. Did you ever get that the macro figured out?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I did, but I bailed on it, man. Got a bigger project anyway. I'll tell you about it later.
Alright, bro. Let me know. I'll hook you up with some knowledge, some helping.
That's what's up, man.
Kosho's starting up a phone farm.
Well, no,
Did you don't even know, man? If me and Kosho fucking work together, we'll be millionaires by 2087.
The trouble is you can't work together. That's the
Yes,
problem.
yeah, we work together pretty well. Scott
We
Veach,
do, man. You don't even know, man. Me and Kosho should do work, man.
I know.
Scott Veach offered me a gig that his buddy passed on to him, and he said he just roundabout gave a number. He said, you know, he'd probably pay $30,000 for it. So I just figured
for like a year, for 2 years' work, for a day's
No.
work.
for me,
Kosho,
like a
we
week's work.
scale this shit
Week's
up, bro.
work. Damn.
We gotta scale it up. Gotta come up with good ideas. Scale up.
Well, Branch, if he doesn't end up buying it, like if Scott, you know, his friend flakes out or whatever, I'll just produce it myself.
Wait. Again, I don't even know what the fuck this whole fucking project's about.
I'd have to tell you, it's like it's a casino type of game show game, and it already exists. But he wanted a kind of a automated version, one where his viewers on Twitch, could interact with it and be participants in it. And you know, I think he wanted to make like a specialized, you know, stream with this game that already exists.
Understood. Okay, I can see where he's going with this.
Yeah, and to me, I'm not really worried about any of that.
How would
I'm
they
just
interact?
building it for him, hopefully, so it's just gonna be cash.
Well, what's the interaction point?
Well, basically, there's a game called Crazy Time, and they spin a wheel, and the interaction thing is people on his Twitch they'll put in raffles, and then it'll randomly
In the
pick somebody.
chat. In the chat.
Yeah, that's what he wanted it, but I might make it. The way he described it kind of sucks, so I'm gonna make it the way
See,
he wants it.
the problem, Culture, is a lot of people they try to. Yeah. Okay, my bad, Culture. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah, the person selected, and then they're randomly, the person that's live on the stream, and they make a bet with the money he gives them for some reason, and whatever they win, they get to keep, and they make their bet through stream or through Twitch, and then it goes to his website and streamed on Twitch.
Yeah, I mean it could work. Like imagine someone like Mr. B doing that shit. It would totally work. But again, his marketing fucking needs will be off the fucking chain.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. And my girlfriend was telling me about this thing called Asian Tech, some shit. I gotta look it up again. It's Asian something tech, and it's basically like customizable casino sites that you can. She wanted me to manage it and set it up.
I'd say fuck with the whole fucking casino shit, bro. I don't like that shit because I'm all about karma, right? And I don't want to fuck people out of their money.
That's not bad karma, dude.
No, it's not. But like, it is bad karma, bro.
What if you believe that the community puts all the money into the pool and the righteous one with the good karma is going to take it out? And so you draw your straw, and if it's meant to be you, it's meant to be you. If not, you sacrifice good for
like.
the
Can
great.
you imagine?
You're selling an honest product.
Imagine you selling an honest product like that, but you really like I don't know, man. Like 20 years down the road, you realize that fucking what you've done is you got like 18 people that lost their wives because of your website. 100,000 people that fucking lost their homes because of your website. How would you be able to deal with yourself like with that type of knowledge? You know what I mean?
I mean, that's on them, dude.
You can think about all the people that lost their home because of Beanie Babies or Domino's Pizza or Coca-Cola or Skittles or Tommy Hilfiger even. It's just like you have to hope people are responsible. Profiteering is profiteering.
Oh, thanks. I'm my bad, Crux. I was over talking to you. Coach, if me and you want to start some shit, I already figured out what it's got to be.
What do you think the ratio is of people destroying their life in the gambling industry versus the top other three industries of people destroying their life?
So, Kosho, his.
Oh, man, do you hear Don's talking?
Yeah, he don't care. He don't want to get intellectual in here. He wants to make points.
Do you remember how long you had me fucking blocked?
Come on.
You holding the grudge, man?
I never had you blocked, homeboy. What the fuck is you talking about?
My man, you used to have me blocked to the point where people in the chat used to tell you to fucking shut the fuck up because Branch is talking.
Not me, bro. I turn you down when you yell, but I still always listen.
No, you used to fucking. You used to. Nope.
Okay, I'm sorry. Listen, if that's the case, Branch, I'm sorry, and I do not remember. And it was probably for half a day, if so. Okay.
All right. Thanks, man. But that did hurt me. That hurt me hard, bro.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. My bad. But like, think about. No, I'm serious. Like, I like your point, right? But I love it. I love it because it segues into the capitalism point, right?
What? That
not a good product, you say. We're just,
I don't know, man. Like, I don't think I could fucking do the whole gambling shit. Like, I don't like that. Doesn't feel to me like a good way to make money.
You're providing a product, man. You're not.
Yeah, but Kosho, you're providing a product to destroy people's lives.
No, dude. You're providing a product that people have fun doing, and you may end up having to give them more money than they gave you.
That's not what you're striving for. You're striving for them to give more money than they.
Well,
You're striving for them to give you more money.
And we all know how the casino world works. Like the house always wins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the long run, but not for each individual person.
Kojo, if you want to start something that 100% is always going to be legit odds, and that's what we base it off of, I could do that, but I would also be like, the money that we make, we do shit with the fucking community and shit.
Yeah, why not? Here, look at the link.
I still don't
Look
like
at the
the
link.
fact that you're
Look at the
taking
link I
money
just
from
posted.
people. Because, you know, gambling is a fucking addiction, Kojo. It's fucked up.
Of course, man, but look at the link I just posted.
I'm looking at the link that Nate just posted.
Crazy, right? You gotta
Yeah.
cheer for Ace.
Crazy. Oh yeah, I'm just looking at it now. When did it?
Yeah.
For the first time, they've
China.
kinda. Okay.
No, I said China. I think it was in
China.
China.
What are you guys
I'm
saying?
not sure, man.
Cure for
Scientists.
AIDS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's an American team. Sorry.
HIV.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was posted I think yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait though. Wait. Why? Okay. First of all, woman just means person, right? And then because right, it doesn't matter the gender, right? I'm hoping. And then didn't Magic Johnson get cured 20, 30, 40 years ago? What the fuck?
No, he still has AIDS. He still has AIDS.
Didn't he just go into whatever? What do they call it? Remission or something?
Oh, I thought he was this quote asymptomatic and healthy or whatever. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
So what?
It says asymptomatic and healthy. Does that mean that you're? Oh, she's a carrier still, but she not gonna have any symptoms.
It's got to be in.
But it doesn't mean that she's cured from it, though.
No, she's still got it and she can pass it on. Is it really?
Well, it's saying.
God damn. Kosho, I always have my best ideas when I piss, bro.
Hold on.
And this is what's gonna happen. I mean, this is what will be the best fucking shit, yeah? We create an online casino that removes all house advantages. Our whole deal is just getting user fucking base and then selling data. Because we can make a shit ton of money at that. And the whole fucking thing is just run of people fucking playing the games. No house advantage. Just shifting money around. But they do have to cover the price of transactions.
We kind of already had that idea with.
You did?
What kind of? I think Jem and me and Scott and Dan Fessler we're gonna make.
So no advantage to the house. That's what I'm saying. There's no house advantage to this casino. We rig every game. Basically, we take away the zeros on the roulettes.
Oh my god, it's a computer, isn't it? Fucking computer. Jesus, it's already rigged, Branch. What the fuck?
The house always gets.
No, for reals though, Kosher, is this what you guys thought about? Taking away the zeros and the roulette wheels?
He's just being Branch. You are too cute. Okay, I gotta promise you.
No, I know how much data can sell for, and I think that could actually be fucking something worthwhile looking into doing.
Look,
a completely 50
everybody in the whole world needs it, man.
You end up paying all.
Get the money. Get them on the phone, Branch. Line up the billions. Let's go.
I swear to God, bro, if I actually gave a fuck, I would, but I don't give a fuck about making money anymore.
You're gonna want to live forever one day, and that's what it's gonna come down to.
Hey, you know all that work you were doing for Jem before? Why you help me out, Branch?
I wasn't doing work for Jem, bro. I was doing that so I could fuck around with the people in the chat room.
Yeah, but this queue is actually
stupid. Or do you think I was having more fun fucking with people by having control of Jem's fucking YouTube server.
So it looks
You
like
don't,
they're
you don't think you don't
replacing.
think that part of it was me wanting control of Jem's YouTube server?
Yeah,
was
you,
your downfall,
you
man.
gotta
But
have the
let's
fun. You gotta have the power, money, power, respect.
Oh man,
Yo,
I got down to
wouldn't you
the
guys
point where I was like,
rather talk about this cure for
I
AIDS?
set up a whole fucking shit where people are allowed to fucking tip to get chemo muted, and Jem didn't even fucking know that I was doing that. Like he
Yeah,
was
that's
getting,
cool. But wouldn't you guys
This
rather
looks
talk
like
about this cure for AIDS? You know, instead of
They want
another
something
it,
that.
subject.
it,
Look, can I kill real quick, Coach? So I do have a meeting Friday with my tech guy. I'll look into your thing, see what this is all about. But whatever, man. I'll talk to you next week,
we'll
man.
talk about this offline, man. But
Yeah, we'll talk about it fine. Y'all
I
talk
think
about the first thing.
I
And
think with Nate though, this seems more like it's
a
like a
replacement.
treatment.
It's
It's like
like
a
a
treatment.
replacement. They're replacing one person's immune
Yeah,
cure.
it's stem cell
They're just
therapy, and
replacing.
it
Yeah,
seems yeah, and it seems that the specific cell it's very rare, and apparently it's mainly only found in Northern Europe.
Dude, I was talking about this last
And
night.
let's sell that
were you?
fucking bitch.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, no,
rich.
because first of all, somebody brought up that there's a Dutch strain of HIV, which is more spreadable than the normal one. But then we were talking about stem cells, or we were talking about like reverse aging or something like that. Now I was saying, why don't they just put stem cells in a vaccine and insert those into people? But
Mm.
so you're saying that what they did was they insert stem cells into people and
Yeah, basically it says the donor must have a rare genetic abnormality conferring HIV resistance. So whoever is donating these cells, they need to have this rare genetic HIV resistance, which is found normally within people with Northern European ancestry, and it can basically only save 50 people a year. There's only like,
Well,
50 people
I
really
would
alive
disagree.
that can benefit from this. It's a bit stupid.
There's many people in Africa that have a natural immunity to HIV.
So this sounds like rich and famous. Night.
I don't think it's a very unique thing. Because I've heard about this for a very long time that there's hookers. Well, I want okay. There's people in Africa that are immune to HIV.
I've never heard of that before.
well, yeah, I think this sounds like Neanderthals probably have a sort of immunity. So it's like you have more Neanderthal DNA, you're probably a little safer from the virus. But regardless, you know that the CRISPR, there was a dude in China who CRISPR'd these two babies and made them born immune from HIV. Like he basically put that gene in those babies.
What?
Yeah, he did this in China.
That's crazy. Is that allowed? Like, were the parents fine with it? I don't understand.
The parents were. I think the guy might be arrested now, but it is legal in China. People were doing
Okay.
CRISPR shit here a few years ago, but some people were going all crazy with it. Yeah, I watched a documentary. This dude, he jerks off dogs for like a living or something, and he was putting CRISPR in the sperm he got from the dogs, and then he was trying to make dogs that could glow in the dark. Basically, that was his goal.
What?
Did it work out?
I think he made something glow in the dark. I forget what.
His hand.
But yeah,
Well,
he was.
or semen glows in the dark, doesn't it?
I don't know. I mean,
Under UV light, it does apparently.
Yeah. UV light, but under normal light, I've never seen.
Hey man, so here's a link from 2010. So I don't know how disproven it is.
You know, things
Online,
about
man.
fucking African whores, man. Jesus, that's nice. And little did I thought African whores were almost like a guarantee that you would get HIV.
At least that's how it was in Bahrain. In
I'm not
Bahrain,
sure. I'm not sure if they could be transmitters. They just can't get it.
yeah. Well, if you can't get it, then you can't transmit it, dude.
Yeah, no, you still
Yeah.
have it in your blood. You still have
No.
it in your
No.
system. It just doesn't fuck with you. You don't have to. You don't have to be sick to transmit a virus.
Yeah, but you have to be carrying it.
Right, but it doesn't mean you're getting affected by it.
No.
It doesn't mean that the viruses are able to attack your body. Maybe your body is strong enough to fight it off, but you're still carrying it.
Well, there's that one disease. What's called HPV? Isn't HPV like men can carry it, but only women can, uh, get sick from it.
Okay, this is crazy. So apparently they ended up getting infected though, because they stopped prostituting in 2000, and then 11 of the prostitutes being researched became positive. Upon further investigation, it was found that the women who are now positive had stopped prostitution for about up to 6 months and only got infected after going back to the trade. And then they concluded the prostitutes were only able to produce the killer T cells, which kill the virus, after continuously being exposed to HIV. So they needed to stay prostitutes and continually be exposed to
I know, but
HIV
the
in
fact
order
that
to
they're
kill
trying
it.
to make those killer T cells is nuts, right? Like they're
Yeah,
actually trying to make an immunity system out of these hookers.
it's crazy. Global Health Council.
I don't know. I don't know how fucking globalhealth.org, how reliable that, how
What do you
good that
guys?
fucking site is. I think it's good though.
What do you think though about HIV being like created?
Nah, bro. I think that
Man-made.
I've heard of
It's
that. I've heard
some
of
sort
that.
of
I
military weapon, Osho.
Well, no, but I mean, doesn't it seem? That's what I was saying last night. Like, it always seemed weird to me that it affects two types of people mainly. It's like black people and gay people.
well, I mean, you know what?
Yeah,
Everybody
I
stopped
heard.
talking about it.
Nah, that's bollocks, man. We had it rife in
I
South
heard
Africa.
that. Yeah, but I'm sure it was amongst the black population in South Africa, right?
I mean,
Yeah, but that's
everybody
because.
has.
No, you go, man. You go.
No. I was gonna talk about some stupid shit. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I heard
I
is
want to hear.
it was.
Because I think Realm's got some information, but go ahead because you're saying something, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, just to say about it being created, I heard that apparently it was first detected in the Congo when the Belgium, when Belgium was had colonial control over the Congo, the conditions that they had the locals working in, they had them work in the jungles trying to tap rubber, and because these people weren't given proper tools to prepare their own food and stuff, they had to eat wild monkeys, and because they weren't treating the meat they were dealing with wasn't treated properly, and feces, all of these things, the HIV virus that was in the monkeys could have jumped to human beings.
Yeah, possible.
And then maybe from
Possible.
that's what I heard.
Realm, after you say, you gotta say. I got something to say, but you go first, Realm.
Yeah, no, not much to say really. The HIV, like the education in South Africa of the other people that weren't educated, they didn't know about condoms or anything like that. They used to go to the mines away from their family. The local prostitutes would be infected with AIDS. They would shag the prostitutes. They would go home, shag the wife. It would just go like that. The other interesting thing is about Africa is that the population of Africa is about 1.4 billion. And for its surface area or population density per square kilometer or mile, whatever you want to do, there's 1.4 billion people in India and there's 1.4 billion people in China. So if you do the math, you only let Africa overpopulate and the rest of the world will be on their knees, no?
Yeah, that's kind of true, but that's kind of what I'm saying is, it seems like when things like that seem advantageous for certain people. Like certain people, it seems like that would be appealing to certain people.
Say it, Kosho. Say what you want to say. What are you getting
Well,
at?
I don't have any evidence.
I mean, I'll be honest with you
Have
guys.
evidence,
No,
but
not evidence, but
that,
what do you think is going on? Because you insinuated something.
No, I'm saying it's not impossible. It seems like something fishy is happening. It was a virus that was created, and
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people don't know this, but the Russians or the Soviet Union at the end of the Cold War, before they had lost or whatever, they actually they had plans to like that was one of their plans that they never went through with, but it was biological warfare where they were creating these viruses and planning to infect people. And so if you have something like HIV, which is not something that if you unleashed it to the world, you could easily control it because like if you're a rich fucking person, because if you don't have sex or share blood with somebody who's infected with it, then you're basically safe. And if you want to get rid of a community, like let's say gay people or let's say African people or whatever, all you have to do is unleash it, there, and then it almost would never affect you.
Exactly.
It's a very hard biological weapon to control, though. I mean,
no, it is pretty easy to control because you can have it centralized in certain communities, and as long as you create a certain kind of stigma where people don't want to interact or mingle outside of the community, like racism, for example. You're gonna have a thing with black people are only having sex with black people.
All right, so okay, I see what you're saying. Back in the days when it was released, it was okay, yeah.
I mean, Africa in general, not just black people around the world, but like Ron was just saying.
I don't. Was there a reason back in those days to limit population in Africa? They weren't doing nothing
it's the
bad.
same reason they're interested in doing it now.
I mean, the population of Africa wasn't like there was no threat from Africa to any other nation. Why would this have been top agenda?
Well, basically, what I saw was that Africa is full of Greco-Roman buildings, castles, and stuff, and old maps. It's quite a good possibility that Africa wasn't really that populated. The likes of Nigeria was established by everybody coming from all over the world, or different lands or whatever, and settling in Nigeria because it was a popular port. So South Africa kind of became.
I mean, trust me, bro. I know about that shit because a lot of Indians went there too, and a lot of fucking Indians in Africa.
But people only.
Yeah, but Brent, just let him finish.
People only congregate near water, right? And the population, like I said, if there's 1.4 billion in Africa today, I would have expected at least double, 3 times that. The point is that Africa wasn't as populated as people think. As pretty much, I think Africa's come into fruition in the last sort of 200-300 years, but they didn't have high numbers. I don't think, man.
That's what I'm saying. Is the growth rate is what people like Bill Gates.
If you want to consider something against black people, yeah, what about sickle cell anemia?
You what?
Sickle cell anemia is a disease that only affects black people.
Yeah. I've met people like that. Interesting. Yes, there is something to do with pigmentation and blood, and also supreme blood. And I think when people would turn around and say that actually that not African, they would say that darker people would actually be more intelligent. Their blood type is more resilient. They're more intelligent. And it's kind of I think the white man was just dumb, and the black man would always beat him. And I think they had to viciously change the narrative and the stereotyping, and all of a sudden it changed. But I would say that's the last 200 years maybe, because I know of Irish people being called inhumane slaves as early as 1700. When they sent them over to America.
Hey, dude, my bad, bro. I just wanted to see where you're coming from because sickle cell anemia.
All good. Much love, yeah.
Disease. It's a genetic disease.
But Branch, let him finish, man, because this is pretty interesting.
No. I'm finished, man. That's all I got to say, man. I love you guys.
Oh no, go ahead, man.
Well, that's
My
fine.
bad, my brother.
Oh, you're good, man. Fuck was it? Oh yeah, God damn it. Oh yeah, that's the other thing is Ebola. Ebola comes from Sierra Leone, which is
Dude, you know I was so pissed off at.
Hold on, man.
Remember when that
Hold
Ebola
on.
shit went down in Texas?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in Houston. No, but Sierra Leone is a American annex, as it used to be, and it just seems weird that this very disgusting disease, Ebola, sprung up there. But I was gonna say, oh yeah, what you were saying was kind of, I don't really see if that's, I don't really see that being the case. What you said, Ram, about the I think African people, like black people, come from Africa for sure. Like
I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah,
They come. No. I would disagree. I would only disagree. I'm not saying it's fact, but you've got Olmec, O-L-M-E.
Hold on. We're talking about black people
Go
in
ahead,
Africa,
man.
right?
Olmec people are
Let him
Bayesian.
speak, man.
Olmec people come from Peru area, and they are half black, half Asian. They're called Bayesians. If you look at them, it's quite obvious.
Dude, they must be sexy.
Huh?
Go
Are
ahead,
they
man.
hot?
You just keep going.
Ignore Branch. He's drunk.
No. I mean,
Well, let him finish
Blasians.
about the Peruvian.
In our word, we call them Blasians.
All right.
Yeah. Same thing, man. They've been blazing, but the point is that if you look at the Olmec people, you'll see that the wide noses, you'll see the hair pattern, you'll see their facial features, the body build, and all that. It's to me, it looks more obvious that they came from Olmecs, and then they're hybrid with the East and West hemispheres, hybrid over time.
Realm. Wouldn't you say with the Olmecs it was a thing of Africans going? Because I mean, if we believe that that continental drift is a thing and that all the continents were closer, there would have been less space between Africa and South America. And at the same time, if the Bering Strait was there, you have Asians going across that from Russia to North America coming down, and then you have these Asians meeting with the Africans to form this kind of people.
No, I don't think Africans were involved though.
I don't believe in continental drift. I think that you would have had 4 sectors, the east and the west, and each east and each west is divided into north and south. So it's 4 sectors. So everybody had to stay within their.
No, it's not even the case. Because you got to remember, there's a reason why Indian people look so close to Egyptian people.
Indian?
And there's this whole fucking there's this slight different tone. Which
what are you
people
talking
have
about, Bridge?
in Africa, and that's because India used to be part of Africa.
That is true. So.
Yeah, actually, Southern Indians are pretty dark, right, Brent?
They are, but
they look like
that
black
came
people.
after the evolutionary shit. What I'm talking about is the fact that India used to be part of Africa, and then the continental drifts of the fucking plate tectonics.
This was a long time ago, though.
You're agreeing with plate tectonics. It's only a theory, yeah. But if you imagine,
I believe in plate tectonics. That's like one of my
mountains and ridges and basins and all these ocean fucking ridges, whatever. Those things there's movement.
Different densities of rocks doing different things.
I know.
It totally makes sense.
No, but it only makes sense. But if they don't move, then it means that it was never part of that. It just means that at a time where there was less water on Earth, the brothers could walk across the whole Atlantic.
Right, dude. You know what? So how did the Himalayas get made?
Yeah, I was going to say, that there's evidence that the Himalayas.
No, but I did agree with you.
They're climbing quickly.
Yeah, but the Himalayas is part of a massive mountain range, right? That is of the days before. Volcanic fissures, all these things here can make a mountain range. It doesn't mean the tectonic plates are moving. It just means that there are fissures, right? Then lava gets up in the fissure and creates, right? But to say that continents are moving, is something quite recent and more of a theory. You see the lava movement between the tectonic plates, but those gaps between all the tectonic plates are about 5 to 20 kilometers wide, right?
Bro. I don't think you really understand tectonics.
I do, because it's I understand.
Do you understand the tectonics?
They measure really,
Yeah.
guys, hold on. It moves like an inch a year.
Yeah, but that movement is your navigation grid moving an inch. It's the celestials moving an inch, possibly, or something like that. But
Have you seen the Celestials though?
have I seen the celestials?
Like the movie?
Nah. Is that like Thunderbirds?
Bro, if you really want to know what the Earth's actually about, and why we're fucking here, this movie is probably the only movie that would tell you why we're really here on Earth.
But Branch, come on, man. Like we trying to
Because anybody
share serious ideas
here
here.
seen Celestials that can actually?
Yeah, it's a Marvel movie. Come on, Branch. We're trying to share some serious
Have you
ideas.
seen it? Have you seen
I've
it?
seen it. Yeah.
Branch, come on.
Come on, man. Stop it, Branch.
You gotta admit though, man, that take on what the Earth is very
Branch,
interesting.
don't make me.
It was a Marvel movie. Yeah, it came from comic books, Branch.
Hey,
Come on.
Banso, you can watch that movie based on that new shit I gave you the other day.
I'd like to show something.
Thank you.
I'd like to present something. I'm not sure what Lise is posting, but I'll ask about that in a second, Lise, because I'm gonna post. I don't know who these people are, but these are the Olmecs. Or this is artwork from them. They look just like they, like they're the Asians that climb the Bering Strait. I mean, you go far enough south, people are going to get dark. I can imagine people in South Sri Lanka, Africa, the Aborigines in Australia, and
Dude, it's like
they're going to be pretty dark.
It's not even like no, this is real talk now. Like, you know how I don't know, it's really hard to explain how brown people can tell other brown people apart. Like, we can literally know what part of fucking India someone's from. Well, have a good guess just based on looking at them, and it's not even just what part of India. Like, even more than that, I can definitely tell when someone's from Pakistan or if someone's from Bangladesh. Like,
hey, Branch. I heard. I think it was some maybe Queen of Trolls or something. Somebody had mentioned that they thought it was quite uncanny.
No, but hold on, Realm. Before we get off on a big tangent.
No. It was a really simple observation, and she said,
"Sounds like you're gonna get racist for this one, bro."
What? No, man. No, I'm not.
No.
What? No. The lady said that she thought that Indian and Welsh sounded very similar.
No. What I was talking about is how, like, visually, like, brown people, we don't all look alike. We can really tell our difference. Like, who is it? Lise. Can you tell the difference between an Indian person and a fucking I'm assuming you're from the east of India area. You from Pakistan?
No, the Middle East. I'm towards the West Branch. I could tell the difference
Are you from
between.
Bangladesh?
No, I'm none of that branch. Like you and I are not close
then?
at all. Middle East. I'm more Middle Eastern and European than I don't have no Bangladeshi Indian stuff in me. So I could tell the difference.
You have a little bit because, like,
I could tell the difference between a Middle Easterner and an Indian easily. Yeah,
I can tell anybody in the world. I can tell the difference between somebody from Queens, somebody from Brooklyn, somebody from the Bronx, Staten Island.
Yeah, but that's how they talk. Like that's what you would use, right? It's not like a physical appearance.
Moved by pressure. You sound like you're possibly Greek, possibly.
I'm not Greek. man.
Hey,
No accent. No.
Mr.
I'm American.
Mr. American here, who's lived in America his whole life, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the difference between someone who's from the, like, I guess, or not Oriental, not Oriental. You said you're from the Mediterranean,
difference
right?
between the color
Yeah, are
and
you
the
Mediterranean? Would you say you're Mediterranean?
Yeah, my grandfather's from Yemen, so I mean,
Okay,
it's
not
that's not
Mediterranean.
Mediterranean. That's that
That's
is
the Arabic.
Mediterranean.
That's the Arabic Gulf.
Definitely Mediterranean. So would you be able to say that just from accent alone, that you can tell a
Yeah, you're right, Coach.
Mediterranean American from a non-Mediterranean American?
Accent alone, Mediterranean. That's like what now? Italy, them spots, right?
No, what I mean is, like, let's say like there's two people on Discord. One of them is Mediterranean American, and the other one is just straight American. Could you tell the difference just from accent?
Dude.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe it depends.
I know.
I mean, you would find
weird? Like,
Italian Americans that don't talk like normal Italian Americans.
well, I don't mean that. Like, there's this little twang in the voice where you can just kind of be like, "Oh, that person's." You know what I mean?
Depends.
Yeah, but Muslim accents are actually different from
Kosho, let me ask you a question,
Mediterranean
Kosho.
and from
Can you tell someone who's of your heritage too? I don't know if you want my heritage spread out like that. Like, basically, can you tell someone who's Jewish just from how they talk?
Yeah, I can tell anybody. I can tell who's from anywhere in the world.
How do you do that?
The context clues.
What?
Because if I had just accents, it's one thing. But if you can see somebody, that tells you a lot more.
Oh yeah, bro. Like, if I saw this motherfucker, Lease, I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't think he's white.
So, Kosho, if you
Why
saw
not?
if you saw for argument's sake, a white American standing next to a Australian, could you tell the difference?
But you know what? For
Yes.
culture, that was a very
Well,
bad
not only that, I can.
question, and that's why I was trying to
No,
fucking.
you couldn't.
Yeah, I could, and not only that.
How?
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 What, you said an American next to an Israeli?
No, I said
Australian.
a white Australian next to a white American.
Easy. You could show me a
How?
picture of an American and Australian. I'll tell you which one's which. It's because of
Kosho, just from fucking voice, Kosho.
All right.
Just
Banso,
from
you post a
fucking
picture of
voice.
an
Can we do
American,
it?
and
Like,
I'll.
Sometimes, Kosho,
I
I
won't
could
give
be
it
in a
away.
room, right, and talk to like in a Discord room, and there'll be like 3 people, and I'll be like, "This bitch is Indian." Nobody in the room would know she's Indian, right? Because she's got a straight American accent.
Okay, hold
She's
on,
probably
man.
lived there her whole fucking life, and I'll pick it out and be like, "Union, sweetheart."
Man. That's what's up.
But yeah.
No, the clues, the context clues, it's not just what they look like and what they sound like, but where they're from. You can give a certain probability for their genetic heritage, and you can base it off that, which I do all the time. I do this all the time with women. That's how I always say, "Hey, are you Mediterranean?" And they say, "Yeah."
Yeah, no, but that's easy. That's easy, Kosho. That sort of thing. I'm talking about like the difference
Never do
between
that,
a
woman,
white
bro. Why would you
American
ever ask a
and
woman?
a white Australian. What other distinct features that give those two away?
That's what I'm saying, because Australians, you find that they're predominantly going to be descendants from Dutch or British, or that's really
Isn't
it.
that the same as like Americans?
Yeah.
Not at all.
Probably
No.
British and German.
No, Americans like where I live in the
Germans.
South. In the South,
All the South.
and let's say let's leave out Mexicans and black people completely.
What? You can't leave out the fucking
Hold
Mexicans,
on,
man. They are
hold on.
brothers. Kosho.
Jesus Christ. In the South, there's the probability is that they're going to be either Irish or German, unless they're from Louisiana, and then they're probably going to be French. There's a probability.
Yeah, but then also Canadians and most of America was owned by France before anything happened.
Yeah,
Right,
but they
well,
didn't live,
the
live there,
interesting
though.
thing about the whole European
All
side.
right, Kosho, I just posted 2 white people. Who's from Australia? Who's from America?
Yeah, the bottom guy's Australian.
No, the bottom guy is American. The top guy is Australian.
Boom. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
And I didn't say it was an exact science, man.
Okay.
It's not perfect science. You're not going to get 100% correct. It's based on probability.
Kosho, you're never going to get it.
You made it sound like
there is no way you could ever have picked that out, right?
Yeah, but you picked the guy who's looked Australian specifically, man. So, I mean, that's what.
Well, you know what? First of all, the only thing gone about is like maybe.
Kosho, what about the bottom guy made you think he was Australian?
No, hold
like,
on. The only reason this could be real
he looks like
is
he could
because
be Dutch
because
Canadian.
they have better dental care, and that guy on the bottom picture has really great teeth for his age.
That's actually a good point, Branch. Who is that guy?
Okay.
Who is that guy anyway?
No, it's just random dudes. I don't know who these people are.
How do you know he's Australian, man? I mean, how do you know he's American?
Random.
Because I googled Australian men Facebook, and then his thing came up.
Let me see. I'm gonna search this guy, man.
Yeah.
Try to find out what's going on with this guy.
Kosho, we have shit healthcare in America. In England they have the shittest healthcare. So that motherfucker at the bottom.
I think he's a therapist. The bottom guy.
He must be the most Australian possible because he's got nice teeth.
Okay, so sure he's got some Dutch in him.
I mean, would you agree that in Australia people generally have nice teeth?
Oh my god.
He was pretty. Look, he had a 50% chance of getting it, but he came in pretty sure. Like I like his confidence with the answer. His confidence came through.
Like man, especially if someone's gonna try to trick you, then of course you're gonna get it wrong too. But I'm saying, probability wise, I can get it right.
Yeah, do this shit with Texans, motherfucker.
In real life.
Do this shit with
how...
Texans, and Kosho would never get this shit wrong. Do it with Texans.
Do it. In real life, how accurate are you most of the time, Kosho? 60%, 70%?
Like 80 or 90, 95.
Kosho is fucking military fucking trained to do this type of shit. So
not really, but I was in different parts of the world, and I had to do it. You know, I didn't have to do it. But I'm saying like when we're talking to girls from all over.
Yeah.
But also it does. There's
it tastes different though, don't they? Do they taste different, Kosho?
The context matters though. So like if you know where you are and where they're probably from, then you know.
Kosho, did you get a taste of all the girls before you left?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to look up this dude real quick. Hold on.
How do you do that, Kosho? Look up the photo.
Reverse the image.
How?
You go to a website called Tin Eye, like the metal tin.
Yeah.
Eye, like your eyeball. You tap that in, and you can upload.
I will say this, man. Like, I'm very happy that in my life I've tasted every type of pussy, and I've had the best friend. I've had best friends, that probably of every fucking, not really best friends, but I've had good friends that are of every fucking race type. And that way I could describe to them what their pussy tastes like, and that made it all better. When you tell a Mexican guy when you tell a Mexican guy that Mexican pussy
The best, the best pussy is flat Earth pussy.
I was just trying to say, Mexican girls, I would say they're a little bit more salty than white girls. But white girls are a little bit more, it's a different, it's a weird fucking taste. I would just say tuney than any other race. White girls do taste a little bit tunish for some reason.
That's very interesting, Si. 2 hits.
Indian girls, they're like, first of all, it's hard as fuck to get to eat a pussy, but
All right. Move it on, Branch, please.
I was gonna say,
Just move it on. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a weird discussion.
Thank you. Yeah.
Like, we know you don't have sex that much, so it's like you just lying to us.
Well, come on. Let's
It's science. It's science.
Hey,
move it on.
I could probably get laid more than
So,
my man. How many fucking bitches?
I want to go back.
You
Come on,
know?
Rich.
I
want to go back.
I'm researching this guy, man. I'm trying to figure out. Why don't you post the link where you found?
Like for real, even in the
All right,
online
I'll post the link. Hang on.
Right. I got 2 hits on him on that tin eye.
Yeah, me too. But neither of them are fantastic. Yeah, Forbes.
That's him.
Yeah, the Forbes one.
Get it, bro. I gotta shut up.
Andrew Warren.
Let's find out who this guy is.
He is.
Well, I can't read the article, man.
Why? Is it blocked in your world?
No, because it costs money.
Oh yeah, it's behind a paywall.
No matter.
Yeah, genetics are a weird thing, man. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't have any reason to see why people should go against the whole idea we're told currently about human migration. You know, because when you look at a certain band of the Earth, right, in between the 2 tropics, a lot of the people in that region seem to look the same. You know, you got the Africans, you got dark-skinned Pakistanis. If you look at all of the Aboriginals in Asia, they were all black. From Japan all the way to the Near and Middle East, they were all black. If you look at the Aboriginals in Australia and New Zealand, the Aboriginals in South America, you know, most of them lived along the coasts. They were all of these seafaring people that looked like Hawaiians and whatnot, you know, all black. It's only once you start going above the tropics that you start seeing the sudden mix of people, you know, especially in the north, like between Europe and the Middle East. You have this Aryan type of race showing up that started making everyone lighter. You know, it's a bit interesting. Yeah. So, I mean, it makes you wonder: are they 2 separate main groups of people? Well, how many types of human beings were there, and why did these 2 groups survive? And what happened to all the
You do
others?
know, right, that the Aryan race is
that the same guy?
supposedly based on what Hitler said, the Aryan race is actually a descendant of Indians.
Yeah, Hitler came up with some
for
mumbo
some
jumbo.
reason-
We know that Aryans originated from the Middle East, you know, around Syria,
India.
Iraq, that area. Yeah,
No,
northern India.
No, hold on.
That part of the world, yeah.
Hitler
that's where
believed Aryans came from India. Not from fucking Why
They came
do you
from
want to be
the
even part
subcontinent.
of?
You can't just say it's India. You know, it's like the subcontinent. You know,
I find
like
it fucking
northern India
hilarious
mainly.
though how you want to be, how you trying to skew this into where the fuck you live. or
You
came
understand
from.
there was different species, there are different subspecies before, like Neanderthals, and a lot of
Why would you want to
Northern
even be part
Europeans.
of?
Northern Europeans are closely related to Neanderthals.
No. But what I'm trying to say is, why would you want to be part of the Aryan Brotherhood?
Brand,
I
stop
actually
it, man.
find
We're
offense.
trying to have this serious convo, man.
No.
Oh, sure. Could you say that again?
No, I'm just saying that the you said white people, whatever. A lot of them, there's different subspecies that they mated with, like Neanderthals, and there's a lot of what's it called mutations, like the mutation that gives you blonde hair, red hair, blue
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah.
These mutations were from that area.
Yeah,
Oh, so
definitely.
is that why you get these chicks with big foreheads?
I gotta say though, man,
It's just interesting.
the
What
one thing.
what did we have? Like the people alive today, because we must all come from a common ancestor or a common group of ancestors. What evolutionary advantage did we have that these other subspecies didn't? Like, did we discover fire first? Did we walk upright first?
No,
Did
we had
we travel further enough? Or-
They had bigger. They actually had bigger heads than us, but we they had no ability to throw things like we can, like overhand throw. So they probably couldn't spear anything, stuff like that. But
So do you actually think, Nate, that we once dragged our knuckles along?
And so, dragged our knuckles. What?
Do you once think that we dragged our knuckles along the ground?
He
What the
thinks we swing
fossil
through the trees.
records
Oh, no.
tell us.
Sorry?
The fossil records seem to tell us that we seem to have had an ancestor that had the ability to walk on 2 feet and on all fours. And it seems that as we started walking on 2 feet, there was this evolutionary conundrum. What is it called? Let me look for the name of the paradox. I'm so sorry. I just got to find it.
Don't we have that ability now?
No.
Really?
Don't we have
you
what?
can't walk. You can't walk on all fours now.
No,
You can't walk on both your feet.
Not naturally, because the
Not
way our
efficiently.
body is built, if you
Not
have to,
efficiently.
it's not efficient because our legs are too long now. But there was a time when
legs are
our arms were, there was a time when our arms were way longer.
Wait, what
Really?
am I agreeing on right
Yeah.
here? I was just
Nothing at the moment. We're just.
Let me
there's
just
other
find it. Let me
apes.
just
There's other
find it.
apes that walk upright.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have the ability to walk on 2 feet, like gorillas. They can walk upright, but the way they're
Well, yeah,
structured,
but they
their
walk on their
arms are
knuckles.
longer. Yeah, but their arms are longer than their legs are, so that allows them to walk on all fours efficiently, really fast. Actually, they can walk on all
Actually, you
fours
know what?
and sprint. You know,
We as humans could be very fast on all fours if trained.
Like parkour.
Like I swear to God, I don't even know why I watched this show on Netflix the other day. But there's this chick who
here it is, the obstetrical dilemma. So this speaks about why women, especially human women, seem to be the only mammal that need assistance during the process of giving birth. So the idea is we used to walk on all fours and our hips were wider and it was easier. But as we evolved to walk on 2 legs, the hips became narrower. And at the same time as that type of evolution was happening,
do they
the
need
human
help?
brain,
What do you
they
mean?
definitely need assistance.
What?
I don't know any
what
woman that
way?
needs assistance.
In what way, Lise, do women need assistance? Birth.
In childbirth?
Yeah.
Childbirth?
Yeah.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
proof do you have?
You
that
have you
women need-
have
do it
kids, Ben.
themselves.
So, like,
I've got 7 of them. So you tell me what assistance do they actually need?
did your wife not need to go to the hospital for
Man,
all of this
someone's
to happen?
only there for 2 of them. And the other 3, she did in a fucking toilet.
I have a daughter, Banso, and there's no way her mother could have given birth to her without assistance.
Really?
It's a crazy painful. How was she
No.
going to do it home alone?
I would say, I would put to you, Lise, right, that women can do it on their own, but the assistance makes it safer. Okay, makes it safer.
Yeah, okay. Maybe what I should say is, compared to other mammals and primates, especially, our birthing process is a lot more difficult. Primates, monkeys, apes, chimps give birth pretty easily, flawlessly. There's really no pain. It's a quick thing. The baby shoots out because of how the skeletal structure, especially around the
Right,
hip.
but our general lifestyle has also fucking put us in a situation where we're
hot
more
micing realm.
accustomed to outside fucking bacterias and infections that could affect the baby just because of how fucking mobile and the type of fucking being we are.
Yeah, and Nate, I would disagree. Growing up on a dairy farm, right, there were many a time where the cows needed assistance because that calf breached or twisted around the wrong way. So you got to reach inside, try and turn it around, try and pull it out. So they do have a lot of problems now. In reality,
But then, so I was very specific.
Yeah, but I'm okay. My example is with cows, but the same thing would go with monkeys, with zebras, with
You think
anything.
so?
Yes, 100%. I think so. These problems would occur. Yep.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Look at the link I posted, but while you're looking at it, I'll basically describe what the wiki's saying with the obstetrical dilemma. Basically, I posted it. I'll post it again.
Yeah, no, I've got it.
You got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, the idea is humans used to walk on all fours. Our hips were wider. The birthing process was easier. But as we
What?
started walking on two legs, the hips became more narrower. As this evolutionary change was happening, there was another one happening as well. That being the human skull was getting bigger and the brains were getting bigger. And we know that when most babies are born, their brains are already 90% developed. So the hardest part for a woman when releasing the baby from her vagina is the head, and this is what caused the issue. As the hips are getting smaller, baby's heads are getting wider, so the birthing process becomes more different. So there were two evolutionary developments happening, but they kind of go against each other.
Yeah.
So this kind of tells us that we used to walk on all fours.
Well, I would definitely agree.
Wait, hold on a second. You're now saying that.
Don't overtalk me. I would definitely agree, Nate, that the most difficult part of childbirth is getting the head out. Once the head comes out, pops out, the rest just goes bloop, and it comes out very, very easy. So I definitely would agree.
Oh,
with
definitely.
That. Yeah.
Definitely.
But my bad, Banso.
You're right, buddy. You're right, man.
But what I was trying to say is there any proof that babies' heads are getting bigger? Like, what I mean is pre-birth baby fucking head size. Is there any proof that's getting bigger?
What we know is, as I said,
Branch. If anything, is getting smaller. The amount of pre-fucking due time births or premature births and shit like that is on the fucking rise. Kids are getting born smaller and smaller every fucking day because of the bullshit the fucking societies got on these fucking women. They sometimes have a lot of stress, which make a smaller baby. They sometimes smoke a cigarette, makes a smaller baby. Sometimes have a drink, makes a smaller baby.
Also, water births do alleviate a lot of pressures if you orientate yourself in the right position before birth. A few days before birth and things like that.
I hear that if you inseminate in a okay, Banso, I knew where I was gonna go.
Thank you, Branch.
I'm not sure if everybody else knew where I was gonna go though, man. So
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
how do I know for sure that you knew where I was gonna go with this one?
Okay, then it doesn't matter.
Just gonna say, man, if it goes in that way, it should come out that way.
But this, so I don't go with drag their
Bandsaw?
knuckles. I don't think I go with this theory that we once dragged our knuckles. I don't think I can go
Why
along with
not?
that. Because
Why
I don't
not
think
though?
we
What?
did. I don't see it. I don't see it.
But I mean,
you also gotta
have you
understand that,
been to a zoo and looked at a chimp
right?
and
But
seen how similar they are to us, bandsaw? It's a
no,
bit
no.
creepy. How
Real,
much they are like.
real talk though, yeah.
That does not mean that we came from chimps or apes, right?
I'm not
Because
saying it means that.
yeah, all right. So we look
But
similar to them, all right. And the fact that we apparently once dragged our knuckles, all right. The theory, right, is that we came from apes, isn't it? Right.
no,
That's
the idea
that's the
is
theory.
we had a common ancestor with them.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Right,
but the apes haven't evolved. They're still apes, right?
So
Aren't they?
Well, the apes evolved from the common ancestor. We evolved differently. So us and the apes must have had one ancestor, and that one ancestor evolved differently. Some of the apes came off the trees and started walking. Some of the apes stayed in the trees, and the ones that started walking.
So
Right,
then
but-
why? So then why did the apes decide to stay in the trees, and the ones that apparently decided to walk can now make computers, right?
There
We
must
just have
have been
to
some
stick-
sort of.
Okay,
there must have
hold
been
on,
some
hold
sort
on,
of-
guys. I've been trying to get this one thing out. I was just trying to say that, like, look, if there's a good pair of parents, and this is all about evolution, right? A good set of parents back in the days before hospitals and crap would have been to facilitate a better birth than a bunch of dumb fuck parents, right? Who would just do it in the middle of a swamp, right? Therefore, the smarter parents would have fucking been more able to facilitate their smarter genes by doing so. And the dumb fuck parents who like, yeah, fuck it, just pop the shit in a swamp, they won't. So it all has to do with fucking evolution and shit. Like, not only is it the genetic transfer of DNA that helps genetic fucking evolution of our species, but it's also the fact that smarter parents are more likely to give birth to a healthier child.
Guys, can I say something? I have to redeem myself, and I want to get the credit for it. Okay. Do you guys remember what I said about when he said how do you tell the difference Australian American? Remember what I said about the Australian? I said their descendants are usually Dutch or British. Remember I said that?
Yeah.
I look up this guy. He's got an American accent. He's an American guy. I look up his name, right? And his name is Crest, his family crest. He's Dutch. Bada bing, bada boom.
No way.
Yeah, absolutely. As the Dutch surname Horning is a habitational name taken from numerous places in the Netherlands.
All right, man. Kocho, you win the fucking internet now.
Kosho, right once again.
Yeah, well, it's not that I'm right, though. I'm just saying that that's my method. My method is based
I'm
off
being
of...
facetious, Kosho, being facetious.
Come on, Kocho.
Gain information, get a good guess.
Have you guys ever heard about if you go into Google, I don't know what the right words are, but you type in fingers heritage or toes heritage, the shape of your fingers when you put all your
Hold on, Brent.
Yeah, so if you look it up, you can actually see where your heritage is. You might have been a hunter, you might have been a Roman, you might have been an Egyptian, and you'll see that the shape of your toes, the alignments, and your fingers will tell you exactly where you came from.
Really?
That is interesting, though.
Yeah, that is
Is
interesting.
that right? Is that true?
It's probably
Damn.
true.
Probably true.
Okay. Okay, so
It
Ben,
is.
so to answer the question you were trying to ask, I would think I'm just hypothesizing it. You know, I don't really look into evolution that much. I don't have a reason to question it, but it's not a hill I would live or die on. But I would
Fair enough.
hypothesize that the reason some monkeys stayed in the trees and some came down is because this is now the time after the dinosaurs are gone. The monkeys closer to the floor are now seeing that there are all of these food sources on the ground, and these food sources are in abundance because the predators that we were competing with for these food sources, being dinosaurs and reptiles, are gone. And the monkeys high, and we, because we're a bit bigger than the monkeys higher up, we can't get to the top branches to get the food sources up there. So it's safer, better, and easier for us to start, moving on the floor.
It's not
And
bad.
as we start moving, on the floor, the separation between us and the primates, that's totally up for debate now. But you have all of these theories: stoned ape theory. You have the idea that some primates discovered fires and were able to cook their food and get more nutrients
Right,
from it,
but
so the brains developed. All of these ideas. Yeah.
There's actually a real idea, stoned ape theory. That's not.
can I?
That's like that's what just like Graham Hancock or something. But no, but you said though, because they were all the apes and stuff. They were way after dinosaurs. But
Yeah.
what happened was they're they're not just predators. They're also prey, and so being in the trees is the safest bet. But I think there was a time where in Africa, there was like there's like the trees were few and far between, and in between the trees was this it's like swampy grass, is what they said, and that's why there was only the ones that were they took the chance of going tree to tree. They had to they
Mhm.
actually had to stand upright in order to walk in that swampy grass or whatever, and
Okay.
so yeah, that's why
I
those.
disagree, Kosho. I disagree, bro.
I can fuck with that. I can dig that. Yeah.
Nah, man. Look, my theory is this. Yeah. It was all about the ability of these fucking chimps and shit to create a community, right? So what ended up happening was this: the chimps were up in the fucking trees and shit. Yeah. And when I say chimps, I mean primates. They were up in the trees and shit. The only way they could get down to get those delicious shits that were on the fucking floor was being able to correspond with each other and to have a situation where now you can have some chips in the tree, some chips downstairs, and they can get all the fucking benefits of the forest by working together, right? That's what let them facilitate their bettering over the ones that didn't do it.
You took my next part away, but that's actually what I was going to say, because he was saying stoned ape theory, but there's actually uh, what's called cognitive trade-off hypothesis, which is it says that the chimp brain and our brain are actually not that different in size and not that different in uh, uh, they're not just not that different in like capabilities and stuff, but the main difference is like they have a really more they have a better, what do you call that?
They have more IQ.
No, they have a photographic memory where they can look at the scene and they can literally remember everything that was in that scene instantly, where it is, everything, the colors, like just by looking at it in a split second. Which we don't have that ability, but that's why I say cognitive trade-off hypothesis. The hypothesis is that we traded that capability for what you were saying, Branch, which is the ability to create language and communicate with other, humans or other, whatever, so that we can tell stories, give information, you know, use this language in order to really advance us from any of the animals.
So this photographic memory that you say that they have, Kosho, how do you test such a thing to know this? Because that's quite an interesting statement that you made there.
Well, there's the main people who are studying this are in Japan, and they have this huge chimp zoo research place where they have all these different chimps, and what they literally test them, where they give them these special treats if they pass a test, and they get to put them on a computer where they literally test them. They flash the screen for a split second with like 9, 10, or however many items in different locations, and they're tasked to like no, I think that's what they do. They have numbers next to them, and then the numbers go away, and after a split second, and they have to touch each item in order to get the treat. I test them doing this. They're extremely good at it.
Okay, so isn't that just a process of training?
No, but you can train a human to do that.
Yeah.
They can remember like in a split second. They can remember like the order of like,
Kosho,
20 different items.
Kosho, here's the problem, Kosho, is like, I get what you're saying, bro. But the problem is that like when you talk about like developing a language and shit, the fundamentals I'm talking about is way before language was even a thing. Right now, what we're talking about is not necessarily language, but just the ability for a species to be able to work together for a common need through noises.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Which is language, but
communication. It doesn't have to be language, but you have to be able to express like a thought.
And I think that before even language got into the situation, I think this was the core of things that made us religious people. Because the reason I say that may be far-fetched, but when we as fucking primates started realizing that, hey, we work together, we're gonna do better, then the strongest reason we could ever work together is through a core belief together. And that slowly made us become religious fucking people, because we realized that we're going to be more powerful if we have a core belief system that keeps us together as a clan than anything else.
Well, yeah, I mean that goes in that when they can share ideas and they can have a shared vision and a shared goal and stuff like that, which comes from being able to communicate abstract ideas or past experiences and all this type of stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is just that's part of it. Yeah, it definitely gives us the biggest advantage in anything, really.
But I mean, I think like the first time that our clans had a core belief that set themselves apart from believing anything else, and believing that let's believe in this core shit outside of just wanting food. That point is an interesting development in our time. I wonder when that was. Caveman? Probably it was before caveman. Must have been before caveman.
I don't know. I mean, caveman's not a time or something, but I bet you the Neanderthals were able to communicate, and it was not just them; it was Denisovans, and whatever the pygmies. There's like pygmy.
I'm not talking about just being able to communicate. I mean, being able to decide that, hey, as a group, we're better off believing in this core common goal. Basically,
that's all the same
having
thing.
recognition that a common goal is better than the self, right? Would have been an enormous fucking step for any type of primate.
No, other animals already do that.
Who?
Like chimps, bees.
Chimps pray to a fucking god?
No, but they have communities where they have common goals.
Well, they have a
turf
fucking
wars.
alpha, but I'm not saying that as a group they believe in a fucking higher being
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no.
or a higher self state.
I know, but I'm saying the collective, that collective thing they have. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. The belief thing comes from able to share, we call it abstract ideas.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, so that's what I said to you. Anyways, I posted something from Core about the cognitive trade-off. It says the evidence suggests that chimps have much superior short-term memory relative to humans. And it says that the hypothesis suggests that losing short-term memory is one of the costs of our entering a new environment, the savannah. Different challenges. You stayed in the forest. So the chimps stayed in the forest. We went to the savannah. Like I said, the tall, swampy grass and all. It says that the hypothesis says that our language was developed at the cost of short-term memory, and that language and symbolic thinking or abstract thinking that accompanies it were more valuable to us than memory.
Kosho.
Yeah.
Are chimps going to evolve to surpass humans like a Planet of the Apes situation?
No, that doesn't make sense.
Hey, Kosho. So
Tell us how that doesn't make
let's
sense.
assume we did. Let's assume we did evolve this way, right? Why don't we have more than one intelligent being? Now I do understand the whole fucking we fought them all off. Still doesn't make sense to me, bro.
You just
there were other ones, man.
You just cut Godric off, actually.
Yeah, you did, man.
Oh, I'm sorry, Godric. I do apologize.
That's okay. Kosho was going to tell us how there cannot be a Planet of the Apes situation. Go.
Well, Branch could tell us too, right?
Oh no, he asked you the question, and I actually.
Okay. Well, the reason it doesn't make sense is because it's not. No one expects evolution to work like that. So if this hypothesis is true, that the thing that set us aside from the chips to begin with was that they had short-term memory where we has developed abstract thinking and language. Why would there be some idea that chimps were gonna, I don't know, develop something that makes them more useful than that? Like it's just not something you expect.
They are more useful.
They've already got to the stage.
Without chimps, chimps play an enormous part in the day-to-day life of, if you want, just the way a lot of fucking forests and shit work. They play a fucking important role. It's pretty fucked up for to say that they don't play a good role.
Godric, if right, because I don't think we came from monkeys, but if we came from monkeys and we are now more advanced than monkeys, given enough time, wouldn't we then advance even more, even if monkeys were to develop into us?
It's not expected that they would develop into us.
That would assume. Hang on.
You know what
that
I
would
mean.
assume that would assume that we would advance, we would evolve more or more efficiently than the monkeys. They can, they can catch. There's no reason they can't catch up and surpass us. For example, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but that's not how it works,
We're
man.
devolving because we're taking on things like machines and equipment and all these medical necessities like medicine. And that's leaving less for Mother Nature to take care of. So we're actually devolving.
No, what we're doing is
as far as being able to live in the wild, we're devolving. Okay, so yeah, why can't they catch up?
No, because that's not how it's not a game of catch up. It's a game of chance and beneficial
survival
mutations. So the thing is, we as humans, we've beaten the game now to where you're right. If it was left up to nature, the people are probably getting fatter and less capable and skinnier and this and that. But we're more clever than that.
Diabetes.
Yeah. But we're more clever than that as abstract thinkers.
Right.
Is
We
we can
figured
actually
out how to make
manipulate.
insulin
We
from
can.
pig
Yeah,
shit.
exactly. We can influence our evolution now. We can direct it. We can actually create life, like with machines and all that kind of stuff. So we're doing things that no other animal can possibly do, and we can influence our own evolution.
We can even go to the moon.
Hang on, I'm going to disagree with you when you say we're clever. I'm going to disagree with that.
No, but for real talks, yeah.
We're so clever. We're going to create robots to take our jobs, so we can't do nothing. We're going to go out to pasture.
Go there.
That's very clever, bro.
Godric. This is on your side, right? I do still feel like there should have been another intelligent form of life on this planet. I find it very odd that somehow we only have one intelligent form of life, and not only are we intelligent, we are like buku levels of intelligence above any other animal form.
That's not known, or that's not known to be true, because whales, dolphins, pigs, elephants. There's animals that show intelligence that other animals don't
They
have.
show intelligence,
Right?
bro.
Octopus.
Oh, that's cute.
Hold on, hold
Type
on,
of
dude, hold on.
intelligence.
Hold on, octopus. But they have.
Right, but
they have-
again, it's not like building a skyscraper,
I know. Hold up, dude, because I'm almost getting
building
to
a
the point.
bridge.
I'm getting to the point, dude. Because building a bridge, I don't know if you ever met a construction worker. It doesn't take intelligence. We have two things. We have the ability to interpret and understand the world and communicate, and we also have just like raccoons and other primates. We have hands and the ability to manipulate the world around us, and those two things put together make us far more superior than anything else. Dolphins have flippers and fins, and even if they were the smartest things in the world, they're not going to be able to write that shit down and build a computer because they have
Nah,
fins.
bro. You know what? They could totally write shit down. If they were smart as fuck, like us, yeah, they would be able to figure it out. We figured it out. Why couldn't they?
What do we have
Like,
hands?
not only that, if they were that smart enough, where they had a need to figure it out, slowly they would have evolved the tools to do it. They would have got little fingers on their flippers.
Oh,
They
but
would have created little computers.
squids do, or octopus. I think squid actually. They do have.
Bro, we are like on a magnitude level higher of intelligence than anything on this fucking planet.
Not that much higher. I said dolphins and whales and that kind of stuff.
Hang on. Hancock Show. You said squid, right? Or octopus, right? Is there a chance octopus would pick up a baton and start commanding the orchestra? Come on, what's the chances?
Squid? Well, I mean, whales, like I said, they communicate, with music. So, octopus. I mean, squid. I don't know how they.
Would you say a dolphin is about as smart as our 3-month-old baby?
Yeah.
And then after that, it's not that much smarter, is it? But
Well,
we
yeah,
don't
but
consider a 3-month-old baby smart, do we?
yeah, but look at how people can develop. If a person was left to his own, like if a person was raised without any other person, he was born in the jungle. Okay, who's to say how intelligent he would be, right? He wouldn't be able to communicate. He wouldn't be able to learn from other people. The only reason why we seem intelligent is because we have the ability to communicate information to each other and store long catalogs of information to each other, and access it easily. So we
Dude, I
can.
watched the saddest shit the other day, bro. Like, it was about this girl, and her parents left her in a dog kennel for her whole life.
Yeah, I've heard about that girl.
That was
She's
sad
weird.
as fuck.
Dolphins communicate through sonar, not music.
As a whales.
You see why that's
Or
in line
whales,
with
same thing. Sonar.
But they have different languages and dialects and accents even.
Well, they have different sounds.
Yeah, but they use the tones to communicate.
Yeah, I'm not.
But yeah, you're right. It's not. I wouldn't call it music per se. But that's
That's
what I mean though about information is we probably wouldn't have music either if it wasn't for the most clever of us, like Pythagoras. If it wasn't for Pythagoras, it would have taken somebody else to figure out all these different musical notes and all this kind of stuff. But he actually kind of broke it all down, almost like all the same chords we use still.
I disagree, dude. I actually think that all the smart people that we praise today, it was just a matter of time before their discoveries would have been discovered. So even like Einstein, yeah, he did it super fast, and Newton did it super fast, but all of the discoveries were inevitable.
Not really.
Yeah, they were due to come. They were due to come out. Go ahead, man.
No, sorry, Jeremy. Go, buddy. Go, buddy.
They were due to come out. Like if you look at the radio, there was multiple people on the verge of coming out with the radio at the same exact time. So I think that like if shit was destined, if we were destined to get it, it's coming.
That's the 100 monkey. That's the 100 monkey theory, right?
Yeah, like but it's not true though, because the radio.
But we were.
Dude, it's very true. You don't think, Kosho, that if Einstein.
Man. Why does it takes like two people get two words out and then.
Go ahead.
That wasn't true. So people are about to riot up in this bitch.
No, it's not. It's not true. The reason why the radio thing and things like that happen at the same time, relatively the same time, is because there's things that led up to that happened at the same time, like Faraday and Maxwell doing the experiments they're doing with electromagnetism is what led, what did you say, the radio or whatever you said? Yeah, which is what led people to play with these same devices based on a single person's kind of novel.
We said Faraday and Maxwell, so that's two people.
Well, no, well, Faraday and then Maxwell.
But so they needed both people, or
no? Well, no. I'm saying their contributions. It's like saying Galileo and Newton. They didn't work together. They worked one after the other.
Coach, my point is that let's say Einstein didn't come up with his stuff. Let's say Einstein was shot dead when he was 4 years old, right? And it took 100 years extra for us to get it. I think within 100 years, we still would have discovered everything Einstein did, given an extra 100 years.
That's where I think that this is what I said last night too. I said the reason why we probably have an issue with the general relativity and quantum mechanics, and there's dark matter and dark energy. There's things that we're trying to make cope with each other, is probably because Einstein was probably ultimately correct, but we're stuck with his interpretation of this idea that ends up being based on the truth. So what he came up with is based on the truth, but it's from the it's from his interpretation of it, and that's what we are all. That's the way we all understand it. It's going to take another person with a totally different idea or totally different way of understanding these things to express his idea, and then us find out it's true. And so I think that if Einstein wasn't around, yeah, maybe somebody would have discovered the same truths, more or less, maybe eventually, but maybe it would have been expressed in a totally different way.
Well, I get what you're saying, bro, but I think that I get what you're saying. I'm just gonna leave it up.
Can I just say?
Go ahead, Mr. Rum.
Have you guys ever seen the old pictures from the Gallica books and old maps? You'll see people with their faces in their chests. You'll see J.R.R. Tolkien, Journey to the Centre of the Earth, are some people that look like sort of upright pigs, donkeys, hybrid sort of thing, in his novels, the late 1800s. And so they were called the Mercians. I'm just talking about I'm just going back onto evolution. And there are today still people, there's an area in Northern Europe called Mercia. Mercians, you can play on words, Martians. It depends on how you
don't go
use
cliche on us, bro. Don't go cliche on us.
Are you talking about mercenary?
No, I'm talking about the condition, not the condition, the shape we were. We didn't have a head. It shows pictures of some people, maybe the peasants, with their faces in their chests. And then you also see other pictures of people in smart colonial clothing, but they're sort of pig-looking donkey hybrids, all sorts. And they've got tails, they've got hoofs, I think, but all smartly dressed. And I just saw these characters and to only realize that there are actual, there's a country called Mercia, and it's still a royal country. And, you talk about Northern Europeans. Evolution, were we in this form before, or have we changed it through our development of medicines to make them more perfect human being? Evolution.
No, there's a whole bunch of things that are evidence against evolution. Like, what is it? Leukemia, the one that doesn't let you live to reproduce.
Yeah, but
there's no way that
cancer.
should have made it.
Leukemia does let you
that shouldn't have made it though. If you can't let you get to reproduce, then why do we still have it?
Leukemia doesn't fuck with your balls, bro. Cause my dad had leukemia. Leukemia,
no, I'm talking about the one where
leukemia will fuck with your balls.
It's not
I'm talking about the one where you die before you're old enough to reproduce. Which one's that?
Those diseases aren't hereditary.
Okay.
Kosho, are dicks getting longer or shorter?
That's the question you're gonna have to ask yourself. I don't know why you're asking me that. I mean, with any luck, I think you can grow in size.
Kosho, you know your dicks, bro. That's why.
Come on.
He asked Kosho, not me.
You guys talk about the evolution of the ape, the chimp in the tree, and the ones that went to the surface. Now, at a time where all the ice is melted and we're 60 meters sea level higher,
This is before that, even.
I mean, at that point there, we would have had to take to the waters. Or did we come from the waters? And the evolution of the Aquaman and the chimp hybrid would give you webbed feet, webbed fingers, bad eyesight, bold, and needing hydrating. Because when we go into water, we shrink up, and all these things that it's part land animal and part aquatic. Because in the first 8 days of our life, I think, when our heart is just formed, apparently, no, I've seen pictures and it was good enough.
But the same thing happens to chimps. The same thing happens to almost every mammal.
Yeah, and the thing that you're saying about the Ice Age, like Branch was saying, why wasn't there other smart? There were other sub species of humans, like the Denisovans and the Neanderthals, the Alezoic dudes, and they were alive before the Ice Age or during the Ice Age with us. It wasn't until the end of the Ice Age that we were the ones standing alone. Maybe they couldn't survive it, but
coming from a chef point of view, do you know why they call an aubergine an eggplant?
They call it what? An eggplant?
An aubergine.
Yeah, some people.
Hey, hold on, Kosho. Is that a kind of American thing not to know what aubergine is?
I couldn't hear what he said.
Aubergine.
What is that?
Okay, dude, I get so confused with American and English words still.
Eggplant.
What's an
Eggplant, bro.
eggplant?
I thought that I've said aubergine in the past. I
Okay,
didn't
so the
realize
point.
Americans don't know what the fucking aubergine is.
Okay, so the point is that if you grow an aubergine under the ground, it'll come out eggshell color. That's why they called it the eggplant. If you grow artichokes under the ground, you'll get white artichokes, and you won't get asparagus. Sorry,
So
you'll
why do
get
they
white.
call what? Wait. Why don't they call them white aubergines?
No, they call them eggplants. But anyway, the point is that at some point we all went underground and we didn't get the natural sunlight and all those things, and our skin got paler because the color difference in like things like asparagus.
What about me, bro? I'm brown, dude.
Yeah, a lot of people's skin didn't get paler.
Yeah, but the Earth didn't go completely frozen. There would be parts where the sun's still.
So some humans lived underground, and
Yes.
some humans didn't.
Yeah. Some humans were sheltered because it was colder where they were, and some humans were in the sun. You're right.
So why didn't the humans that lived underground like be able to dig better than? Well, why is it white people can't dig better than me? I can dig better than any white motherfucker.
Hey, you remember that movie with Samantha Mumba? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was called
it was
Time
good.
Machine.
Time Machine.
Yeah.
I challenge you to a digging contest.
And you got the pale people, the guys from underground. They didn't fucking see the sun. And then, you know, that type of thing there, the demolition man, people under the ground.
Are you calling Kosher one of those underground motherfuckers?
No, I've had my DNA checked, and I have barely any DNA or
Kosher's
Neanderthal
not one
DNA.
of, he got his DNA checked. He's not one of those underground motherfuckers.
No,
yeah,
but no, the Neanderthals
because that's
people,
what they check for when you send your shit to Ancestry.com or 23. They're checking for the underground motherfuckers.
No, they do. They check it. They tell you how much Neanderthal DNA you have.
Yeah, you got Edinburgh Castle, under there's city underground there. There's evidence of underground cities all over the world.
There was one that held 20,000 people. Listen, those 23andMe things are way off. I don't want to derail this realm, but they tested a lizard once and it came back like French and Italian or some shit. So, anyways, go ahead, realm. My bad.
No. You're more than welcome to sit.
I'm sorry, man. Where was the lizard from? Was it a Texan lizard?
I don't know.
Yeah,
a lizard is.
Kosho is the world controlled.
No, my brother.
Kosho is the world controlled by lizards secretly.
There's only about 3% difference between the DNA of a lizard and us.
No, it's probably a little bit more than that. But regardless, whenever you send in DNA to 23andMe, when you send in DNA to 23andMe, it's going to look for genetic markers.
You came in like a bat out of hell.
It's going to look for the genetic markers based on the things it already has. And if you have DNA that's completely foreign to the DNA that most DNA they have, they're going to assume that you're you know that you're basically new information they haven't come across yet. And they're going to try.
Jeremy, have you ever done it, Jeremy? I'm just wondering, like, if the lizard that you're talking about was actually you, and this is all a metaphor.
Jeremy is sort of a lizard.
Because in reality, you want to know where you came back, Neanderthal.
But Jeremy's probably Italian and mostly Neanderthal.
Dude, I should do it, bro. But the problem is, like, everyone in my family has done it. It just comes back like, you're from India. It's just like fucking
disappointment.
It tells you more than just your ancestry.
I know, but it's like it always comes back as the same shit. We're fucking a bunch of inbred motherfuckers. We all come back with the same shit.
I'm looking at mine right now.
By the way, I think this Realm's idea of people going underground, it's worthy to be looked at. Like, we should maybe build a time machine and then go and see if that's what actually happened. We can call the time machine the aubergine time machine.
No, you ain't gonna need all that because we found cities that could house up to 20,000 people, just in one city, one single thing. 20,000 people.
Dude,
we knew they were underground.
I don't know if you ever seen a city before, but New York City has 10+ million people. Rome, 2,000 years ago, had over 1 million people.
Yeah, but there was less people. We were just getting started, probably. 20,000 people was probably could have been a fifth of the world's or a 10th or 20th of the world's population or something.
Yeah, maybe 20,000 people is like a suburb.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. There's more people in my city. The point is, that's a lot of people for underground. That's not like one or two dudes went to like live underground. Like 20,000 people is a nice chunk of people. It's a small city.
Underground? Where underground was this?
You just have to Google largest underground city ever found. It was in Europe somewhere.
Well, you know, the other thing about Europe is it's such an old civilization that places like England, like basically they built shit on top of other shit. So it's like it
Okay.
looked like it was
No,
underground.
this thing didn't get built, dude. What? This
It
underground
looked like it
city
was
didn't get.
underground.
No, it was underground, bro. It wasn't built on top of something else, and then a little dust fell over it. This was chiseled out of rock, bro.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I've seen that. Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Why are you challenge me all the time when I'm always right?
Dude, what do you write about? First of all, dude, I know what you're talking about now. I remember this.
What
I've
have
seen
I
this.
been wrong about? Would be the real question.
Okay, man. Let me see this underground city, because you're amazed by a city with 20,000 people in it.
Yeah. When the whole fucking thing's underground, it has natural ventilation, all kinds of stuff. What do you want me to Google it for you?
I'm looking it up right now, but I think I know what you're talking about.
I think it was in like Turkey or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you said
Yugoslavia.
Europe. Because both those are considered Europe. Let's see. Oh, I think I found it. Yeah, it was Turkey. Okay, here it is. Yeah, it says Cappadocian. What? Is an ancient multi-level underground city in Derinkuyu district in Turkey, extending to a depth of 85 meters. Wow, 85 meters. It's large enough to have shelter 20,000 people with their livestock.
Would you say it only went underground 85 meters?
Yeah, approximately.
Only that's a
Pretty
lot.
deep.
Right, it wasn't deep; it was wide. You ain't gonna get a lot of people at 85 meters.
It's the largest excavated underground city in Turkey, and one of the several underground complexes found throughout.
It was the largest one in the world, bro. 20. You
That's
can't name
not.
more. Okay, name an underground city that housed more than
New
20,000
York.
people.
New York City has bigger underground than this place, man.
London.
Dude, we're talking about ancient.
London probably has the biggest
from
underground network in the world, bro.
No, New York City does, but
we were talking about people going underground to live. I thought.
I got you.
Not fucking. Well, I mean, they do that in New York City, but I said do.
I doubt it, bro. I doubt New York City's got a bigger underground network than London.
Yeah, you could fit way more than 20,000 people. If you wanted to just put people in sleeping bags down there, you could probably fit fucking hundreds of thousands. And the amount of underground structures. We were talking about ancient. See, this is that red herring non sequitur shit that these guys do. This is Kosho practicing for when he argues the globe.
No, go ahead, Jeremy. What is the point, Jeremy? You're trying to make?
The point was, Ron was talking about how we all went underground to live. I brought up this underground city to talk about. Oh yeah, look, there's an underground city. I was 20,000 people. We were underground living, no question. And now we're talking about New York City.
These people were underground living. 20,000 Greek Turkish dudes.
Well, maybe them dudes found it. You think some Greek Turkish dudes dug that out? They don't know.
Yeah.
You can't carbon date or you can't radiometric or whatever it is you do to rocks.
Yeah, but they
can't find a date.
Radiometric that shit.
They were writing back then, dude. It says caves might have been built initially in a soft volcanic rock in the 8th, 7th century BC, according to Turkish Department of Culture.
Yeah, that's a wild guess. According to the
Wait, through volcanic rock?
Yeah.
These guys be guessing when structures got built. Okay, if I chisel, Jeremy was here, 2022, and somebody comes along and find it in 100 years, they could be like, "Oh, Jeremy built this thing. Look, here's his name and the year."
Yeah, good job, Jeremy, bro. How did you build it?
I'll write down how I built it, and I'll fake it. And they used to do that with these ancient structures. They did it in Turkey, or not Turkey. They did it in the Aztec civilization. They came along and they found the one with the terraces, and they used to tell people
Right,
like,
but there's no fucking
gods built
information
it
of
or
how
something.
long they took to dig these fucking tunnels.
These aren't like awesome tunnels, man.
They're not.
Tunnels.
They are awesome.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to. You want to see awesome tunnels? Look at
Tunnels people could live in, and it had natural ventilation and shit.
Jeremy, where are you going with this conversation?
He's talking.
I don't know. I took it over from the realm.
It's cool shit.
I hijacked the realm's conversation he was having.
No, I mean, Jeremy, it sounds to me like you are trying to make, for some reason, Kosho sound, if you want, whatever Kosho says, you're trying to make it sound like he's wrong.
He's usually wrong, yes.
Usually wrong. You should have heard me earlier. Dude.
But
you
Jeremy,
missed it, dude. I guessed this dude was Dutch.
You guessed he was what?
Dutch. Yeah, they said, could you tell the difference between Australian and American? And I said, yeah, I could. You know, it probably, I'm not 100%. And I guessed wrong. The dude was American, but I was basing that off the fact that he looked Dutch. I looked up his family name, and it turns out he was Dutch.
Okay, so.
Oh, fuck. Well, you weren't here, man, but I was right.
Cool story. Yeah, you had to be there. It sounds like you had to be there.
You wasn't there for that. But Jeremy, you know what? If Kosho's completely wrong about this shit, what's your explanation for it?
He had a 50% chance of getting the fact that they came from Dutch heritage right too.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, what, Bansel? What the fuck did you even just say, Bansel?
Listen, Darren Koyu, this place looks fucking awesome, bro. Okay, this place is awesome.
Yeah, it is cool, man. It's cool.
That shit looks dope as fuck. Just off the pictures, the couple pictures they show. That shit looks like the Matrix.
Yeah, dude, it looks like
mixed with an ant colony.
Exactly. If you were really obsessed with ants, like your dream was to become an ant colony.
Why you Bansel? Don't if you have no reason to
Yeah, but no, Bandsaw, tell Jeremy about Cooper Pedy, man. That's the awesome city.
Oh, is that the one chiseled in the face of the rock all fancy?
No, Cooper Pedy, they all live underground like ants.
What's the name of it? I'm gonna Google it right now.
Wait, dude, you can't know about it, dude.
Uber what?
Cooper Pedy.
Oh,
man. C?
No, C-O-B-E-R Pedy.
I don't know how to spell it.
P-E-D-E? Why?
I mean, Jeremy, you should know that you're from fucking New York, bro.
It's a town in Australia.
You should know this shit already, Jeremy.
It's top secret. Top secret. Kosho and I are going.
Yeah,
we're gonna buy a cave.
Oh, this is
teaching people how to spell it.
Where the people they like chisel houses in the ground. One guy made a staircase once and found like a $2 million worth of
opal. Of opal, yeah.
Is this that one though, where the guy was making a staircase for his?
Well, I don't know if that's the one, but it wouldn't surprise me.
No, it looks like the one. I'm looking at pics right now. Yeah, they'd be chiseling houses out of rock, and then the one guy went to build himself like a staircase, and right underneath the stair, like he was walking over it for years out his front door, and it was just millions of dollars worth of like just opal or whatever.
Yeah, these are opal mines, and one day I'm going to build my secret. Our secret lair is going to be housed in Cooper Pedy.
Yo, this is awesome. I would love to do this. If I didn't have enough room in the bedroom, if you don't have enough room in a bedroom, you just chisel out a wall a little bit. My bad, Godric. What were you saying?
Well, I was just going to say, Kosho.
We're talking about like a bat cave situation.
Kosho, I do have a spot in your secret lair still, right?
Yeah, you're invited, and it was basically Rich and myself, because we had this pirate thing, and then Bandsaw and myself, and he's part of the crew. And I forgot Jeremy's got an eye patch, or he's got one eye. So he's a perfect addition to our fucking pirate crew.
Yep.
We're gonna be space pirates.
Hey,
Did you ever see that movie, The Ice Pirates?
Jeremy, if you want to be really good, can we cut a leg off?
No, I need the legs.
No, Pete's the one
No, we
leg.
ain't bringing Pete, bro. We ain't bringing
No
Pete nowhere.
Yeah, not a chance.
We ain't bringing Pete. There's gonna be mutiny out this bitch of you and Pete or whoever's running the show.
We gotta have
is
one legged motherfucker. So someone
If we
take
don't have
it.
the internet, honestly, we might need Pete to keep us amused.
We're gonna have the internet, dude. We're gonna pirate. We're gonna be pirates, dude. Space pirates.
Listen,
And
have you ever seen The Ice Pirates, that movie from the 80s where the water was like the most valuable thing in the universe?
Yeah.
The movie was dope, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's what it's gonna be
That'll
like.
never
Though,
be
dude.
the case. If anything, there'll be too much water.
No, there won't be too much water. It is the most common compound in the universe, but regardless, we're gonna have fucking a submarine that we're gonna dual purpose into a spaceship. And we're going to pirate the network off of Starlink, so we'll have free internet.
Is it going to be a water world?
Doesn't
Kevin
matter. He just
Costner.
said there's free internet.
Yeah, free internet, dude.
We said.
Thanks to Elon Musk.
Yeah, there's a asteroid in the asteroid belt called Ceres. It's the largest object in the asteroid belt, and it's about the third of the mass. And it's said that on Ceres, in between Mars and Jupiter, it has more fresh water than all of Earth.
Is that the one where the fresh waters are under the crust?
Yeah, it's probably under
That's Utopia. Utopia. No, it's called what is it?
The thing is, we can make fresh
EO or
water.
some shit like that. What's it called?
Io?
Io.
Io is a moon.
Yeah. I thought we were talking about the moons.
This is an asteroid, a dwarf planet. But what do you say, Jeremy? We can make water.
Yeah, we can make fresh water. Like if I distill a bucket of water out of the air and then throw it in the lake, we now have more fresh water than we did before.
Are you going to be doing this?
You know,
or if I distill some water out of the
we got
ocean.
to worry about, like, think about this here. Io as a liquid water for many, many years. What kind of life is brewing down there?
They don't know if that shit has more water than it. They be making goofy shit up about space facts.
No, it definitely has. Like,
oh, it definitely has. How do they know there's water there?
I know it. I know it because my mama told me.
Yeah, water is the
prove to me that. What's up, Kosha?
Water is the most common chemical compound in the universe.
That's a claim that you have no idea if it's true or not.
Yeah, I do.
How?
Okay,
yeah.
let's look at methane.
Because look, hydrogen. Yeah, because of the way that fucking stars and shit fuck around.
You don't even know that. How do stars fuck around?
I mean, you know, one day one star sees another star. She really.
You see, Kosho. Now we're on the stars and how.
No, just Branch was saying his little thing.
Go ahead, Branch. My bad.
No, I was just gonna say, like, these stars and shit. Yeah, they fuck around and they puke a lot, and then like before they fucking take an enormous shit and say fuck it, I'm out. They release a lot of shit into the fucking atmosphere, and then if you look at what the fuck they're gonna release, shit will break down to the point where it makes the most stable compounds. And one of the most stable compounds is H2O.
You don't even know that water is H2O. You don't even know that yet.
Yeah, we do. That was the first thing we figured out in chemistry.
Get a little bit of water and break it up and show me the
Okay.
2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen, and then
this
put it
was
back
the first.
together.
This is like the first.
Well, don't get me wrong. It's not just stable everywhere.
Hard to say shit. But yeah, this was the first chemical. This was like the first chemistry discovery in chemistry.
The first one.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, Kosher. That's a pretty big claim.
Banso,
evidence.
Banso, you're being very obtuse right now, Banso.
No,
Don't
I'm
make
not.
me mute
No,
you.
I'm not.
Don't
Okay.
make me mute you, Banso.
Right. It's hard to say shit. Say shit.
Get me 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom, and make 1 water.
I mean, do we have an actual picture of a water molecule with the H, 2 H's?
Exactly.
Hey, Banso, why is it, Banso, when you fart, air comes out?
Why?
Okay.
Pressure.
I'd like to know the answer, dudes. In chemistry, dude, this is how they discovered compounds.
What'd you say, Gojo?
Water was like the first thing they split up, but they started splitting up other things. They started splitting up other things as well, and they started
if we
putting them
split
back
it
together. And this is what they discovered.
Hold on, man. Hold on. In order to split
It's not just that, bro. It's the fact that the fact of the matter is this. Yeah, look, hydrogen is upon abundance.
Oh my God.
And then oxygen only needs to bond. Like oxygen has the electrons of oxygen has 2 gaps, and they're very welcoming to anyone who wants to fuck those gaps. And that's why, like, we look at oxygen and it has an electron shell of 6, and it needs 2 motherfuckers to fuck him. Hydrogen just be like, oh fuck, I'll fuck this bitch, and then another one would be like, oh fuck it, I'll join in, and they gangbang.
This is what I was going to say, but unless Branch, you're going. I was going to say to you, but without getting into how they know shit in chemistry, it's a really long story. What Branch is saying is exactly correct. The most common elements in the universe: hydrogen, helium, which is inert, not going to do anything with anything. Hydrogen, and what else? Oxygen, carbon. What else? And then you have nitrogen, fluorine.
Argon, neon.
But argon is inert as well. So what you're left with is carbon, oxygen being the predominant one, nitrogen, fluorine, and they all. Yeah, exactly. Methane is another common element. Ammonia is another common element, but water is the most common element because of the 2 most common pair, which is the oxygen and the hydrogen.
Hear this, right? If you so basically silicon without an E, its solid form floats on the liquid form just like water. So water has a something in common with silicon, and it's got memory as well, just like water. It's conductive, just like water.
Water memory. Hell yeah, bro. I'm all about that water memory. I looked into that big time a few years back. The restructuring of water, all that shit, dude. Water's awesome.
All right, well, Jeremy, if you did, hold on. If you looked into all of this shit, can you tell us what you looked into, Jeremy?
What he dipped into?
And what you looked into?
Oh, water memory.
Yeah, well, you basically said that you looked into everything he talked about. And you had a fucking really good understanding.
No, I said the water memory part.
Well, okay. Well, tell us what the fuck you was talking about when you said a good idea about this shit.
Hey, bro, I don't want to hijack his thing again. I hijacked his last thing. Go ahead, Round.
No, I'm always good. I'm always happy for people to interject, man.
I take your whole shit over every time, bro. My bad.
No, I'm not offended, man. Fucking, this is a conversation, isn't it?
Tell him about the water memory. Go in on that.
Thank you, Ron. All right, Jeremy, come on, bro. It's all on you now. What the fuck do you know about this shit?
Just throw out key words, man. That's all I can do. Expanding on them. You know,
water memory is not legit.
It's too legit, MC Hammer style.
I'm talking about silicon, because silicon, we use it for chips, we use it for our technology. So silicon has got the water memory. It's got the memory.
It's because it's a good semiconductor. It's not a great conductor. It's a good semiconductor, and you can dope it and make it so that it's got a so it's easy to either put charge into it or for it to be an insulator.
I'm going to go soon. Interestingly, that sun that we see in the sky is called Solace. Yeah, SOLRS. Anyway, it connects to an element called silicium, which now it's called silicon. Silicon. Yeah. So the old word for silicon was silicium, and which makes me think that the sun itself is silicon, and it might be fused with something else because silicon can fuse with can dissolve with metals. So I just thought that was interesting. And then the last thing was that Luna, as in moon, connects to the word aluminium. Yeah. So aluminium and Luna have a connection. Thanks, guys.
Cool, man.
So the water memory thing, right? That shit's dope as fuck. Like you can tell if me and you were to go take a what are those little dropper things called? A little dropper of water.
Hey,
An
Jeremy,
eyedropper.
just don't make this
If
shit
me and you
gay,
were to
bro.
take an
Don't make this
eyedropper.
shit gay.
So if me and you were to take an eyedropper from the same flask or jug of water or bucket of water or whatever, and then we both dropped little drops onto like slides or something, you know, the little scientist microscope slides, you'd be able to tell who, you would be able to tell which dropped by which people.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
Jeremy, you know you don't talk about Bruno.
Who?
Anyways, how would you tell the difference, Sherman?
You can see it under the microscope because because the water has memory, so anytime it gets touched or moved, so it knows it's got moved by that person, and it would just be a different structurally, just like Michio and Modu with the snowflakes, all kinds of shit. This is the rice experiment.
Jeremy, never heard about you don't talk about Bruno?
I used to be into that shit too, man, but I learned that there's not any merit there.
Really?
Yeah. Bastard, you heard this song, right? You got kids? It's a song, guys. It's good. You're not supposed to be about Bruno or whatever, how it goes. My bad. It's just a big song that's on my head. It's all over fucking social media.
So that study or experiment or whatever you want to call it, show where they tried to put emotion into water and then take pictures of the crystals after they put different emotion into it. You're saying that that's all bullshit, are you?
Yeah, it's not really been substantiated with anything. Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen them before, and I was actually impressed. But that's when I would just watch videos and trust them instead of actually think about what they were showing.
So has someone else tried to do it and not been able to get the results that have been shown in?
Well, yeah. There's not been any kind of testing that has been conclusive.
Okay.
Hey, Jeremy.
What's up?
You gonna let Coach Show talk like this?
I don't know what he's saying.
It sounds to me like Kosho is making.
They're saying the water memory thing is bullshit
right now. Like you was essentially beforehand, before Kosho just let it out. You was disagreeing with Kosho, wasn't you?
I know, I usually disagree with Kosho because, like I said, I'm usually right and he's usually wrong.
Did you
So that leaves
forget?
us in an
Did you
impossible
forget whether or
position.
not you disagree with Kosho?
About the water memory thing, yes, I disagree.
Okay, well, you did disagree with Kosho. How
Yes.
does it feel now to know that not only is he correct?
Who's correct?
Kosho.
How? Why is he correct? Because he told you he was correct?
Banso.
Proved
it.
I proved it, did I? Really? Okay.
How did you prove?
I don't know. But anyway, it's news to me.
Here, check this out. So it says commenters or commentators have criticized Emoto, the scientist who did this, for insufficient experimental controls and not sharing enough details for his experiments with the scientific community. He has been criticized for designing his experiments in ways that permit manipulation or human error. Biochemist and director of microscopy at University blah blah William Revel wrote, "It is very unlikely that there is any reality behind Emoto's claims." Revel noted that the lack of scientific publication and pointed out that anyone who could demonstrate such a phenomena would become immediately famous and probably wealthy.
Dude, you've got Harvard professors, Nobel Prize winners coming out saying that our thoughts can influence the physical world. The problem is that you guys are all about the science and you're fundamentalist materialists. So anything you can't touch or quantify, like love or this thought experiment thing or the intention experiment, you just dismiss it immediately. And anyone that finds anything to do about it, you'll bury them before they get
Dude.
blackballed, called pseudoscientists.
It says
they
right
get no more
here,
grants.
there was not enough scientific controls. You could easily control for it by not talking to certain ones. Those would be your controls. And then talking to other ones and noticing the difference. He didn't even publish any study at all. But it says also in 2003, James Randi published an invitation on his website offering him $1 million to take his challenge, in which he could have received $1 million and been able to reproduce the experiment under test conditions. And he never got a response from the dude. Had opportunities to prove it for money, but I mean, it's just a claim from a dude.
Well, a lot of people are claiming this water memory intention thing.
Because it sounds cool.
Not because it sounds cool, because it has merit. Merit to it. It has legitimacy. I'm telling you, Lynn McTaggart, the intention experiment, Dr. Emoto. Well, why don't they just redo what he did? Like it's difficult or anything. All he did was freeze water drops on a slide.
Here we go. Here's a double-blind study of distant intention on water crystal formation. The hypothesis that water treated with intention can affect ice crystals formed, blah, 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 was tested by double-blind conditions. 2,000 people shielded in a room in California. They were unaware of water samples set aside at different locations. The crystals formed from both sets of water samples were blindly identified and photographed by analysts, and resulting images were blindly assessed by 100 independent judges, and results indicated that crystals from the treated water were given higher scores for aesthetic appeal than those from control water. Okay.
I think you're being a bit too skeptical.
I mean, it says here that
we're not going down there.
It says here that the one treated with the one treated was given higher scores for the aesthetic appeal. So it said this study lended support to the hypothesis.
Well, we gotta get you dressed. We gotta get you dressed. We gotta get you dressed. Look at him reading. Oh,
Hey, Kosho. I mean, Jeremy.
this guy.
Jeremy.
Body slam.
He's taken care of. Well, it'd be pretty cool if it was true.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I reckon. It's just like the power of the mind.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me more like Jeremy's got. Jeremy, why you on a fucking a reason to call someone out tonight? Like, are we supposed to be chill in this room? Why can't you be chill, Jeremy?
We're not chill.
It seems to me that Jeremy's trying to fire someone up.
Okay.
Stop it, Jeremy. Be a good boy.
Well, we know that man-made objects have a memory. Vinyl and stuff like that. Synthetic items. They have a memory.
What does?
Vinyl. You know the vinyl wraps that they put on cars? Vinyl?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Which is what I'm referring to specifically, right? But I'm just thinking about things that have memory, Kosho. But if you were to get a
He has
piece
no
of that,
fucking memory. Banser, what the fuck is you even talking about?
Shush.
Structural memory, yeah.
If you exactly. So if you get a piece of and you stretch it over an open window of the car, right? Instead of putting it on the panel, you put it over a window, wind the window down, and you push your fist into it. Okay, it'll stretch. Then you pull your fist out. Okay, it'll hold that shape of your fist. But if you just kiss it with a little bit of heat, just kiss it, it goes immediately back to its initial shape. Immediately.
Well, it's impressive. But there's plenty of examples like that, sure. Like
I'm not saying
microchips.
I'm not saying there's not plenty of examples. I was just thinking
I
about
mean, I agree with you.
memory. Yeah.
Hold on, Banser. Why do you think that's got anything to do with fucking the conversation that was at hand?
Memory. Things that have memory.
Really?
Like water. Exactly.
Okay.
I think they're using the term memory though with the water thing, and memory is probably not the right term even because it's not really like the water is remembering anything. It's like it's being influenced by intention, which is interesting. It really is. I believe in this idea that your intention can change the outcome of certain things. Yeah.
So, Banser, what do you think about that?
I think it's very true. Most definitely.
So then why are you fucking talking about this little piece of fucking metal that can ban soul back and forth?
Oh, gold.
You know, Ben, so when I was younger, my friend, one of my good friends, him and his brother had a ghost hunting company. And my friend, he actually worked for Freescale semiconductor place or microchips or whatever they're called. And he was an electrical engineer. And so I would also, play with this shit. Anyways, he made a ghost hunting device, and he wanted me to try and make one, model one for him, and he ended up using his own, But when I was finished, mine was way better, and so he ended up using mine. Anyway, I used to go on some of the ghost hunts with him, and I would be the skeptic. Like I would be the skeptical one. Not because didn't believe in anything that was happening, but because it's important to be skeptical of these kind of claims, which is why we made the devices the way we made them, so that they could actually test for every every what do you call it, like a stimulus.
Vagina.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I think in this example, the same thing is important as everything else. It's just it's be cool if it's real, but it's important to be skeptical of the claims, uh, until thoroughly shown to be absolutely true.
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to necessarily disagree with you there, Coach. A little bit on it, and I know what Jeremy was referring to. I saw it years ago. I thought that's absolutely fascinating.
Gonzo?
Yes,
Get to the point. Get to the point.
No, I'm not going to. But with this little ghost hunting detector, did you go to a cemetery and test it out?
Yeah, we went to a few places. We went to a lot of haunted, like supposed haunted places, but yeah, we've been to all sort of creepy places.
Yeah. Ever done a seance in a cemetery? I've done that.
Hey, Banzo, you didn't get to the
yes.
point fast enough. Don't ask questions once you're done.
Not a seance, no, but I know people do that. They're called the Ouija.
Oh, the Ouija board. Yeah, I've done one of those. Yeah.
Same in Australia. I know it's more. You're more superstitious about it there.
Yeah, because Australians are dumb fucks. They're cunts. No, I'm just joking. They're are very nice people. They're definitely not the C word.
Careful, Branch. Banzo isn't known to take jokes lightly.
Did a Ouija board once with a group of friends and deliberate glass over the board. It was funny.
Nobody asked for your fucking Kumbaya song, bro. This is real talk, motherfucker.
Good.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear about your Kumbaya shit.
Down with it, Branch. Get down with it.
Damn straight. Don't make me fucking break character and laugh, bitch.
That's what's up.
Hey, Sean.
I remember when you were on the fence, Banzo.
No.
What up, Andy?
Hey, buddy. Well, no, I wasn't on the fence, Jeremy.
No, he
I mean,
jumped full over.
Yeah, I jumped over, but I wasn't over for too long.
I will say this though. I will
back
say
pretty
this. I
quickly.
know for sure, Banzo.
Jesus Christ.
Outside of being on the fence, I know for sure that you got the fucking vax.
You know what? Know what kind of got me thinking, really, Kosho, looking at them more closely, how it appears to have texture and shape to it. That's kind of why I flipped back for a very short moment, but it wasn't too much longer after that I realized to myself that I was kidding myself.
Yeah, they almost get you. Some of their bullshit is so thick.
No, you know what?
Almost like
My
sucks
bad.
it back in.
My bad.
Exactly.
I did not mean to go there with this one.
Exactly. And as soon as went back to water, right, and the memory, it was quite clear and evident.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Like the water.
But it did, like, because you kind of talk to people that sound pretty intelligent, and you go, well, okay then. You know.
Yes. For example, Kosho was telling us about the asteroid belt has more water than on Earth, and I was ready to believe that
I'll tell
shit.
you this, man. Don't get that shit twisted, because
Right.
in this whole flat Earth world, sometimes the least intelligent people will be the most intelligent, and sometimes the people that sound the most intelligent will be the dumbest motherfuckers you ever meet in your life.
And you know, when they come at you with all these fancy equations, right, and forces will move this and you kind of scratch your head and you look at these equations with all these Latin digits in it. You go, oh yeah, mate. Then you look, yeah, oh yeah, right. But then all of a sudden, right, when
Hey,
you get to
Bandy.
hold on, I'm nearly there, Sean. But when you get to the stage when you know that the only thing that moves things is pressure, right? You've worked it all out.
You know when you actually worked it all out is when you don't have to care about what they answer.
All right, Ben. So, how would you make a nuclear bomb go off?
How would I do it?
Yeah.
I'd get on the dark web and I'd get the blueprints and I'd make myself a new. That's how I'd do it.
Well, I know a guy who he gave us all instructions using smoke detector. There's
Okay.
actually there's material in your smoke detector that you can gather together and make not a bomb, but a nuclear reactor, which is the same principle, and neither of them require pressure. At least
Really?
fission reaction.
How do they not require pressure?
Because they're simply neutrons, which are a component of the nucleus. They're just neutral, and because they're neutral, unlike the proton or the electron, they're not going to repel against each other, which is what keeps you from falling into anything. Just because the negative neutrons that are not wanting to fucking they're going to repel each other, but
What?
the neutron has no compulsion to repel anything, and so you could shoot one at a nucleus, and if it's a unstable nucleus, it's going to collide with the nucleus, and it's going to add its mass to it, which is going to make it decay into two other things, which is going to give energy. This energy is created. So, anyways,
Weak nuclear force.
Damn it! Now I know exactly what Branch was talking about a minute ago.
So
Is this the weak nuclear force?
So what you're
fission
explaining,
reaction.
Kosho, what you're explaining to me, Kosho, is that you press these two things together, right, to get a reaction. Pressure.
No, he's talking about the reaction that would instigate.
Yeah, the reaction, and how do you get the reaction?
Simply
He's
have
talking
to
about the reaction that would instigate a fucking
fission reaction.
yeah.
Yeah, and how do you get that? How do you get that?
I'm trying to tell you, if you have enough let's say uranium, okay, and then you have let's say some sort of unstable uranium.
You gotta press the
you're
uranium together.
No, you don't. No, you do not press. You don't have to press it together, dude.
What do you do?
Bits of uranium
All
all
you have
spread
to
out
do,
throughout
is
America.
get a free neutron,
Uh-huh.
to fire against the nucleus of these unstable atoms.
You say think about this, yeah. Let's assume you got a whole bunch of buckyballs.
Now,
all
what you just
together and shit.
what you just
Normally, if
described,
you got a whole bunch of buckyballs, yeah. No, seriously, let me finish with this. Let me finish.
Cut to the chase.
Okay, you got a whole bunch of buckyballs. If you just throw a little ball at them, probably just bounce off this bunch of buckyballs. If you throw that ball hard enough, yeah, it will not only go through the ball, it will split the ball in half, go through, and then cause some the buckyballs other penises to Give out other buckyballs.
Okay. Branch is trolling. Ban. So I'm so sorry. If you could just give me context, because I'm very invested in this conversation. If you could just summarize, like what's that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, what Kosho is explaining to me, right, is you fire one at the other. Yes, Kosho?
When you fire it, it just has to go in the direction of it.
Yes, yeah. So you fire. So now you got motion, right? And this other thing has to hit another, creating pressure, right?
No.
Is this
Yes.
Ban? So is this the weak? Is this weak nuclear force without pressure?
It's got pressure. 100%.
Kosho's argument.
Can we explain it
Kosho's
in terms
argument
of
is that
buckyballs, please?
a nuclear bomb to react, it doesn't need pressure.
I said a weak nuclear force or nuclear energy. Yeah, you don't need pressure.
I mean, you guys are trying to.
Yeah, I obviously agree with Kosher. That's what I told you earlier today, Ben. So the weak nuclear force seems to show force without pressure.
No, it doesn't, because you have to fire one at the other. All right, and by doing that, those two collide.
But that's
and there is pressure, and then a reaction after that pressure is applied.
I guarantee that. I guarantee this conversation
all right,
is not going to
Ben,
end.
so
Branch.
Branch, please stop. Come on, stop it, Branch. Otherwise, I'm just going to ask people to mute you.
I will stop. I
You're
will
just being
stop
disruptive.
in one.
Branch, thank you.
So Ban, so definitely what Coach is explaining is, in man-made nuclear reactors. But when you have alpha or beta decay naturally, you don't need to fire anything at it. It's just that the nucleus itself becomes unstable, maybe because it has too much energy. It's like the state of the nucleus is not stable, and then it would just decay naturally without you needing to fire something at it.
So it decays naturally and does what?
It will emit energy, and it might emit some.
And does what?
It would emit energy and some sort of particle pairing,
So,
in order to transmutate into a different element.
So
chain reaction, motherfuckers. Explain what a chain reaction is.
Move, and do they?
Ben, so please mute Branch. Please mute Branch.
Seriously, my man, you're totally fucking this shit up.
Hold on.
I don't know if I could say they move in the sense that we would call it movement, because you could have an element just sitting there, it decays into a different element, and it just releases energy and a particle pairing, but it hasn't moved.
So do these particles, do they move? Do they move?
So move isn't the word I would use for them.
Do they move?
I can't say no way yes, Spencer, because they don't move the way we say things move.
No, do they move? Do they move?
What does movement have to do with it?
Because if they move,
because he's trying to say if they move, there's pressure making them move.
No, there's not.
Really?
What does move?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the reaction itself. Yeah, whenever
the reaction. So the reaction does what? Create some sort of pressure so they can then move.
No, if there's like you were saying, like when the neutron, let's say the interaction is a free neutron interacts with some unstable element, and now the element's too heavy, it's not moving at all yet. It will split into two smaller elements, or maybe it'll have a beta decay. It doesn't matter. It'll split into smaller elements, and in that process, it'll create it could create a positron, an electron, a neutron, or a neutron will turn into a proton, a positron, electron. Either way, these other particles are going to start flying off. They're just going to go in directions, not because of pressure.
For them to split, this initial reaction, right? They split, in half. Is that not movement?
It's not caused by pressure.
Really?
Really? This is the problem, Dan. So because this is happening at subatomic levels, these words we use like movement don't really apply. It's
well, why? Because I try to bring it back down to a base level, right? You might not want to use movement. but you know what movement is, right? It's a very simple concept to get your head around. When
I think you
something
describe
moves,
because there's momentum and shit. I mean, but the thing is, I don't think that has to imply pressure.
well, it does, because because if something moves right against something else, it creates a pressure. It
Okay.
has to. Okay,
Well, it
then.
creates a pressure,
Exactly.
but it's not
Thank
caused
you.
by pressure.
Really? So that thing splitting in half, right, isn't splitting in half because of a pressure inside it pushing
Right?
it
Yeah.
apart.
No.
How do you know this?
It's not described. The weak nuclear force is very described, and there's not. It's not described by having a pressure.
It has to have some sort of pressure to move, to split in the first place.
I think what's actually happening is there's a because it decays, and then now that it's decayed, there's what do you call that? So there's energy is created, but then now there's electric compulsion or a negative repelling force because there's two opposing things, and now there's other particles that weren't there before.
Okay, so now we've got two opposing electrical forces. Okay, positive and negative, right? So that positive or negative, or negative and negative, right? So two opposing, right? It's going to cause pressure to push each other apart and then to split. So there is pressure involved.
Yeah, but it's created from the electromagnetic relationship. So I'm saying these forces aren't caused by pressure, though.
It doesn't matter how
Yeah.
it's caused. It doesn't matter how
All right.
it's caused.
To really
Makes it
yeah, but to really explain the mechanic behind it, Bandsaw. What's happening is we only see the weak nuclear force present in protons and neutrons, and protons and neutrons are made of quarks, and quarks come in different colors, right? Up, down, charm, and whatnot. And what the weak nuclear force does is it changes the color of one of these quarks from an up to a down quark, and this causes maybe a proton or a neutron to transmutate into a proton. And in this, so that is the force. And in this transmutation, energy and particles get released to cause decay and thus create a new element. So the force part is where the quark gets changed. And in that, I don't know if you could say there's pressure present. But like Kosher says, it will cause some sort of pressure because energy and particle pairs are being released, right? But that's just like a byproduct of this happening, of this transmutation of a neutron to a proton to create a different element. But when the quark changes color, to say there's pressure or there's movement there, it's I wouldn't use those words.
Why? Because it's too simple.
Because it wouldn't apply.
It doesn't have these fancy words.
Let me see if I can find a diagram explaining what I'm trying to say. And then if we both look at the same thing, then we could agree whether or not you would interpret that as movement.
Okay then.
What's up?
We'll see if you're wrong.
What's up, you little badass kid?
The neutron's heavier than the proton. That's why it creates the positron and electron also. And just like you said, just the fact that the quark is changing from up to a down, or from a down to a up rather, it's going to cause it to, for this reaction to occur. But none of that is based on pressure. It's just based on the interactions between the quarks, the interactions between the mass that has to be, because there's mass that's lost. It's lost in the form of energy, or created in energy.
So these little quarks and glumps and gomps and bumps and all this sort of stuff are reacting with one another.
I have a question.
Go for it, Smear.
What is the debate about?
Pressure is the cause of all reactions.
Yes, pressure.
Oh.
So
All right, I'm about to post an image, and in this image, there's Feynman diagrams explaining what's happening. But what you got to understand is, Ben. So this image is not showing movement. You know.
Really?
So you have your neutron.
I'm bringing it up. Hold on. Let me get to
Okay.
it. Okay. All right then. Good. Go.
A neutron
So
gets
so you have your neutron with one up and two down quarks, and then the weak nuclear force is going to transmutate this neutron into a proton by changing one of the down quarks to an up quark. And then in making this happen, because as Kosho said, a neutron is bigger than a proton, energy and particle pair is going to be released. So you're going to release energy, and then an electron neutrino will also be released. So when the electron neutrino and the energy is released, that is, you could say there's pressure involved there to help them be released. But that is not the force. The force is when the neutron becomes the proton, when the quark gets changed from a down to an up. And no one would say there's movement involved there, you know?
Movement.
Movement. There has to be movement. There.
I don't think you should deny the movement.
Else. Exactly. So if
Oh, no,
there's
not,
movement, go on, Kosho. Go on.
no, you go ahead.
No, if there's movement, right, there is going to be pressure. 100%. There's going to be pressure.
But I would say pressure is a byproduct of this interaction. The force happens before you see pressure.
No, I would say that the pressure is what causes the different thing, right?
But that's why I think Nate, that it's not necessary to deny the movement, even though there might not be movement. But the pressure, just like you're saying, just like I'm saying, I think you have to know it, Bandsaw, but you're holding on to it. But the pressure doesn't come first; it comes as a result. What comes first is this magical event, this strange thing of the up quark or the down quark turning to the up quark, and then these particles being created, and this energy being created. This is a magical process, which everything
Created.
else comes from that.
Created.
Look,
But there's not.
Kosho, I'll agree. I'll agree that you can't apply pressure without some sort of energy behind it, some sort of force behind it. Okay, then. But right, the force is what causing the change. It's the pressure, right? Because you can't get anything to move or anything to change without pressure. Right? Force on its own cannot do it. Cannot do it. It's impossible. The only way you can get anything to move is by applying pressure. Now you need a force behind that pressure to do it, right? But you need that pressure, right, to be able to do it.
Well, the last part you said, it didn't make much sense because you said two different things. I agreed with one of the things you said, that you need a force. The force comes first, and then there's pressure. Sure, that's true, by definition, but not the other way around. You don't need pressure to create a force.
I never said that.
I thought that's the last what you said. My bad.
Yeah, no, I never said you need pressure to create a force. I never said that. I said the only way you can get movement is through pressure.
I got you.
Yeah.
You know what, Banshaw? I'm not going to disagree with you because I think it's important we meet halfway.
All right, you can meet halfway.
Yeah, you already came where we were. You came where me and Nate were. So I got to meet you a little bit. You said it. You need the force first. It's true. Pressure can come afterwards. I agree.
I mean, I would agree there's movement, but I don't know if because movement would invoke pressure, and I don't want to do that, man.
Not really, though.
You can't really get.
How does movement invoke pressure?
You can't have movement without pressure. You can't have it.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
Of course you can. Why do you say that though, Nate? You have movement without pressure all day.
No, you can't.
Easy. I'll do it right now.
Okay, do it.
Oh, I mean, if you have a vacuum tube, for example, okay, you have a vacuum tube, for example, and you have a ball. Let's say this is a cool ball, and it has a magnet, so where it's not touching the end. 'Cause I'm just making it cool. It's not touching one of the ends of this tube because it's got a repelling magnet on both ends.
Oh.
That doesn't have to be there.
No.
That doesn't have to be there. So
No.
hold on. Anyways, and then you flip this
What'd you
tube
do,
over,
bud?
and the steel
Yeah,
ball.
that's what you did. You did it now to my computer.
Yo, Joe, Jeremy, hot mic. You hot mic him, bro.
All right, guys.
He has pudding all over his computer now. Anyways, yeah, the ball, you just by tipping it over, right? There's no pressure involved with what the ball is about to do, which is fall down the tube, through the tube, all this stuff. So it's moving through the tube. There's no pressure making that happen.
Sorry.
The ball.
You've got a tube in a vacuum and there's a ball that is suspended by a magnet. Is that right?
Yeah, but forget about the magnet. I just threw that in there for no reason. But it's a vacuum tube. Yeah, the tube.
It's a vacuum tube. All right. Okay.
And you just flip it over, and the ball falls down. But the ball falling from the one side to the other is not due to pressure.
Okay, so in that flipping around, right? You haven't invoked some sort of pressure to flip around.
There might be pressure involved with that part of the movement, but
there we go.
But that's not the part of the movement I was describing.
Really? Well, you wouldn't get the movement with.
That right.
Did he cut out?
Let me think of okay. How about this one? Here we go. This is perfect. This is the creme de la creme. Perfect one.
Okay then. All right. Okay.
So we have the same vacuum tube, and we have a new what do you call it? Uranium, okay, atom at the top of it, and we have a fission reaction, which is the reaction we've been talking about this whole time. The neutron turns to a proton, and an electron, and a neutrino, not a positron, neutrino, and the proton in this creation is falling down the tube. No, how about this? The neutrino. It's not even fucking proton. Neutrino that was created is now falling down this fucking vacuum tube. But that's it. The movement of that neutrino, there's no pressure involved.
How was the neutrino created?
And the weak force, the weak reaction.
With the reaction. So with the reaction, there was pressure involved in the reaction to start off.
No.
Thus to create the neutrino. Yes.
And then what do you mean, Coach? So the gravity is not pressure?
No.
But that's how it's moving, you're saying, from gravity, or am I missing something?
Yeah, it's moving from the gravity, yeah.
Okay.
Really?
It was created, it wasn't even it didn't even exist before.
So
now it's created, and now it's falling. And it's in vacuum, there's no pressures involved.
Really?
Space time.
I don't think so.
I need to ask a friend about this pencil.
I don't even know why this is mattering for the past couple of days, and how y'all are even defining pressure, unless it's forced.
We've been talking about it for the last month, Don.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Vansel's fault. He's put this wild idea out there that you can have movement without pressure, and I'm finding it very hard to fight this idea. You know.
Okay,
What about Nate? What about
what would it matter
now?
Yeah, what?
Say what, Coach?
I was explaining it for you, also for Bandsaw, because you disagreed also, but about the explanation I just gave about the pressure. I mean, about the movement without pressure.
Could you give it again? So sorry.
Very quickly. I just described a fission reaction at the top of a vacuum tube in which the uranium atom decays. The neutron that was there turns to a proton, electron, and the neutrino. The neutrino that was invented in this moment falls down the vacuum tube, and in that movement, There's no pressures involved.
Okay, now let me continue then, because you said it's because of gravity, and then how do we not say that gravity exerts a force per area or something? Like, what? Why is it not called pressure?
I would say, Kosher, that a neutrino has mass, and if a neutrino falls, it's because of the mass inside it.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And then
fucking gravity.
Gravity would be causing the pressure. It would be causing no.
Where's the pressure? Oh, hold on. Where's the pressure? Where's this? Where's the
Okay,
pressure?
yeah. But I hear what Kosher's saying. It's a vacuum, so.
Perfect vacuum.
Perfect vacuum. That's right.
Okay. Have we ever created
perfect
one of these?
vacuum.
Have we ever created one of these to test out your show?
But I mean, let's just work with it hypothetically.
But see, the hypothetical thing, we like to be practical here, Nate. We like to be practical. Not like this.
I'm not practically trained on this level of motherfucking physics. So, Kosho, why can't you just tell me why that y'all don't consider that force of gravity qualified as the word pressure?
Okay, so first of all, Bandsaw, I was going to ask Bandsaw to do this, but we'll just do it right now. We're going to define pressure and make sure we're all using the same word, but pressure is defined as a force per unit area. Okay, so the gravitational force, if you want to call it that, it's not being exerted over a unit area of this of the mass. You know what I mean? It's a pseudo force that exists all throughout the mass. There's no surface area needed.
Yeah, gravity is very, very different.
The only way we've got this definition, right, of force over area, which is equal to pressure, right?
Right. Just because you can't write the equation doesn't mean that it's not happening over the whole area.
Right. Now this neutrino, right, that now is apparently plummeting to the ground, right, has mass and is creating pressure.
In a vacuum, how though? What is it pressing against, Bandsaw, in this vacuum?
Well, like this hypothetical nothingness, I don't even think exists anywhere, Nate. Right? Because this is such a hypothetical scenario, right? We need to talk about real scenarios, right? And even in your hypothetical scenarios of neutrinos and gluons and bumps and dumps and these reactions, there is still pressure involved.
Well, you have to remember, I said a neutrino, which has the same unique property that the neutron had, in which it wouldn't matter if it wasn't a perfect vacuum. The neutrino is going to fall through the vacuum, and even if there's spare atoms in there, it's not going to be repelled or attracted to them in any way whatsoever. It's going to
it will fall right through them. Yeah,
exactly. So there's no touching, no interaction.
Yeah. Because it's creating pressure.
That's a good
on nothing.
But how? If I mean, Bandsaw, right now there are neutrinos flowing right through us. You know,
is there?
Like they have a very weak interaction with normal matter. They just flow through us. Yeah.
Oh, really? Damn.
Really? I mean, this is the thing though. You don't believe any of this stuff is true, so it's a bit difficult going too far with this. You know.
I didn't say that I didn't believe, right? Look,
Okay.
I find it,
Okay.
I'm skeptical, I must say.
Yeah.
But,
I can actually prove that though.
Right. Like, can we see?
Yes.
What's this thing that's flowing? What is it? An electron?
You want to see something really cool?
A neutrino.
Can we see one of these neutrinos?
You can see something better than that. Check this out, dude.
What's this? What's this?
This is an image of the sun taken at midnight through the floor, and the image is. I'll give you a better one.
Why is it a link, Kosho? Looks dodgy. Man.
It's sending me a virus.
Mm.
So what is
It's
this?
not able. I'm not able to open it.
Why is this doing? Hold on.
I can now. This looks like a thermal image, actually.
Every time I'm doing JPEG, it's saying JFIF.
Yeah, it looks like
What does that mean?
a thermal image, Kosho. That's what it looks.
Let me try to open it on the PC. Oh, Banso, could you like take a screenshot and then post what you're looking at? Would you mind?
Oh, what does JFIF mean, man?
Hold on,
I have no idea.
Let me do it again.
Never.
Let me do it again.
Okay.
Let me do it again.
Dude, every time I download a JPEG, it comes in JFIF, man.
I've never seen a JFIF file before.
I like this, dude.
It seems dodgy, but anyway, it is what it is. Okay, file, save. I'm going to go dodgy. I'll save it as dodgy. Just so I know not to ever open it again.
Yeah, I just changed it to a PNG.
There we go.
Anyway, so this is a picture of the
I did all
sun
that work for
taken
nothing.
through the floor of the Earth at midnight.
Yeah. Now that just looks like a thermal image.
No, it does. But
Okay.
It's an image taken from a neutrino detector pool machine.
Do you know why it looks like a thermal image?
Look, that's respect, bro. Imagine if you could look through the Earth and you talk about you seeing something coming through the fucking floor. Now, come on, that's respect. Shit right there.
What's that last one, Kosho?
That's a neutrino pool.
A pool?
It's underground pools. It's undisturbed, except for neutrinos that pass all the way through the Earth.
How can you? Is it like a big swimming pool?
Yeah.
Really? Can you swim in it?
I wouldn't.
I mean,
you have to keep it clean.
Yeah, like most of the neutrinos in our solar system, I'd say all of them are made in the sun.
So
because of how the sun.
What are those little copper balls? Are they neutrinos? Are they?
No, I think there's something that collects what are they called? Not electrons, so the ones that start with an M.
I don't know.
You know why it looks like a thermal picture?
Because it is.
Because they don't have colors, so those colors are like made up.
They're made up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, for example, if you're taking a infrared photo, infrared is like the single color, right? And then you color it based on the intensity.
Interesting.
So it's similar.
What does the original photo look like then? If they've had to superimpose.
No, that's not superimposing.
Well, you just said
Like
they added the color. They just added the color.
Yeah.
Okay,
because
so what does the original photo look like?
probably black and white. But the problem with black and white is that pixels go from 0 to 255. So there's a range of values of pixels. But the range of the amount of neutrinos might be much bigger than that. So just using a single color channel isn't enough to show what's exactly being detected. So using different colors, you can separate those intensities in different color channels.
Yeah, so it's basically chlorine water, basically, and they make a prediction based on the amount of neutrinos that there's a likeliness that the neutrino could turn a a certain amount of chlorine atoms into argon atoms. And so that's the reaction they're looking for, is this transformation. And that's how they detect the neutrinos. If I remember correctly, there's supposedly a trillion going through your, they say, your fingertip, your fingernail at any given second. So
Really? A trillion?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Do you
It's
believe
about,
that?
yeah, I do. Well, look at this picture of the sun taken at midnight from
Come
beneath
on,
the ground.
Jojo. I've got a trillion of these going through my... You know how many a trillion is?
It's a million million.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000.
There you go, eh? Every second.
That's right.
Damn.
These things, it's the smallest thing you can imagine, and it's also
Uh-huh.
doesn't interact with anything usually.
And how do they how do they move?
Well, they're going nearly the speed of light from when they left the sun.
So when they left the sun, they what?
Well, I think if like I said, I don't want to go on too long, but instead of a fission reaction, these are created from a fusion reaction, and in that in the energy from the sun and in that interaction is what causes these things to move. They're so light that they take that much energy to make it go speed of light.
So basically, there's a really big explosion. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Creating pressure, which gives
Oh
them
my
the
God,
momentum.
no, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I specifically said fission and not fusion, because fusion does require pressure.
You just said it's like a big explosion.
Yeah, I know, and I'm conceding again because I didn't say fission before for my example because fission actually does imply a great amount of pressure. So
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
it's fusion. It's fusion for you, baby.
Pressure.
But no, fission is the exact opposite of fusion.
Uh-huh. So it's less pressure.
No, there's no pressure necessary.
Really?
Yeah. The pressure is going to fuse two things together, but for things to fall apart, there's no pressure.
Okay. Huh? You can run with that.
Here's something crazy I heard earlier. Dark energy described as having negative pressure.
There you go.
Now, your idea sounds a lot like Dell's idea about there's only push. You never heard that argument?
You really think there's more than just one thing in the universe? Why would it not just get done with one?
Wait, what?
Huh?
It's one thing. It's one thing. The God particle that they all looking for. The fucking baby
God?
push. The baby push.
The Higgs boson? They already discovered that.
No, that's no.
So the God particle was.
No, that's what they wanted it. They wanted it to be, but they keep going.
Somebody named it the goddamn particle because they couldn't. It was so elusive, and then a journalist, changed it to the God particle, but it's just a name that confuses people, I guess, because it's not meant to be the end all be all particle. I mean, quarks and electrons, I don't know. I was going to say electrons would be paramount, but quarks are just as important.
So what were you saying about Dell?
Dell had an argument about there's only push. That's the only. Everything is push. Every force, every interaction is just some form of a push. In the sense, it's almost exactly like your argument. Like everything is pressure.
Okay. So the force is push. Is that what he's saying?
Like I said, everything. Yeah, even though like everyone always brought up magnet was the obvious reply to that, but he said even when you open a door, you grab the handle. You're actually pushing your hand against the handle, and when you
Well, I can
play
see
tug of,
that. I can see that. Yeah.
when you play tug of war, you're actually wrapping your hand around the rope and pushing the rope back towards you, I guess. I mean, it starts to get pretty crazy when you start to think of the obvious reasons why there's not only push, but
Like a trailer. Sorry, Howie. Go.
No, if you had your anchor out, would you push your anchor in or would you pull it in?
yeah, but he would just say that whatever you're wrapping it around, like a coil, that the coil would be pushing it together or something
Yeah,
like that.
I understand the argument. I think it's an interesting one. Kosho, next time you see Jin online, bring the argument up with him because he doesn't understand the argument at all.
Well, there's obvious contradictions, and that's what do you call that? Elastic, or what do you call that?
No, I know. The thing is, though, like I'll give you an example. When it was brought up to Jin on the 24/7 server, he understands it at a much shallower level. So he was like, "No, when I go up to a door, I pull it." Right, that was his thing.
Okay.
Understand that the act of wrapping your fingers around means that you're kind of pushing it from the opposite direction. Like he didn't even understand it at that level. So bring it up with him and just see what happens.
Tell.
Fair enough.
He'll defeat me.
He does. He defeats everyone.
The Kosho Slayer.
Yeah. What's the word I was looking for? Tension. Tension. Is that what I was looking for? Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, like the tension in rubber band, or in anything. I know if I remember correctly, Crypto, or you go by now, you work out, you exercise, as is Jin. So there's some muscle groups that are specifically push, and there's some that are specifically pulling because you're extracting or compressing the tension or whatever.
No, I mean I think everything to do with weightlifting is you're pushing weight. Even if you're doing, say, like bent over rows, you're still pushing it from underneath the, like you're pulling it towards you, but you're still pushing it from the ground. From the it's a simple concept, but it's hard to explain. It's like
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Same with the door.
Simple stuff, yeah. But I don't actually agree with the argument that all forces are pushing, and I think magnetism is a good example of that. Like, magnets can pull or push. So I don't know, like, unless there's a layer to the argument that I'm not understanding, like, I don't really agree with that idea.
I agree with that. The magnetism, that as I was saying, that's the one that you think that would have, he would have discarded it or whatever. But with the weightlifting, the thing I was saying is not just the act of what you're doing on the weight, but what you're doing with your muscle in that movement. You have to there's tension on your muscle and certain muscle groups. I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, a curl, even though you're pushing it up, but your muscle is actually compressing.
Yeah, your muscle contracts. Or I guess I'm still not exactly understanding what you. So you're talking about the effect of the muscle, like so you do a curl, right? So the weight is lifted from the bottom, because the only part of the argument that I was really considering is the actual the pushing of the weight itself in order to lift it from the floor. Okay, so you're talking about the muscle itself. I guess I still don't understand exactly what you're saying happens to the muscle. Maybe you can go in detail there.
Well, I mean, I can use the example of like a spring or a rubber band or something else with tension. You're right. The interaction between it and the thing that it's trying to move, if it's separate from itself, it's going to have to, push against the thing to pull it toward itself. But the act of the tension itself and the rubber band or the spring, uh, that motion or that action is strictly a pull force. But like I said, it becomes confusing once you add it. Once it's touching something else, which you don't have to include. You could just make a rubber band that's extended out, and then you let go of it. There's nothing that is pushing. It's just compressing and pulling back against itself.
Yeah, I mean, this seems quite deeply philosophical to me. Like, it's one of those things where it just depends on how you see it. And so I'm not really sure if it's answerable at that level,
I mean, the magnet sort of does, even though the interaction with the magnet. Let me think. Oh yeah, there's no pushing involved with you attracting a magnet to another magnet. So that's why the answers are right there. But
yeah. See, that's what because I don't agree with the idea that you only got pushing forces. Yeah, just seems silly to me. Then I guess he's trying to use that as an argument against gravity. That would be the utility in that idea, I guess. I'm not sure.
that's where it derived and ended up at. But bandsaw. The reason I brought it up is because bandsaw has an idea now. So what do you think about there's only pressure, or there's what was it? Bandsaw. Maybe you can just word it better because it's your thing. You're still there. Oh, he's not still here. Yeah, but bandsaw has a thing with he's saying that every force or interaction derives or is a result of some pressure.
I mean, I'd need to hear him kind of make the argument. I don't want to.
It's basically the same It's the same argument. That's what I was saying. It's a push one.
Like I say, I'd need to hear him say it. I don't want to kind of comment on a Chinese whispers argument. If it's an argument you're making, then sure. But
He disappeared. So
okay.
Is Nate still here? We say we did a good job, Nate, but he disappeared too. What were you saying, Don? What was how was gravity supposed to be the answer to the pressure thing?
I mean, unit area. I just why because it's you can't give it like area. What's the problem? Like I don't get it. I don't get why something doesn't have an area. Like why is gravity not the pressure? Kosho, come on, you know I'm asking, man. You guys, whatever you said.
Well, I mean, pressure's a force applied to some area, right? But that's not really how the attraction with gravity works, right? It's just dependent on the mass and distance.
Right, but I mean, every mass just volumes are built off of layers of area.
No, I'm gonna see if there's any merit in this idea. Okay, let me see.
I mean, doesn't it go both ways? Like, remember kind of how you try to like use perspective to be like something that's really in 3D life, we pretend it just has one dimension or two dimensions. You know, we like ignore the thickness. You know, like you can build it back the other way, right?
Let me see, man. I'm gonna see if there's anybody else that has an idea like that, because there might be something in what you're saying. Let's find out.
That's one of those arguments that really I don't understand is when people start talking about flat Earth as being 2D. I've heard people make several arguments around the idea that a flat surface has to be 2D, and I think it's a silly argument. I don't know why people make it. Like, we literally had a guy on 24/7 come in the other day say the Earth can't be flat because a flat surface is 2D, and 2D things don't exist in reality.
Well, that's a dumb argument, but the surfaces, it doesn't have to be flat. It can be any surface. And if you're just describing the aspect of the object, then that can be described in two dimensions, regardless of the shape.
Like, it can't exist in reality without having a third dimension. Because if it has no thickness, then there is no surface.
Well, the object is three-dimensional.
No, even the surface has to be three-dimensional. In reality. Did I cut out?
Oh.
No,
Oh,
I think it's difficult to have a conversation when you're redefining already defined terms. Like a surface is by definition two-dimensional, and I don't know how do you get past that.
That doesn't exist then, does it? It has no thickness. Like, as I say, it can exist conceptually as two dimensions, but it can't exist in physical reality.
Well, I mean, this is the point where people say you don't understand. I mean, it's not like it doesn't exist. You just describe a surface as being two-dimensional, and we all know what we're talking about there. See, but if you start going into other dimensions and saying things don't exist, it's hard to have the conversation.
Well, I could simply make the same. No, hold on. He said that I don't understand. I could simply say that you don't understand, and then where do we go from there?
Right, exactly. So, right, y'all don't understand each other, but y'all are agreeing, man. It's just a perspective of your semantics.
We're not agreeing.
That's why, I'm serious. But where did Bandsaw go?
As an individual, right? I'm not making accusations to anyone.
I mean, whatever.
No, and I'm not you. I'm just bringing up the points that's where these conversations break down. Is when there's a definition for a surface and a surface being two-dimensional. But there is no definition for a surface being three-dimensional. So then you have to kind of go off the beaten path, and then people start saying, "No, you don't understand. No, you don't understand," and that's where everything breaks down. See?
Well, if I look up the definition of surface, it doesn't say anything about two-dimensional. The outside part or uppermost layer of something, and it specifically says the Earth's surface. So if it's the uppermost layer of something, there has to be three dimensions to that if it exists in physical reality. There's no way around that.
I think if you look for a few definitions, it does say.
Okay, well, which definition are you using that necessitates 2D?
I mean, all the ones I've seen do say it, but there could be some that don't say the words 2D. But I mean, the best way to think about it is if you have an object, the object's 3D, and if you're supposed to paint the object, you're going to be, to describe how much paint you're going to need, you're going to be describing the surface area, which is a two-dimensional component of the three-dimensional object.
No, I understand. So conceptually, I accept that it can be 2D. No issues with it. No issues with that at all. But you have to understand that that is conceptual.
Well, and then it's like the push and the pull argument. Like, say you're a carpenter, you're out on a job, and something got put up wrong, and your boss says, "Hey, go push these nails." He doesn't say that. He said, "Go pull these nails." I mean, it's a matter of convention and conversation and understanding, being able to communicate what you mean.
Yeah.
Sure.
Go push them from the bottom. But that's why I wanted to ask, what is the push for this categorization of pressure that Bandsaw and everyone been talking about? What's the big motive there, Kosha?
Yeah, that's Bandsaw.
Well, yeah, he's gone. Okay. Oh. He was entertaining it with him. I mean,
Yeah, the push and the pull conversation is interesting in thinking about, the aspects and forces involved and what's going on. And even the muscle, what we were talking about, the muscle, on the molecular level, the mechanism that causes a muscle to contract, you could even say that there's the push there because it's a ratcheting motion on the microscopic level.
well, you always have in the movement, you're gonna have the velocity or whatever. You're gonna have the final vector or whatever, right? And then it's like, well, what side of the object is the force coming from? The back, outside of the destination or inside? Like, what? Like, what? To me, I see it as it's always just coming from the thing. So it's kind of like not neither. It's just both or neither. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
When you bring that out into the real world, where we have to communicate like we're doing something together, and I need you to do this thing, like pulling the nails. I mean, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. You're going to go over there with your claw hammer and pull those nails. But if I said to go push the nails, what does that mean? And so, like I said, it's just a matter of conventional conversation and being able to communicate and understand.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a simple difference between colloquial use of language versus kind of like absolute use of language. It's like, I don't know, someone says, "Oh, I'm dying." And what they really mean is either they're tired or they're thirsty or they're hungry, or it could mean a myriad of things. But obviously that it's often not used in a literal sense. Like, I understand that, but all I'm saying is that it's important to understand that all of these different uses exist. So, and that was my original point when someone came in and said Earth can't be flat because the flat surface is 2D and 2D things don't exist in reality. Like, this is a dumb argument because he doesn't understand that a flat surface, you're not at that point talking about the whole thing, right? That was all I was saying. And so when people have these misunderstandings or misconceptions, then they come to stupid conclusions based off of the stupid conceptions that they had.
Maybe it's beautiful because it's one of those things that, girl, no way you brought me the last cold drink. Thank you so much. I was saying, man, but maybe it's like a blessing and a curse, right? Because it's a curse that we're trying to talk about the map and the actual shape of the ground, and we're wasting time talking about the concepts a lot, right? But at the same time, it's a blessing because at least it's something to talk about. So I'm drunk. Because you know what I mean?
Well, it's more interesting than talking about the reality TV or some other shit, isn't it?
Right.
Like, I mean, for me, flat Earth, regardless of even if it is a globe after all these years, even if I was wrong the whole time, I still think that it's been great for me because the amount of things I've learned, the amount of intellectual conversations I've had, and the amount of ideas that have come from my engagement in this community like the time wasn't wasted. You know, even if I'm wrong.
Yep. Like, if I was wrong to be scared when I first saw a hype video of high altitude balloon footage or something, and the government lies, like, I still learned from that. Like, oh, I was this type of trusting. You know what I mean? And maybe I could have thought differently, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's always, you got to always learn, man. You got to always learn, regardless. I remember that shit. I remember thinking, like, wait, what now? Like, all right, I don't gotta trust these motherfuckers now. What crazy shit could they be up to? That was some funny shit.
But that makes me think, like, of the guys who think that the Earth's a globe or likely a globe, do you guys have any kind of conspiracy theories that you actually subscribe to? And I guess that's just an open question for the room. Just, I'm always interested to know, because some of these globe guys, they're like serious conspiracy theorists in all other areas, and some of them are like, no conspiracies exist. You know, everything the government says is true. And it seems like there's this divide in the globe community that likes to discuss flat Earth specifically. There are these two like broad camps, and so for me, it's interesting to know which camps you guys fall into.
Printers.
I mean, there's things like 9/11.
When you said
JFK,
okay.
and 9/11 JFK. I was talking earlier about possibly HIV, but I don't have evidence for that. That's just a possibility.
What about planned obsolescence with the printers?
That's not
The
a
guy just said.
that's not a conspiracy theory though. That's like a business practice.
We already know that happens. Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, it is a conspiracy, isn't it?
and it's not. But I'm saying it's not like I'm thinking about ones that you know have to do with the government. Because
I don't know. I think it's a conspiracy.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't have to buy products from Apple though, you know. So
Most of these products you do have to buy though. Like a spoon.
Regardless, there can be
spoon has planned obsolescence.
Light bulbs.
Yeah, bro. You don't think they save 1 penny by making the little part where the spoon touch?
Light bulbs.
That shit weaker on purpose so your spoon breaks and you gotta buy more spoons, bro. They ain't playing games. They make everything with weak stress points, all types of shit, dude.
Okay, no.
What's up, then?
No. I'm not no. Look. Maybe
you don't think your spoon's made to have a weak point at where the spoon and the handle meet?
Listen. Maybe for that one to be the case, for like high volume use, everyday item, right? That has to be some huge company with like continuous decades of accounts and monopoly style fucking product placements for they even fucking dude, there's no like generally an item like that, it's just gonna be like as cheap as they can get away with it to sell their product, you know what I mean? Like that's not gonna be a fucking planned thing there. They're like, oh, we hope they break so that they fucking sell more. It's just
you don't think so?
Like
you don't think they're constantly thinking on how to get people to buy more spoons?
No, there's
if you're
probably
in the spoon industry.
Yeah, but not like that. Like not like that.
You know, Apple lost the planned obsolescence suit.
That type of shit.
What is the obvious example?
Yeah, that type of stuff like could be planned obsolete. Like there's probably some other shit that companies like where they have a high portion of the market share and they've hit some plateau or something, and then they start being like, oh well, everyone buys our garage, or we have the only account, you know, for the whole district where all the schools buy our fire alarms or whatever, or some little fucking thing. And then they try to be like, oh, yo, you need to service these more and stuff like that, like little shit like that. These electronic products, that's the type of shit where they can fucking plan on the shit and just make it not work on you easily. And just be like, oh, it can't work. You need the software update. Sure. But
I mean, I
every
think that
fucking thing? Hell no, bro. No.
Everything, Don. Light bulbs, anything you could think of.
I think the difference here is like with Apple. What's funny about Apple is that when you're comparing different kind of companies, let's say, Apple is considered a category now rather than a company. And I'll give an example. Like, if someone says like, what phone have you got? The choices are Apple or Android. Now, Android isn't a company per se. It's not Samsung. It's not whatever. And so Apple's market share is so large that they're considered a category rather than a company. At that point, you can start to consider planned obsolescence in a meta sense. I think the car industry may do it, but I think the problem with doing it, if you're a car manufacturer, is that people just don't buy your cars. There's so many other cars. If you're like Lotuses are a good example of this. Lotuses are like well known for being very unreliable. And so people just don't buy them. And the people who do buy them go into it knowing that they're going to have to repair the Lotus, right? So I think I don't know much about Ferraris, but I know Porsches tend to last quite well, don't they? And I think Audis are quite reliable.
Volvo. That's exactly right. That's a good point, though, because I actually conceded
it's
that
like
car.
Not to.
No question, cars got them built. Not every car, maybe not every single car company does it, but if the car company doesn't do it specifically, the pieces that make for the car, the companies that make the pieces for the cars are doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like no car manufacturer is just voila whipping a car up out of scratch. They're getting parts here, parts there. They probably get parts from multiple different companies, multiple.
But I think the difference there is that there's a competitive disadvantage to doing that. And Lotus is a really good example of this. Like, they're considered to be unreliable cars. Everyone knows that Lotus is unreliable. So that means that they sell fewer cars, or it means that they can't charge quite as high, whatever. The problem with Apple is that they have market dominance. And so when they kind of engage in planned obsolescence as a strategy, then it's a much bigger issue, right? Because really they're so big that they're really a category now rather than a company. That's all I'm saying. And I think when you're talking about like spoons or forks or something, no one company has like a market share large enough that it's really an issue.
Yeah, but they started this with light bulbs. You realize back when no one company had not big enough market share to do that.
Yeah,
and Kosho's right. It is just like now it's like a business practice because you want to make things as cheap as possible so that you make as much money as possible. If I have to put an extra 1 penny worth of metal in a spoon to make it last decades longer, but if I save that penny, now not only do I make $1 million extra a year from all those spoons I sell, but people are going to be buying spoons faster, so I'm going to make another $1 million. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, they have to do it.
You have to make a distinction between those two things, man.
It's hand in hand. It's the same, different sides of the same coin.
Now, in a purely capitalist society where no collusion was possible, that wouldn't be an issue because XYZ spoon company wouldn't sell any spoons because ABC companies, spoons last longer, right? But the issue with the light bulb specifically was that all of the companies actually got together to agree on a strategy of planned obsolescence, right? And that's why it was an issue, because it was an issue of market share again. So you had all of these companies that dominated the market agreeing to all have this strategy of planned obsolescence, and that's why it was a problem.
Yeah, but when you buy spoons, right, you just shoot down to Target or Walmart, depending on what kind of broad you're looking for, and you just go buy spoons. That's a huge market share, those two places. In America, at least. Like, I don't know who else even sells spoons. Like, where'd you go if you were going to go buy a spoon? Go to Target or Walmart. There's really, I don't know anywhere else to go. So it's like a huge, whatever company is supplying the spoons for those places, they might have a few different varieties inside Walmart of spoon companies. Who's to say they're not even owned by the same people when it comes down to it? If you climb the money, it's usually like will own or one corporation will own multiple different companies of the same thing. They used to do that with taxi companies, so there wasn't a monopoly in your city. They would open, some guy would have a taxi company. People would complain there's a monopoly. That guy would just go open another taxi company in a different name and be like, "There's your two companies, bitch." So
there's so many things that are known for lasting forever, having
yes, like I said, not
warranties.
everything. Absolutely, Leatherman's a good example of that. I love Leatherman. They have lifetime warranties. If anything breaks, you ship it in. They ship it back.
Yeah, you do love Leatherman.
I know. Anyways, they got kind of like a niche market though. There's not a lot of people making shit like that, and plus, some people still want that quality thing. Not everyone needs a Leatherman. Everyone needs a spoon and a light bulb, though. You know what I'm saying? If you got a niche product, yeah, you got to have, it's got to stand out. It can't be bullshit like the light bulb or the spoon or the car or the iPhone.
What about a winter jacket?
What's up with the jackets? Oh, I'm sure there's.
Some
I'm sure they
durable
could spend an
winter
extra
jackets,
couple. I'm sure they could spend an extra couple pennies with the zipper or a couple extra pennies of thread or time
Yeah.
sewing it better and stress points. Absolutely, everything, dude. Anything
you have to make a
could think of.
distinction, though, dude. You're conflating two different things, though, when you're saying that there's companies that have cheap practices that
but it's the same side. It's coin, just different sides. The trying to save 2 pennies on the stuff and then having your product break so that people have to buy it faster.
Yeah, but you're assuming that it's a dual purpose. But
yes,
just like Crypto was saying, but most of the time they have to balance that cheap, material or whatever it is with the fact that it's going to appear too cheap or you're going to be disenfranchised with their
yes, they can't have
item,
it. They
and
can't
then
have
go
it
to
break
someone
on you
else.
Absolutely, they can't have you break on you the next day, right, or after one wash or whatever with the coat. So it's got to last just long enough, and they do stress tests on products to make sure that it only lasts just long enough. What do you think they're doing when they're doing stress tests on products? Making sure it lasts forever? No, they're making sure that shit breaks soon enough so you got to buy a new one.
Yeah,
they're making sure it lasts just long enough for you to be happy and just short enough so that you have to go buy a new one. They're laughing at us with this shit.
You're silly, man.
And Walmart, I can't tell you how many companies probably got knocked out of the box by Walmart and Target. Like, if you're not selling shit in those stores, I don't know. Like, where would you even go to buy a spoon? If it wasn't Target or Walmart.
HEB. Sure, I bought spoons from recently. But
HEB?
It's
don't even have that.
grocery store.
They sell spoons in grocery stores?
Over here, civilized world.
I'm in fucking New York State. What are you talking about? Plastic spoons. They sell plastic spoons in Walmart. Or no, they have real spoons in Walmart. They got real spoons in Walmart. I mean, grocery stores. Like, if you go to a straight up grocery store, you're only going to find like plastic spoons.
Now, I bought some nice metal silverware for my girlfriend's house, dude.
Well, we don't got that shit. So, like I said, the only place I would even know to go buy a spoon right now would be a fucking garage sale or Target or Walmart. So, and Walmart dictates prices to these people. You think if you sell spoons and you're like, yo, we sell these for $1 a piece, Walmart will charge you 67 cents. Walmart's like, nah, we're going to pay you 58 cents for every spoon. And if the company's like, no, we ain't doing that, how many spoons do you think they're going to sell?
I mean, they can buy it somewhere else.
Putting your shit in a Walmart.
But bad for
like,
you.
all right, we can either.
I'll just show you what kind of forks I'm working with, dude.
Forks?
Wait. And spoons, yeah. Well, I just bought forks, so that's why.
Forks got the weak spot in them too. Everything does. Just stick your fork in something and bend the handle. I've bent so many spoons trying to, just with ice cream. Dig holes outside with dirt and shit.
Just when you buy cheap stuff. You buy cheap stuff, that's what happens.
It's all cheap stuff. There's not many spoons that can handle up to some really, rock solid ice cream.
Yeah, dude.
They could easily put another
long
penny
enough
worth
to
of metal
melt.
where the round part meets the handle. Put another penny worth of metal in that and have that shit be all fucking indestructible. Spoons? We shouldn't even be making spoons anymore. These shits should be lasting forever. That's a simple. There's no moving parts.
Yeah, you're gonna use your dad's old rusted fucking spoon. It's got like.
Don't rust, bro. They're
mold on it.
stainless. I don't know what kind of metal a spoon is. That shit don't rust though.
Yeah, well.
I never seen a rusty spoon.
My girlfriend's got this really fucking fucked up spoon, so I'm just thinking of that. I'm gonna find you these spoons, HEB spoons, dude.
We don't have an HUB near me, so it doesn't matter. All we have is Walmart crap and Target crap. I'm telling you guys, everything has planned obsolescence built into it. It's the biggest fucking scam on earth. This is how they get us the most. And this is the number one causation for man-made global warming, or whatever the fuck you want to phrase it as. All the logistics it takes to be shipping these spoons all over Earth. You got people that go live their whole lives. They drive to work every day in their cars. Spoons. Factories got to ship them. They got to have lights and infrastructure for the spoon buildings. We shouldn't even be fucking with spoons anymore. They put 2 more pennies worth of metal where the round part meets the handle, and it'll last forever.
You got some nice spoons, Jimmy.
Jeremy, can you show us on the doll where the spoons hurt you?
He doesn't even spoon his wife. He hates spoons so much.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I just want to bring something up that's just happened in the chat, right? This is the kind of stupid, irritating argument that I really hate having to deal with. And Moved by Pressure has just asked me if I believe in chemistry. This is a stupid question. I don't know why people ask these stupid questions. I don't even know if he's in the chat or not, but if he is, maybe you can come in and explain his stupidity.
Hey, you left.
Like, for fuck's sake, why do we have to deal with such nonsense? This is obviously stupid.
But what's he asking? What's his? Oh, you don't believe in chemistry? What's he saying there?
Well, I don't know, but the question's stupid. Of course, I believe in chemistry. Stupid question.
Maybe he's hitting on you.
Oh, maybe when he comes back on, I'll ask him. But I can't imagine asking anyone such a retarded question.
Look at that fork, Jeremy.
What's up?
The fork. I posted in the chat. I just bought a bunch of these. These things are durable, but the paint does come off after a few washes. Like I've got black ones, gold ones, and these weird metallic.
Oh, that's an expensive fucking fork right there, bro. Honestly, forks aren't the problem. It's usually spoons, and usually it's spoons and butter knives are the problem.
Fucking spoons.
Butter knives too, though. You get the bent butter knives all the time. You try using it as a screwdriver.
But listen to me, dude. You try using it as a screwdriver. You're fucking getting the.
Tried using
ice
a
cream out of
butter
the
knife as a
freezer. You don't have to wait
screwdriver.
2
Come on,
minutes to let the thing defrost a little bit. You ever think maybe that's your problem,
Use
dude?
a butter knife as like a prying tool or something.
Yeah, then you never use it to eat again.
Well, you can't because they made it so shitty. It's all bent up.
Because you're. Oh my god.
It's not the point, Coach. So the point is they're making these things as cheap as fucking possible. It's 2 sides of the same coin.
Dude, you're the one who even said. I was like, well, why? How can you do this? You were the one who brought up the spoon when you said that you name every object. The spoon is definitely not an object that's being planned obsolete, dude.
Of course it is. They want to sell more spoons.
What mattresses?
No, don't get me going on mattresses.
Not planned obsolete either, dude.
What's up?
They're not planned obsolete. There's so many competitors that they want to appear to be the longest lasting, durable ones, you know.
Dude, almost all of them dip in the middle. If you sleep with another person consistently, like you get this hump in the middle, or my bad, a dip. Wait, what happens in the middle? You get a dip in the middle.
Are you admitting to sleeping with someone other than your wife?
No, me and my wife on a bed. You end up getting a dip in it. We went through like 5 mattresses before my wife dropped like 3 G's on this fucking Temper Posturepedic, whatever the fuck this is. $1,000 mattress.
Yeah, my girlfriend got one. It's like a purple shit.
Oh, I heard them purple ones fall apart after a while. Watch out.
Pretty
You
comfortable.
should have went with the name brand.
I have a Tempur-Pedic mattress.
Yeah, but this conversation we're having is exactly the point I was making. Like, you've been through a bunch of cheap, shitty mattresses, and then you've gone, nah, fuck that, and you've gone and got one that's actually good. That's the point I'm making. Like, Lotus have a reputation for shitty manufacturing. So, you know, obviously, I'm just being as quick as possible with it. And so you know whether you should go and buy a Lotus or not. If you're happy to deal with the problems, go and get a Lotus. Right? If you're happy to deal with a cheap, shitty mattress, go and get a cheap, shitty mattress. If you want something that lasts, you've got that option as well.
I hear you. If we were so worried about this whole man-made climate change thing, we wouldn't even be doing practices like this. There wouldn't be no cheap spoons. You know what I'm saying? They would all use the extra 2 pennies.
Yeah, at that level, I agree, because my argument is purely based on the economic. And
yeah, I hear you. Not all places do it. I got a Leatherman. They're guaranteed for life, so they have no incentive to make them cheap like that because they don't want them to break because then they got to fix them. You know what I'm saying? I think everything should come with a lifetime warranty. A spoon, definitely lifetime warranty on a spoon, no question.
Yeah.
Hey, here's a compromise, dude. Because
no
you
compromisation.
You keep on conflating these two things, dude. And I think instead what you want is you want to say that companies all the time in capitalism, they will, you know, they try to find a balance between the cheapest, you know, way to create their product and also not sacrificing too many customers in the process. And a lot of times that can lead to, you know, really shitty, cheap products. And as a byproduct, not always intentional, you do have not planned obsolescence, but a sort of built-in obsolescence just by the product of them using this cheap shit. You know, like they're not really worried about.
Yeah, because it's the same coin. It's 2 sides of the same coin. Exactly. You're saying what I've been saying.
No, but I'm not. No, I'm not saying planned obsolescence. Though I'm saying that sometimes obsolescence can be a you know, a result, not always a planned one.
Yeah, just call it unplanned obsolescence.
Yeah.
Is that what you want to call it?
That's how I see it. I think what he's trying to explain to you, Jeremy, is like, for instance, Apple's products are extremely high quality. Whatever you think of the company, their products are extremely high quality and they shouldn't be expiring after 2 to 3 years. And so that is planned obsolescence, because those, if they really wanted to, like, let's just say that they didn't program anything into the software, the phones would last 10 years. But they make it shorter to sell more phones because they're planning on taking a very high quality product and making it last a lot less long. But what Kosho is saying is that the cheaper products are going to naturally have a shorter life because of the low quality of the product in the first place. So there is a very big difference between those two things.
But it's a similar result in some cases, but I think that the ultimate goal, the ultimate idea was the you know, the cheapness. And you're right, in some businesses, it may also be true that there is a kind of monopoly, like with the spoons and forks, and a lot of these Walmart, even the ones at the HEB or whatever, a lot of them are the same company. And so, yeah, if if they happen to be cheap, then yeah, they're going to benefit from the fact that they're getting ruined and they're some of the customers are buying back the same item. But I don't think that is planned in their business. I mean, it would seem counterproductive for most companies to do that. Unless they knew their competitors were also doing it.
Well, like I said, we've backed ourselves into a position now where we have to do this, because if we didn't, the economy would crash, because the economy is all about keeping the money moving. So if we were all of a sudden, every company was like, all right, let's spend that extra 2 pennies and make it so the spoon don't break, the economy would crash.
What?
Yo, Jeremy, what's your ancestry? Like
what's my
you got Jew
ancestry?
in your family? Yeah, do you have Jew in your family?
Bro, you
Always
went to
thinking about
ancestry.
money, bro.
Man, that's what money is the problem here. We got to get rid of money completely. Barter system, silver, nothing. You can't have no kind of
conversation, man. You and Geo were ridiculous, dude, when you were arguing. Dude, you were saying that everybody wants is going to be available because there's going to be somebody making it for you, even though no one's working for any money. So if you want a motorcycle, you don't have to pay for it because there's somebody out there who's just freely making motorcycles and going to freely give it to you.
Well, there's an automated motorcycle plant that's just pumping out motorcycles. All right, and they're building them out of the quality materials, not this bullshit planned obsolescence shit we got going on now. So you got that. You also have people that just love to make these awesome, creative-looking, artistic bikes. So of course they would keep doing that. Stop doing that. So you'd just have you'd have motorcycles.
It's insanely ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't see that working, honestly. I think the current money is designed to exploit people, but I don't think getting rid of money is the answer.
Well, anytime you have money, you're going to have this massive level of corruption. Unless, I mean, how do we get out of the?
No, the problem isn't money. It's literally quite specifically central banking. But that is the issue.
He asked a good question, like, how do we get out of this? And like, it's not like it's going to be an easy exit, right? Like the whole world is surrounded by money. I mean, how do we get out of this?
As even before the central banking system, you had the same thing going on when people had sheep and goats, and one guy would get all the sheep and all the goats. He'd have the whole power, and you'd have the guy and the king in the castle and shit. And it's not overarching. It's the money itself.
No, the point you just made is the opposite point to the point you then concluded with.
Listen, before the central banking system, we still had the kings and the queens that would hoard all the gold and all the fields and the land and all the shit. Yeah, and it was the same thing like it is now with the elite.
They were essentially the central banks of that day, then, weren't they? If they centralized the finance.
I guess so.
So the issue is the centralization of power and wealth. That's always going to lead to the abuse of the people without that power and that wealth and that control. Because essentially power, like money, is controlled, essentially. And so what you're saying is that, kings and queens have control over everyone, and it's no different with the central bank.
I mean,
How
no
do we
question.
stop it? How do we stop it, though, is what's key.
Well, yeah, that's a very difficult question to answer. But the first step of the answer to that question is recognizing the problem, and that is central banking.
Well, I mean, there's definitely a problem. I wouldn't argue against that.
They say that about drug addicts. It's like the first thing you have to do is admit you have a problem.
Crack pipes like Biden does.
Well, you admit that you have it. But like step zero almost is knowing that central banks are the issue. Step one is then admitting central banks are your issue, right? And then I guess step two is getting rid of them or finding a better alternative. And to be honest, I think in the age of the internet, it's actually very easy to do away with central banks. Peer-to-peer lending is very easy now. And we could just get rid of central banks entirely. Or for the most part, at least.
They'll never
Wait,
allow
crypto.
that though, crypto. As you know, they'll
Crypto.
never. Oh, sorry.
Lending exists.
Crypto. Could you expand on that? Like peer-to-peer lending. How would you have a global system like that where everyone's just
tax it.
borrowing from everyone else?
They'll tax it.
Yeah, you have to get more specific with me. Like,
All right, so peer-to-peer lending, it's basically we borrowing money from each other, right? We borrow from each other and we are indebted to each other and we basically using each other as kind of savings, right? So if I borrow money to you and you borrow money to Jeremy and then one day I need money, you're going to write me an IOU, right? Because your money is with Jeremy, so you can't necessarily give me those funds. So I'm kind of using you as like a savings account. And if I need money, you're going to write me a check or you're just going to transfer figures over to me. You're not going to give me actual physical cash, right? Is that what you envisioning or?
I mean, I'm not really talking about whether it would all be digital or cash-based or whatever. That doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that say, for instance, the Federal Reserve is a very good example. The Federal Reserve will lend money to the government of the United States at interest. Okay. Now, the Federal Reserve, I hope everyone here knows that the Federal Reserve has nothing to do with the US government. It's a private company. There are a few laws or statutes, whatever you want to call them, that say that the Federal Reserve prints the money because greenbacks are outlawed, right? Whatever. But
they're about as federal as the Federal Express.
Well, yeah, exactly. The point I'm getting.
Aren't they enacted by Sorry,
point-
Crypto, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That you have a private entity lending money at interest to your economy, which is never going to help anyone in that country, because now there is a necessary inflationary pressure on the money in that country, which erodes savings and it erodes the purchasing power of the individual if they choose not to spend or if they stop earning for any reason, for instance, retirement. So then you have this upward spiral of always needing more and more money, which is very damaging to many economies.
Wouldn't the same thing happen with peer-to-peer lending though? Because if I'm lending money to you and you lending that money to someone else, would we not be charging each other interest?
No, that's when taxes come into play. Then the government will try to tax you for your transaction.
No. So I don't know if you guys know, but in the USA, in 1913, the first income tax was introduced, and the first central banking. I think the Federal Reserve became the primary or only printers of money, also in 1913. Now, I don't think that's a coincidence, right? You need the income tax in order to pay the interest on the money lent by the Federal Reserve. So while there wouldn't be no problems in a peer-to-peer lending system, you would at least be able to issue money as a government at zero interest, which would alleviate a lot of the problems, specifically to do with government debts, which the populations have to pay back.
How would
it
we
gets to a point where you're
finance the army, for example? Where would the government get that money from if they're not taxing them?
Well, that's a completely different issue. I'm talking about taxes now. I'm not talking about taxes.
Okay.
No, I brought up
money
tax. Crypto never brought up tax. I did that.
So
the government borrowing.
You can still have a taxation system, but the taxes collected would be much lower, actually, because now you're not paying 6% interest on the trillions that your country owes to a private corporation.
Your problem with the government borrowing money, that you get to a point where you've borrowed so much money that the money you have coming in pay off the interest. You're just on a steady decline of never being able to pay it back.
It should pay itself off, you'd think, wouldn't it? I have heard.
But like the US debt is unpayable now. You owe something like 25 trillion. I haven't checked recently. 25 trillion, completely unpayable.
So how do you what happens at that point? Like you have to declare bankruptcy or something, right?
Well, the US can't declare bankruptcy.
I mean, this is unprecedented, is it not? Like the amount of debt.
Okay, hold on. US debt. Let's have a look.
England did
It's
it.
huge. I think it hit 30 trillion like last week or something like that. It was in the news.
England had themselves in a sticky predicament like this once. They had borrowed so much money to make a crown. Like they put so many diamonds in this crown for the Queen of England or something that the interest payment on it was like. You guys know anything about that?
That's disgusting.
Is that true though? I don't even know.
Sorry, I've just had a look. The US national debt is now 30 trillion.
Yep, it hit 30. Yeah.
You can't pay that back. That's unpayable.
Unpayable. Yeah. So what do you do?
That.
You know what most people don't recognize is who do we exactly owe? I thought the United States was a free country. No, that's owed to the big banking cartel specifically.
Just on that 30 trill are we collecting every year, and
it's these big banks that we're indebted to, who are international banking corporations that have nothing to do with the United States. They own us. They do this to all sorts of countries. They do this to fucking every poor country in the United States. They run around and they offer the money, and then they say, okay, now you owe us. It's like a gangster on the streets when you're a drug addict. It's like, I'll give you a bunch of free drugs. It's like, and then after a while you're addicted, and then be like, okay, well now you fucking owe me, bitch, kind of thing, you know? And then so that's what's happened in the United States. Happens to like many countries around the world. It's this international banking cartel. They run around, they give everyone this fake fiat money, and then these nations, quote unquote, are indebted to them. And then all of a sudden they own the world. Called the New World Order. It's a very real thing. That's why the United States can find itself in $30 trillion of debt. You'd be like, how's that even possible? Well, that's how that's fucking possible.
Don't we owe most of that money to China, or is it to the Federal Reserve?
Good point. Yeah, who the fuck even knows?
It's about half and half. Half to China, about half to Federal Reserve, and a small portion of food.
Well, the thing about the Federal Reserve is that you're not actually allowed to know who's on the board. I don't know if you know that. You can't actually find out who is a shareholder in the Federal Reserve.
Oh, that's just cute. Isn't that just cute?
So why is that the case?
Exactly.
Answers on a postcard. And it's the same. Look, I mean, our central bank is no different. In fact, we have, I think, two central banks in England. Got the Bank of England and the European Central Bank. So that's why we're more fucked than you guys are.
Isn't there a Federal Reserve like in each state though? Like there's New York Federal Reserve, and then there's.
Well, this is another thing about Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve Federal Reserve land isn't a part of the United States. So as a US citizen, you don't have rights to do that.
So you're saying you're in the same situation as the people in the US, but it's twice as bad in the UK, is what you're saying.
It's a lot worse. Because the City of London as a banking district, like the square mile in the centre of London, isn't technically in the UK.
Oh, kind of like Washington.
We got a place like that in America. It's
Washington DC, exactly. Yeah, it's
the District of Columbia. Totally. Yeah.
Columbia, yeah. And there's one in the Vatican too. The Vatican is one in Rome, in Italy.
That's another one. Yeah, there you go.
And so what they do is... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, didn't the former governor of England used to be an American, right?
I didn't hear you.
The governor, You guys used to have a governor of the Bank of England. He was an American, right? Is that allowed over there? Like if a foreigner can be the governor?
I thought Mark Carney was Canadian.
Or Canadian or something. I don't know. I just know he wasn't English, right?
Yeah.
Don't trust Canadians. They can't be trusted.
Yeah, so from
Don't do it.
2020, Mark Carney was the head of Bank of England.
How does that happen? How is that allowed?
Yeah,
Well,
no
because
shit.
no one in England likes to consider that there might be a national interest that English people share. So the second you say even those words, you're considered a very, very racist, you know. So that means that we allow Canadian heads of the Bank of England and all sorts of other nonsense.
Canada is known as like one of the most like a complicit organizations you could call. Canada is basically almost a company in the whole world. Canada is like Walmart basically, and they have a big stock in Canada, and so a lot of the people that come from Canada are their supposed leaders, such as Trudeau or whatnot. They're highly involved in this global situation.
Yo, why is Dallas Daves on this tear that Trudeau is Fidel Castro? Like I went in Gem's chat yesterday and it was just spammed all of that Fidel Castro Trudeau shit.
Dallas is a fucking psyop, man.
Damn, Jeremy. Maybe Jeremy is because you was in the room.
No, I had went in and it was already posted like a minute before I even got there.
They weren't talking about that shit before you came in the room, were they?
Trudeau though is hated in Canada right now. Absolutely hated. Like I've heard percentage amounts as low as 16%. Even if that's not true, let's pretend that's even like an exaggeration. In any political form, 16% is incredibly low.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, bro. I tried to open an account in London as an American motherfucker, and it was extremely hard. I did find a way to open it, but it took a lot of fucking bullshit. Fake ads.
Yeah, a lot of red tape and whatnot. Yeah. Yo, Jeremy, how do you as a flat earther feel about a dude like Dallas David? You know, like, do you co-sign the shit he says, or?
Well, I mean, bro, there's this thing called controlled opposition, right? So I think the Flat Earth Society is this controlled opposition. Those same people that have put the Flat Earth Society into place probably saw that Discord was making a move in the Flat Earth realm. You know, we got a lot of people here talking about it. What do you do? For a guy that wants to shut this down, maybe stop people from talking about it, push people off the topic, you put some nutcases in there. Now, I'm not saying that that's what Dave is. He could be just generally nuts on himself. You can never tell the difference.
How do we know, Jeremy, you isn't one of them?
Now you're using your head branch.
But how do we know you ain't one? How do we know that you ain't here?
I could be one.
Prove you're not.
It would be funny. It would be hilarious if literally all of us are controlled opposition and we're all just thinking we're fooling other normal people.
You're in the office.
We're all agents.
You're in the office next to me. I don't even know it.
Hello, fellow. Fellow extremist. When was our terrorist attack again? I forgot.
I'm fucking
You
real.
guys really believe that there's controlled opposition? Like, do you really believe there's a chance that one of us in here could be on a fucking mission or something, you know? Trying to
People
sabotage
away from Flat Earth to make Flat Earthers look stupid. Absolutely, there could be one of us.
Oh
not
my
in here right
God,
now, but in this arena.
That's exactly what somebody who is opposition would say.
No,
Like,
come on.
for example-
Let's hear him for a second, right? The sorts of shit that Flat Earth Society said is on its face retarded, and everyone agrees, right? The fact that they are the only people that any authority ever references is very suspicious. So
I'm
for
suspicious.
me, the idea. No, but I'm just saying, like, the Flat Earth Society are a very specific example, right? I'm not gonna make comments on someone in here, because I don't know any of you. I don't really know any of you guys. So how would I know?
Well,
right?
how about you know Jeremy? How about you know Jeremy? Because like,
no, not that well. The point I'm trying to make is that Flat Earth Society.
Nobody really knows Jeremy that well, do they?
Yeah, Jeremy kind of popped out of nowhere. You know, I just started seeing Jeremy in like 2019, like out of the fucking blue, and now like this dude, like everyone liked him, like you know, but he's a flat
Pretty
earther. Who is this
sus.
guy?
Whatever,
Yeah.
man.
Very charismatic.
Let me finish.
And
Point I'm
then
trying to
he
make-
became a mod in
I know my
Gems.
man
Fuck
fucking
me, let me finish.
I know my man Lease here for at least what is it, like 4 years, 5 years?
Yo, Branch, Crypto wants to finish. Go ahead,
Finish
Crypto.
my fucking point, right? I know Branch talks over me, but that doesn't mean everyone else can just fucking dive in as well. Just let me finish. The point I'm trying to make, yeah, is flat Earth society. Everyone should realise that obvious controlled opposition. That doesn't mean that everyone else is, right? So you have to separate the two ideas.
Sorry, Crypto.
But there could be controlled opposition elsewhere. Like you're not going to just put just one controlled opposition thing out there, right? You're going to do a couple.
Yo, Crypto. Before Jeremy interrupted, I was just gonna say sorry, Crypto, for over talking you.
No, you're
Before
good,
Jeremy
man.
overtalked me.
Jeremy is right though. If you're gonna do it, you better as well double down. You're gonna have more than one operation. You're gonna have 2 or 3 or more.
You're gonna want to get everyone at every turn. So you're gonna want the people that are doing Google searches. You're also gonna want to get the people that wander in Discord rooms, right? You're gonna want somebody that wanders into Gems. You're gonna want people that you're gonna want people to either think that flat Earth is dumb or these people are idiots, or you're gonna just generally want them to drive them away
Jeremy,
so that they don't and get. Hold on, Branch.
You're training
Fucking
motherfuckers.
muting you.
Branch, come on, stop it, Branch. Jesus Christ.
It seems to me like Jeremy's training these guys how to be.
I was almost done.
Oh, they know all about it. Don't worry about it. They know how to do it already.
What do you
Jeremy, how much you get paid, bro, to do this?
That's just like Crypto was talking about just a second ago.
One of them with.
Well,
Branch, I think you could be one of them.
You know what's funny, bro? You left your job.
I'm in here drunk and wasted all the time and ramble
Why
nonsense.
did you leave your job?
You would be one of the
when
people
you had
that's
to do
driving
this
people away
shit?
from this whole arena.
Jeremy,
Yeah,
you
that
left
is a
your
legitimate
fucking
strategy. Someone to disrupt legitimate conversation.
Yeah, that's called forum sliding.
They got a point, Branch. They got a point. Like you make it like your mission to kind of do that. You just jump into VC and fuck shit up.
Yeah,
Make sure no talk happens.
It's a tactic in other political
I get paid to do
arenas
that
to
shit, that's
disrupt
why.
organization.
I ain't gonna fucking lie to you guys. I'm a fucking chill.
Well, he admitted it.
That's what a shill would say when they get caught out or when people suspect them. You know.
Damn straight. You guys shouldn't trust me.
I'm real.
Very shill.
I-
Also, literally no one
Do
here
you want me to tell you
on
my
Discord.
brothers are in the game? That goes.
Guys,
that goes
like
can everyone shut up? Because Zedek was talking and he got cut off like 4 times.
Oh, that's fine. I got to turn my volume up. I can barely hear anyone, and I'm in the middle of the game.
You know what, Zedek sounds to me. If Crypto's
You
got
guys-
your back, you got something good to say.
I'm just chiming in when I kind of hear a little bit of what someone says. It's nothing important.
No, this is
I just find it
damn
weird.
important.
No one knows what Branch looks like. No one's seen this guy. Like we hardly know anything about this dude.
I've seen with Branch.
Really?
Kosho, no one's supposed to know about that.
I've seen him too. We actually had sex once.
Hey, I was actually
He's
at
ugly.
the fucking Dallas convention. Just nobody knew it was me.
Seeing as moved by pressures in, I'm going to ask him. Why did you ask me if I believe in chemistry?
Me.
Yeah.
Oh, you just typed. This is all sci-fi and stuff. So I was just, tongue in cheek saying, "Don't you believe in chemistry?"
All right.
All right, bro. But you know what's funny? Is that I know for sure I'm not a show.
Unless crypto. I mean, did you understand what it is? Like, when Kosho was posting all this stuff about neutrinos.
But what's interesting?
Yeah, go.
What's interesting is this, Nate. How do you know you're not a show?
Oh, no one cares. We've moved on.
Yeah,
moved by
we've
pressure. Moved by pressure.
Yeah.
So, maybe you can expand on that. I haven't got very long, by the way, so just to warn you, I'm going to be going in like 3 minutes.
No,
The fact that the question was tongue in cheek is cool. I don't mind actually, but I thought you were doing that dumb thing where you were seriously asking me, and then I would have to just,
Oh no, I
express.
was just teasing, bro. I was just teasing.
So
Cool,
right,
then.
crypto, but you agree that Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition. So think
Yeah,
about it. If you were running the show, wouldn't you do more than one controlled opposition?
Yeah, of course, 100%. I mean, look,
probably put
If I was gonna say there was two controlled oppositions in this room, it'd be Jeremy and fucking Nate. That's it.
Okay. Well, I do a very bad job at it. But go ahead, Crypto. Sorry, man. Crypto's trying to say something.
No, I have to go quickly. But Jeremy, yeah, I roughly agree with your summation. I think if there is controlled opposition out there, especially if you can get it centrally funded by the government, which may or may not be the case, I think, of course, that would happen. They wouldn't just stop at the Flat Earth Society. They would be throwing shills in wherever they needed to. Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think
I
any
think
of that
Discord
matters.
would be.
Just quickly, I don't think any of that
That's
matters.
exactly what Jeremy and Nate would
Oh,
say.
sorry, Crypto. Branch.
Yo.
I don't think any of that matters because I think as long as the quality of the arguments are there, then people making bad arguments can just be discarded. You can just say, Dallas Dave made a stupid argument. I don't agree with it. Move on.
Yeah, I hear you, but these people would drive people away. I mean, someone comes in and hears Dallas Dave.
Yeah, you don't even have to
listen to these
necessarily
flat
drive
earthers.
people
You know
away.
what? Jeremy is now going to draw people in. So, Jeremy, start up the new conversation that's going to draw people in. Because that's what it sounds like you want to be doing, motherfucker. Do it.
You know, what are you
Crypto,
talking about, Branch?
nice to hear your voice, Crypto. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, man. You Canadian motherfucker.
What the fucking point, Jeremy?
You British
You were trying to
motherfucker.
say Mad Next combo is drawing people out, so you want to draw people in. Do it.
No,
Start
you don't
a company
necessarily
that
have
draws
to
in.
drive people
Jeremy,
out.
do it.
If you got people that are attractive, like Alex Jones and even David is entertaining and it's fun to listen to, that's a legitimate strategy there to draw people in
Well,
and just
we got people like
obscure the
Jeremy.
message in some way that is beneficial or just make it look foolish and stupid.
Absolutely.
We got Jeremy, we got Nate, Kosho, Crypto, ET.
Yeah, but Branch, come on, bro. It's the middle of the day on a fucking Wednesday. You know, there's a time and place to like really troll. Come on, man. Don't really do this, man.
Seriously. Fucking Wednesday.
The funny thing is, I don't give a fuck about time, date, and whatever, dude. I fuck around when I fucking want to fuck around.
Leave it for the weekend, man. Come on.
No. Why the weekend?
Have a designated fucking around time or
Who
something.
told you they can only have fun on the weekend?
To make that a fucking
For reals, dog.
branch only on the weekend or something.
Just think about this
Yeah.
shit. Who told you that you gotta reserve fun till the weekend?
Yeah, I
Why
actually.
can't you
Friday
have fun
afternoon.
every day?
Friday at
I
lunch
fi-
until Sunday night.
I have fun every day if I can.
Why can't you have fun any day, anytime, where the fuck you want to? Why conform to these fucking timelines? These weird
Because we're not 12 years old, and some of us have kids and responsibilities. Some of us grew up.
That's
you
not
know.
the case. That's
Come
not
on,
the case,
Branch.
my man.
That's exactly the case. Some of us decided to grow up.
No, some of you decided.
Some of us decided being drunk.
Listen, my man.
Some of us decided being drunk on a Wednesday afternoon is a bit played out. You know, that's what some of us decided.
That sounds a little bit
you.
targeted.
Nah, bro, you know what's up. You got kids, so you gotta conform, right? I don't got no
right
kids.
now.
I don't gotta conform.
All my kids to
Drinking and
eat and
start
like be
smoking more.
happy, bro. Yeah, like why not just smoke weed, bro? You know?
I have a cat. That helps, right? I'm drinking
Just
on
saying,
Wednesday
bro,
and I have a
you
cat.
got kids, you gotta conform. I got kids, I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm never gonna
But
have
don't you
kids.
want to have kids? Don't you want to have a girl one day, Branch?
Fuck
Like,
no.
are you going to be doing this when
No.
you're 50?
Dude,
Are you gonna
I get
become like
laid. I get
PJ or
laid when I
something?
want to get laid, bro. I'm not a bad looking motherfucker. I'll get laid when I get laid, and I fucking chill when I want to chill. I live my own fucking life. That's how I want to fucking do it. I don't want no bitch telling me what to do when I want to do it.
But you want to be doing that when you're 60?
Fuck yeah, bro. There's different lifestyles for different people.
I think you're saying why maybe one day you'll get lonely or something.
No, I've
Yeah,
thought about
don't
that
you think,
shit.
Frank?
Like I've had long term girlfriends and shit, and I realized that shit ain't for me.
But yeah, going back to the shill thing, like, how would you identify a shill? Or not even
You
identify. What
can't.
would you do?
Let me tell you.
If
they'd come when you least suspect
Let me tell you,
it.
you can't.
Mm-hmm.
How to identify a show?
Yeah, one does not identify a shell for sure.
what do you
wouldn't
do
know.
to a shill?
Because you can't.
Like-
because
You can't do anything because
can't-
they have
you
like
can't be-
nothing you can do against them. Sorry, Jeremy.
identify one because they look.
Typically, a shill
Sorry,
is
Sean, you did that
someone
on
who
purpose.
does
Sean, you son of a
Okay, yeah,
bitch.
but yo, Sean,
who
just
people
hang on.
like when they don't like what
You
someone's
son of a
saying.
bitch.
Jeremy, go ahead, man.
Wait, hold on, Sean. What's a shill, Sean?
It's
You see what this hat? It's like a snowball.
Hey, no.
A
Hey,
snowball.
Jeremy, Sean was
Jeremy,
tell
aren't
us
you a
what shill
mod
is.
here? Can't you like just mute people? Jeremy?
Well, he's not going to mute me for that.
Jeremy, can we let Sean at least get this out? He's been trying for like a second now. Come on, Sean. You can do it, Sean.
Yeah, Sean. Come on, Sean.
You can do it.
So, Jeremy, what if you found out Dallas was actually a shill? What would you do to stop him? Like, what do you do against someone like that?
All you could do is like sit in a voice chat with him. Every time he talks, be like, "Yo, this guy's a shill. That was nonsense," or whatever. Or maybe he says something that doesn't make sense. Just be like, "Well, that made sense, but he's still a shill guy, so watch out." Just every
Nice.
time he spoke.
But that's kind of like that's an endless pursuit. Those
That's
come
what I
back
mean.
under.
You have to be there nonstop. That would ruin the chat.
Oh, yeah, it'll ruin the
Right.
chat.
Hey,
And you can't
Jeremy,
stop
do
them.
you
They
mind
come
if
back
I
under
ask Jeremy,
different
yeah?
usernames
I mean,
and
there's
whatnot.
some people, Jeremy, that think that the reason why you recently, got into being able to not work your normal job is because you took a shill wage. What do you think about
About to go back to that. Called me and begged me to come back.
Do you
Who
want to
begged
go
you
back?
what?
I'm gonna be going back soon.
Hey, Jeremy, bro, if you go back,
Wait, Jeremy, who begged you to go back?
I'll tell you
old job
what,
or what?
Jeremy. I think you was happier. You was happier when you was working that job than you was when you wasn't. I'll tell you that. So I think you should go back.
What's up?
I think
What'd
you
you
should go
say?
back.
My wife called.
There's
My wife
no
called.
fucking drama in that. Because I think you was
Jeremy,
actually
I was
happy,
asking,
you know?
has your old job asked you to come back?
Yeah, my old boss. Actually, my old boss's boss said text him and beg him to come back because you can't get any good worker. It was hard enough to get good workers before this happened. Nowadays it's like impossible to find good people to do anything.
You talking about the 2 years?
And what did you tell them?
They made me put an application back in, but I filled out the application and was like, whatever, hit me up. I told him I can only go back part time now because we got.
Did you ask for money though? Like,
Did you tell them you were like, hey, I'm up on this game right now. You guys need to pay me, make it worth my time.
yeah, be like, I need my fucking hose, man, and my fucking scene to
My hose, my mop, my bucket.
Y'all play too much. I swear to God.
Dude, Sean G makes a fucking very good point.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, Jeremy, wasn't you trying to do that phone business and stuff? Like, why would you go back, bro? Like, you quit for a reason, right?
You know what,
Business.
I'm asking Jeremy. Jesus Christ, guys.
Yeah, but I personally think it's a good fucking.
First of all, I speak
I
for
don't
Jeremy
care what-
in his business.
I think it's a good job. I hate when people say that it's not a good job because I think it's
Jeremy, it's a horrible job.
No, it's not. He loves it. Jeremy loves the fucking
What's
job.
love got to do with it?
He enjoys it, right? He enjoys it on a daily basis, and there's nothing wrong with that, bro. Like, sometimes you gotta do what you love to do.
Like drink.
If Jeremy loves doing that shit, then fucking he loves doing it. And there's nothing wrong with that shit, man.
There's a lot wrong with it.
I'd say now more than ever is a perfect time. Well, 10 years ago is a perfect time to try and build up as much passive income as you can to divest from society. Like, you can imagine how many people would have, if they could, they would have elected to not take a booster or whatever you want to call it, if they had the option, or at least waited to see until there's more legal recourse for long-term side effects.
Oh yeah, kill the kill shot. Just guinea pig. Your
Jeremy,
employees.
there's no way they'll let you
guinea
back
pig.
in without a shot, though. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy, you there?
Guys, don't gang up on him.
He likes it.
Maybe he does.
It makes him feel filled inside.
It's still wrong. It's wrong to do that to people.
Yeah. But like, people tout the numbers of people that have gotten those things. Like, it's these people agree with me. These people are all like the most extreme people on that side of the spectrum. They use those numbers of, look how many people agree with me. You guys are all nuts. All these 80% or whatever pumped up stat they come up with, they all agree with me. But like, so many people were coerced or pressured. They had to finish their degree, or they're in a job or have families, and they're like, well, hopefully I could just take one.
Well, they have health issues like me that make it that if they got COVID, they could die. You know?
Wait, how many people are in your test, in your scope of this? How many people are we talking?
It's not. That's not scientific. He's gonna say like 40 or something, and that's not.
I was gonna say he's gonna say like 4 or 5.
Okay.
And then you compare that to the millions that have done it. It doesn't. You can't really go off of that, really. But I understand what you're saying, because there are people that choose not to get the vaccine because they don't want to feel like the guinea pigs in the beginning of it. It's all this. They aren't saying that it's not real. They're not saying that it doesn't work. But I'm saying I'm going to wait.
Yeah, that's fine. If you don't want to get vaccinated, as long as you're taking the right measures to make sure that you keep you and yours safe. Yeah,
exactly.
You haven't even got one yet.
Nope.
I've never even worn a fucking mask before.
Has your girl got it? Your girlfriend?
Nope.
Yeah, good. Keep up that nope. Fuck you. You want to put something in my body? I'll fucking kill you.
I'll decide when I'm going. I don't think it's going to have any. I don't believe it's like this conspiracy that it's going to give you something or suddenly your health is going to diminish completely, because it's not the case. The majority, that is definitely not happening to. But for me, I'd rather wait a little bit longer. And like Les said, I don't put myself in situations where I would be a problem. Like, if I feel a little sick or something, not that I have, but if I did, I wouldn't go out into public just because. That's just fucking rude. Even if it's a fucking flu or fucking regular cold. It's like,
you're a goddamn criminal for not getting the vaccine. You were sick and you should have gotten the vaccine. You should have gotten 3 of them at least.
Nah,
goddamn criminal.
I haven't got COVID, so I don't know how that
if
is.
Shonji doesn't want to get the fucking
to
vaccine, he doesn't want to get the vaccine. Just let him
No,
be.
he must. My name is Justin Trudeau.
that.
And you will
He's
get the vaccine.
No, you gotta change this.
We will come
yeah.
door to door. And
Yo,
we will
it's
make
too
sure
many drunk
everyone
Changed
gets
my
it.
fucking view on this
You guys
shit.
are dropping
If
too
my
many
man right here don't want it, who the fuck are we to tell that he's gonna have it?
Yo, too many of you are drunk. Man. This is ridiculous.
There's nothing's ridiculous about this. This is actually happening. This is
but
very real.
Honestly, bro, if Sean is a fit motherfucker, yeah. If he got the fucking disease, he's not gonna die.
I don't
What
think so.
disease?
Anything.
Is there a disease in the first place?
no.
Doesn't matter. Talk about something else now.
Talk about something else. I don't want to censor people, but we can't like
censor
it's
the
not
F
me,
out
it's
of them,
you.
Jeremy.
It's
Censor
not
it.
me,
Yo,
it's you.
Jeremy, last question. If you go back to the job, would they force you to get jabbed up? Or
No, I
you
already
don't
asked.
have to? Okay. Would you have
Are
to
you
give
feel-
like a negative PCR test or something?
Are you feeling okay after the jabs?
No one got
didn't get
what?
'em.
No one got it. What are
Hey,
you
Jeremy,
talking
was
about?
it after the jab that you started thinking the Earth may be concave?
Hey, maybe David's
Right.
right. They put
Let's
MAC
talk
addresses
about
in
something
you.
else before we
I
get
mean,
the
between the new job, between the getting my job back money and the cell phone money and the crypto money, I'll be straight.
I'm happy to hear you're going back to work, Jeremy.
Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about sports.
Yeah, let's talk
Now,
about
how many
Trudeau
sports?
and the
How
truckers.
many? No, just the sports. Just good, friendly sports talk. How many sports athletes have died in the last year on field? In front
Yo,
of
did you
everyone?
guys hear about? Did you guys hear about that? That
Who
Russian
saw
girl that
Dr. Dre and shit?
Yo,
Please
come on,
mute
man.
him,
Relax,
Jeremy.
Branch.
Just mute
Yeah,
him.
Jeremy, just
Branch.
mute
mute
Branch.
him,
Yeah,
man.
mute Branch.
Branch,
Bro.
this is
Mute
literally
him.
they're
Come on.
begging me to mute you. If this is your last chance, bro, join the conversation normally, or I'm gonna have to mute you.
Yeah, so did you guys hear about that Russian girl that failed a drugs test, but she's still allowed to take part in the Winter Olympics?
How's that? Was it a pass test or was it at the Olympics?
No, I think that the test was taken last year, but the results were only released recently. I'm not sure why.
Yeah,
But
she
they
should
found
be
some
eligible.
ban- Why?
Because I think they're supposed to be there's like a 10-year hiatus if you get a dirty test.
There's supposed to be a 10-year vaccine trial.
We're not talking
But
about
that
that.
was last year.
Yo, stop
That's
saying
last
the
year.
V,
It would be,
word.
but it would be that's the weird part. Why didn't it come out until now? Is the weird part
I
about
don't
it.
know. Yeah,
But she shouldn't
yeah,
have been
turns
able to
out, like,
compete.
yeah, she shouldn't. But she's like the favorite to win the gold medal, and people are like pissed about it, you know? Because there was that girl we had, right? That was barred from the Olympics because she smoked
The
a joint or
gymnast.
some shit.
No, gymnast took in
No,
steroids.
no, the runner. What was her name?
Which country are you from?
Shikari something.
Which country
I
are you
don't
from?
remember.
U.S.
U.S. Yeah, there was that girl, Shikari something, the runner, and then they found weed or like cannabis in the system. And then she got banned from the Olympics.
Oh, I remember that because that was when the big thing of is it even a performance enhancing drug? And I'll tell you now,
Exactly.
it is.
It makes
What?
you
You
lazy.
think so?
It is.
I've smoked
No.
weed. I lay
It
down
makes-
on the couch all
It
day.
makes you lazy, but it makes other people focused. It helps improve like muscle injuries faster. It can be. It could be
I was
considered
just
that.
joking.
It doesn't
I was
make
just
everyone
joking.
lazy.
I was just joking. I know it doesn't always. I don't remember that Shikari person though. I don't remember that person.
Maybe I was saying her name wrong, but it's like real ghetto and shit. There's like an apostrophe in the middle or some shit. I don't know.
What's the point though of the story? Like,
it's just a conversation. It's called a conversation.
Yeah, I'm trying to start a conversation.
I know. I just mean, like with the we were talking about the Olympics, I guess, and so you went back 10 years. No
one went
No,
back
this
10
is
years.
right now. It's
Yeah.
right now. The Winter Olympics
Oh, I
happening
thought
right
you said
now.
it was 10 years ago.
I was saying that typically what happens is if someone in the Olympics pops dirty, they get banned from the Olympics for a 10-year span, which usually means the one that's happening and then usually the next one as a punishment for it. That's typically what would happen.
That's 8 years though.
But that's why
This
it's
girl-
weird that it happened
Yeah,
this way.
She got
I see.
cleared. I think she's like 15 years old. So what they saying is she's like a protected person because she's so young or some shit. They don't
She's
want
on
to ban
drugs,
her because
though,
it'll
right?
have like performance enhancing shit. But apparently if they ban her, it will scar her and leave like a negative impression on her.
She should have fucking
Blah
taken
blah
the
blah
drugs.
bullshit.
Everyone in the
Yeah,
Olympics gets it. Hey, next Olympics, everyone gets a gold in the Olympics. Everyone.
Yeah.
Oh
They're
yeah,
fucked
No,
up, man.
not the next one, but the one after that.
No,
Yeah,
I
except
think it's
for
the way that, especially the Paralympics should work that way. Everybody gets a gold, A for effort.
Well, that's not fair. That's
everyone
not
should
equity.
get performance-enhancing drugs in the Paralympics.
That would be equality, but that's not equity. It's not enough to be. You gotta straight people, white people, all those people can't get a medal.
I'm sorry. Have you guys watched the Paralympics before? It is a crazy thing. Okay, check this out. This is the craziest part. So there's like that spectrum to be able to be involved, but there are motherfuckers that are like so close to that spectrum that like they live completely normal lives, doing track and fields.
Yeah, you see that one guy with his super legs?
Yeah, dude.
He's tearing shit up.
Dude, that's not
metal
funny.
cyborg.
Guys, that's not funny. These are people who are like physically handicapped.
No,
and they don't live life like you do.
Someone is partially mentally handicapped running the Olympics and almost breaking records. There's a difference.
Well, that
There's
is
a
pretty
spectrum
cool,
in there.
actually.
That's
That is pretty cool.
I was just speaking on the
It's
crazy
kind of like
part
when
of
they had
it is.
It's kind of like when they had Fallon Fox go into the MMA and like crack that one woman's skull.
Hey, bro, if you want to be in the Paralympics, I can make you disabled, bro.
Uh-oh.
I doubt it. But anyway,
I will pull out
I doubt
spinal
it.
cord.
Hang on though, hasn't Fallon Fox been beaten up by women as well? She's lost to women.
Yeah, but the point is that you
As a
can
man.
drag half the men off the street and train them, and then they're going to be competing on a very high level.
it's not fair. Period.
No, but you know what?
But aren't there like regulations? Like you need to have a certain hormone levels and what or what? I don't know.
No, that's
guys.
the controversy. That is still a dude.
You can't look at the Paralympics that way, bro.
Yes, I can. I being personally involved in MMA, I can tell you right now, it's not fair. And yes, even then, there are women that will kill there are women that will kill dudes that train. It's not the experience level; it's what is capable of happening. It's
the passion.
I always felt like the Paralympics is more about the passion and giving people that passion about stuff like that.
Trust me, man. Every single one of them people are fucking going, I'm winning gold this year. None of them are out there like, I just want to be. They want to win. I don't care who they are.
I don't know, man. I say, look, I look at it in a different light. Maybe a little more compassionately than you do, bro.
Maybe.
Yeah, bro.
Maybe that's because you're part of that spectrum branch.
Why not let that deaf and dumb motherfucker have a gold medal? Why not?
What?
He has to earn it first, like everyone else.
Wasn't there that flat earth dude that tapped out to a female MMA fighter?
Right the hand.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I give him props. He did fairly well for someone with little training against who he went against. Because I know who he went against.
I want to see this. Is this a video that can be found online?
Yeah,
you can find it.
I would watch it. I like some of those videos sometimes.
I don't remember his real name. It's not like I'm doxing him if it's being said, but it's his name versus Tiffany something for the last name.
Versus Tiffany.
Basically, look up his name versus Tiffany something.
Brant, shut up. Search like internet troll challenges women MMA. They make them up.
Really?
And her name is Tiffany. She's a purple belt, so that'd be a little reference to it if you got the right one.
Oh, versus Tiffany belt. Something belt.
Her name's like Tiffany something, but she's a purple belt. So like when you find it, you'll know. That's how you'll know. And he's a skinny little white dude. She has like brown hair.
Question, Sean. If you was to wrestle her, do you think she would take you on?
Fight or just jiu-jitsu?
Oh wait, does this make sense? Internet troll who said he could beat any female MMA fighter.
That's it.
Taken down like a chump.
Yes, that's it right there. That's
wicked. Oh my god, I can't wait to watch this.
If it was just jiu-jitsu, it would be a good match. I think she's a brown belt right now. I'm not a brown belt. So she's purple.
Do they fight? I almost have to watch this right now.
No, it's a jiu-jitsu. It's a grappling match.
I have to watch this. I'll be back.
Do you see that one fight where there's this one chick against this old dude and his grandson?
No, I don't watch those fucking parlor show crap.
Oh man, have you guys seen those videos that come out last couple of years with those female MMA fighters? They don't wear masks or gloves or anything. Like it used to be outlawed.
The bare
Dude, I
knuckle
can't.
fighters.
They're like, yeah, the bare knuckle fuckers.
Yeah, that's big.
Holy
now.
shit, that is fucking crazy.
Dude, if I was a woman, dude, I would go bare knuckle like a motherfucker. I'll beat some.
It doesn't make a
it's
difference.
too-
There's no
it's
difference.
too-
I'll tell you right now.
it's two women,
nowadays,
though. It's the
yeah,
thing.
that doesn't
It's
that doesn't matter at all.
I know it
Nowadays,
doesn't matter,
a lot of the girl fights are better than the guy fights now. And a lot of the organizations, a lot of them.
Those fights are so gnarly, even for men. That maybe there was a
Yeah.
reason why that was outlawed in the first place.
Oh,
'Cause
it's
that
dangerous.
shit's so brutal.
It's dangerous.
Yeah.
The problem is it's not even like mental stuff. It's your hands. You break your hands almost every fight.
Oh,
There's no
imagine your fucking face.
your face is hard. Things happen, but the main thing that happens to them, the main reason they stop fighting, the main injuries is breaking their hands. Because there's nothing to protect it, and trust me, your hands are fragile compared to someone's skull.
But you don't have to punch though, right?
You don't have to, but I would.
Oh, they punch the shit out of each
Oh,
other. They
they
fucking
beat the crap out of each other.
destroy each other. Dude, there's like no rules, basically. It's like some crazy shit from like China or something.
There's definitely rules, but it's the same thing like MMA. It's just
Well,
bare
what I
knuckle.
mean is you learn how to punch so that you don't break your hand.
But it's still very difficult to do so.
Yeah, and you can easily break someone's nose at the same time, though.
Yeah, that's easy.
Very, and
Well,
it's
that's
so
the point.
fast.
You're supposed to break someone's nose.
No, they just breathe out of their
Break your
mouth.
hand while you're
So you
doing
can still your nose can get broken. You can still fight easily. It's not hard. Your nose,
Yeah, but
it's not as big of a
your
deal.
eyes water up.
That's only when you breathe out. Once you breathe out, that's when everything's over.
That's why these rules, like laws, used to exist. It's because people were like, way back in the day, like, this is a little too much.
Well,
Like, this is hardly a
some
sport.
people can't handle it, and some people can. It is definitely a sport. I would say it takes more.
It is a
It takes
sport. I
more
agree.
skill and athletic ability to fight than it does in any other sport.
I take that back. It's almost the ultimate sport, but it's just like it borders the line on like entertainment. It's just like it really pushes it.
That's like why organizations like UFC won't ever do bare knuckle fighting.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great example. Yeah, there's a reason why they don't, but it does exist, and you can watch it online.
Absolutely, there's at least 100 different organizations. 15 of them are which are big. It's a big thing. It's not. It's not even like underground anymore. It's out there.
It's a thing, hey? Yeah.
Oh
We
yeah.
used to fight a lot, dude. Like in school and shit. In London, we used to fight a lot.
Do you guys like slap
Like it
slap
wasn't
each
like
other?
it wasn't like bare knuckle shit. It was more like you're not allowed to hit in the face because that way you get caught at school the next day. So it was like you can fight and shit, just don't hit in the face.
That sounds stupid.
Yeah, but we still did that shit all the time. It was fun.
Just go join a gym, start training MMA or jiu-jitsu or
It was like
something,
Fight Club.
and I can almost
Fight Club,
guarantee
just don't hit in
you'll
the face.
never fight in the street again.
You guys didn't do that shit as kids?
What do you mean never fight in the street again? Like you'll be so afraid to fight, you never will.
No, you just have the urge for an altercation is the last thing you want.
Oh yeah. It's that violent. You mean?
Yeah, like I haven't gotten in a street fight in 20 years.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
same
for the-
same with me.
Just for the fact it wouldn't be, it would. I know. First of all, I know what can happen, and because I know it can happen, and I know if that person has zero training, it's not worth risking the chance of hurting somebody. It's not worth it.
That's so
You're-
cool that
you're-
you're wondering about
Sean,
their
you're
safety.
you're a trained person, so your hands are like a lethal weapon, right?
No,
Totally.
that's that's ridiculous. Yes,
it's not.
Every single person's hands are a lethal weapon. I just know how to use them
I
better.
think you're a trained wrestler.
The MMA, jiu-jitsu primarily.
Okay, so then
But
your
yeah.
hands are lethal weapons.
I wouldn't say that. My hands are just as lethal as anyone else's. I just know how to use them better.
You don't want to fuck with Sean Chee's hands; they're lethal weapons.
He's just saying that your hands are as dangerous as his are.
And I
Is what he's
would
saying.
put it this way: if I did get in an altercation, I would be less likely to punch someone than I would be to just take them down, break their arm, or choke them out. I told you I don't want to hit my hand. That hurt my hands. Your hands are fragile.
The hardest thing about fucking a fight is nerves.
I don't have that. I don't at all.
I think that once you can get up, I think that at your level though, because you're an MMA fighter and shit, you can't have nerves.
No, I almost got in a bar fight a few years ago, and I stepped off and I didn't go for the whole thing like I probably should have. Because number one, I was outnumbered, but number two, I was really nervous. I was like, "Fuck, there's like four of them."
Bro, like
Nerves are a thing. It's just different. Like before every match, I would literally be nervous, but it's not a nervous about what's going to happen, or it's just make sure that you remember everything you trained for, that kind of nerves, but not performance nerves. No, that's
like I kind of wish I could
to
get
me.
in a fight, Sean. I think it'd be fun.
Why? It's not.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I used to really enjoy fighting.
Nah. That's why I stopped.
You should fight like some little pussy bitch just to remind you, maybe, Brian. You'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's
but that's
not that great."
Didn't you just feel like a bitch?
I'm not gonna hit someone. I can't hit someone like that.
I know, that's kind of why I can't fight either. I just feel too bad for them. I'm like, I want to punch you in the face, but I really feel bad about it.
So if someone comes at you, you don't want to stop them?
Oh, if they came at me, I might accidentally kill them. But, I mean, when I come up to someone who's like, not disrespected me, but like threatened me, I really have a hard time like crossing that line, where I get physical.
Yeah, that should be the way. Usually people fly off the handle like that. You have to be able to control yourself.
Yeah, that's what I've generally done.
And a fight is different from a street fight.
How so? What do you mean?
There are no rules in a street fight. Zero rules.
Oh, so just it's all out. You're just like
so anything can happen. That's why I said I'd much rather not get in a fist fight. I'll just take someone down and choke them the fuck out. Because
if you can, yeah.
Oh, no, I can.
Well, no, I'm not saying you can't. I just mean like they might have like 3 or 4 friends hanging around with them.
There's a couple of rules
try to get them out of that.
Street fight, though.
Huh?
Don't
What'd
get caught. Don't get caught.
If there were 3 guys, I wouldn't fight. I'd avoid it. That'd be ridiculous.
That's what happened to me last time. I almost got in a fight. There was like 3 or 4 of them. I was just like, I stared them down because I stood my ground, so to speak. But I was wondering, should I actually do this? And part of me was like, don't do it, man.
Or if you're going to put your back against the wall, that'd be the smartest way to do that. If you had to.
Yeah, I just kind of got out of there. Yeah, personally,
the best choice of all.
Dude, I'm kind of like.
All it takes is one punch for you to hit them, or them hit you, and you crack your head and you become a vegetable.
Exactly.
Way too easy to happen.
Plus, or let's pretend I'm a super tough guy and I crack one of their necks and like maybe kill them or one of them. Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden I'm like going to jail for like possible murder or something weird like that. Like manslaughter or something.
And just an application, you still gotta think about that for the rest of your life too.
The nice thing about living in America,
I agree. It's not worth it.
The nice thing about living in America is that you don't have to worry about shit like this. Like
why?
I'm telling you, because in London, getting into fights is a day-to-day thing, man. It wasn't like fucking. It's not like here in America where it's like something that you have to potentially get into if you have the worst thing ever. It's like you would be getting mugged in London on a almost day-to-day basis and shit. You gotta be able to fucking roll yourself and handle it.
I don't know that that's true. I don't.
Yeah, slow down, dude. With all those migrants, dude, you'll get fucking stabbed, according to the news that I'm reading.
Nah, bro. Like when I was in London and shit, if you don't step up for yourself, you're gonna get fucked.
But Britons have always been known for being like tough.
Or you're gonna get fucked, literally. Like even at train station, when you can get fucking bus and shit.
I knew it was going somewhere. It wasn't.
Dude, seriously, man. I did grow up in the ghetto of London, so maybe that's what's up. But like, I'm telling you, like, I don't think there was any place outside like London ghetto was the only place I ever had to fucking fight. Once I moved to America, fuck it. The whole fighting thing shit was done.
Really? Yeah. Well, Brits are fucking tough people. I've never been to Britain before, but I mean, I've heard no stories. People, they don't fuck around over there. Like, maybe they'll just slap each other around a little bit, but like, they're not fucking around. I can tell. You sound like you're from there. I'm not going to talk about your own home country.
Branch is
I've
Korean.
never been. Really? Huh. Anyway, UK Brits are fucking tough, man. The people from the UK, man, they know how to fuck each other up. In my opinion, I think they do. They're just tougher. They're just not big pussies like they are.
But
Like a lot of us are.
That, dude, it's just the way shit is there is different, bro. It's like
Totally.
you have to be that way.
It's like a cultural thing. Yeah, I get it.
Like if not, you're gonna get your cigarettes fucking taken from you. You're gonna get fucking mugged. You know what I mean?
Yep. I've had my cigarettes taken away from me before in Canada. I almost got beat the fuck up too. It was one, same story as that thing when we were talking about 3 or 4 dudes, except this time there was like 20 of them. And I was like, bros,
Yeah, just give
just
them to
leave me alone. Just leave me alone. It's like 20 of you and 1 of me. No need for altercation.
Yeah, that's when you just give them your cigarettes and then go buy a pack later.
Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. Yeah.
It's better than getting
But
fucking.
I mean, it depends though, dude. Like, were those people? Were they new people? Or were they from your fucking where you live?
Well, I'm in Canada. There were Canadians too. Yeah. These people
Canadians
are
are
people.
violent?
That's what.
Neighborhood though.
Were you in Scarborough?
Nah, man, it's the same thing in any country, man. Any place. That's why you see this police with all these videos in the last couple of years, especially the last year, about people, these police arresting people without masks and all this shit. That mentality is driven.
I don't know about
in,
that.
Well, hold on.
London has this weird thing, right? Where it's like you got people in your neighborhood, and if you're from the neighborhood and you live there, the people will back you up just because you're from the neighborhood.
Yeah, it's not like that over here in Canada. That's for sure. The neighbors will watch you get arrested and taken away if they want to. They won't back you up. They won't do it. Man, it's like that's why I was just trying to say like a second ago.
We don't have that type
It's
of
all it's global. I know that's what I'm saying. That's why you have all these crazy police all over the world. You can watch these videos. It's something built into the human psyche. It has nothing to do with like a nationalistic, cultural police force thing. It's like there's like part of the human psyche that is attracted to that kind of like career, I guess you could say, and that's why you have it all around the world in every country. There lots of like some people are just prone to exist in that kind of career. Same kind of thing how you have like musicians. You know how there's like musicians all around the world? It's not a cultural thing. It's just like people love music. Some people fucking love music. And you have like journalists and, you know, lawyers or whatever the fuck. The same thing. Cops, it just happened to be one of the most like egregious careers that people seem to choose. But you're always going to have those people out there who choose those positions. And that's why you find cops all over the world. They'll take the money to do something that, you know, really technically fucks up their people, but whatever.
Vaginal dabs.
What was that, Branch? What did you say?
I was trying to say something stupid.
Stupid. It's stupid.
I said
Dumb.
vaginal dabs.
Oh, I don't even know what that is, but okay.
You probably don't want to.
It is.
Yeah, I'm good.
If Brad said it, you probably don't want to know.
Okay. See, Branch, people are here protecting me. We don't need your filth.
Because they love you, dude. ET, they love you here, bro.
It's because we know that Branch is a shill.
Uh-oh, we're talking about shows. How many?
I get paid.
We're back on that again. Oh man, how many are there here? At least one.
At least one.
At least one. How you like that, Branch? We're on you. We know what you're fucking up to, eh?
Oh,
How's that feel?
It could be Jeremy.
Nah, you know what, man. You know
we
what?
got two of you now,
I'm gonna say some of your best friends in the whole flat Earth room are the people that you can slag off the most and still know you're cool with.
Okay, that made no sense, but whatever.
Like Sean G, what I'm trying to say is I can call you a gay fish as much as I fucking want.
But what the hell is a gay fish?
Day in, day out.
Gay
slag
fish.
you
Yeah,
off.
what is that?
Exactly. But you still suck my dick at the end of the day, wouldn't you?
Absolutely not, Branch. What are you talking? Your fantasies are not important here.
And then get out. Pose.
I think John knew what I meant, though.
I don't.
You didn't know what I meant.
And very rarely do I ever.
What I was trying to say is like,
No, it's cool. Don't worry about it.
Regardless
No,
of the
it's okay.
motion.
It's all good, Branch. Thank you.
What I was trying to say
Yeah,
is, regardless of the
I know,
motion,
but it's all
you
good.
can
Don't even worry
always
about it.
lick my
It's
anus.
cool. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Always. My anus is always open.
I'm sure Jeremy. I'm so positive Gio loves Branch talk.
Okay, I should probably shut up now that you said that.
Oh. Now that you brought up the police, maybe I will leave. Coming up. Yeah,
Well,
that's
you always
exactly
have
what
a-
we were talking about. Oh, sorry.
I was saying he always Branch always has a gaping anus. That's what you're saying?
I'm
Dude,
not in the
you
court
must
for
have
this.
a real issue.
Okay.
Y'all can say what the fuck you want. I'm gonna shut the fuck up for the next 20 minutes.
Doubtful.
Coward. I'm just kidding. I don't really know you.
Bro, you must be wearing some major diapers, dog. Like that prolapsed anus going on. It's okay though, you know, that's what butt sex does. You know, you have your fun and then you take your hit and you know you get a gaping anus. No big deal, you know. We've all been there. By we I mean you, though.
I've never been there. Hey, happening in a city near you? Trucker convoy? Nah. Don't care. Don't know.
Trucker convoy like a Trudeau shit. Isn't that shit making waves? Is that still in the news? They shut some shit down. They got some shit done though, didn't they?
Oh man, yeah, you might be a little behind in the news. They're staying.
I am.
They're staying. Okay, they're staying strong, and yeah, they've shut down a couple of bridges now and here and there, but it's gone global. But even in Canada, they're staying strong. They're not, as far as I know. Just checking in. I was more curious. I'm not preaching. I'm just saying. I'm more curious to see what's going on in other areas of the world. I know what's happening in Canada. I mean, what's happening in the U.S. and everywhere else?
In the U.S., the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a ruling that says that you can mandate vaccines for government agencies. You can't.
Yeah.
If you work for the government, they can't make you take a vaccine.
Hell yeah.
What's up, fellas?
Fuck yeah.
What does that mean for all the military that
hey fella,
that got discharges before or
hey electric
prior to
fella. Well, yeah, that's a good point. What the fuck does that mean?
Oh yeah,
Gotcha.
I guess they probably got a legal case on their hands.
Ha! Pussies.
Because I've heard about that. I've heard about people being discharged because they didn't get the vaccine. Specifically, I
That's the
read an
same-
article about like two. Do I?
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing with the in the medical industry. You had all those nurses that got fired because they didn't want to take the vaccine, And then they all get called back. Like half of them got called back, but like, listen, we actually need you. We don't care if you take a vaccine or not. Like, boom, yeah, lawsuit is fucking, yeah. We'll see about all that. Like, I don't want anyone to get hurt, but I mean, there's gonna be some lawsuits for sure. I think.
Exactly.
Like, imagine that. Like, if you're a nurse for like 20 years and you're like, no, I don't want to take that fucking vaccine. You lose your job. Your
Most
kids
of
are
them,
fucking broke.
yeah,
Like,
exactly. Most of them already even had
Imagine
COVID
being
and
a
already
dude.
have lifetime, basically, immunities, much stronger immunity than any vaccine would have given them.
That's
and
true.
so they had titers tests and shit, and they found that they had the antibodies to it, and there's no
Dude,
there's
the
no
bigger
need
problem
for
is
that.
this. The bigger problem is this. Yeah,
Almost.
you have to fire
Told
some
you,
bitch.
Branch.
You have to fire some bitch because of governmental fucking rights. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
and you didn't want to fire this bitch, but you did still want to fuck her, right? And therefore, you still want to call her back.
Fuck, I'm not even allowed to be in this conversation. I'm
No, I
married.
think he meant like he had to. They had to fire her. Is that what you mean, Branch? You didn't have a choice, but you had to fire her. Is that what you meant?
No, he meant
like-
exactly what he said, like a true troll would.
Yeah, he's just great job.
Should I mute Branch or what's going on? I am hearing
Well,
a lot
let's
of
just, we can reinterpret his words. He was just saying, he actually did a good job. He was saying, like, a lot of these nurses,
Sidetracked what I was saying.
they didn't want to lose their job, but they lost their job anyway because they wouldn't take the vaccine, so they got effed career-wise, and then they're calling them back and being like, listen, we're not so serious about that vaccine thing all of a sudden, you know? And some of them don't want to come back because they're like, no, like, look what you just did to me and my family a few months ago. Why would I come back and work for you again, you know?
Yes,
That's
I think
not.
a lot
That's
of them
not what he
Exactly
said.
what I said.
doing for
Well, who
loss.
cares what he's saying? But that's the situation, as I understand it.
I have a fiance who works for a major corporation in the U.S., like one of the biggest corporations, and they told her to come in sick with COVID. She got COVID and she got sick with COVID, and she thought she was going to get leave, and they're like, "Nope, you got to come in sick with COVID." This happened just about 3-4 weeks ago.
Damn, see? So it is happening. There's
Pretty fucking weird, huh?
Yeah, it is
Well,
fucking weird.
All those crazy conspiracy theorists, and me included, were
Aren't
given
so
that
crazy
information.
all of a sudden. Hey?
Yeah, we were saying that natural immunity was the way to go with this thing, and that the vaccine, you're never going to get herd immunity with a vaccine.
You wait until it comes out about how
Hey,
fucking
Grim, you
dangerous.
really win, don't you, Grim? Like in this whole scenario, it really does feel like you've
No,
won.
there's no winning, really.
Nobody
I was
wins
losing.
here.
I've been
Oh,
losing
yeah.
since
If
the
anything,
beginning.
we
And
all
nobody would
fucking
listen to me,
lose.
and now I have to suffer to watch all my friends get
I'm
hurt.
saying it in sarcastically, in a sarcasm way. Do
Oh
you
yeah, yeah.
think you've won?
Yeah, of course not. I feel like sick to my stomach because I knew this was happening and nobody
Okay, so
would
you
listen.
you do think you
The
actually
groups.
have won?
No, you don't win when you're telling people, "Hey, look, this thing is making us lose," and then the thing happens. How do you win?
Right. The only way
You
you
just
can win
write
by
about
that
the
is
thing making you lose.
the only
You
way
just
you
write
can
about
win.
knowing the thing
The
was
only way
coming.
you
That
can
doesn't even
win,
win.
Grim,
It's
when
not a
you do
game,
shit
dude.
like that, yeah.
Why is this fucking guy here, man? God damn it! You annoy the
Yeah,
shit
you're
out
done,
of me.
Branch. I got you. Relax. You're fucking done, Branch. You need to relax, bro. You're constantly cutting in on people.
It's just troll to the max. Why don't you?
Yeah, go ahead. I got it.
Yeah, you can't win when you're fucking your heart's broken and all the people around you have been hurt and shit, dude. Doesn't make any sense to say that. That would just be minimizing me to a specific egotistical little character that you'd love to do that to. That's not how I work, dude.
Well, that's normal. Yeah, that's how most people should respond.
I feel fucking sick watching it all happen.
Me too, man. I don't know about you guys. My entire family got vaccinated, and they all know about my stance. They did it anyway. Not one time did anyone ask my opinion. I begged my mother. I went out of my way, so I did kind of infringe on her, I guess, sense of free choice, if you want to call it that. But it was out of like sheer desperation. Like a couple times, I was like, "You gotta listen to me, Mom."
I just think it's sharing, making it, giving her more informed consent, like giving her more information, secondary, even contrary to the information she's heard, isn't so much you doing what you thought you were doing, like being taking away her freedom. It was giving her more freedom to make a better choice if she wants to.
Yeah,
So you
thanks for
basically were
saying
just,
that. Thanks for saying
enabling.
that. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Because informed consent is true freedom, but you're only given one half of the story. That's not really informed consent. That's
Well, she
just
has the other half. She went
coercion.
CNN. So
Coercion. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. I know. I got really pissed off when she already took the first two, and then she told me she was about to get the booster because she had to go to some little work meeting, and I was like, okay, this has to stop now.
Yeah, you're
And
scared for your
then
mom, dude. I know.
still couldn't stop her. She went and did it anyway. I was like, oh my god.
Yo, stop, please, guys, with this whole talk. Like,
Oh yeah.
I don't want to keep having to shut the shit down, but we're being censored. Like, it's not us.
Oh, you're doing that too now, hey? Every Discord server I'm a part of now doing that.
Yo, it's
Yeah.
YouTube. It's YouTube, bro. Like, there's nothing no one can do.
All right, we're on live stream. I always fucking
You
forget
can't
that.
talk about COVID on YouTube.
Why aren't we on BitChute by now, dude? That don't
That's
make
fucked
sense.
up.
Well, I
Hello?
guess it's out there now. They know who we are. They want to track us down. We're easily found. Should we use code words or not bring it up at all? What would you prefer?
I don't know. I kept telling you
BitChute.
stop saying the V word and all the words and shit, and you guys keep using like all these keywords.
Okay.
So
See, right when you think the N
The
word
whole
is
world is
bad,
talking about it.
right when you think the N word is bad, all of a sudden you've got a way bigger problem. The C word. It's way worse.
Or
Think
the V
about it.
word.
Or this. Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's too bad. YouTube censors everything it can censor to keep the standard narrative going. Not because it's a government organization, right? But obviously,
well,
it's
they're probably
private.
all linked with the elites. I'm sure the same people that are controlling the politicians are controlling YouTube. I mean,
Exactly. Well, no, that's the point, right?
Well, don't forget that Google owns YouTube now, also.
Yeah.
So
I like how they do things like that. Like we didn't know that they were already affiliated through secret societies. They had to put it in our face that they're affiliated, and so that we
right,
can,
yeah.
because
Google
it's
just
not
happens
it's a
to
huge
own YouTube.
monopoly. Yeah, it's a huge monopoly, right? And monopolies aren't even legal, but I mean, it's a giant monopoly behind the scenes that then buys its behind the scenes up in front of the scenes. So now it's a huge monopoly in front of the scenes.
Ban Joe Rogan from Spotify.
Yeah, it's boiling the
Something
frog
he
in the
said
water. slowly.
10 years ago. Yeah. Why not? He's a boiling frog.
How is Joe Rogan the problem?
He's not.
No,
That's the
he's an
point.
example of what's happening. Same thing
Yeah.
with like Alex Jones. We were talking about that earlier.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I thought you were
Cancel.
saying.
Yeah,
cancel
just
culture
it's a
shit.
thing to do. Yeah, it is basically cancel culture. But I mean, like, it's that whole idea. Like, look how easily they're just like throwing people's careers. Yeah, like they have a
Right.
lot of money. Fine, they're rich. But I mean, the fact that it's happening is what we're talking about. At least that's what I'm talking about.
So you know how many rap videos and CDs are going to have to get taken down now because they say the N word in them?
Never thought about that. Yeah.
Well, if nobody else is allowed to say it, then nobody else is allowed to say it either. That
It
would
doesn't
be
make any
racism.
fucking sense,
That
does
would be
it?
systematic racism, allowing one race to have the rights to do something that another race doesn't
You know
have
what's
the rights
next?
to
A
do.
black person won't be able to use the N word anymore. That's what's next.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I know. That's why I thought of that. You're
Well,
right.
I mean, yeah. Well, and a lot of people in the black conscious community would be very happy that would happen anyway. Like,
I think a lot of black people don't give an F anyway. I've
Very
read
true.
a lot of things about that recently, especially after the Joe Rogan thing. And a lot of black people are just like, I don't give a fuck what Joe Rogan says.
Right. I know, but you know how the young people are, though, right? Black or white. They don't matter. It doesn't matter by yourself, but in a group, all of a sudden it matters. Now I have the virtue signal, and I have to protect my group, right?
Yeah, unless
It's like
you're not a coward or you're
well,
a somewhat of a
that's how
cultural hero.
yeah, I think that's how they entrap the youth into that racist frame of mind.
I agree.
You
Yeah,
against me.
through sports, look at everything. Remember that whole Black Lives Matter thing right before the pandemic, where everyone was like taking a knee for Black
Doesn't
Lives
ring a bell.
Matter, and
It doesn't
then
ring a bell.
doesn't
No, I'm
ring
just
a bell. Yeah, and then like a lot of people were like, "No, I'm not going to take a knee," and people would be like, "Racist." It's like
Right.
you can't stop with these people. They have no limits. It's crazy.
Yeah, the provocateurs. They're on both sides.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh man, you know what the worst is? Do you guys know that they do happen to be black? I can't remember the name of them, but they're this like protester group. They're very small, but they go to like leftist cities and they make like white people bow down and kiss their boots. Do you guys know that group I'm talking about? It's like
The
almost like
Blizzrealites.
maybe I don't know. It's like almost like a neo black.
I coined that term. Yeah, it's called the Black Israelites.
Oh yeah, that is it. Yeah, you're right. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
I coined the term Blizzrealites because I was typing one day and it was an accident and I was like, oh shit, look at that.
Dude,
Blizzrealites.
isn't that fucking crazy? I watched some of those videos and I was literally like sad for, I don't know if I would say the human race or just those idiots who went along with it, but I mean,
Yeah, well,
damn,
to
that's
me
fucking crazy.
to me it looks exactly as gross as when whites do it. There's no difference. It's just as gross and weird. There's
Well, I
no
mean, what
need.
do you mean by whites? I mean, like, this was like a Black Lives.
That's what I'm saying. To me, it's when they did it, the blacks that were doing it, the Blizzrealites, it was just as disgusting as when the whites do
Oh, are
bullshit.
you schooling me on history right now?
Hell no.
Maybe. Well, I know
I
I
don't
don't
think
mean
so.
schooling. I just mean like maybe there's something that you're talking about that I'm unaware of. Perhaps I don't
Oh
know of
no,
that ever happening to like
no, we still
reverse
have.
it.
Yeah, no, we still. Oh no, see, black Israelites, right? They believe that when the Messiah comes, the whites will be enslaved to their bidding and service, right? And that so that's why they promote that. Um, it's very much neo-Nazi superiority race mentality. It's the same exact thing, just you flip the winner at the top,
Flip
and
the
now that's
script.
yeah. Now that's the neo-Nazi dude, the black dude, that blah blah blah. And to me, like either one,
Okay.
the ideology itself is disgusting, no matter who's trying to impose it on who.
Right.
You know
I
what I
think that's
mean?
why I don't understand it. I don't think I'm racist enough to make sense of any of it.
Right. I'm about mixing the races and whatever, shit. It's like,
yeah, no problem.
Why is it a problem? To me, it doesn't matter. Except if it doesn't matter what race you are, if you eat a lot of curry, I'll pass.
I love curry. Actually, it's really good for you. Spicy food is good for your body. It is.
Yeah, but it's something about the stomach breath of a curry eater.
Bad breath.
It's like puppy breath. It's a little.
Do they
different.
get bad breath? Just a little off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never really dated anyone who's eaten too much curry, but I know I love curry.
You've never been in like your Chinese friend's house or your Indian friend's house, and then it has
I know what you mean. Yeah, they have a certain amount of
It doesn't
spices.
smell exactly like curry. It's got a different. There's something else, and they all have a very similar.
I know what you
smell.
mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I really can't comment on that, but I think I know what you're talking about. But
I just didn't love that smell. Growing up was like the.
Come on, you did.
I liked the girl. I didn't like her house inside. Let's go to the tree fort. Let's go fishing.
Okay, what are you gonna do when she asks you inside to meet her parents? What are you gonna do?
Well, see, we've all. That's how I knew about the smell.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
mean, that happened.
Well, okay. I think I know what you're talking about, but whatever. I just think that's yeah, that's its own thing. I'm not even gonna go there. But it is a thing. Like spices definitely come out of your skin.
Yeah.
It's a form of toxin. I think it's actually healthy, but that's
Yeah.
not to say anything in particular or
Turmeric,
specific.
cumin.
I don't even. Oh yeah, I've been reading a shitload about turmeric.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I've been eating that on a regular now.
I want to get into it. Totally.
They have like turmeric gummies, right? That you can get.
Really?
Yeah, they
Huh.
taste like peach. They're really good.
Never even heard of that.
Just like peach.
Just. I love a peach. A peach is good.
Yeah. Definitely.
I ate a pear for the first time in like 10 years.
So you ate two peaches then?
No, just one pear.
Oh, I thought you meant a pair of peaches.
Nah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, an actual pear. Because I never buy them, but someone gave me one, and I was like, okay, I'd be stupid if I didn't eat it, and I ate it. I was like, yeah, that's why I don't eat pears. Not that good.
Yeah, I usually eat one at a time.
I haven't bought one in like ever. I don't think. I think the only time I've ever eaten a pear is when someone's given one to me, maybe as a kid or like something like that. But like, I don't know if I've ever bought a pear, to be honest. Maybe
I usually
one
buy
time.
one at a time.
Really?
I'm just trying to get this joke across. I hope somebody's getting this.
I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the
I'm
P
just doing the
word.
play on words.
Yeah, you're
The
just
play on
playing with
words.
the words and having a good
Yeah.
time. And I know what you're talking about, and then I'm pretending like I don't know what you're talking about.
I knew it. I
It's
knew
all
it.
good.
That's what was making me laugh because you kept pretending like you didn't know, and that's making. I'm like, if he's doing that, and then I respond,
Dude,
that's fun.
I'm
That's
being
funny.
I'm
Yeah.
being legit.
It's 2:36 in the morning. I want to slide in my pajamas.
Ooh.
Oh wait. But it's what is it? It's what is it? Wednesday for you already? Thursday.
Yes, Thursday.
Yeah.
I want to sound
Happy birthday.
more. So listen, I live in America, right? But I want to sound more like American. So can
Ask
you
us
help me?
anything. I can help you. I can help fill you in on some. Yeah, I can give you some advice.
Okay.
I'm Canadian, but I'm pretty good at it.
Oh yes, I love Canada. I live
Oh.
right under you.
Which country are you from?
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Oh, cool. Beautiful country.
So you're in the U.S. right
Ethiopia.
now, though. Yeah.
What?
You're in the U.S. right now, hey?
Yeah, I think he traveled to the U.S. recently.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
He's
I
like,
moved to
you're.
the US when I was 15.
Oh,
Are
cool.
you? Were you at New York?
No, I went to Michigan.
Michigan.
Oh, wow. I can't even think of the capital of Michigan State. What is that even? I can't.
I think it is Lansing, but I moved to Detroit.
Oh, Detroit. Yeah, same area. You ever heard about
It was
I lived on Lake
the worst
Michigan.
idea I ever made in my life.
It is.
Worst?
Yeah, you don't want to be around Milwaukee or Detroit or any of those Bay areas. It's just nasty, dilapidated.
What do you say, Bay Area? I thought that was Cali.
I think
Well,
he's
no,
talking about the Great Lakes.
the Great Lake bays, like because there's there's shipping yards in those areas, right? I lived in Milwaukee, so from Milwaukee to
Milwaukee is
Chicago.
basically Detroit, brother.
I know that's what I'm saying. They're the industry. It's all industrial and ghetto, right?
You just
It's
got
a lot
schooled
of
from
city.
someone from what country are you from again, sir?
Bangladesh.
Well, no, he's
Bangladesh.
there.
Right.
He's there.
I
didn't
thought he
get
moved to the
schooled.
U.S.
I went to school there. I graduated high
You
school there.
got schooled.
Well,
Just
you
admit it.
graduated from Milwaukee.
Yeah, in Milwaukee. Yeah.
Is
So
Milwaukee
what?
the same place where George Floyd got killed, nigga?
No, that's on the West Coast, I think, where George
No,
Floyd
I
got
think
killed.
George Floyd got killed in Minneapolis. Oh, I got it.
Oh, really? I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it confused.
You just
Minneapolis sound like Milwaukee.
schooled me. Yeah, okay, maybe you're right.
Oh yeah,
There you
yeah. He died in Minnesota. That is right. Is Minnesota above Milwaukee or below? Electric.
Similar area. I
Little
think.
bit to the left, yeah.
Oh, okay. I bet.
Hey.
Hold on. I want to debate with you. I feel like Detroit is colder than Milwaukee.
I think Detroit is more north than Milwaukee. No, Milwaukee is more west, I think. We will debate
What do you
this.
think, Electric? Do you think Detroit is colder than Milwaukee? Because I am freezing my ass off right now.
I don't know about this time but year, but I was in Milwaukee when it was with the wind chill factor one year, 67 degrees below zero.
Michigan is the worst place to live.
But yeah, Milwaukee on the lake is bad in the winter because the winds, they can get really, really fast and they come from that side into the, from the ice on the lake. Super cold winds.
Nigga.
Yeah. Like a motherfucker.
I thought,
That's
okay,
what I'm saying.
I'm looking it up right now on Google Maps. They're pretty close. They're just aside from Michigan, opposite sides of Michigan, Milwaukee and Detroit. Yeah. Do you still want to talk about American pronunciations, or do you have something else you want to talk about?
Well, Detroit has over 40 inches of snow every winter. What is worse, snow or wind?
Well, I don't know. Ask the tornado.
Depends on how much of each you get. I mean, if you get 20 feet of snow, the snow's worse. But if the wind rips your fucking house down, then the wind's worse.
I don't think wind can do that.
You've never lived in a trailer park.
No,
Wind.
that's dirty, nigga.
Oh God.
Yeah.
But we do have trailer parks in Detroit. This is where Eminem grew up on 8 Mile.
This fucking guy.
But trailer parks, they're not fucking flimsy. They're actually. I went to a trailer park before, and I went inside the one of the homes, and it was actually nice.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the trailer parks. I love the fucking trailer park. I used to be the king of the trailer park.
You want to fuck trailer parks?
He's got a lot to learn.
Hey, yeah, you do have a lot to learn. Maybe you should ask us about American pronunciation for certain complicated words that you maybe don't understand quite yet.
Can you tell me some big words? I want to pronounce.
For sure, yeah, we can help you with big words. You just gotta put it out there. What do you want to learn about, and we can maybe
I
help
don't
you.
know anything. Give me.
Well, we can just throw big words out there. You can't probably handle those, but I mean, if you have one in your head, we could walk you through it.
I don't know. You guys are American. You guys school me.
Oh,
we got rid of Branch, and then it was key for this.
Oh, your
for them to
accent
send this
slipped
guy.
up.
We got rid of Branch, and it was key for them to send this guy in straight
what I'm
away.
saying. Did you hear his
Not
accent?
all a
slip
big
up, dude?
conspiracy.
He's
not
trolling.
a big conspiracy.
What is conspiracy? He's controlling.
Oh?
He's mixing his accents up from Israeli to Russian,
Why
Bangladesh.
everybody call me Arabic, Israeli, Russian?
Okay,
I'm
tell
from
me
Bangladesh.
about the KGB if you're
Because
so
you drew the wrong
Russian.
accent.
KGB? Can you tell me about the Russian intelligence agency? It's the KGB.
Tell us about Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. What's a good acronym for the Israeli? Hey, what's the good acronym for Israeli Secret Intelligence Service?
Do I sound American when I say that?
What's a good acronym?
Tell
for
me
you?
about the MI6.
For your
isn't
business,
that
where you
Israeli?
work.
MI6 is from Israel, isn't it?
What's a good acronym for where you work?
Your job.
Yeah. I would say ISIS, right? Israeli Secret Intelligence Service.
Wow, you're racist.
How's that racist?
I don't think that's actually what ISIS stands for. He's right.
Why does everybody think I'm Arabic? I am not.
No, I know. You sound more like a Jew trying to pretend to be Arabic. That was what I was pointing at. It's not racist. Shalom, Muslim. How's it racist? I can
Why
point
gosh,
you
this
out.
guy is Arabic. Go fuck a goat.
I can point you out.
Whoa.
Dude, why are you so aggressive?
I just don't like disingenuous people like that. It's annoying.
So I'm disingenuous because I am trying to.
I'm not really
learn
even
the-
answering for
because
you,
I'm trying to learn
particularly.
the
I was just
American
saying that to the room. My apologies. You know my deal.
What is wrong with this man?
So much you couldn't even think about
Get this
figuring
man
it
a
out.
Snickers bar.
All right, you figured it out. That was it.
You're not you when you're hungry.
I stand corrected.
Give me a big word, man.
Okay. Damn, you want a big word? Fuck, can anyone else think of a big word? I can't right now. I would think
Disestablishmentarianism.
yeah, that's a big one.
I can't say electric's full name. I can't say it.
About supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
That's too advanced for him.
What the fuck?
Let's go with university. Do you know what a university is?
Yes.
How about sincerity?
Sincerity.
You can't do it. You can't do it.
I can't roll the R like that.
Let's stick with university. You know what a university is. Have you ever been to one? Yeah, there you go. Good job. You ever been to a university before?
No.
Really? Do you want to be? Do you ever want to attend a university as a student?
No, I went to
You're
community
like a salesman,
college.
dude?
I went
You were-
to community college.
Oh, cool.
In Tel Aviv, back in the day.
Hasta la vista.
Hasta la vista. Wait a second. Where in Tel Aviv or fucking Austria?
This guy's not really Jewish.
Come on, he is.
Been pretending he was different races all the time.
No, he's not. He's real.
Yeah, he was
He's
pretending.
not pretending to be Jew.
He was
He's
Indian
pretending to
yesterday.
be. Yeah, he's pretending still trying to be that, but his Hebrew is slipping out.
I'm not.
I'm
Hebrew.
listening
What
to
are you
him.
talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Come on.
What is wrong with all these
You're
people,
just
man?
being.
They want me to be a
Don't
different.
worry about them. They're being intolerant, and that's just who they are. They're intolerant people.
Are these guys flat earthers?
My name.
Guys, this
You know you want to say that so bad. You know you want to. You know you want to.
What?
Don't worry about them. +1.
Yeah, say beseda.
Poseidon.
Yeah, quit playing.
Poseidon, isn't that sea creature?
Sea god.
Sea
I
god.
look at all the gods like in the Greek in like Zeus, Hercules, all the gods, right? I look at them as demons. Not like demons, but like you know, E.T. Are you biblical?
I'm not biblical, unfortunately. Sorry.
Well, in the Bible, it speak about how the fallen angels come to Earth, and then they populate with human women.
I know a little bit about it. Yeah, they had sex with them, and then they procreated, and now they're hybrid species or something.
Right. From those species, could be demigods.
Okay.
I believe that some of these demigods were worshipped because of their Nephilim abilities.
Could be. Like, imagine number one, if you were like a few feet taller than everyone else, or if you could like control people's.
Right?
Oh yeah, like you push someone over with your hand easily. Yep.
Yes, of
I'd
course.
wonder.
You
I
will
would
be
wonder too.
You will be worshipped.
Be worse. Yeah. You'd be worshipped.
And you remember when in the Bible, the thing is, the Bible is the most. I don't know if any other religion does this, but the Bible is the only religion that actually speaks about other religions and is self-aware.
That's fair.
Know what I'm saying? Like
That's fair.
right. When Jesus remember when he walked on the water, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I thought he split the water, or was that Moses split the
Yeah, it was
water?
Moses. Yeah, if
Right.
you actually go to the Red Sea in real life, you can find chariot wheels at the bottom.
Really? Huh.
Yes, it's really cool.
I didn't know that.
And there's like fossilized horse bones in the thing.
They're not horses, though. I think they're big, giant birds.
No, I
'Cause,
meant like horses. That's what they were using, the chariot. Remember?
Oh.
The Egyptians were chasing the Israelites.
Okay. So I'm a little fuzzy on my biblical facts.
All right, it's okay. It's okay. So what I'm speaking about Poseidon, right? Poseidon was. Remember when Jesus walked on the water? Before he walked on the water, he had to.
Did he? I thought Moses split the water. I thought we established that.
No. This is different story.
Oh, okay.
This is way later. When Jesus was with Paul on the ship, and then in the middle of the lake.
You mean Peter?
Peter, yeah. Thank you. I'm stupid. And then it was in the middle of a storm, right? I like to speculate that the storm was actually Poseidon, the sea demon, a spirit that controls the waters.
That's what I called him. I called him like a sea creature, and you called him a sea god. Now you're calling him a demon.
Yes, because demonic spirits, they can take over anything, and
I see. Okay, makes
they're
sense.
like it could be Poseidon, and the thing is, in all demons they must bow to the king, aka Jesus.
That makes sense. Of course, all things. Yeah. What about Loch Ness monster? Could that possibly be
The Loch Ness
Poseidon?
monster is the Leviathan that the Bible speak about. It's the Leviathan. Yes,
Interesting.
it could be the Leviathan because the Leviathan, it was described.
Dude,
as
it's not really that interesting, man.
Kosha, why are you always hating? Do you want a Snickers bar too, nigga?
I don't hate. What are you talking about? Who do I hate?
Why are you talking to ET like that?
He said interesting, and I said it's not that interesting. I'm being honest, where I feel like he isn't.
Interesting to him, okay? Why do you care? I'm not talking to you, Kosha.
You're not really saying anything, are you?
Fuck you.
I'm learning about Poseidon and the Loch Ness monster. I think it's fairly interesting.
Loch Ness monster who lives in Scotland,
or globally. Who knows?
Poseidon was
the Loch Ness
Greek
monster
god of the ocean.
probably doesn't even alive anymore.
Do you think it was a dinosaur?
No, dinosaurs are not real to me.
Okay.
You know why?
What about Sasquatch? What's up with?
Sasquatch? That is a hoax. But the thing is, remember, when the fallen angels, when they came down, it did not say that they only populated with women. They said they abominated and abolished everything, every living thing, which could mean that they fucked a monkey and something came out.
Wait, what were you talking about? Who had sex with a monkey?
He's saying he had sex with a monkey.
Angels.
Oh, the angels.
Yes, because it said that they abolished every living thing. or most living things.
So they
That could
abolished it
mean-
by hybridizing with it,
Yeah,
and
there's-
created something
yeah.
new, and then the
That's why
old.
in ancient cultures they have so many like mythical creatures like werewolves. They're just big wolf men.
Do you think that's what happened to Sasquatch? Is like the few remaining species got left behind, like the few individuals, maybe.
Yes, there's a lot of hybrids.
Hmm.
Right now, even right now, the government they have a lot of hybrids.
Right. They probably. Do you think they test on them in the labs?
Probably, man. They use them.
Yeah, experiment on them, and then maybe let them loose out in the streets in America.
Yes.
Like Mothman. There could be a man and a bat mixed together, and then they. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. And then they let it go, and then, boom, Mothman.
Werewolf man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to see a video of a werewolf, a real one?
Sure.
Oh shit! I don't have big perms.
That's okay.
Jeremy, can I have big perms?
Yo, just DM it to me, bro. I'll put anything you want up.
My DMs are off.
I don't know what that means, bro. You need to get a new Discord or something then.
Dude. Please.
Have you noticed this is the same guy that the last 3 days he tried to post something that he couldn't. He left the server.
Please, man.
Just DM it to me. I don't even know. I told you I don't even know how to give pick permission. So just DM it to me. Go figure out how Discord works. Turn your DMs on. I don't even know that's a thing you could do, but turn your DMs on. DM it to me, and I'll post it in the thing.
Hey, you want to know a trick, Mr. Plus One? Just go to imgur.com. Okay.
There you go.
Why?
Because you can upload your picture there, and you can post the link, and then.
But then you have to right click on it afterwards though, and copy the link address or something.
Yeah, of course you got to post the link. Post the link in here, and the
Add
picture
me, my friend. Add me, Jeremy. Jeremy, add me so I can send you.
Add you to what, dude? Just send me a fucking DM, bro.
You have to add friend me in order for my
have to
DMs
do
be
that.
off.
This is a joke, right? Like,
No,
or
he has to friend me so that I can send it to him.
My friend things. Anyone can send me DMs. You don't have to be my friend to send me a DM.
Yes, I do. I have my DMs off.
I have it set so anyone can send me a DM out the blue anywhere.
Yes,
I
but
get
I
spam
have my
DMs all
DMs.
day.
I have my DMs off, so I can't.
I don't give a fuck what you got going on. I know my shit's right. I get spam DMs all day from crypto groups I'm in and shit.
Well,
so I'm
add
not
me
worried about
and then
getting DMs.
Add me if you're that insecure.
Bro, stop talking over me.
Dude, I'm telling you how it
over me,
works.
dude.
You're an idiot.
I know how to DM people. You don't. So who's the idiot?
Look, Benza, I have my DMs off, right? And if I DM someone right now, it won't work. But when I add them and we're both added, that means I can DM to them.
Shit.
Doesn't seem like my issue.
It's not our problem, dude. Figure out how DMs work. You can DM anyone. I have my DMs are on. You can send me DMs.
My DMs are off though.
I don't care.
See,
That's
plus
why you have
one.
to
Your
add me.
DMs.
How
That's why you have to add me.
How legit are you?
Add you, dude.
I bet if you click on his name right now and click send message, it says send message. Click on Jeremy
I
right now.
already sent his message, Look. See, look, it says your message could not be delivered. It says this is usually
Little saying in
because you don't
America.
share a server with the recipient, and the recipient is only accepting direct messages from friends.
Yeah, we're in the same server though right now.
It doesn't matter. I have my DMs off.
No matter that we're in the same server, and you're telling me we're not in the same server.
Benzo, can I send it to you? Can I send you the video that I want to post?
No.
Oh my god.
Manta, add him as a friend.
You add him.
Put him on your fucking friends list, bro. It's in the moderator rules.
Is it just?
Check it. The list is only you need a fucking legal counsel for a week to go through all the fucking rules and,
I
and
know.
shit.
It's crazy.
Come on, then. I need to post my video.
No, you don't.
What's the
Yes, I
video
do.
of?
It has something to do with the conversation.
Type in the
Okay.
chat. Just type the link out.
Exactly. Type it. Longhand.
But it's not going to show.
Mate, I'm not your secretary.
I don't want people to click on a link they don't even know. They could.
Well,
You
type
post
it
if
in.
you post the link, the picture will show up.
There you
No
go.
one. That's only if you have embed links. Embed. You guys don't know how anything works on here. You guys. Are...
No, I
Yeah, I know.
don't.
We know how
everything
DMs
works.
work.
I know how
We don't
DMs
know how
work, my
DMs
friend.
work. We know a lot of shit.
No, I know
Situation
how
in
DMs
DMs right
work,
now.
nigga.
Hey,
Get him, bandsaw.
Have you not read his fucking about me? It
What's
says if you
to say?
translate this, I hope N word will kill you.
No, I didn't. Translate it right now.
I speak Hebrew, dude.
You know, you're lying.
Really?
Kosho used to
Copy
be
and
a
paste it.
CIA plant in Israel, so I mean, you're not going to get this over on him.
Well,
What'd you
man,
say?
if this is a CIA plant, it's fucking hilarious.
Kosho's the most undercover CIA plant you'll ever come across.
Nah, this shit don't make no sense.
I'm trying to show a man dog, a werewolf.
Okay.
Oh, you're back on the
Just
werewolf?
we've all seen werewolves, dude. We don't. It's good.
No,
We're good,
you
bro.
haven't. Stop lying.
Bigfoot, werewolves,
If you say you've seen a werewolf, it must be
vampire
my
once.
very mother.
Yeah. You are walking a very thin line. Very thin.
Well, does anybody else have pictograms in this VC that I can send it to? Because the
He
mod
changed it.
that
He says, if you were translating this, I would have had sex with your mother.
the mods in here are very not. The mods here are very useless. They have no meaning.
I'm highly useless. I know.
I tell you what. All right. Here's some meaning. There we go. Boom. Meaning. Oh, thank goodness. How the
I say he should have like moderator role as long as he keeps coming back and doing this every evening.
I mean, heads ain't gonna last long. I got to figure out from Geo the official warning, so it like times you out for a half hour or something. That's what we need to start dishing out, because those warnings, half hour every time. The first time it's a half hour, and the next time it's like an hour. And then it's 2 hours, and then it's 4 hours. And before you know it, you're banned for like 8 weeks or some shit.
Yeah.
Heads are gonna either learn their lesson or just not be involved.
Yeah, I think we've got that ability, don't we?
How to do it?
I think you
Give that warning.
go time out +1.
No, I like this guy.
Dude, you guys are.
I tell you what, ET, right? Friend him and have a private chat with him.
No, that would ruin the whole thing. Come on. Fine.
He's gonna
I
show you a
won't.
picture of like a tiny dick or something, dude.
Okay, fine. It was fun while it lasted.
If you're into that. Hey,
I see your dick
Oh,
pics,
never
Kosho, so no, we're not into that.
What'd you say, dude? You're not in bed?
You said he's gonna send us tiny dick pics of your dick.
My dick, that's right. Yeah, speaking of my dick, dude, I just bought this this shaver. It's called Manscaped.
I was going to say microscope, but anyway.
It's
I got one of those. They're expensive.
Anyway,
I got one of those.
Manscaped.
Manscaped, yeah, they're expensive. I got one of them. It was like $60, $70.
Yeah,
You
they're
bought it
expensive.
used
I
off
got
of,
one of them. Like I told them, they're expensive. Fucking
you bought it
douche.
used off a crackhead.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? After your wife sold it to me, she used it on me.
Yeah, I got my pubes all over it. You're now walking around with my pubes on your pubes.
You guys not remember that 3 years ago when I had that roommate ripping me off, and then this other roommate. Anyways, he was like he didn't know how to use the fucking bathroom. He took a shit and didn't flush the toilet, right? Anyway, my razor was in the bath, my shaver, my hair trimmer was in the bathroom, and I come back. He's got blonde hair, the shaver has blonde hairs all over it.
Pube style though, or
It must have been, dude,
you
because
had
he
pubes all over
his
your
hair.
face.
Little curly ones.
You had your pubes his pubes all over your face, or what?
You know what's fucked up though? My roommate was scamming both of us, but at the time he was scamming this dude, and then he just told me one day he's like, because the blonde guy was living in the living room, and he said my roommate, the landlord, he said, listen, keep the top lock locked, the deadbolt, and if someone's knocking, especially him, don't answer it. I was like, okay. Meanwhile, his TV and his bed, everything was in the living room. And anyways, the landlord had flown this girl in, and I was watching a movie with her, and ended up banging her on that blonde guy's bed. That's payback. I felt kind of bad about it though.
What sort of people do you hang around, Kosho?
Not payback. You were probably rolling around in his farts and shit. He's probably jerking off in there. You got your crusty semen all over.
Dude,
the
I didn't
fucking...
use it again. Douche. I didn't use it again. Same thing with my towel. Like I went in there and like I was worried like he using my fucking towel, and so I did this thing where I twisted the side of it so like I would know if somebody had touched it. And then anyways, I go in there and the fucking towel's all disheveled. It's not even like...
Bro, you should have put itching powder or something all over it. That's what you do, dude. You don't turn the towel so a corner of it so you can see if somebody touched it.
Yeah, you do.
You put fucking itching powder all over it.
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna
then
put
when you
itching
see him
powder
itching
on
like
my
a
towel.
nutcase,
Genius.
you're not going to use it.
I would use it if he's not using it. Yeah, dude.
Oh my
The towel with the itching powder. Oh my god, Kosho.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Why would I sabotage my own towel just to find out if he's using it?
Dude, you put the itching powder on your towel. You use a different towel. Meantime, it's itching like crazy. Great. If he doesn't, just throw that towel in the washer a couple times and it's all clean.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, dude. He's like not itching at all. I'm like, hey, you feeling itchy? He's like, no, not at all. I'm like, oh shit, okay. I guess I'll go clean my towel.
Itching around all the time. See him itching around the house, and after a couple of days, if he didn't use it, he'd be like, okay, he's not using my towels, bet.
Yeah, well, the whole point is I did this subtle thing so I would know if he touched it. And then it wasn't even like he was trying to hide it. Like the whole thing was disheveled and fucked up. And I was like, what the fuck, dude?
He probably had his nuts all over your towel, and then you're washing your face off with it.
No, dude, I didn't use it again, asshole.
Yeah, but he was doing it the whole time, and you didn't know.
Possibly, but that was just so weird that he took a dump and didn't flush. Like who does
He probably
that?
wiped his ass with your towel.
Face. You know what's weird? I've actually known more girls to do that than guys. Not flush after pooping.
That's really weird, man.
It is weird. It's highly weird,
Yeah,
especially when
that's
there's no toilet paper there. Just poop.
Fuck with some weird girl.
It happened to several, but I mean,
like girls pooping around you like that and like not even doing shit.
Have you guys ever went camping with a girl before?
Yeah,
that's kind of what they do.
They've never had to take a dump while camping.
I'm sorry, but that towel thing, dude, is hilarious. I don't know why I jumped in, but
you're good, man. You know, it's girls here, dude. They flush, but they don't double flush. My old roommate is disgusting. Every time she doesn't double flush, and there's like particles still in the toilet. I'm like, ugh.
Jesus, dude. Learn how to buy a proper toilet that works. I mean, where are you guys living? I don't understand.
Dude, it's not about a toilet, dude.
Bro, they're shitting in buckets.
No, all these people in jail. Why are these people sitting in jail when there are toilets?
Depending on what you ate, dude.
No, listen to me, Kosho. Listen how stupid of a country we are. We force people into a cage when they would happily probably be free and clean our toilets and make them more
Flash killing people.
I mean, this is ridiculous. I can't believe anybody.
I'm saying they're gonna fix your toilet and then kill you or rape you or something. Why do you think them people are in there?
Man.
Okay, we're gonna let all the rapists out. I'm gonna send one of them to your house to fix your toilet.
Just the weed smokers and shit, though. Like, I mean, you know,
No,
the
dude.
tech bouncers or, you know, those type of people.
Do you guys remember my plan? Nobody agreed with me in gems, right?
Plans always suck, almost always.
Prison work plan?
Dude, well, guess what, Jeremy? You're gonna be the first fucking victim, dude.
Why
But
does your plan have victims? See what I mean? I already don't like it.
it actually doesn't have victims, asshole. But if I was the emperor of the world, okay, and I was the head of the government, then I would feel like the government, my government, we don't have the authority to kill people, especially if killing people is against our rules. Then I'm not gonna kill people, and I'm certainly not gonna pay for criminals to live in a cage, and I'm gonna feed them all day.
So what do you do with them?
So, in the first iteration,
I'll tell you what I'll do with them.
you're gonna rape them and fucking do weird stuff. I know.
I would do not weird stuff. Go ahead, though. Go ahead. Let's hear your plan,
No,
and I'll
dude,
tell you if it's
everybody
better
already
or
knows my
worse than my
man.
plan.
Yeah. First of all, just like an escape from LA and escape from New York, I'm gonna banish them to Antarctica. Okay? If they have an unforgivable crime. Like drugs is not worthy of jail.
So we're
But-
gonna send them to Australia.
No. Australia is already taken. Antarctica. And they're there to do. They can do whatever they want there.
That's dumb.
Here's what it is secretly.
That's dumb.
We can't even go to Australia because you guys want to keep it protected. Now you're gonna drop all the criminals off there so they can do God knows what.
To Antarctica. Yes.
Yeah, that's what Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden really are.
They're in
Wait, who's
Antarctica.
Saddam Hussein?
I heard there's a pyramids in Antarctica.
Really? I heard
They got pyramids down there, Coach.
Maybe, and maybe those. That should be in my script, dude. I wrote a script.
What if they
for it.
end up? What if we send the criminals there? Find this
Yeah.
ancient secret technology that's
Nobody-
highly advanced, and they end up taking the fucking world over with it.
You can't live in Antarctica. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's right. But no, that'll be the plot to the movie. I wrote a script for Escape from Mars, which is like a sequel to Escape from LA and Escape from New York. And I'm gonna make another sequel or a prequel,
Be a movie
Escape
director?
from Antarctica, where exactly what you said happens, Jeremy. It's a good idea.
Sounds like a horrible movie.
It's not
It
a horrible
does.
movie, dude.
It
It
does.
sounds like you have a
It's
horrible
not
accent.
even going to sell more than 2 people. Your mom and your dad.
What the fuck?
I know, dude.
Who is this guy, man? They got the fakest accent in the world.
Okay. You can say it's fake, but this is my voice, so I don't care.
All right,
We know this guy's accent's not legit, man. Come on.
say any word in any language that's not English.
He came here trying to learn the American language.
Let's
He
find out.
learned to learn large American words.
See what he has, man. You're not supposed to be giving him an out. Go ahead, Mr. Plus One. To say one in any other language.
Uno.
Yeah,
Oh,
now a different
Dave?
language.
I don't know.
Any other language.
He said uno.
Yeah, I know. And not,
You
and
did
not
say
Spanish.
uno.
Spanish
That's pretty
doesn't count.
good.
I already told him
Pretty
it doesn't count. Any other language.
Why?
Why doesn't uno count?
You're trying to diss me.
I want to see what
Can
you
he-
want to see your chops. I want to see what you got.
Can he say a different Mexican word, a different Spanish word? or-
No Spanish words. Some other language. The number one.
Why?
Say what?
So you want what number you want me to say?
The number
This
one.
is Coach. This is Coach O smoking you out. He used to be a CIA operative, highly trained. Like he's gonna know.
Wait, if he is CIA agent, then that means he is
He's a
going
field agent, highly trained in the art of whatever the spies do.
I do
Spy
not trust
stuff.
this guy. I do not
Spy
trust this
stuff.
guy.
Spies like us. He's basically Chevy Chase from Spies Like Us.
Okay, fine.
I don't trust this guy.
That's a good role. You should be pleased that I put you in that position.
It's fine. Chase, it's cool. Hey, so what you got, man? Number one, dude. What's the number one to some other language? You had time to look it up by now.
No.
Doesn't want to. Don't pressure him to do
If you
things
want
he
me to
doesn't.
speak in my native language, then I will say ek.
You say what?
Ek.
Act?
Ek. Ek. See, there you go. Three versions of the number one. He's legit.
That wasn't legit at all.
Well, he did give 3 versions. Better than I can do.
Uno,
I know.
one, ek.
Yeah, that's not right, dude. You mean achat?
What?
Yeah, that's right.
Are you
Maybe
gonna?
he's of a
Why are
maybe
you
he's of
speaking
a.
Arabic? I'm not Arabic.
I think he's of a slightly different
I speak
dialect.
Bengali.
All right, say this, man. Say how now, brown cow.
What the fuck?
It's a trap.
Say
He's from
unique New York. Unique New York.
no, he's from
New
Bangladesh,
York is
guys.
not a word in my language.
You don't understand. He's from Bangladesh.
No, he's not.
Well,
Yes,
New
he
York
is.
could be a
I know.
couple.
I know. Bangla. Say thank you in Bangladesh. In Bangla.
I don't know New York. It's not a real
All
thing
right.
in my language.
Say thank you in Bangla.
There's two ways of saying it.
Well,
Do you want me
say it either way.
do you want me to be formal?
Say it however you like.
Okay. Danyabad.
Fair
Nailed
enough.
it.
He's legit.
That is legit. Yeah. All right,
Pretty
fair
It
enough.
might
cool.
seem weird because a lot of people from that part of the world don't come by. You know, especially 24/7. You'll see like India, Pakistan. I mean, they are really against flat Earth because like their
Those
government.
guys are losers.
How
Yeah,
did you say thank you? Don't give up. How did you say?
No, Danyabad.
Donkey butt.
Danyabad. Danyabad.
Danya butt.
Down your butt.
No. As I say, if he knows how to say thank you, then there's yeah. That's the first thing I learned in Bangla.
Down your butt.
Wait, you can speak Bengali? Oh my god, I think this guy's a CIA agent for real.
Bangla.
That's a good point.
It's not Bengali.
Now who's the
Kosho is a
CIA
highly
agent all of
trained.
a sudden, eh? You think about
Kosho
that?
is a highly trained CIA operative placed all around the world.
Shit.
You said it's
See
not
that?
Bangla. It's Bangladesh. Is that what you said? +1.
No.
Kosho was in Puerto Rico last week undercovering all kinds of crazy shit.
Hold on. Hey, ET. When did he tell you he was Bangla?
Like 45 minutes ago, half an hour ago, maybe.
like days ago, he said this.
Oh, maybe. All I know is that he told me that like half an hour ago or so. It was right before you jumped in, actually.
Why did you say it's not Bangla, the language?
I didn't say that.
No, not you. The +1 guy.
The language is Bangla, but we are Bengali.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it's not Bangla.
Oh, I
Cool.
thought you said Bangladesh. Anyway, can ayusin na ba kani?
Like, hang
Anyway.
Are you happy?
Jeremy, is that your kid? Jeremy. E.T., can you friend me? I will send you the werewolf in DM.
Okay, fine.
Yay, finally I can send it to somebody.
Wait, you want me to post it here?
Do you have pig bottoms?
What?
Do you have pig bottoms?
Oh, big perms? No, I don't. I'm a nobody here.
Hey,
Add me back.
+1.
Hurry. Add me back.
+1. Where do you stay at?
I told you. Detroit.
That's what's up.
Add me back, E.T. What is wrong with you?
I'll add you back. Hold on a second.
I had a Bangla friend a few years ago. We had a long ass race at the lake, and I beat him.
There's a very big Arab community in Detroit. That's why I kind of sound Arabic.
Yeah, I still think you're a little bit full of shit, but I'm not 100% sure. But
I'm
you're
not
right. Yeah,
full
there
of
is a
shit.
huge Arab
I'm
community in
full of
Detroit.
piss.
The fact that you were able to say thank you so quickly tells me that you obviously know Bangla.
I'm starting to forget Bangla because I'm living in the States. I want to forget my language.
Oh my god.
I hate Bengali people.
They don't smell very good.
Same with Indian.
Indian people, they do smell good. They smell alright.
No.
But you're talking about the ones over. Yeah, I was talking about American Indians. Yeah, you're right. They smell bad too.
I don't know why, but I love the smell of black people.
Oh yeah, man. Coconut oil,
Yeah, they smell
cocoa
like
butter,
that. Yeah.
grease. You know,
I love the smell of the afterburn of the whip.
that's right. Newports.
My nigga.
You're one silly motherfucker, man.
Kosho, where do you stand on this? Where do you stand on flat earth and ball earth? You really think earth is a realm? What is wrong with you?
Hey, what country? Because you were from Bangla, so I mean, which side of Bangla were you on? Like, what country were you closest to?
You're about to get smoked out, plus one. CIA operatives on the case.
Mossad.
My man's like Sherlock Holmes, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, and Cujo.
That's yeah. Oh, that what it exactly did what you said. Don't even know how that would work, dude. I do have to leave though, but I'll be back when I get to my car.
Okay.
About to get this money ticking in from these phones pretty soon.
Yeah, well, dude, my girl wants me to run a casino for her. There's online casinos, Asian tech, Asian live tech, or some shit like that.
Bro, there's a million billion casinos online.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
would people use yours?
Because there'll be topless chicks dealing cards.
That is dope. That's dope.
Yeah, dude. And yeah, dude. And doing like, sexual, you know, innuendos with bananas and stuff. Yeah, the whole thing.
Hey, +1, are you still there? +1. Still there? Gone.
No, he's there, but he's not.
Right.
What's up, man? You back, man? Yo, what's the deal with the positioning of everything is a push or whatever? What does that give us if we say?
Who are you talking to?
Was that not you earlier?
No, I've never said anything about push.
Who was the fuck?
Pressure.
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 Right. So like,
there are people that make arguments. Chemo will make that argument for there is no pulling force, only pressing forces.
But what does it matter though? What? So let's say everything is from a pressure, where we could quantify everything as a pressure. What does that give us?
I don't know what it gives. I'm just saying to move anything requires pressure, right? Force doesn't do it on its own, which is what I've been told, but it's not. It's pressure that moves things. Now you need. Sorry.
What's the definition of force? You said force doesn't do it on its own.
What's the difference between force and pressure?
Exactly, because pressure is the force on the area, so everything has an area reality.
No.
So
Depending on the amount of force you put into that pressure determines how far that object will move.
oh, so the reconciling of the force is the pressure.
Yeah, you have you have the force there, that potential force, whatever it is, right? Now that force, right, applies pressure through whatever means, whether it's a pencil pushing a golf ball or a lever levering a rock, whatever it is, right? But to move anything, right, requires pressure, right? Now that the force that you put behind that pressure just depends on how far you can move something. That's all. I think it's a very, very simple concept, to be quite honest with you. I don't think it's very difficult at all.
No, but you just described
how fast you're going to move something, because the other pressures, the resistance is actually how far you're going to move it, because really, theoretically, something will go forever far unless acted by something else. So
what resistance?
But I feel what you're saying, bro.
But check this out, dude. Playboys. Because I get it, dude.
Sorry, Kosho.
In your definition, I get it now what Bansaw's saying, because in your way, you're the reason why you're using force, a pressure, there's no reason to be using pressure instead of force in the context you're using it, because they're the same thing in that context. And the other thing, and force, what the hell? Force for some distance is also called work. So you just call it work. But if you're just talking about something has to interact and push something, or hit something, or whatever you're saying, there's a pressure, that's just a force. There's no difference between force and pressure in that context, because pressure is just a specific description of force, in which you're describing the force as it pertains to an entire surface area. So you have to divide it up by that surface area.
Well, the surface area, right, determines how much force you need to put into that pressure to move it, doesn't it?
No, the inertia determines that.
What do you mean the inertia determines that?
Right. The inertia is the resistance to a force. So however much inertia it has, however much inertia it has will determine how much force you have to apply in order to move it.
If you have a golf ball and you have a little tiny pin, right? And you push that pin up against the golf ball, right? It's going to take more force to move that golf ball. But if you put your finger up against it, right, and push it, it is going to require less force to press up against that golf ball to move it.
It's incorrect.
No, it's
It
not.
require exactly the same amount of force. Yes.
No.
The difference is that your finger is bigger. It's got more, momentum, weight. It's got more surface area, so you could move it more slowly, but the force would be equal to each other. The inertia, the force is always going to be the inertia of the golf ball, and once you overcome the inertia, it'll move. And so that with the pin, you may have to exert more force, seemingly, but it's actually the same exact amount of force.
Look, at the end of the day, right, you can't move anything without applying pressure. Bottom line. Bottom line.
So, Kosho, did you see anything worthwhile when looking and see if gravity causes pressure or anything? Or?
No, I didn't see anything. I didn't look for very long, but I still didn't see anything. Short. It's an interesting idea, but
No, Timmy. Timmy, no.
what's that noisy, T? In this context that we're talking about gravity, it's just like the context that bandsaw is using pressure. And what I mean by that is that in this case, it's irrelevant to be describing the pressure, although it's not. It wouldn't be. You could describe the pressure if it was necessary, but it's not necessary because in this context, you're describing a pressure as if it's just a force. So.
Okay, then. Well, then, can that gravity move anything without applying pressure onto that object?
Yes.
How?
Because of the way that the general relativity says it works, which is not that it's a force, but that it's a reference frame dependent, bullshit thing.
So you think that something has to actually be touching something to apply pressure?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, then. Cool.
Kind of.
Kind of, or not necessarily.
I can't think. I'm trying to think of an example where it's not true, but no, I can think. Well, no, yeah. There's some there'd be some contact. Otherwise, the idea of the surface area would be irrelevant.
Really?
I can't think of why you would be referencing the surface area of something unless there was some contact. I'm trying to think, but I can't think.
Okay.
Maybe if it was like a flat magnet, I don't know.
Okay, then. Does that magnetic field, right, apply a pressure onto the object, the magnetic field itself, which makes that object then move? I would say yes.
I would say no.
You'd be wrong.
I would be wrong.
For the first time, you'd be wrong, right? But you would be wrong.
But I know. Well, what if what if you had a magnet, a very strong magnet, and it was a attracting magnet because I had the opposite side, and I put it in front of your magnet. What pressure would be? Where would what's the pressure? Where is that coming from?
What do you mean? So now these magnets are attracting each other?
I'm holding one.
The force
strong.
Yeah.
But the one that's sitting there is being attracted to my magnet.
Exactly right. in the magnetic field. So the magnetic field is applying that pressure, isn't it?
Why does the object not have an area? I just don't get this. This is
The
really
object does have an area. The area is not relevant.
what? Wait, no. What? But if you have an area and you have force, then you have pressure.
Yeah, but the area is not relevant. That's what That's what I said before. I said, in this case, when you're describing pressure, you're arbitrarily bringing up the area when it's not necessary, because all you're doing is describing the fact that there's a force being applied.
Bro, why are you handling
steaks for
the fact that it's not relevant? You're making it not relevant. It can be relevant, and you can qualify it as pressure as soon as you say, look, the area is relevant because we're going to calculate pressure.
And the reason why you know it's not relevant is because you can have two totally different objects. One that has a surface area of, I don't know, a square foot, and the other one that has a surface area of a square inch. And you can apply the exact same force to both of them and have the same thing happen.
It's not surface area, or you got to look at the area in a new way now.
Okay, how and why?
Well, because you're applying it to a three-dimensional object.
Then why am I worried about the area then?
Here's, I guess, a better question. Why do mathematicians and theorists limit themselves in talking about pressure on points or 2D areas? Why not be able to convert it into a new concept of 3D? Or
because that's not what pressure is. It's already a defined term. It's already used, in the way it is. If someone wants to redefine it, they could do that. But
just because you have a unit system, you can have a whole new look. There's I don't have this out. Like, so, okay, you have the geometry, then you have spherical geometry. You have this thing, and you have this, special little extra with it. Like, why they don't do one of those for pressures?
It's just not necessary at all, or even makes any sense, because if you have, let's talk about the area. Okay, that's pressure. Let's talk about the volume. Why? Well, I guess buoyancy volume might be relevant. With things like gravity, you're going to be describing the mass, right? And things like magnetic attraction, you'll be describing the charge. Maybe with
instead of putting it in your Newtons or your inertia things or whatever, you could still have another chart or system that talks about it having it per the volume X amount of pressure. I don't know. Again, that I keep asking Vance, what does it even matter? But it is interesting. It is interesting.
Hey, look, in the bigger scheme of things, it probably doesn't matter a great deal. And, simply because pressure equals force over area, right? Now, that force over area, right, does not mean, right, that it's the pressure that is moving things. It is the pressure that those two things, right, move something via pressure.
Are they still trying to use magnets to debunk you, even though I gave the definition of magnetic pressure?
Yeah, exactly, Jeremy.
Yeah, with these guys. Because every time a new guy comes in, you got to go over the whole magnet thing again.
I know. It does my head in. But anyway, whatever. Whatever. I can keep this up for years. Don't you worry.
Yeah, keep it up. Keep it up.
I like Percentage's explanation yesterday, talking about how gravity is actually space attracting space, not mass attracting.
You guys heard the Spacity thing? He had him running in circles and gems for about 3 days on Spacity.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all about, at the end of the day, it's all about potential. So when you're talking about area just now, it's not a focus point. You have to take into consideration that light light travels in an electromagnetic background. So there is actually a medium that light travels through, and you can look it up on Wikipedia. So that it's all about the potential. So you have to take into the area. You have to take the area into consideration. What you were just talking about. Because they always say, oh, there's no medium. Light, they're not particles, and they're not going through any particular medium. They can go through any medium. But at the end of the day, there is a medium that's an electromagnetic background, which science agrees with. And that background hasn't been studied enough.
Say again, Princess?
So, Kosho, what's the medium that light travels through?
It doesn't travel through a medium. It doesn't need a medium. Travels through a field.
Is there an electromagnetic background that
travels through a field, sir? I tell you, dude. A field it travels through.
And what does the field look like? What shape
What
is
does it
it?
look like? It's blonde. It's got nice legs. What are you talking about? What does it look like, man?
Oh, that's good enough.
A field is a property of space. It's not a property of. It's not something that you look at. It's a property of space in which there exist values at any given point. Values that could be 0 or could be some other value, depending on the.
So you could compare it to gravity, where there are gravity wells and you have different gravitational forces at different parts of the Earth.
If you'd like to, I mean, what space-time is a field of sorts.
Just quickly, Jeremy, did you mute Branch?
I mean, yeah, if you want to give him another shot. I mean, they were about to start rioting in here to mute Branch, so
Okay, he's saying he's not drunk, so
give him another chance. I mean, I don't know.
All right, yeah, done.
Let me
All
plead
right,
with him. He's my bro. He's my bro. I'll plead with him. Branch.
I think Jeremy's got this weird thing, dude. Where
No, just let Branch. Just let it.
I'm just saying though, Jeremy mutes me more than I think anyone else. It's like even more than Geo does.
I have to say,
not for good reasons too.
Branch. The easiest.
Jeremy usually always gets it wrong.
Make it
when
about
I'm
that,
on
man.
point and not even drunk, he mutes me. And when I am drunk, fuck,
Jesus,
he doesn't.
Well, Branch, it was definitely good to hear you talking yesterday as sober as hell, and you've actually got a wealth of information. So yeah,
Nah, fuck that. That's all bullshit. The real information comes out when I'm drunk.
No,
I thought your real information came out when you were taking a piss. That's what you said today.
It did, man. What did I think about? Did I come out with
You were
something?
talking
You had an
about
idea to
the,
open a casino.
The casino that doesn't have any house advantage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Genius, bro. Let's make it.
Genius.
Hey Basil. Basil, what's your point with the light, man?
Oh, I was stemming from what you're talking about before, about the area doesn't need to be calculated, but then I brought up percentages, space attracting space.
Spacity.
Yeah, that's what it's called, eh? Is it an actual
Jeremy, that's
theory?
not Space City. That's not what Space City is, Jeremy.
That is exactly what Space
No,
is.
it's not.
I googled it. It doesn't exist. I googled it.
Percentage made this up.
Listen, the only
months and
person that
months
really
ago.
knows
It's called
Space City is
Spacity.
Jeremy. Is percentage. Don't bring out
Made
Space
this
City.
up
Jeremy.
months
You
ago.
know
It's
what
called
it is.
Spacity, dude.
Jeremy, do you understand Space City?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay, tell me what it's about.
Space attracting space.
No. It's actually about
Pushing
space
space
repelling
pushes
matter.
space or some shit. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, you don't
Percentage made
fucking
it up.
know. They don't fucking talk about it, my man. That's fucking percentages thing. Don't make it out like it's yours.
What it's called though? It is.
Get the
I
fuck
never
out, Jeremy,
been
bro.
claiming it's percentages thing this whole
you don't
time.
gotta lie to kick it. You hear me, blood?
Man, because I muted you a little bit ago. Just relax. It's called Spacity. Percentage made it up.
I like it.
Oh, it was beautiful. He had him running in
I
circles
think
and gems for like
Branch. I
4
think
days.
Branch made it up though, man.
No, I never make anything up.
Well, I don't believe that.
This
I
is
think you just
100%.
made that up.
This is
No, I remember when it
100%.
happened, dude.
But this spacity, Jeremy, does it apply pressure?
I think it's space pressing on space. That's why things go down.
Oh, okay then, cool. So it does apply
Or
pressure. Phew.
Apparently, Jeremy doesn't know
Could
what
be-
the fuck it is, but he wants to talk about it anyway. Because that's the type of dumb fuck he is.
telling him I'm not sure what it is, so I mean,
We're winging it
space.
at the moment.
Well, it's not that, but you're kind of making your boy fucking percent look bad, right? By saying fallacious shit about his theory.
Einstein is spacey. I mean, we have to check
If
with
you
him.
don't know what spacity is, why the fuck is you talking about it?
Just clarifying the name of it. It's called
My man,
spacity.
no, he wasn't clarifying the name of nothing. You was bringing up as a point.
I think
talk about.
it's the explanation of how gravity works in a different way. So gravity is actually working in the opposite. So there's a force that's going up, which is space attracting space, therefore gravity.
No, see, none of you guys have it. But yet, Jeremy, the only reason we're even talking about it is Jeremy brought it up. He has no fucking clue what it's about, but still wants to fucking talk about it.
Space pressing on
Jeremy,
space
chill
or
the fuck
something.
out.
I don't
Come
know.
up with your own theory if you want. You know, if you want to be a fucking, what is it? What's your new shit now? You want to be a fucking concave earther or some shit?
You thinking?
No, I don't want to be anything.
Yeah.
I realized, dude, Flat Earth is, it's been dead for a little bit. Like nothing's come out of it. Like the last year was the year of the sextant. I think this year is officially the year of the concave Earth.
You better
Well,
tell
fuck it.
Riding-
Jeremy's got no fucking identity, so Jeremy, just roll with that shit.
You better tell Riding that Tosho, that last year was the year of the sextant. He actually thinks it's this year.
Who thinks that?
Riding.
No, yeah, well, Writing's working on. Me and him are working on the same shit. So.
Yeah, no, but he thinks this year is the year of the sextant. So you got to get your boy in the line.
This year counts too. Such a dick, Branch. You told grudges so long, dude.
I ain't fucking laughing, dude. That shit ain't fucking cool. Jeremy does it a lot of times. It's almost like he sees me as an easy fucking target to make himself feel better. So he fucking mutes
No,
me.
bro, you were.
I don't think so, man.
They were
Yeah,
chanting.
no, he fucking does.
Chanting.
He doesn't mute no one in the fucking room except me.
Room.
Who
Listen,
else
the
you
whole
fucking
room
mute, Jeremy, except me?
was chanting for me to mute you, Brant.
Branch, you're my
No, for
buddy,
real,
dude.
though, Jeremy. Like you're too fucking pussy to mute anyone else but me.
He's too lazy to mute anybody, even you, most of the time. But he's a lazy person, dude. He can barely figure out his phone, anyways. But you're my buddy, Branch. But even you, at these times, you are able to be self-aware enough to realize that you were probably muted because people like.
Because you're a fucking spastic.
No,
I think somebody
hold on,
asked
dude.
for it.
If I was muted and Bansor didn't know why, and fucking Gio didn't know why, it means Jeremy did it for spastic reasons to fucking make himself feel
Yeah,
better.
I remember somebody was begging for it to happen.
There was multiple people chanting, fucking mute Branch, mute Branch.
Jeremy. Listen, my man. I don't know why you think you're better than me, yeah, but you're not. And listen, bro, I'm the only one you fucking mute, and you gotta fucking get this shit straight, motherfucker. I will not let that shit go.
Toilet and a
I will
ruler, and
fuck
I got
with
my
you.
shit straight.
I will keep fucking with you if you keep doing this.
Yeah, dude. Brent, he used to get.
Listen, man, I've usually got your back more than any other motherfucker does. I get on other people's asses that call not just you, but your professional, right? And I've always got your back on that shit. So recognize, motherfucker. Don't make me step back on that. Because I will. I'm going to turn that shit. I will show you why it sucks to be a fucking janitor.
Branch, when I mute, Branch, when I mute you, it hurts, bro. It hurts when I mute you.
He does it out of love.
As the
I gotta
tap
be honest,
and then my
Branch.
phone is
I know the
happening.
feeling. I know the feeling, man. That's what I'm saying. I hope all the time that those times you could not make me do it, but literally, who was it? It was Nate. He was begging for it because he was trying to finish what he was saying.
It's Nate's
No,
problem.
fuck Nate. Fuck Nate. Fuck Nate.
Throwing him under the bus.
Is Nate a fucking is Nate your fucking daddy?
I think as
Fucking
It's
Nate
his Glover
says
dad.
he wants me fucking
Nate's his
muted.
Glover daddy.
What, Jeremy? You're
Well,
gonna
no,
come
but
to fucking
when I'm in
and
gyms,
be like, you know what? Nate said it, so fuck it. Let me mute him.
no, but when I'm in gyms,
Fuck
it's
you,
my,
Jeremy.
it's my
Fuck
duty.
you and your fucking headphones while you fucking do your janitorial toilet cleaning bullshit.
Yeah, damn, dude. He said, "Fuck your earpods, man."
Old style AirPods.
Old ones.
My man thinks that because he's a janitor with AirPods, he's cool. He's still a fucking janitor.
Hey! You don't see too many janitors with AirPods, so he'd have to be cool.
You remember it was Jeremy who had said to unmute you, I think. I know
Exactly. He did.
Yeah,
alright?
that's right, he did, yeah.
Because I wasn't gonna, alright? But Jeremy kind of stepped up to the
No,
plate.
what
and
happened
goes,
was I asked Bansor asked Gio. Gio
Oh,
said
yeah.
I didn't mute him. So then Bansor asked Jeremy, did you mute him?
Yeah, that's right.
Ain't that what's up?
Yeah, but you know, come on. That's what I'm saying. Though. Let's all be. Let's all own it. Let's all own. Let's all own our shit. Yeah.
Bring it in, big group hug. Come on, bring it in, guys.
I just gotta say one thing, man. If you go back to being a janitor, at least get the AirPods 2.0. Get the upgraded
Yeah,
AirPods.
he likes the classic.
No, you gotta have.
No. If you're gonna go back, you gotta get the upgraded AirPods, bro.
Right.
Otherwise, you're
It's
still
a-
gonna be a fucking janitor. At least this way,
Reverse
you can
psychology.
be a janitor
Listen,
with the upgrade.
the upgrade is reverse psychology. The old ones are actually better for the microphone because they got this little thing that comes out and goes towards your mouth. So the AirPod Pros, you can't really hear good on them when you're using a mic.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up.
Hey.
What happened to fucking what's it called? Not adolescence. Obsolescence.
Built-in obsolescence in
Yeah.
the new ones. That's what they do.
That's what
The
they
new
did.
ones.
They
What about
made
the
the new
old
ones fucking worse.
Yeah.
Why? But they made the new ones are worse. So what?
So what? How's that fucking forced fucking planned obsolescence, dude? Think about it, dude.
The break. I'm already on my second pair of AirPods. So what? Lasted like a year and some change.
Probably have an iPhone, don't you?
I do have an iPhone, and I got like 12 Samsungs. I got 3 iPhones going and like.
Wait, what kind of Samsung?
I don't know, Galaxies and shit.
Galaxy what?
Samsungs are.
I need to know what kind of phone, man, because this might be this could be the year, dude.
Year of the cell phones.
Yeah, I know. Year of the cell phone. What kind of cell phone is it, dude?
No, this is the year of the cell phone.
Dude, you have
farm.
multiple Galaxies?
That's what it is.
Yeah, I got about 2
Not
or
good
3
enough for
Galaxies.
your bloody GPS bullshit.
Hey, White. How you going, mate?
Good morning, mate. Are you still awake, Bandy?
No, I'm up.
Brand new
Did you
Galaxy
sleep?
A02s.
Nah, I was woken up
They're like
early.
$50.
I got a smile on my face. I'm in a good mood.
Hold on, these Australians are spiraling. Hold on.
Sorry.
You guys all set or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, Galaxy A02s. They're dope. They work for everything that I need to do on them.
Let me find out, fool.
They're $50 and ROI that in
50
2
bucks.
months. Yeah, you ROI that in 2 months. 2 months, man.
You're getting ripped. 50 bucks.
Nah, maybe like 3 or 4 months actually, because there's just the lock screens and shit.
You need to start importing them from China, Jeremy. You'll get them for half that price.
Half that price,
until
right?
yep, yep.
I was
It's all
watching
about
a TikTok.
Put two SIM cards in those suckers too.
it's all about the ROI, Jeremy. China, half the price, half the time.
I know, yeah, you got to ROI quick as possible
Mhm,
with these.
mhm.
I just cashed out a little $5 Target gift card. I'm gonna just keep stacking up.
Oh man, you're rolling. You're
I'm gonna
rolling.
just keep. Yeah, that was my first cash out from the lock screen, so it was exciting.
You get like a half a chubby, and you were doing it.
I'm excited right now. I mean, as we speak.
Let's go.
Kids in here, dude.
Let's go. Let's go.
The old half chubby.
Yeah. uh, what do you got for brekkie this morning, White? I've had about 9 rashers of bacon. I had 2 sausages, fried tomato, and a couple of eggs.
That sounds lovely.
Oh man. Oh, with and maple syrup on the bacon. Oh man, I'm addicted to that now lately. White probably
Sorry,
won't
what?
maple syrup on the bacon.
It was pretty good.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me see, dude.
But it can't be that cheap ass Cotty's imitation maple syrup. It's got to be the camp Canadian maple syrup. That's the bomb.
No, dude, you know what does it is that fried tomato.
The fried tomato, man. There's nothing better.
I know, it's like it just brings it all the fucking together.
Yeah, yeah. It's so sweet. Oh man.
With the sausage, oh god.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about it.
Dude, do your sausages taste like British sausages? That sounds like a weird question to ask.
Why are you talking about my sausage, Branch?
Because a lot of Brits in America say that, like, you just can't get a proper British sausage in America.
Who wants a British sausage?
I just wondering if your guys just taste like bangers and shit or not, or if they taste more Americanish.
Good old bangers and mash with gravy.
I'm pretty sure yours taste like fucking. They must do, man. They must taste like British sausages.
No. All the sausages I eat are from nothing else but imported beef with heaps of preservatives and artificial flavors and colors in them.
Oh yeah, that's the way we like it in America.
Yeah, I know.
It's a little late for you, isn't it, today? And so?
What do you mean late? It's bloody 7:30 in the morning. What are you talking about?
No, fuck. Okay. Early, I guess. I didn't realize you fucking went to bed and came back.
Yeah, I had to tap out. You were doing my head in.
How old are you, Bento? If you don't mind.
You never ask a gentleman his age. How old
He's
do I
old
sound?
as fucking.
I thought that was for women.
Bro, how old is your greatest granddad?
Mine? Mine?
Yeah.
They're all dead. I only have mothers, not grandfathers.
Man, so.
Mm-hmm.
He can possibly hook you up with that one.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I think there would
I saw
be
my
language
wife
barrier.
won't, but yeah.
How old is she?
96, I guess. 95,
Oh
96.
man, congratulations, bro.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Let's hope she makes it to 100, right?
Yeah. Oh, it looks like she will. Like, you know, those people who are too old. It seems like they're gonna die at any point. She's not like that. She like goes to the supermarket and do stuff and
Oh, for real?
pays her own bills. Yeah.
At 90 fucking 6.
Exactly.
She drives.
No.
Okay.
But she never did that.
Okay. No, that's not a big deal. Like, fucking hell, she goes to the supermarket.
I think we didn't have cars when she was born.
Yeah, man.
Horse and cart.
Oh yeah, that we did, but I don't think women used to drive those.
So she was around during the fucking wars.
Yes, that's correct. But those wars didn't take place in Brazil.
In where?
In Brazil.
Oh, you're from Brazil. My
Yep.
bad. For some reason, bro, I thought you was from France.
Oh, you think I sound French?
Sound kind of Portuguese.
No, the Frenchman is Le Point.
Bacon, I don't know why I always thought you was French.
Je ne parle français.
Je ne comprends pas.
I don't speak French.
Yeah. No, nor do I. I'm not even gonna try.
I think the mother of my grandmother came here because she was running from the First World War, I guess. She came from Italy.
Like, my grand's still around. She's from those days, but she was in India at those times, so she didn't really feel it either.
Hmm.
So, Bacon, you're 100% from Brazil? Born and raised?
Can you be less than 100% from somewhere?
Why the fuck do I always... I just get French from you, bro, for some reason. What's your... So, you're Portuguese, right?
No.
Your language is Portuguese.
Yeah, the language is, but like we are not that related to people from Portugal because they just got here, got rich, and went back to Portugal. Most of us don't know any person that is actually from Portugal.
Yeah, it's kind of like the actual Spanish and Latin America.
Yes, something like most people from Latin America don't look like they're from Spain. It looks like they're natives because most of them are like very close to the natives. But in Brazil it's more diverse. Like if you go to the south, they don't look like natives. They look like they're more a little bit more European like than in the north, for example.
Man, I gotta say though, you guys are blessed with beautiful women.
I agree with that.
I should probably shut up. I'm about to get muted.
I feel like it's always like a sex fest in Brazil.
Oh, fucking Kosho, you don't... Do you want me to post that one pic that I've been posting?
No. You mean the GIF with a girl racing?
Oh no.
It's not bad, but it's Brazilian, and
You're
she's
obsessed with that picture,
fucking
dude. You've been
amazing.
posting it for 5 years, man.
Who? What are you talking about?
Man, you guys are still here, man.
Bro.
Look at this, man. This is what Brazil was about.
Oh wait, no, that's a different picture. Or a different GIF, I mean.
Damn, Branch.
That's a GIF of Branch.
Hey, Realm.
Hello, mate. Fucking up. Shit, man. Isn't it bedtime for you yet or something? I mean,
I've been to bed and I'm up again. What the hell? What are you talking about?
no, I don't know, man. Like, it just seems like you've been online like for 12 hours straight.
Really? Where's it say that? Are you tracking me? That's a bit
No.
stalkerish.
No, because like I started work 15 hours ago, 14 hours ago. Finished work on the way home from work, set a little bit, came home, family time. A few hours later, back out again. You're still on. No, but I'm not insulting. I'm saying it's cool because it's the same room.
No. Yeah. It I've only just come back on actually.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Cool,
in the
man.
last half an hour or so.
Hey, Realm, I said the same shit to him, bro.
Yeah, man, but you still here as well, bruv.
I know. But that's normal for me, bro. Like, I do that shit. I go on benders.
Is it, man? What sort of age group? What sort of age group we dealing with here, man? It's kind of. I've got bronze shed
I'm in
about.
my mid-20s, bro. Mid-20s.
At times, it seems like prepubescent teenagers. That's what it seems like at times.
No, most flat earthers are quite elderly, are older. It's an older demographic.
Is it?
For flat earthers as a whole.
Oh, thank you, Brenda, for making everybody feel so young.
Well, all I'm saying is this is Nathan Oakley, who knows his audience, has said that his audience is an older audience.
Well, Brenda, we like to consider ourselves. We like to consider the glass half empty.
Yeah.
Isn't it like always half empty?
Yeah. So why are you making it sound like it's full?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, when you do, you'll learn not to run your mouth so hard.
I'm not running. What the fuck are you so testy about? All I said is that the flat Earth audience as a whole, in general, is an older demographic, and then you get all pissy because you think I dissed you. Get rid of it.
He disses everyone, so don't take offense to it.
Ellen, I was just.
He's an equal opportunity disser.
Wait, Ellen, Ellen, you've known me long enough to know my attitude. Why are you getting mad? Like even crits learn to understand how I talk, and you haven't yet. If Crit can understand me, why can't you?
He gets you, man. He gets you. He gets you. When you're sober, then people can understand. When you're pissed, you're like, not sure.
So, Alan, what news do you bring for us today? Really? Fascinating. I would never have thought that.
What time is it for you, Bandsworth?
It's about 7:45 where I am.
And you're east?
I'm south.
So you're Melbourne?
No, South Australia.
What's that place in Brisbane? No.
No, South Australia.
Yeah, I know, but what sort of area?
Adelaide.
Adelaide, yeah, that's what I meant. I meant Adelaide.
Yeah.
I do so many maps, I should fucking know, but I'm like, I definitely know this is that there, that's the other. Yeah. Sweet. So
Kangaroo Island.
Pretty
The,
much.
the west of Australia is it's no different to you in time, is it?
Yeah.
By how much? Half an hour?
No, it's 3 hours or something, 2.5 hours.
What the fuck,
I can't
man?
remember. What do you mean? It's called time
No,
zones.
No, because like if I think the difference between like GMT and Perth, you know what I'm saying? It's like if you're 3 hours different and you're 11, you said at 8 o'clock in the morning.
At the moment, it is 5:09 Perth time.
So you're ahead, but so Perth is 8 hours ahead of GMT, and you're another 3 hours ahead of Perth.
2.5.
Yeah.
2.5.
Right. So, but you're not. But you're 8:09, aren't you?
No, I'm 7:40 now.
Okay,
7:40.
Fine. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, no, but even Perth, it's these fucking time differences, man. I know we got political shit and all that, but it's kind of shaped that way. And if Perth is 8 hours ahead of GMT, and we've gone back an hour, and then in some time we go forward an hour, then Perth doesn't move DST, does it? But you do. I don't know. Yeah. I think Perth. Yeah, but there's little differences there mean a lot. It's the confusion of moving forward an hour in the north and back an hour in the south and stuff like that. But to be at 8, like Perth is about 113 east.
Yeah, Bazza, can you guys stop doing this whole moving an hour out of sync with other people shit, bro? Just tell your piece. Tell your piece.
It works perfectly on a flat plane.
Oh, okay.
Perfectly.
Okay.
See, even Branch agrees.
8 times 15, just for example, 8 times 15 is 120. So Perth is about and Perth is about 120 east, I think.
Okay.
And then when we lose that hour, then there's 15 degree. But it's just time, isn't it? But time is distance, etc. I mean, my thing is that the east of Australia, its declination starts becoming from 0 to 13 adrift, and then you've got New Zealand at 26 degrees adrift. This adrift stuff is a result of moving the demarcation 43 degrees west of GMT and kind of having to make that void up somehow.
All time is distance over area multiplied by altitude.
I actually thought that you guys is DST was sync with ours.
Who? Ours?
Yeah.
Really?
It's not?
I think
Yeah,
so.
when we move forward 1 hour, they'll move back 1 hour, and then it'll be the opposite in the other time of the year. But between 0 GMT and about 120 east, a lot of those areas there don't use DST or don't have to use DST.
So it's not a
almost
fix. It's not a fix like these guys are a certain amount ahead of us every year.
Once upon a time, our DST was only for about 3 months, but now it goes for like 6 months.
I think you guys need to fix that, please.
You think they would?
Well, just tell them ask them very nicely.
Look, I don't really see any need for it myself.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, because I think there might be convenience, but there is also the convenience of displacing time. Even our grid system, I think, is 10 degrees too high. It's easy to explain if you understand it, but if you are going from Japan to California and you think you're at 40 north, but actually physically on the shape, you're actually 30 degrees north. So to you, you think that you've got you're traveling on an arbitrary grid, and you're assuming because we're on a sphere or in whatever, then it doesn't matter where you are on that sphere. It's fucking
Yeah, that's deep. That's real deep shit.
like the real north. The real north being degrees past our north. How about that on the GMT line? It's something like that, and the offset is things like if you look on the world inclination map, you'll see that the magnetic inclination all of a sudden just drops at Central America, just weirdly, almost like the whole map just got dropped down 10 degrees because they're trying to hide something up in the north. It just doesn't make sense that you have a straight equator for everything. Everything has a straight equator, but the magnetic equator is all fucking kiggly piggly. It doesn't make sense. It's almost like the magnetic equator is 10 degrees north, but they've had to manipulate it to make it work. And then our maps are slightly off in where the Americas are. I think the Americas are 10 degrees too low. It's just kind of hard to explain, but that's kind of it. When the sun goes round and round and round, it goes round at 0.24 gappage every single day of a degree. But
Hey, Ram, you know what though? I'll tell you this, right? One time I got a flight from Japan to the Philippines, right? And I swear to God, because it was straight south, when I got off the flight, I felt dizzy as fuck. I felt like, why am I spinning so fast? Because you know, like in Japan, you spin a lot slower, and then you get off the flight
Yeah, how many drinks did you have from on the plane?
Jeremy,
You
that's
hit the
not the point.
stewardess up a few times.
Hey, you know, I don't even remember.
it's
But
kind of like a weird. It's kind of like a weird thing, you know, when people say, "Oh, let's just say the Earth was moving," and when people say, "Oh, can you feel the Earth move?" It's quite funny. Just hear me out. I know the obvious is the obvious, but in some ways, it's quite funny how a drunk person might feel the effects, and that's why they keep falling over. I'm just saying. Just saying.
No, motherfucker, I didn't fall over when I got off the fucking flight.
It was staggering. It was staggering.
Actually, I don't even think I drank, dude. Like,
You can't remember if you did or didn't. There's probably a clue right there.
I don't think I did. I don't think I did because it was actually a boring flight. But I do remember
Which probably means
it wasn't boring. It was boring because I didn't work the whole fucking flight. I had shit to get done, so I was just working the whole fucking flight.
Why? Because you left it to the last minute.
Yeah.
I mean,
I did.
If you had generations and generations of people that were getting pissed all the time and they could fucking feel the Earth move, and you know what I mean, and then all of a sudden, you know, a narrative changes after 50 years because everyone could feel the Earth move because they're all pissed and they couldn't put the two together, you know, a certain type of thing, alcohol that didn't quite get you pissed in that sort of way, but it did make you lose your balance and stuff. I kind of keep
Bro,
thinking,
like when I got off in Makati. Was it Makati? No, Manila. Bro, it was like holy fuck, spinning so fast. It just felt like the world was spinning really fast. You know? You ever had that feeling?
yeah, when my eyes are closed and I've fucking been drinking and smoking at the same time, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. It's fucked up shit.
What's your profession, mate? Raj.
I'm in IT, man.
IT, man. Yeah, big dollar, man. Big dollars.
I'm in it, bro.
Oh, it. Yeah. Banzerware. What do you do, mate?
I'm semi-retired now, but I was a plumber, mate, back in the day.
Oh, cool, man. So what are you, like 50?
Oh, yeah, close enough.
Cool, man.
Close enough. So yeah, a nice. I a nice early-ish retirement. Our retirement age
Deserve it,
now
man.
here is 67. So by the time
Yeah.
you get to that age, you're too old to enjoy your retirement.
Wait, hold on. You're 67.
No, I said retirement age in this country is 67.
Okay.
Same in UK, man. 67. It's the last time I remember.
I'm actually like 72 years old.
I think you can do it when you're 62 here, but you get partial benefits. Like you'll get like
Yeah.
70% or something.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but you still get paid all of it at the end, right? I don't know how that works, Jeremy.
No, you get monthly. You get a monthly check till you die with Social Security, and if you
It's
take the
bullshit, isn't
70%,
it?
you're
I'm
only
not
going to
getting
get
Social Security.
70%.
How much do they
What's
get
that?
paid for Social Security, bro? Like what? Like $1,000 a month?
It depends on how much you put in. I mean, I don't know. It's different for everyone, I think.
But how much would you? Probably like UK, you wouldn't get much if you didn't put it into a private pension, man.
But you know what, though? But you know what, Jeremy? You don't need a lot of money. Like people act like they need a lot of money and shit. You can live a good life. Actually, I think you can live a better life if you're not as wealthy.
Yeah, I mean, it's all what you make of it.
Exactly.
The more money, the better it is.
The more control you're going to have over your life.
Exactly.
Well, it's not that.
Is
It's
the
more
more
like the least you care about money, the more you care about other shit that matters.
Money is everything, Branch. That's why.
No, bro.
That's why Jeremy's got 16 phone farms going at the moment. It is everything.
Man, Jeremy, you know what? You know what I'm going to do, Jeremy? I want to show you how to set up virtual machines on Google Cloud for free. All right, and you can do whatever you want to do with it afterwards. I've literally got this down to a script where you can just copy and paste my script, and you have a virtual machine running in seconds, right? And you can have probably about 50 machines running for free a month. And you can do what you want with it. Just don't put it on me. Like if you get caught from Google, just don't put it on me.
Well, if you gotta have
Yeah, that's the first thing I'm going to do. That's the first thing I'm going to do is be like, yo, this guy on Discord, his name's Branch.
Yeah.
He told me all about this.
Yeah,
They're going to
this
fucking
dude-
hunt you down.
His avatar looks like that dude from that movie.
And he's in his 20s.
Yeah.
And he's in his 20s.
He's an Indian living in Texas.
If you're gonna do 50, why not do 50,000?
No, but like for real, like my boss actually is one of the VPs for Google Cloud. So I don't know. I don't think that's why I like Google Cloud so much. I just like Google Cloud.
It's funny, even the word Google can be broken down into two syllables. One is al-goog, the other one is... Anyway, one means eyes, like ukh, 00G. OOG means ukh, means eye. So you've got the al, goog. Yeah, just different things. When you break it down, you get things like tree, alg. Yeah. I'm trying to think what else.
Google. Are you doing like a PK shit?
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out if the realm's dad is
No. A goog.
I was gonna say.
Wait. Are you trying to say that a Google is a G and an O, and because there's two O's, it means 0 equals none?
If you put it backwards, it says al goog, and a goog is an egg. A goog is an egg, so it says the egg.
Hey, Jeremy, you want me to show you right now how to fucking do it? It would take literally like 2 seconds.
Yes, mate.
Does all this stem from the Tree of Life and Aristarchus?
I think the Tree of Life are 3 Birkeland currents, or it could be the Birkeland currents are electricity and magnetism, and then electromagnetism is the third, the Trinity. So the Father is the electromagnetism. The Father, the Son is electricity, and the Holy Ghost is the magnetism, because you can't see it. And that's what the Trinity is. That's what the tray of life is. The three of life.
The Trinities.
I think you're right, Jeremy. I think you're right.
I thought that the Trinity was
Pete
the
Shays, your
Father,
dad.
the Spirit.
Yeah.
No, the Father,
Yeah.
the Ghost, and the Holy Spirit. What was it? Was it the Father, the Ghost? There was always a Trinity.
Father,
the Father, the Son.
Ghost.
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Holy Ghost.
Even the cross itself that we traditionally know of today fits in an egg, and the Church of England's symbol was of an egg.
The Holy Ghost. Who was the Holy Ghost?
It's what you can't see. It's the energy, the magnetism, the this Faraday current, the Faraday rotation currents. I think that's the ether, and it's moving in one direction at the moment.
Man,
And
I don't think that's what's up. I don't think that anything's moving, dude. I think that you know what? I'll tell you what's up. I think a lot of people are
the
forgetting.
air. No, I mean if you're
Hey, realm. Oh, I was about to get deep, and I just stopped myself.
Oh,
Go
hey,
ahead,
man.
man. Yeah, my
No,
bad.
no. This is open chat, man. Everyone can talk.
Oh yeah, but sometimes that deep type of talk isn't very welcoming for others.
It's not.
I know.
No. Cool, man. Just like feedback is good, mate. It's always positive. So if you know the audience, man, you say, look, man, let's go into something a bit more practical. I'm fucking cool with that, bruv.
Well, I don't know, man. Was you looking for a spiritual type of enlightenment when you found flat Earth?
Nah, man. Nah, I've always been practical. My education in South Africa was 50% logic, 25% practical, and 25% theory. And they taught us to look at different ways of logic and stuff like that. So I come from a logical background, and not.
What made you wait? You are a flat earther, right?
No, but I was.
I'm so fucking. I cannot keep track half the time of who's a flat earther and who's not.
I'm a geocentrist. I came from flat Earth map making, and then I made the decision through the map making, 75% and 25% on things like Antarctica races, things like that.
So Realm,
Yeah.
what made you stop being a flat earther?
I figured, how am I going to shorten these flights overseas? And I thought to myself, I'm looking at this flat Earth map, my handmade ones I've done all the time, and I'm thinking, how am I going to reduce these distances? And I thought, now if the brother comes across a valley and there's a bridge, if the brother crosses the bridge, it's going to be a lot quicker and a lot less distance than going down in the valley and coming up there at the end.
Yeah, I just realized that when I talk to you, like if it's like I'm talking to some dude overseas. You remember back in the days when? Do you remember back in the days when people used to have like long distance phone calls, and they used to talk louder because they were overseas.
Yeah, because you didn't know whether the other person was acknowledging you in a sense, but yes.
People thought that if you're talking overseas, you're going to talk louder because they'll be able to hear you better because they're so far away. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but in ways they probably have shitter phones. But yes, the delay, yeah.
I don't know if that was like just an Indian thing or not, but yeah, I was doing that right now. Like I was talking loud for some reason.
Mate, I remember back in the day, man, when you used to put your finger in the fucking dial to turn it.
You remember when they used to have the fucking locks where they pushed the lock on the 9, so that the only thing you could dial was 999.
Nah. But the UK folk, man, they done things different. I come over from
those ones were the shit, man. Like, ping, and the tick all the way back.
Yeah. That's it, man. That's it. And it's yeah. It's like fuck, man. I mean, it's an emergency. You've got to go 9 and wait 9. They should have done 111. 000. Oh, fuck, man. Oh man, yeah, I remember that. I used to have the fucking the first cordless phone and the fucking long wire. You could only go so far. I mean,
Oh
to
yeah,
think,
man. Like you remember, like when you got a fucking girl to talk to you, right? You stretch the wire all the way up from the living room all the way to your fucking bedroom, just so you can fucking have a little bit of privacy and shit. Everybody's
yeah.
just got one fucking phone. Ah man, good old
Did
days.
you guys ever watch? Did you ever watch? Oh fuck, man. Narcotics, Nortel. Oh, the narcotics. Fuck, man. I've just forgot it again now. Anyway,
I
Emilio.
remember Crime was UK, bro. That was the shit. Crime was
No,
UK, and like that
Narcos.
fucking.
Narcos. Have you seen the Narcos series?
No, I'm talking about shit back in the days, like when we had South,
Yeah.
like Ring of Phone. Shit.
Yeah, but I'm trying to connect this. They basically the satellite phones they're using in the
Did you
80s.
know what put me off Narcos, right? Like so fucking I was
No,
doing
I was talking about the technology.
I was in
I was talking.
Ohio. I was in Ohio, right? And fucking so drinking, getting fucked up in the bar, right, with a coworker. And then somehow we end up going to my room. I think we were going to my room to drink, and then like he puts his head on my fucking shoulder, and I just like no, and that just fucked up the whole Narcos shit because because we were talking about watching Narcos, and then fucking some dude tried to hit on me, and so that's it. Fuck that. Fuck Narcos. Narcos isn't. I'm not gonna watch it.
But anyway, the point was satellite phones were just long range phones, and they weren't anything to do with satellite because that's just how it was. It's because you could use it out in the field, then you were field based or satellite based, right? But it wasn't to do anything to do with satellites, and I thought that was quite interesting. And whatever they put up in the sky is just a relay. They're just relays, a bit like radio towers, and they've got them round discs on them. They're just
Aren't most
relays.
satellites just relays anyway?
Yeah, they're just floating relays, so they don't have to move or anything. It's best that they actually know exactly where the satellite is, so that you get a constant feed instead of a variable feed. You know what I mean?
Like very few satellites actually produce their own feed.
Yeah, but it's streaming. Things that are streaming are always delayed. It's not. I know there is one. I know there has to be a delay, but it's always going to be streaming. So you can give or take what your delay time wants to be. No one's going to ask any questions.
Yeah, we're talking about the speed of light. So we're talking about
Yeah, but me and you are talking right now, instantly.
I mean, the satellites, they're not that far up. They're not that high up.
I don't even think we need satellites to
Bounce
move on
off
it.
the fucking ether, man. We got the ether. Why do we need satellites?
Yeah, you got ionosphere. If you were assuming on a flat Earth, for example, which we're kind of very, very similar to a convex or concave curvature, very, very slightly different. Not very, very, but just slightly different. And you could send a beam up at an angle to a height of 2,500 kilometers. You could send a beam that would be 3,500 kilometers to that apex and 3,500 down. So you can send a signal a maximum of about 7,000 kilometers, depending on time of day, weather, and things like that. But you could do it. It's been proven.
So I watched a really interesting fucking show. And it was about imagine if you had a long ass pole of metal, right? Like a long ass steel pole. And you hit one end of it with a hammer. Would you expect the other end to instantaneously feel it?
No,
This brings up the problem with if you have a pole at the sun and you have a pole on Earth, and you start pulling, and both people start pulling, you wouldn't even know for months. Like both people could pull it, and then something would happen. It's weird.
No, it's because it
vibrates.
It moves at the speed of sound.
It doesn't break though because the middle doesn't even know that it's been pulled.
No. If you get a pole and you hit the pole from one end with a hammer, does the other end move at exactly the same rate? And it doesn't, because at the same point, all the molecules in the pole, the steel pole, they accept vibration and then they transfer it.
Right, it moves at the speed of sound. At the speed of sound, right?
It was that, but yes, was it the speed of sound going through it? Slowed down because obviously it was going through it.
But the speed of sound through that medium, because sound travels at different speeds.
Yeah, so it'll go through different metals at different frequencies. And iron's pretty good, I believe.
But it's interesting though, right? Like our general thought would be that oh, my bad, dude. I fucking talk. I keep doing this shit. I talk and I forget not to hit the push to talk. But yeah, I mean, we would, as people, think that if there's a steel pole and you push one end, the other end would move instantaneously. Right? Like, let's just say on the different experiment together, you have a 3-foot pole on a table and you push it from one end. The fact of the matter is, it takes a while, even after you push it from the other end.
That's what I'm saying. If you had a pole at the sun and a pole on Earth, and both people were pulling the pole, the middle of the pole, like when does it break? Where does it break? Because the middle of the pole doesn't even know it's getting pulled until weeks or months later, depending on how much you're pulling it.
Hey Jeremy, you know what you sound like right now? You remember how you used to say? You know how you used to say like fucking who was it? Fucking Pure always talks like he's got some shit to say, like he's in a battle arena, or like that's how you're talking right now, bro.
Like I'm in a battle arena.
No, like you're trying to fucking present some type of fucking action movie.
Like I'm narrating an action movie.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, who?
There's Celebrity Deathmatch, eh?
Can you chill out for a second, Jeremy?
All right, I'm calm.
All right. So start
So
again.
two
Now.
people.
Jeremy, now that you're calm, can you reiterate what you're going to say calmly?
So there's a pole on Earth, from the Earth to the sun, and two people are pulling it. When and where does it break? Because the pole doesn't even know, like the middle of the pole doesn't even know it's getting pulled until months and years later or whatever.
It depends on the weights that are pulling on it and the material. I guess you've got 100 kilos on each end, and you've got a 1 kilo bar, and they're both pulling away from each other. Because they're going to get more momentum. They're going to have more torque. They're going to have more. I know what you're saying. You know, the old two trucks.
Like if me and you pull a pole, if me and you get on Earth and pull a pole that's 3 feet apart, and let's say we could just had enough strength to rip the pole, it'd break probably in the middle somewhere or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you're doing this with the sun to the Earth thing, the middle of the pole doesn't even know you've been pulling it until months later.
It's
a big ass pole, though, isn't it?
It's slightly going off with that. The imaginary pole that holds the moon to go round us at a precise recurring cycle of 1,092 days. What is connecting the Earth to the moon? Is there like a magnet going underneath us? Because, like I said, the moon is locked to the Earth. It stays on exactly the same path.
It's not so much. It's not. It kind of is like a magnet. If you want to consider, if you want to think about it, the way that gravitation works is somewhat similar to the force you feel between magnets. The difference is, it's not as it's not as linear. If that makes sense. So basically, you know, when you have that magnetic field that you're looking at, and you play with two magnets, you get close and they're really strong. You get far and it's not so strong, and then get a little bit further and it's just gone. Right? That's not how gravity works.
Yeah, I think everything is gyroscopes, miniature gyroscopes, atoms, and all that. I play a long drive golf, which means like you smash the fucking golf ball 400 yards. But you know that if you hit it to the right and you curl it so that it comes around to the left again, you actually increase its speed. So is the momentum of it slightly turning left is making it move a better forward momentum, and you can cut through the air. Now, if I go to the left and I slice it right, I will lose momentum and I'll lose easy 20%. So what's happening
with the
is
same
that
amount of force, you can get a greater distance.
yeah, but what you're doing is you're playing pool and you're top spinning. Yeah, do you get me?
Yeah.
But with our movements and stuff like that, it either has to be going in a left direction or a right direction. If you get a dumbbell,
Do you play pool?
I play pool. Yeah, I play snook. Yeah. I don't play. I know how to play it. I don't do it on a regular basis, but yeah, I can play. But the point is that that's just a movement on a frictional surface. But when you're using the air, then what's happening is that you're riding on top of the blanket of the air. Yeah, you're using the friction of the air underneath to ride on it like a fucking carpet. You know what I'm saying? So it's using the grip of the air. If you can get, I spin a ball. When I smash a ball, about 215 miles an hour. The average golfer is probably about 150 miles an hour. And, you know, when you get to those speeds there, you break the force of the nothing, you know, because the nothing is that it's all these atoms that are just surrounding everything and keeping everything in shape. And they're moving to the right or to the left. If you get a dumbbell and you spin the weight on the dumbbell fast enough, you'll be able to. You should be able to lift the long bar that it's on with the weight on one end, you know, bolted on. You should be able to lift that quite easily. And
if it's spinning fast enough, yeah, because
yeah. And does it?
Are you talking about like if you?
Yeah.
If you made it part of a gyroscopic rotational period.
Well, it's not a gyroscope. I mean, you can say gyroscopic in one way, but you would actually need a weight on each end and spin them both at the same direction.
I think that's the only way you could really lift
That's
a very heavy weight.
Yeah, but that's gyroscopic, yeah, and it obviously the weight has to compensate for the weight of the bar and the speed that it's going at, and the weight of the spinning thing itself. So what's happening is that everything is polarized to the right and up, for example, something like that. So you gain more momentum. A fidget spinner, for example, yeah, you have it horizontal, you spin it, or you spinning it left, or you spinning it right. Now, when you twist it, depending on the speed of it, when you twist it, you feel a torque. There's a natural.
Oh yeah, okay, I got you. You try fidget spinnings.
You know fidget spinner, yeah?
Yeah.
Spinner, you put it between your fingers.
Right.
So that's a miniature version of what's going on. There's three of those three weights on there to give it a nice.
Exactly.
Right. So
triple.
if you made it 6, made it 9, made it. You get me with that. You get more.
Well, you know, that's a gyroscopic motion.
Gyroscopic, in my sense, is when you use the force to elevate, which is exactly what you're talking about, and it is gyroscopic. So if you wanted to make a satellite stay up, all you kind of needed to have is a gyroscopic compass, which will spin accordingly where you need to be and keep you where
Right,
you
like
need to be.
the reason why when you have a fidget spinner and you spin it super fast in your finger, and you get that like sensation where it's a little bit lighter on your finger when it's spinning super fast, so you can move it up and down, and you got that resistance feeling as you move it
Yeah.
up and down.
Now, whether
The resistance that you're feeling is resistance to
polarity.
it moving. It's you're actually doing work,
You are, because otherwise it's stationary in space, isn't it?
right? And you're
It's
doing
on.
work to move it out of stationary position.
Yeah, exactly. So that's how shit works, isn't it? And it doesn't the same thing happen out in the atmosphere, you know, or as they say, like everyone talks about vacuums up there.
No, when
Why
I
would
say work, bro, I actually mean like the scientific. Like when I say like, there's a scientific word for work. Like work is like force times distance and all that bullshit.
energy, the ability to use energy or something. For any energy you put in, this energy
So
out.
when I mean like you're doing work, you really is doing work.
It is, but it's using calories. It's using the fuel, isn't it?
Yeah, you're using calories. So like the best way to like burn a lot of calories is just like have a whole bunch of fidget spinners.
Yeah, but
Well,
the
that should be the new diet. Fidget spinner diet.
the ability to do work requires the fuel, and the fuel is the energy. So you need to put energy into something to change any variables in that thing, whether it be pressure or this, that, and the other.
Hey,
The
bro,
ability,
bro. I kind of feel bad because I'm talking mad, stupid shit.
no, you're good, man. You're good, man. You're fucking you.
Well,
It's
I'm
fucking.
trying to tell you that we should use fidget spinners to
Yeah,
make you
but
work out.
you're getting the idea of how everything moves. When you move your hand, there is a resistance, but also you're moving through. Like you imagine that air is pretty much a liquid, but it's not liquid, right?
Wait,
So
like
everything.
when you do have the fidget spinner in your finger, it wants to stay there, doesn't it?
Yeah, but now do the same thing in water.
If you want to
Nothing
move
will happen.
it down, you even feel the force when you move it down.
Yeah, you do feel that. But you also got things like boxer engines in the Porsche engines, the flat six.
You know what? A fidget spinner is actually a great example of fucking
torque.
No, it's a great example of how fucking those spinning shits work.
But like possibly if you were to align yourself with the correct north-south axis, or east-west, you might sense a difference. You might be ley lines.
No.
Like you're in a ley line.
No. Once you get a fidget spinner rotating on your finger, it's out of fucking axis. Like it's rotating. Its moment of inertia is
The
is
bicycle
unique to its spin.
You know the bicycle wheel hanging from the ceiling on the rope, and he spins it and lets go, and the string is holding one side of the bearing, and then he was holding the other side. But when he spun it, he just let go of the other side, and it still kept upright. So that's moment. You know, there's a moment of inertia, which is a very brief moment, and then you get there with playing golf.
I'm not sure the moment of inertia is the right word, but like
No,
when I say moment of inertia, that's not.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean a moment as in a second.
Yeah, you get that when you're playing golf. There's a bit where you apply enough lag to your club that the nothing catches up with the club and then starts to take over, and then you pull it down, and then you use that moment of inertia to increase your speed. So you're using the natural laws first, and then applying the natural laws. You're not putting the force into the club, and then you're not letting nature do its work. Even things like when you set up.
Bro, this is great.
Are you talking about like dead
Do you
weight?
mind if I take a pee real quick, bro? I literally gotta pee real bad.
Yeah, dead weight. Yeah, the moment of inertia is the dead weight, where you feel that dead weight, but you're not in control, but you are in control, and you're like, it's that moment But there's another thing that I sense when you're smashing the fuck out of balls. The heat and transference and smash factor kind of heats up the head of the driver. So when it comes to the next ball, the driver actually almost repels the golf ball for a split second, and then it doesn't. It just goes away. It's almost like you've earthed it, or something like that to the golf ball, because the golf ball's on rubber and shit like that. But just those little bits of energy there where it's like the agreement between the one object and the other object to say, if you get your golf club head right close to the ball and let them get to know each other, for some reason you get a fucking good shot, because it's that transference, that agreement, that a few molecules from one have jumped to the other, similar type of balance. But you can hit it wrong because there's a bang factor when you hit the ball. If there's power between them, like a little bit of static or just the smallest amount of something, it'll cause it to ricochet somewhere. I could spin it at like fucking fast, and it might go about fucking 150 yards because it'll spin right down into the ground, and it'll be like, what the fuck?
There's a business idea for you around hot water bottles for your drivers.
Hot water bottle for your driver?
Yeah, or your golf clubs.
Hot water bottle?
Yeah.
I guess
like, you've got club covers, don't you? So if you put like a little electric element in those club covers to heat your golf clubs up a little bit more. Yeah.
The problem is you need a super cold head to counteract the heat, the instantaneous heat there. So if your head is too warm, then the metal is going to be too malleable. So you need a super crisp cold head.
Chiller.
Yeah,
man.
So you get an esky, right, with some ice in it, put your golf club in it, and then put your little warmer on it, away you go.
You could combine that with beer on tap and the CO2 system.
Exactly.
Definitely.
But yeah,
outside
man.
the box. Think outside the box, realm.
This is it, man. I'm like a tin cup, mate. I just go around with the driver. I use that as my putter, my fucking my 9-9. It's just one piece, mate. You know what I mean? It's just fucking tin cup. Have a few brewskis, mate. Go to a golf club after hours when they shut the doors, man, and you just go fucking play around the golf by yourself, man. You know what I mean?
Hey, look, playing golf is always about the 19th hole. Always about the 19th hole.
I smash. Yeah, fucking hell, yeah. But I'm getting older, and it's getting fucking harder.
I'll tell you what, man. If you go play golf with a girl, the 19th hole is supposed to be
She's gonna divorce you, man. She's gonna get rid of you. She'll be like, "Fuck this shit, man." Oh fuck, man. But go back to nature. Go back to Earth. Go back to the tree of life. The tree is the three. The tray.
Do you play golf?
I don't like golf. I just smash balls at the driving range and get 'em, and then that gives me measure.
Me too, bro. But
fucking hate golf, mate. So I guess you've got to play it a lot. I play guitar a lot, so I'm really good at it. But fuck me, if I want to put the hours into fucking suss out the thing with golf.
Do you play guitar?
Yeah, man.
You good?
Yeah, I'm half decent. Sort of Avenged Sevenfold, guitarist standard, gypsy, flamenco. I understand there's a correlation between our scales that we use, Western, Eastern, and shit like that, Japanese, Chinese. There's a correlation to that and the patterns of our planets, if that makes sense.
So, like, it sounds to me like you get laid because of your guitar skills?
Laid? Oh, mate, when you lose your hair, mate, they don't fucking know, mate. You know what I mean?
No, bro. Like, I shaved my hair off.
Yeah.
When I was a fucking kid, and I never fucking stopped shaving my hair off. So, trust me, man, it's not about fucking hair, bro. I got a little, it's not about hair.
No, I mean, for me, it was like I settled down with a chick like when I was 20, and it's I fucking if there was a nice bird, but the gigs that you play at, man, they're fucking like dead rooms. You got to bring your own mates just to fucking come watch it. But yeah, it's definitely. I would recommend it to anyone. It's really easy to pick up, and once you get the basics of like "So Sally Can't Wait" by Oasis, and you realize that that's basically the basis of music, and
You know,
the
it's
instrument.
embarrassing, dude. Like, I used to play the trombone. Like, out of all fucking instruments.
I gotta jump in here. I gotta interject. Guitar is not fucking easy. It's incredibly difficult. I've been playing it since I was like a 12-year-old. Fucking hard.
So I look at it as basic chords, and soloing or basically picking out the notes of those chords in different orders, and it's just ad lib and extending. But even the likes of like going, but you're talking about music and notes and things. While we don't have a B sharp, while we don't have an E sharp, while we went all the way from A to G, when we could have gone from A to F, I think, and everything had a sharp. Little things like that you think, well, why the oddity there? And the organs, the precision organs that are found in the majority of cathedrals were fucking made in a way that they could actually get low enough tones, fucking probably low enough or high enough tones that that only certain things could hear at certain levels. So you could probably control the sky with really low tones, but the selection of notes.
You got
when you
like the nice thing about organs though is like the feels you get. Like when you hear an organ playing, it's not just the fucking tone, but it's like the tone makes your heart fucking feel the tone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they were able to attract lightning to the ground using musical frequency to a point that the sound itself is almost of an electrical form, and they could basically just drain the fucking electricity out of that the friction of those clouds or whatever like that. In South Africa,
But with organs, that's the complete opposite of that, right? Organs are all based on extremely fucking electrical fucking.
But like you say about that though, Branch, about the feeling you get when you listen to an organ. But is that from the organ, or is it because of the shape of the actual cathedral that you're in? The building that you're in.
Or is it just because you're in a church?
That's what I mean, though. The way that the church is built to carry the sound.
I don't know, man. I don't know. But when you're in a church and you hear the organs play, you get this
frequency vibration. Yeah,
right. It's just
with your
you know what I'm talking about. You get that feeling.
But the songs that are played on the organs today are of major scale variations, which is happiness. When you start playing the organs in the minor keys or the diminished keys or the augmented keys, the major minor keys, there's so many. And when you combine certain notes together, the combined resonance is a completely different feeling that you've never felt before. I can only describe it.
Apart from during a horror film.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a selection. Like that movie, Encounters of the Fifth Kind or Fourth Kind, Third Kind, like back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that. Yeah.
And it was a melody. And if you got the melody right, just like Masters of the Universe remake, 80s, and the fucking thing has to go ding, 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 and it has to be a certain fucking code. And when you have the right code... No, seriously, I'm being dead serious. The Goonies, right at the end, you have to have the right code. And music, I believe, can easily be... what we do on Earth does affect our skies. Like the concert pitch changed throughout history. So there is definitely something academic that knows that there needs to change frequency. In the future, we might be at 450 concert pitch. Why would that be?
Right,
because
rather than 440 for an A. For A, right? You mean? Yeah, pure 5. Yep.
yeah,
You know
when
what is crazy when you think about it like that? Like, look at harp. That's music because music is frequencies and
Yeah,
stuff.
well,
And
if you
so,
look at genius people, right? You got genius people like Einstein, who can facilitate uh, the cosmos and have understandings of the cosmos and shit. But then you've also got geniuses on the other level who are like Beethoven, and
yes,
you know what
yes,
I mean.
mate.
They're still fucking geniuses, but they're
But
just it's a
Edmund
different type of genius.
Edmund Haley, his movement of the planets or something like that. He had a model, but he used musical scales to describe the relationships between what was going on in the space in the solar system. Edmund Haley, of all people, a comet named after him that happens every 76 years. It's almost like that. There is your microsecond, or your microsecond, the Halley's comet. It's some type of thing that on Earth we need to at least know when a period has happened. And I don't want to know. I'm not going to be around for 2,000 years. So let's just all agree on something that's going to happen every 100 years, and also, and then we can at least agree that that's going to be what a century is, and we agree on that, and we're off a bit from what it should be. The 101 or 102 Dalmatians, it's slightly off from where it should be. Because it's arbitrary, it's something that we
Right,
see.
but the problem is a lot of flat earthers, they're not going to be cool with it because it's going to be a scientist that said this and not a musician.
Give them flat earthers a geometry kit, mate. Just say to them, look, mate, go buy yourself a fucking geometry kit, make the fucking map. If you can't make the map, shut the fuck up.
Like, dude, you know what? You know what though, man? Um, there's this whole notion of science where if you can't do your science in a way that can be translatable to the common folk, then you're doing something wrong.
Isn't that what, in the friendliest of terms, isn't that what some religion is based on? The fact that, oh, well, I don't have to fucking prove he exists for him to exist. I just know he came to me in a dream. So
That's what
there's this.
all religion's about, though. Yeah, like
Yes,
all religion
yeah.
is a blind faith.
You look at the majority, if you could get the demographics of flat earthers, you might find a lot of them are religious. Even the world religion is about 80% religious, last time I looked. So it's
Right,
kind
bro. I
of.
mean, I swear to God, dude, there's part of me that's extremely religious. That's extremely religious, right? But there's part of me that knows it's all bullshit.
Yeah, but yeah, I went to Sunday school, bro. I
No,
grew
it's
up. I
not
went.
like going to Sunday school, nothing like that. Like I went to regular school. I went to fucking university and shit. And fucking hell, I just know from that there is no fucking God. And when we die, we probably will just lay in our fucking beds where
But
we fucking died.
we had to give hope to people that there was a start and there was an end and there was a meaning to life. The depression, people not having jobs, there was no economy, there was only an economy for the rich people, and this whole thing was just the peasants are 90%, 10% of the fortunate, that even and those that work for the fortunate. So that's where we're at.
Like,
Education.
as much as we want to think that there's this amazing thing above us, I think the fact of the matter is that we deep down know that when we die, we're just going to be dead.
If we lived in a container and what existed,
Banzo, am I fucking?
we were.
yeah,
Because you
it's
tried to
pure
monkey thing.
it's pure blasphemy. Define dead.
I've got a point I want to bring up in a minute, but I'll let you guys finish with
Okay,
Realm.
well, I'm sorry, dude. Like I do love God, and I do feel like I'm a fucking believer.
You love God, but you don't think it exists.
But I'm just saying, bro. There's a scientific side of me that just says it makes more sense that when we're dead, we're just dead.
Yeah, the body dies and the soul goes on. Have you ever had a dream before? That felt like it was more real than your waking life?
You don't have to convince me on either side because I know it. This is an internal fucking problem I have.
Well, just don't tell people that kind of shit if you don't believe it's not absolutely true. Like, I don't want to sit here and people be like, there is no God. You just die and then you're dead. Like, what's the point of that?
I think this is the problem, though, with most of the world is that they can't have both possibilities. They can't have the science and the metaphysical, the unknown, to say. So they have to sort of sit in one side instead of just,
The problem is this, dude. Is like the whole notion of having an afterlife. It's just so away from science. I mean, I also think this is part of science we don't understand.
In a way, it seems like that's what science is trying to do, no?
How many times has science lied to you as well in your life? Pretty much every couple of years it changes, it seems. Look at science. Look at science 10 or 20 years ago.
I will tell you this.
Right now.
No matter how much there's part of me that battles myself, saying that
wants to believe that there's something else.
I think that my God believing side always wins out. Like I would always believe in a God. It's never been to a point where I haven't believed in a God. It's just part of a fucking annoying side of me.
That's maybe the great challenge, eh?
Is God the atom? Is God the nucleus of all atoms? And our power up above is the queen bee, the queen ants, the controller of all those, the power, the magnetism, the electromagnetism. If you can float a frog through electromagnetism, then you can repel an object away from it.
At the end of the day, regardless of what God shows me or not, when shit goes to crap, in my mind I say, hey God, can you help me? Right? So I still have that notion of, hey God, can you do this?
Yeah, that inner
believe in God.
That's awesome. That's that inner voice in you. I've had it since I was a kid as well. There's something in you. It's like where does that even come from? I knew that before I was even like religiously indoctrinated.
I think it might come from your forefathers, which, like, my father died, and then I started having started believing in something, but not believing in anything, but more the fact that he was watching over me. So I think in some ways my God and is my father or his father. If my father was still alive, my grandfather was watching.
I hate the thought of our elder people looking over us.
But
wait a second. I thought we wanted some kind of overlooker.
I know, but I don't want them looking over me and watching everything I do.
They're not spying on you like the CIA. They're just there for you when it really matters. Like, not even when it really matters, when your body disintegrates.
That shit did cross my mind. Like, what if
they can see when you Branch? They can see when you masturbate.
The idea that plagues me though is the fact that it could be you telling yourself.
I don't want her. I don't want them to see me with my fucking girl, dude. Like that.
Dude, this is the thing about the whole concept.
That could be your favorite part.
I'm not going to school anyone about anything regarding these things, but it's so much more massive than that. Like, the very fact that you would belittle it down to can they see you when you go to the bathroom or something like that? It's so infinitesimally small that in comparison to what's actually going on here, we're talking about creation of the universe here. We're not talking about can they see you when you go to the bathroom? Like,
I mean, there's also that. I know, bro. I totally get it. And like,
Take the pie.
if you really consider lifetimes of a soul, like maybe if the soul does linger around for a second afterwards, there's literally gonna be a second, and it's not even gonna be a fraction of our time. And again, even
I don't
our
know.
time, as far as time goes, on the time scale of a soul, is nothing.
See, the soul in the grand scheme of things, yeah. Does it? But like, or well, that begs the question: is our soul experience here, our human experience, does it mean anything? You know, how if it's so small, what was the point of it? And what was the point in the first place? Then, if it doesn't mean anything,
No matter how small it is, it's one of those things that I personally think that, our soul will look back at our entire fucking existence on Earth as one single memory, and it will look at it as the same way we look at one memory, and it will take our entire fucking 90 years of life and be like, you know what, I learned this from that. But
scrutinize every moment you had in your life.
No, it would take one thing out of it.
that is one thing that does make sense. It goes like you went to school for a day. That kind of makes sense. As bizarre as that seems, that makes sense. And you're like, oh yeah. Well,
You see, the thing that plagues me though, the idea that plagues me is that it could all just be you creating a placebo by believing in it, and that is the.
Maybe that's why you're a scientist though, and it's becoming like a growing field though about like out of body experiences. Where like, have you ever had an out of body dream before, or the sensation of? I certainly have.
I've had a dream that I've felt is real, and then woken up and been like, "Where's that lottery winnings?" And
have you had the thing with
I hate when that happens. You got a stack of cash in your dream, and then you wake up, you're like, "Where's that cash?
Where's all them chicks gone?"
Have you ever?
Guys, please don't discount if he actually had a out of body experience.
I have too.
Discount it to that.
Oh yeah, I had this one dream. I'll never forget it. I was literally like flying around in
Was
my
it just a
living
dream?
room.
I thought you were talking about like you almost died one day. No.
Oh, not near death experience.
Okay.
Out of body experience is kind of the same. Your soul leaves your physical body. That's the idea, anyway.
Right, but normally you'd only get that if you're about to die and shit.
But who's to say that doesn't happen to everyone when they sleep? They're just not really that aware of it.
Well, why do you think some people are so crazy about dreams? Like, you could argue so much as that you die every night when you fall asleep. That would explain part of the reason why it's so weird and you feel like you're traveling around all over the place. Maybe you are.
No, you're not. No, really, are you?
I don't know. Yeah, it's just
Branching
an idea.
out. Branching out.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, it's fun to think about, but I mean, life is fun and the universe is fun. And when shit starts to get stressful and crazy, that's the devil right there, man. When shit gets evil and weird and fearful.
I think you just
the big
nailed
one.
it, dude. Like, this should be fun. The life we live should be fun, right? It shouldn't be like, as we get older, we get into this fucking point of life where fun is no longer important. It's conditional. It's like we set aside maybe an hour or two in a week to have fun instead of just having fun all the time.
All the fucking time, yeah. And then when you're that old and you only have an hour a week, do you even remember what fun is anymore? I'm wondering. Like, I'm getting a little older too. I'm still kind of young, but yeah. What do I get to play pool once a week because my wife lets me? Sweet,
right? But it's like.
So we're basically living like.
Don't blame your wife, bro. But like.
Well, it could be your wife. You never know. I've heard stories.
I'm just saying, like, it's not your wife's fault, but like. It's actually something inside of us which made us
special.
Yeah.
But again, it could also be to do with, the way we live. It's almost like it kind of, the tolerance, wears and the novelty wears off. It's like what was fun 3 years ago isn't fun anymore, you know?
Switch up your hobbies. But I know that makes sense. I get that. Like, I don't like playing video games as much as I do when I was a kid. But it's still fun to go back sometimes. But I mean, I don't play video games anymore, really.
Well, I was just thinking about that because I watched a video the other day about how monks live and what they do and how simplistic their life is.
Right.
And it's like we're talking about, oh, why shouldn't life just be fun? But then these guys,
That's exactly
they're not,
what I'm talking about.
they dedicate themselves not to like
allow themselves.
It's almost
to
like
have fun.
they are able to have more fun because they're not looking. It's weird.
Bro,
it's so weird.
There's part of me, dude, that thinks like that life is a better life.
Right.
Where you can just give up everything you have, everything you own, and just live in a sense of
appreciation.
Yeah, you don't even have to worry about.
You wouldn't worry anything. It's like, man, imagine. Look, have you ever looked at a bird recently? Those things just fly around and they don't give a shit. Like
I would
most
say,
animals are like
it's
that.
really fucked up, dude. Like that. I kind of think that the only other place than in a monastery that you can get that type of peace is in jail. Like, there's part of me that thinks like it will be peaceful to go to jail.
You didn't have claustrophobia, yeah, maybe.
Well, the reason I say that is, at that point, once you're in jail, you can be free of your worldly possessions. You don't.
But we already have that. You have the choice right now. You don't have to own anything. No one's forcing these material possessions onto you. You know, you can just lock yourself
You
in
gotta
your
have a place
bedroom
to live.
and
Yeah, I mean, you got to have the house, the land. You can't just give it all up. You got to work, otherwise you're not going to have a place to sleep at night.
But I
What are you
think
going to do sleep?
that's kind of the point of what these Buddhist monks do.
they still live
do
somewhere
give it
though. They do
No.
live somewhere still. They see little
No, they
tiny
travel.
homes.
They travel.
Maybe I
They
should
carry
go
a
to
tent with them
fucking.
and they pitch up at their
I
tent.
should maybe go
wherever
to
they
Tibet and just
Maybe you
fucking do that
should.
shit for a
Yeah.
bit.
Actually, you have a hell of a story to tell us when you came back. That's for sure.
I don't think I would come back. I think I'll just live there the rest of my life.
So we'd wonder. We'd talk about you for years. We'd
Yeah,
wonder whatever
Well, you know
happened to
what?
that guy.
I'll take my cell phone. I'll take my phone.
You take your phone. Oh, classic. Take your phone. That's the last thing they'll let you do if you're going to try to explore the
Why?
inner
Why
journey.
would the monks not?
Are you kidding me? It's like they're like the
I don't
whole
think
lesson
anyone
is
just.
about like
I don't think
okay,
anyone just woke up to a Tibetan monkish and be like, "Hey, I want to be part of your clique." You know?
I'm interested in becoming a Tibetan monk. Can I bring my cell phone?
I think you probably could, but they'll just turn around and say to you, "Well, yeah, that's fine as long as you drop that phone, drop all of your worldly belongings." Most people won't. That's why.
That's what's sad. Yeah, but you're like, okay, I dropped everything, but can I keep my phone? Come on, that one. I just want my phone.
Can I still go McDonald's?
I think that's the whole that's a great analogy towards the whole like journey forward into this universe. People have these not only worldly possessions, but well, a lot of it is worldly, I suppose, but like physical possessions. Like I have certain things that never mind. But you know, that I think the whole idea is dropping the entire concept of owning or being a part of anything. Like becoming nothing, I think is the whole point. You become nothing because you can't, supposedly they say, you can't bring any of this stuff to the next level. If it was like a video game or something, like you have to like nothing else, nothing is allowed but your own self. And I think that's a huge thing that a lot of people, including myself, have a huge problem with because that.
Bro, it's like time travel. It's like time travel. You can only do it naked.
Pretty much, yeah.
Or in your sleep.
And that's the problem. Like, can you imagine one thing in your life that you couldn't possibly live without, or if that something went away permanently, you'd have a serious problem losing? I think probably everyone could think of one thing.
Yeah, but
and I think that's what's required. I think is to make that leap, and it's a very difficult thing.
I think what it is though is a lot of people forget to see what's to gain, because I think there's so much more to gain from nature than our technology. Being proud of what we can create ourselves. There's so much more hidden in nature that we're unsure about, and that's just there. I find that way more interesting than all the silly little gadgets that come out every year.
Yeah, fuck the little gadgets. But think about like an artist maybe who's like, or a poet who spent like years and years making these like stacks of books of poems and short stories and all that, and then all of a sudden like you have to leave all that behind, you know?
Dude, what I meant to say was I do understand when you say that type of shit, yeah? Like there is what we do care about in life. And
which is almost a bit fake, right?
right, and it you know, at some point we start thinking that, you know, the shit we do care about in life isn't that important anymore. And we kind of just want to relax.
As you get older, though, like you say, yeah, you want to relax. And then what happens to most people, at least in my experience, their family members become their most important thing in their lives, and like it's a hard pill to swallow, but
right. And at that point, if you
life
bring
is
your whole family in, and people are gonna start calling it a cult and shit like that. In reality, it's just it's people actually fulfilling Buddhist or Hindu fucking ways of life, which is just chill the fuck out.
Minimalism.
Right. Like, why is it so bad to live a minimalism type of life?
Minimalism is great. I've been doing it my whole life.
You got these groups of people. Like, honestly, I've thought about starting up a fucking group of people doing this shit. The problem with me starting this shit up is I don't want that responsibility. I don't want to be the person.
Check one too.
I don't want to be the person that started this fucking shit.
I get what you're saying, but that's when it can snowball when you have like-minded people. So then it's not you that has to control it. You have faith in those around you that they want the same thing. So you can leave it in someone else's hands, you know, if you're busy or whatever.
I don't want nothing to do with it, bro. Like, I just want to live. Like, I just want to fucking be free. You know what I mean? And I want other people to fucking have that shit too. I don't know, man. I kind of think like.
But yeah, there was something I didn't know about the monks. Like when watching this video, that they go to towns, and then the people from the towns offer up food.
Nah, bro, those are.
I didn't know that.
Do monks do that? You know what?
They go to towns, and the people from the towns.
There's not Indian. I don't even know what you call them, like Brahmins.
They say that the reason the monks do this is to give the people from the towns an opportunity to give. It's almost like it's such a weird symbiotic relationship.
We got these Brahmins in India who would beg. And it's like, it's annoying as fuck. It's like, nah, motherfucker, you don't need to fucking beg. And you don't want to fucking give them money either because they're beggars. And the one thing that in India is you don't give beggars any money. Regardless of if they're a fucking Brahmin or not. It's just weird shit, man. But I do get it. Like, how can you fucking live a life like a Brahmin without begging? I don't know. It's weird shit.
It's almost like they see life as almost like an illusion, isn't it?
I mean, like,
and to not be interested in the illusion.
If you really want to be someone that's really peaceful in life, right? You should devote your whole life to just feeling peace. Shouldn't you?
Something else other than yourself.
I mean, like, yeah, we kind of want to get a little bit of pussy now and then too, but like, there's people that don't want pussy.
But that's still for yourself. You see?
I don't think I can. I don't think I can live life without pussy though. Could you do that?
You've already been caught.
Nah, man, I couldn't fucking.
You're on the end of a fishing line, mate.
Nah, bro. Like I could be.
You've chosen your vice, and you can't undo it. You can't. You're stuck.
Hey, man, I'll be the motherfucker that would end up fucking the yeah. I would end up fucking someone. I'm not a player, bro, but like.
No, I'm not a player. I just fuck a lot.
Yeah. I'm not a player at all. I just get laid a lot.
I love women.
You know when you're the type of girl that guys like the eyes off? Because they feel that you're deep. So they want to fuck you. That's the type of cunt I am. I mean, don't get it wrong, I am deep. I'm also shallow as fuck.
ET, you're hot micing. ET.
Hey, yo, Joby, I thought you were dead.
What? Yeah, I went to the hospital.
I thought you died from COVID.
No, I didn't die, dude. It was not.
Well, what are you doing, bro? Because I thought you was dead.
I'm
Is this the ghost of Joby?
That was like a week ago.
Why are you not dead, Joby?
Joby, why are you not dead?
I got lucky.
Why you're not dead?
I got lucky.
Why are you still alive?
Joby, we wanted you to be fucking dead, motherfucker.
I got lucky. I can't die.
Thank you, Jeremy. You got my back that time, man. You see how it is, Jeremy, when you fucking feel me. Feels good, doesn't it?
Bro, 60% of the time.
No, hold on, Jeremy.
I got your back every time.
Jeremy, when you feel me, doesn't it feel good? Do you feel good now? You feel like a man, don't you?
When I feel you,
Jeremy, don't lie, bro. Doesn't it feel a little bit good to feel me?
Branch.
It does feel a little bit good, doesn't it?
Branch, I like you. I hate
You're roboting, Jeremy.
muting you, but you're fucking, you go off the deep end sometimes.
Talking about the deep end, it sounds like you went for a swim.
Jeremy,
Probably one of the smartest Glover. I said, Branch, I like you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, you're gone now.
I'm back.
Make
I'm
a bit
gone
more
now.
Joby. I think he's gonna say something about me being a smart glober and shit. But can you tell him what's up, Joby?
Listen, I like you. I hate
Look,
when I
no,
have to mute
hold
you.
on.
It hurts.
Joby has just gone through a life and death situation, Jeremy, and I think that's precedence over whatever discussion me and you have to have.
How you feeling, Joby? You good? Did your testicles shrink?
Joby, do you still have two balls?
He's deafened. He can't hear us.
Oh. I heard one of the symptoms was your balls merge into one. It's like diffraction.
I heard that. I don't know what I heard.
It's proper fucking windy here, man. Sounds like there's about
I heard that I'm
hurricane
about to
about
fucking kick Joby's ass for fucking going on fucking silent and fucking deafened.
It's windy as fuck in New York too.
He's probably listening on YouTube though, isn't it? So it's like, yeah, I couldn't hear. I was on deafen, but secretly watching on YouTube.
Don't know why people do that. Like listen on YouTube and then they'll be texting away in chat.
Yeah, right.
Why not just like come in and join the party? I don't
Right?
get
Are they
it.
ashamed to be in the room?
Yeah, I don't get that. Like sometimes I go on YouTube just because fucking Discord drains your battery like something rotten.
It does.
Oh, really?
I'm telling you right now, everyone get a battery case for your phone. It'll make your phone last all day. My phone hasn't been plugged in since I bought it. I got like
there's
3 or
some
4
shit
battery
here.
cases I rotate.
I've been looking at Discord's uses and shit. There's some shit that kicks in about. And there's some shit they're doing that's fucked up.
Literally drains your battery, man.
It's not like it needs that much power. Like what Discord's doing ain't that fucking
Doesn't need that much energy.
right.
I don't get that drama. My battery seems to last fine.
No, bro. It's more about. It's not even about fucking power. What I don't like is CPU usage. It kills the fucking CPU.
Okay.
It's bullshit. I don't get why. I mean, there's a little bit of fucking. You know what? They gotta make money somehow. So fuck it. It's all good.
Sounds like they're making money with battery cases.
Yeah, yellow ones. What's your favorite color battery case, Manso?
What? I don't have one.
Like, out of every color battery case you could ever have, what color would be your favorite?
Pink.
Pink? Yeah. Yellow. Yellow's the best.
Nah, pink's the best.
You think so?
Yeah, 100%.
Alright.
Yeah. Could be wrong, but I never have been. Ask my kids.
I guess it's time to poop.
Happy days for you.
Usually that means I'm gonna go smoke.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like to poop while I'm smoking. The best time to poop?
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone?
Exactly.
Is that when you get your best ideas, Branch?
No, that's usually when I'm pissing.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, that's right.
Go ahead. What else? I only eat the king size. Get the hell out of my store. You a grown ass man saying some shit like that. I should beat the shit out of you. All right.
Sean, you're hot mic king.
Wait, you like Snickers? Yeah, I just love eating the nuts.
Thank you.
Yo. Everyone just fucking.
What's up, Branch? Did you kill the room again?
No, I went
You
to
had your
take
week?
shit, and then like I came back and everybody's silent.
I was gone too, and I came back and everyone's silent. But I thought maybe you.
No, I just went to take a shit. I didn't even take a shit. I just went to smoke a cigarette for reals.
You were, you were pretty on point last night, I gotta say.
Nah, not really.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I fell asleep to you guys chatting, and then you guys are still chatting when I woke up. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, Gio, though.
Break, guys.
I do remember that fucking that one little combo we had about where you was discussing whether or not fucking heaven on flat Earth is different to heaven on globe Earth. I thought that was very interesting why you would even ask that.
Well, the globe Earth doesn't really allow for heaven because that's like made up in the globe model, right? Heaven's fictitious place on the globe side, right? So there is no heaven.
It's not true.
Am I wrong?
No,
That's wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
Most people who believe in heaven believe in the globe.
Right.
Right, but
you didn't even let me
the
fucking.
scientists of the globe wouldn't tell you that heaven is a real place, right?
And no science tells you that. That's right. Science
Well,
on anything.
that was
doesn't
kind of
tell you that.
Gio's point when he brought that conversation up. And Gio, what was the answer, bro? Like, I remember that.
What's what? I stepped away for a second.
What was the answer? Because I remember you asked me whether or not what heaven looks like on a globe.
Well, I think what I was saying is that on a globe Earth, like where is heaven? Whereas on a planar flat Earth type system, if heaven is above, then when you die, you actually like ascend to heaven, whatever that is, spirit world. You know, there's all kinds of concepts or ideas, but in that sense, like there would be an actual cosmological location, perhaps, of heaven, not necessarily a physical one, because I'm not saying it's physical, but there is like that kind of concept, or even like when we incarnate, like we descend in a sense, like and come into a life, and then. So I was just saying that from that general concept on a globe Earth, how would that work? Because if you're like in this like infinite expanding Big Bang, whatever it is, thing with all these balls around there, you know, what is heaven? Is it just a different dimension? Like, does it have a cosmological location? So that was just kind of the general inquiry.
Right, and I think my answer was sound, wasn't it?
I mean, yeah, I think what you said in a way made sense, because you were kind of saying like, you know, like for example, when we dream, you know, we kind of go into whatever that is, the
No,
dream
it wasn't
world.
dream. It was meditate. Or
Yeah,
just...
you were linking that, like, you know, let's say like meditation or astral travel or things like that. And so you were saying that like whatever happens in those type states would also happen when you die on a globe or on a flat Earth type thing. So yeah, I think that's what you said. Which yeah, I mean, I think that's probably.
So I mean, doesn't it stand then that the whole ascension?
Gio, when you say it, you gotta say it quick. You gotta say Big Bang.
No, you can't always say it quick, bro. Because some of this shit takes.
You gotta say quick.
Bro.
I love how Issa says that. Yeah, it's not the Big Bang. It's Big Bang.
Okay. So Big Bang aside.
A little bit quicker though. It's good.
No, the problem is, dude, when I'm talking about real life shit, and I consider this real life shit, I do tend to think when I'm talking.
I thought what Jim Jam said was interesting too, or what Kosho as well. Like the idea that, okay, so you're right. A lot of globe earthers, as it were, or believe in the globe, but also believe in heaven. But then they also believe in science, which says there's no heaven. So how does that work?
Right, but Gio, I guess my point was simply this: the fact that how can you consider a place where you ascend to when every time you acknowledge a deeper side of yourself, you see it within? So wouldn't heaven be within? wouldn't anything that's related to
Well, if we're going to go by scripture, it says the kingdom of God is within man.
well, what I'm trying to say is, if you're only able to fucking find these acknowledgments of fucking a deeper life within, why would you think heaven is above us and not within?
Because it's not the physical realm that we would consider Earth to be.
Right, but when we start fucking meditating and getting to these
into the
higher
core
planes of life, why are we finding that shit within when heaven's above? If that was the case, shouldn't we be fucking, when we meditate, be also looking up above with our fucking third eye?
Well, it's interesting how the third eye is actually like, it's like above your other eyes. It's like it's up. The third eye is up. Well, I actually
I agree with Branch, man.
Bro, I really
By the
think
way,
heaven,
by the way, Ruhif's here.
Heaven is within. It's not above us.
What's up, Ruhif?
Heaven is within. Dude. Gio, let me
Hold on, Branch. Ruhif usually only comes in for about 24 seconds, so we got to give him the floor when he comes.
Oh, I got nothing really to talk about.
All right, then we'll unmute Branch and we'll let him just talk over it.
Well, we can talk about Oakley or 10th Man. They're my little projects at the moment.
I was kind of joking. I mean, if you want the floor, you could say something, but I wasn't. We were actually talking about heaven, and Branch was laying us down his insights.
Well, you know what, Ruhif, you know what? Because Gio does have a softie for you, I'll let you.
Oh, as a softie for me, I was expecting to be fucking rock hard for me.
Branch, you get so butthurt.
No, very soft.
I don't.
Right.
I'm actually really interested in seeing how Ruhif.
Yes.
Speaking of rock hard. Seriously though, is Branch still talking from earlier?
Dude, Branch, I think he's been in the chat for 74 hours at this point.
Yeah, I remember going to sleep and then waking up and you guys were still chatting, so, right.
Yeah, I woke up in the
Hey,
middle of
Gio,
my
that
sleep last
doesn't- that
night.
doesn't-
Branch was
that
in
does
here and
not
I was
equate
yelling
to
at
a
him to
fucking
shut up.
That does not equate to a 1-day ban, bro.
Why, what have you done?
Bro, we're going to start breaking people off with warnings. And when you get a warning, you get like timed out for 30 minutes, which isn't bad, but it doubles every time. So,
All
you
right. Well,
know.
if I didn't call him Ruhif, Rufy,
It doubles every time.
dude.
Well, how's it work, Gio? It doubles every time, right? Or no?
No.
If it doubles it.
It doesn't double. I'm sorry, Jeremy. Don't even start that shit.
God damn it, dude.
First one's a half hour, second one's an hour, third one's 2 hours. How's
Jeremy,
it work,
then I'm
Gio?
gonna stop banning you, bitch.
That means that after the 10th time, it's gonna be fucking 15 hours.
No.
Half an hour, 2 to 10.
Real talk, though. Real talk.
Write this down,
I
bro.
know when I'm being my boy.
That's what I meant.
That's gonna be 500 hours.
I meant 30,000 hours.
Hey,
Write this down, bro.
Ruhif, everybody wants to know what your thoughts are on shit.
No,
that
his
we-
thoughts on anything.
On heaven.
We were
Yeah.
talking. We could do a topic change, but we were talking about, is heaven above, or like is there a, well, I don't know, is there a physical location
within.
of heaven?
Is heaven above?
All
Or
right,
is
where
it...
did Jesus ascend to? Didn't
Well, kinda
Jesus
comes-
ascend in front of their eyes up?
Well, kind of comes from it comes from the idea that, like, okay, if we're on a plane of existence, we're on a physical plane, then it's like the heavens in that sense perhaps are above. So when you die, you like ascend, you go up through the light, whatever it may be, you know, in that sense. And then the question would then be, like, on a globe Earth, how does that work? Because you don't have that.
But I think in a
Well,
way
but,
that Branch did throw a spanner in the works with you always go inside to find truth. So why would heaven be outside of you, above you, or something like that? So I still think you throw in a good spanner there.
Just don't go
I'm
willy-nilly
obviously
jumping
right.
into
I'm
lights.
always listen, bro. The difference is I'm always right. But let's see what Ruhev's got to say about it.
You're more like the broken clock.
Jesus went up into the clouds and will descend back down through the clouds with fucking trumpets and angels, right? Heaven's above us.
Right, but
Done.
the kingdom of God is within man.
But you have no up, though. You're above you on the globe is every direction.
Correct.
You have no up, so you got a serious heaven issue here in the globe model.
I don't have a heaven
People
issue.
throw away the
I don't
key
have an heaven
because they don't look in.
Yeah, you got to
in
have an
themselves.
issue, Ruhef.
I don't believe in heaven, champ.
Dude,
The only way you can go is down. You can only go down, Ruhef. You know what that means.
Yeah, go down your mum.
Hockey stick.
Jeremy, when you talk,
Holy fuck, Ruhev.
Jeremy, when you talk
Did
about,
you just tell Jeremy to go down on his own mum?
No, I said I'll go down his mum.
No, he said if he can only go, then yeah.
well, when Jeremy says don't go willy-nilly jumping into lights, so what if the whole concept of the globe deception is so when souls die, they're so confused that these demonic energies can capture you because they thought they were on a globe and they're so deceived by that what if that's part of the purpose of the whole globe deception is to capture souls when you die because you don't know where to go.
But I don't know,
That's kind
because then you would kind of question God for being able for
here's the
allowing
thing,
that to
dude.
happen. Because if people
Ruhev,
had a good
Ruhev,
life
I think Ruhev,
and lived a good life, hold on, Branch, calm down. Like if people have lived a good life, how can they still be getting tricked when they're dead? Like that's not fair, man.
Yeah, it seems like a really sick game.
The thing is, though, nature doesn't really do fair. So I don't know why you're
Right,
expecting.
I get you.
Yo, Ruhev, do you think that when you're dead, you're just dead?
Yes.
So anyway, as I was saying, Jim Jam, nature doesn't really do fair. So I don't know why you're expecting fair from the creator of nature.
Well, he's all merciful, is he not?
There's a difference between merciful and being fair.
Like Ruhev, there's a good chance that this whole notion of life after death and all that crap is absolute bullshit. And when we're dead, just like any other animal on this planet, we're just dead.
You got to branch out. You got to start
all the dogs that went to heaven. What about all the dogs that went to heaven, though?
No, bro, you don't even know. I'm so on that point too. That I'm,
Like, can you imagine that though, Branch? Can you imagine not existing, like having no thoughts? Like, because there's quite a lot of people that wish that when they die, hold on a sec, they wish that when they die, they don't have any more suffering, any more thoughts in their mind. Like that's kind of like a good thing to just not exist anymore. Is that?
I mean, that's the idea of nirvana for the Buddhists. Like that life is suffering, that you keep doing it over and over and over again, and the real nirvana is being released from having to do that. Now you can just chill out and not do that.
Right, but I mean, you either exist and then don't overthink things, which is kind of what it sounds like what you were talking about, or you just don't exist. Like you have no ability to even know that you don't like or like the situation because you're not even in it. You don't exist.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like if anybody's ever been knocked out cold or just think about what it was like before you're born, it's just nothing happens. It's just like missing time.
I'm about to say that, yeah, like if you ever blacked out and then woke up and time's passed, but you have no memory or dreams or anything.
Don't you think it's interesting though? Like maybe you could compare it to sleep, because if I sleep for say 4 hours, I get up kind of knowing that only 4 hours has passed, and I only really look at my clock to confirm what I kind of already know. So it's almost like even when you're in that kind of sleep mode, you still feel time pass.
Yeah, but sleep, that's why I'm specifically saying sleep. Yeah, like I've been knocked out before, or like you hear people talking about undergoing a general anesthetic, and they like You know, I had one friend who was like, you said the anesthesiologist was saying, start counting to 10, and they were like, or down from 10, they were like 10, 9, 8, out. And then once they were out, they like woke up 5 or 6 hours later being like 6, 5, 4, 3. Like,
then
you're in a different room now.
But then the
You know what?
question there would be that is death the same thing as being knocked out by an anesthetic? Because that's kind of what you're linking it to.
Yeah, I think it would be similar in close to zero brain activity.
When I get knocked out of the dentist, I actually start when I
lost you. Did you get?
When he said benzos, they used to knock you out. Yeah, get knocked out. But it's
No, you just dropped out. There. You said when I get knocked out at the dentist, then we lost you.
Oh, sorry. I wake up, right? But because they use benzos, which sort of erase your short-term memory, I don't have any memory of what I do when I wake up. And I find out hours later when I go through chats that I've fucking sent selfies to people. Like I'm sitting in the fucking dentist chair sending selfies to people that I've just woken up in the dentist, and I have no recollection whatsoever.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, I know.
That's alcohol.
I sent fucking emails when I was working. I sent emails to the whole fucking company saying, "Oh, I've just woke up," and trying to answer work-related questions while I'm just fucking smashed.
I should take your phone off here.
Yeah,
you gotta turn your phone off and leave it in your car. But yeah, I think I forget who it was who asked, but someone did specifically ask, what would it be like if everything just like you died and everything just shut off? Like, what would that? He was asking, what would that experience be like? So I think what Eggshells described is exactly what I would describe. Yeah, that you black out. I mean, when you black out, you have no memory. Like I was in a coma before for a week or 2 weeks. And you don't remember anything, and it's I mean that's probably what it would be like. Yeah.
But I was kind of
coma's a little bit different. My son was in a coma for about 2 weeks, like an induced coma, and he was somewhat responsive. So it was he could listen, and he could, we had him on like an exercise bike and shit like that, and he was pedaling on his little fucking supine bike. That was cool. He was smiling, but he was intubated, very, very sleepy, obviously. I'm fucking propofol and benzos and all that sort of shit. But yeah, comas, I only learned this when he was in a coma, but comas are not necessarily, lack of consciousness. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're associated with different, like they give them different depth scales based on electrical brain impulses, don't they? Like you can test, and some people are like there's barely a light flickering inside, and other people are like not that far below conscious.
Yeah,
This is a whole separate thing. There's a guy who was in a coma for like 10 years, and when he came back, he claimed that he literally lived an entire lifetime of somebody in the future, like 3,000 years in the future, and he had the entire memories of this guy's life in the future, and it's pretty interesting because then he wrote about what the future is and all of that.
Wow.
I wouldn't put it past.
Probably
if you think about
dream.
All of us have had weird dreams.
Yeah, how we look.
Think, how the hell did my brain create this whole story and shit? Like these people, these faces that I've not seen before, or I think I've not.
The guy say we were looking in the future. We good or what?
Oh, there is a future.
We can't be doing that.
It's fantastic.
The coma guy. How do you say we're doing?
Well, I mean, if he was 3,000 years in the future, then global warming's a load of bullshit.
You said it was great, Jeremy. You said there's no money, so we won.
My God.
So,
Time will always tell.
make it 3,000 more years if we keep money in the picture.
We've eliminated money.
That's going to be phased out within 100, 200 years.
Dude, money is an amazing tool, dude. You guys are crazy.
All right, so Kosha, I was going to ask you, just sticking on the topic before. So Kosha, when you pass away, when you die, is your current thought that everything shuts off, lights off, you have no memory? So does that mean that whatever you are now, the Kosha, the person, your soul, spirit, maybe you don't even feel like you have a soul, I don't know, but do you feel like that's just all gone forever? So you won't remember this conversation, you won't remember Flat Earth, Globe Earth, it's just all completely gone forever and that's it?
I don't think that. No.
Okay, you said that. Ruhif does. All right.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think that it's
That sucks,
directly
dude.
related to
That
brain
sucks.
activity.
It's fucking boring.
Yes, but how enjoyable something is to think of doesn't have an impact on whether it's real or not. You know, I'd like to have a bigger dick and a smaller belly, but that doesn't mean it's the case.
Well, this is the thing. It's like, do you identify with the body or with what animates the body?
They're fundamentalist materialists.
Well, I do think in a sort of metaphysical sense that there is like you have an impact on people around you, and that lives on. There is a kind of memory that lives on, and if you sprogged any bubs, you've got babies that are living on with those memories and those behaviors and some of those genes. But the idea that I sit up in the clouds looking down on living people, to me, kind of terrifying. That would be a hell for me. Because I get up there on day one and I'm like, do I eat? Do I poop? Can I still ride a motorbike? And then I just watch living people actually live their lives and experience the excitement that comes with risk. And I don't get any of that. Forever? Literally eternity? Oh, fuck, no thanks.
Risk is good.
I think it's
for me.
Who's to say you can't choose to come back?
Yeah.
So reincarnation might be cool. Up
My
in the clouds.
daughter was my daughter was talking about.
Sorry, go on.
Go on.
Everybody-
Someone go.
Oh, no, I was
I was
just
saying
saying.
eggshells. Go ahead, sir. I was going to say the eggshells because, Gio asked me, if I think I'm going to die or whatever. And when you said that about me, you don't want to be up in the clouds, I don't imagine it. I don't imagine that it's exactly like the way you described it. I imagine that when you're here on Earth, there's like there's a physical body that you are using, and it's got your ego attached to it, and your personality, and your memories, and all that stuff. But there's a universal spirit, in my idea, that pervades all living things and all material things. Anyway, and I think that when you die, God forbid, then you're right. You're right. Your ego and your physical self, what lives on from that is your legacy and your positive contributions or negative contributions, hopefully positive contributions or whatever. And overall, whatever that contribution was, is that specific iteration of this universal being. That's their contribution to the whole. Like everything is kind of connected, and so whenever the spirit part of you, when you're dead, the ego's all dead, but the spirit reconnects with the whole spirit, and it no longer has that same ego personality thing. It kind of just it's either proud of its contribution, or maybe it's ashamed of its contribution, but it's not really. It's
Just to
kind of
clarify,
attached with the thing. Yeah.
just to clarify, would you say then that each person's soul is individual in a sense? So it's not just like one energy source. Well, there is, but the energy source that animates you is personal, is individual or unique.
Well, I think the thing that animates you is not the spirit bit, but yeah, but you're asking though about the soul or this universal soul. No, I think that each it's like one whole soul, and each iteration and avatar person is like a separate fraction of it, fractured from it, and then it connects back together to it. Having contributed what it's contributed while it was physical. Yeah, and it's not individual. It's
So it's an energy that animates us all. It's not an individual, or it's not stained or whatever by our
Yeah.
physical individuality.
Well, it is. That's what I mean. Well, yeah, not by each individual individuality, but by its it's like I said, its effect while it was alive, its contribution. Ultimately, I think that if people who, let's say, like they believe in God and they live their whole life just like being influenced by this spirit, I think that is the ultimate goal of that spirit, is to completely influence the vessels that they're the people that they're living through as they're living through them. And so after you die, your contribution, like the way that you're going to feel about your life, is going to be based on your contributions to the whole spirit, whatever the ultimate goal is. Like if you were just a bad person and you didn't even do anything at all to help everybody else, which you realize is also part of who you are, then
here's the good question then. So it's like you're saying about intent and action. Now, does that come from the body or does that come from the source?
From
or
both.
the soul?
That's the other thing that I think that the eternal dialogue that everybody has is a conflict between their physical vessel and the urges and all that kind of stuff, and the things that your body actually craves and needs. Some people overindulge or take advantage of other people to achieve them, and there's like a conflict internally between what your body's urging you to do and what this other influence is helping you.
So if there's an idea of punishment and reward, what do we then think about the suggestion that frontal lobe damage, like mechanical physical damage to the front of your head, for instance, by having an abusive father, would make you less capable than a person without that brain injury to argue with those physical impulses? So they've got a physical impulse to what do they call it? The four Fs: fuck, flee, fight, and I forget the other one.
Forget.
Yeah, forget things. That's definitely my one. But like those are the impulses you have quite automatically that you need to fight against. But if you've got frontal lobe damage, you'll be worse at that self-regulation. What does that mean then for your soul?
Wait, are you talking about like an instinctive reaction to stay alive? If your frontal lobe isn't as developed or damaged, that you won't have that? Is that what you're saying?
No, slightly different. The main theory of the frontal lobe is it inhibits. So we've got things we want to do, right? You see.
Impulses.
A pretty girl, and you go, God, I'd like to know what her bottom feels like. But then your frontal lobe goes, don't touch her bottom, you freak. And you go, oh, okay, I won't touch my bottom. But the more damage you have to your frontal lobe, the more likely you are to not have that inhibitory response. So you're more likely to punch that guy for speaking badly to you or grab that girl's bottom. If that's the case, what does that mean for your sort of eternal soul? Are you a bad
is that
person?
Or is that the soul? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Are you a bad person because your dad gave you a bump on the head when you were 3?
Like
you played a lot of college rugby.
I see it all through the lens of karma. Like let's say in a previous lifetime you were a father who was abusing your children, so you're punching them and all that stuff. Perhaps in a later lifetime you may have a father that's abusing you, and then maybe you do have some kind of, in some extreme case, like you're saying, like maybe your father then abuses you and causes some kind of like brain injury, like you were saying. So I kind of see it as, and then if you were to then have to suffer with that, then that would be sort of the karmic repercussion for that action in a previous life. But I don't think it's all just, like some kind of payback thing. The purpose of it is for learning and for growth and evolution. But to have things happen to you as a cause of what you did before is often how, this people are able to, souls are able to process through it and
But yeah, I get what Ryden's saying though, that the fact that it's not his fault he's acting like that, it's what's been done to him that makes him act like that.
Which is still the same ethical challenge with Hinduism. Like the Bhagavad Gita is a story of Arjuna, a sort of princeling warrior, arguing with Shiva, saying exactly this thing, where he's saying, well, even if the reason these people that I'm sent off to fight are immoral, they are only immoral because they've been raised by immoral parents, and if me killing them is going to send them into a cycle of reincarnation, they're going to be punished for karma they didn't really earn, because it destines people who are going poorly to keep going downwards.
Right, but if we're going to bring this biblical, then wouldn't they have? Wouldn't God have mercy on them?
Yeah, that would be biblical. Biblical is sort of one shot, and that's why you need mercy. Whereas karmic is multiple shots, like reincarnation. But both of them don't strike me as
right. Yeah, if it was something that they'd done in a previous life, then they wouldn't have mercy.
Yeah.
You know, God wouldn't have mercy if it was something. If it's a learning curve because of what they did previously, which is kind of what Gio.
And actually, what I was describing, that the punishment isn't something somebody owes to you or something like that, because it's like a test or something. It's more like it's like if for example you did fail and you were a shitty person, then when you die, you realize that you're part of this. There's like you're united with this whole thing. The punishment is the shame and the regret that you have because you just realize, oh shit, I just wasted it. That was my contribution to this whole thing.
But is it punishment or is it an opportunity to do it differently?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you're going to do it differently elsewhere too. Yeah, both things. Yeah.
So there's an interesting. I don't know if you guys have heard of a show called Red Dwarf.
Yes, I fucking loved that show. It's been years since I've seen it, but God, it was a good show.
Seen the episode where they kind of deal with this idea. So the four of them all die, and they all get sent off to be judged. I can't remember what by or who by. But basically, what they are judged on is a relative. So but basically how they turned out relative to their potential. So you're kind of expecting that cat would be, the cat would be judged quite harshly because it's a moron. But actually, the guy said
could do.
That's all he could do. So
you can only know what you can only know, so it can only act by what it knows.
Yeah,
well,
I like that.
And then Rimmer, not Rimmer, sorry. Who's Craig character?
Lister of Smeg.
Yeah, Lister is basically judged the most harshly because he's like, you could have been brilliant, but you turned out shit. So, like, he was judged really, really harshly for not achieving his potential. So that's another angle. Maybe is maybe linking the two is like this third idea that you are judged relative to your potential.
Right. What you could have been and why you didn't get there.
Because if you think about it, that's the only fair way to really do it. Because if you're saying, well, there's this bar, and if you don't get over it, then you're kind of judged badly. Well, yeah, if your potential didn't even allow you to reach that bar, then that's shit for you. But also, no judgment gives no one any incentive to try. So there has to be like a third option.
It sounds to me like what you're saying are all arguments from consequence rather than like. It sounds like you're saying, based on what I think should be the case, that's what will be the case, right? Where it's, as you said before, which I think was more accurate, there's no requirement for the universe to be fair or kind or.
Well, there's no reason to believe that it would be. Like, because
but in that statement you said before, it would kind of be because it's up into your potential. So in a way that is fair.
No, that's what I said. That would be a fair way of doing it. But that doesn't mean that I think that that's true. I'm just saying it's a thing.
Oh, I see. I thought you were being like, oh, this is
Yeah,
No, I
misunderstood
don't.
you.
It's just
I don't
another
fucking-
angle to look at it, another perception.
Yeah.
Yes, I think a lot of these are actually ideas on how to, like we have a just world hypothesis. Has anybody heard of that?
No.
Which is like we have this idea. Karma's a great example of it, but so is like being punished in the afterlife, or people, what goes around comes around. Which is the just world hypothesis is that it suggests that we have dissonance when we think that good things happen to bad people and bad things happen to good people, and the world's unfair. It makes it we sort of go, oh god, that's a bit crap. So in order to relieve that dissonance, we create these ideas of reincarnation, so that which you can see is particularly necessary in India, where people live some really desperately awful lives, and then you're like, oh, but maybe they were horrible in a past life, and then you can be like, fuck them, and walk past and not feel that dissonance day in, day out.
Yeah. Well, actually, when you think about it, fairness is a uniquely human idea. Like, I doubt that lions go around going, it's unfair if I eat that gazelle. Like, they don't give a shit. They're just doing what they're doing. Obviously, I'm not a prime lion psychologist, so I hope no one takes this too far. But I very much doubt that lions are considering fairness. It's a human idea. Like when you're talking about like sport, like two football teams play. Why do we have a referee? What's the point of the referee? It's to try and make it as fair as possible, right? That's because if you just had 11 men on each side and no referee, it would be carnage. People would be breaking each other's legs, they'd be nutting each other.
Who's got the biggest crowd?
To make it fair, but fairness is our idea as humans. Nature doesn't give a shit about fair, doesn't care.
Yeah.
But there is balance in nature.
Yeah, but balance and fairness aren't the same thing.
Yeah. Oh shit! Right, I better go. I've got some work to do. I better jump off. Lovely talking, guys. Back later.
See you later.
Don't work too hard.
Like, in fact, I would say that balance and fairness are actually opposite ideas.
Right, in a sense that to balance it out, you might unfairly have to treat some people to balance it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, a good example would be economics. Like, so you've got a group of rich people and a group of poor people. What next? Well, if you steal money from the rich people to give it to the poor people, that's unfair on the rich people. And if you don't do it, then it's unfair on the poor people. So there's no way to balance that while maintaining fairness.
But then that might open up the question of, is human nature actually nature compared to what we know of as nature? Like you were saying with the lion, it doesn't think about fairness, right? It's just nature. He has instincts. Where are ours? Where's the human instinct?
Well, we do have a human instinct, but I think you're right. It's definitely it seems to be like the way we act is almost like a step away from nature today. Like we kind of forge our own environment now. Like it's not natural to be driving
And then that
a
also
car.
might open up the question: are we co-creators? Is that why that we have this ability to, sort of determine what's fair and what's not? Animals,
maybe. Yeah. Maybe we see ourselves as kind of above animals, and a lot of people say that we are. But if you just think about nature, like, is it natural that I'm driving a car while talking to people thousands of miles away on an electronic device that's sending, all sorts of signals to all sorts of different places? None of this is natural, but we've kind of created that.
right? An authentic way.
Yeah, because mobile phones don't grow on trees, obviously, and neither do cars. So
Sorry, an artificial way. I meant to say sorry.
yeah, I know what you mean.
That'd
Yeah,
be weird
no,
if.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just saying dumb joke. I was gonna say that'd be weird if phones grew on trees.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I was having a weird conversation with one of my mates actually the other day.